got me connected, and the day I went in, I drove off in the car I wanted. 100% worth your time. Need a car? Get started now and drive off as early as today. Just text APPLY NOW to 88909 right now to get started. That's APPLY NOW to 88909. Auto financing the easy way. Text APPLY NOW to 88909.
Has someone in your family lost a job recently and now you can't afford your mortgage payment? Or do you have a rental property and your tenants aren't paying you? We can come to the rescue and pay you cash for your home immediately. Yes, sell your home and get cash all over the phone without dealing with real estate agents or having to waste time showing your home to lukewarm buyers. You don't need to lose your house to foreclosure. If you have equity in your home, we'll buy your home and give you cash within days, all in a simple over-the-phone and virtual process. Call now before your situation gets worse. Sell a home you can't afford or just need anymore and get the cash you need today. Call this number now.
Call 800-527-4903. That's 800-527-4903. 800-527-4903. Again, 800-527-4903.
Paid for by Airtime Media.
This is the flagship of Giants baseball. Double play! KNBR and KNBR-FS San Francisco, the sports leader.
Here is Shohei Ohtani. Swinging, ball fisted up the middle and into center field, a base hit. And that will get the first run of the game home. There goes Ohtani. The pitch is a big chopper into right field, a base hit. And Ohtani will score easily. There's a drive toward the gap in right center field, hit well. Off the base of the wall. The carom is played by Wallach. He relays it in to Estrada to throw home. Not in time. The ball gets away from Sable off to his right. And over to third base goes Renfroe. And now this is a 4-run inning for the Angels.
Wilmer hits one up the middle, base hit into center field. Matos scores. Here comes Wade around third, and he will score.
Now here's a swing by Drury and a high fly ball deep in the right, going back and forth at the warning track. At the wall, it's gone. An opposite field home run by Brandon Drury. There's a high drive, deep left center field, big part of the yard. Way back there. Adios, pelota! Wilmer Flores has knocked in 4 of the Giants' runs tonight. The Giants' final hope now is Luis Matos. Swung on and popped up. Foul ground, first base side. Cron comes over near the dugout and makes the catch. The Angels beat the Giants.
And that should do it.
The Giants lose last night in Anaheim, and now they face off today against Shohei Ohtani on the bump. What's up, everybody? It is Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. the Waterboy from the Murph and Mac Show, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning with my guy, Overnight Dave, flying the plane as always, and giving us a great highlight package, or maybe not so great, because the Giants ended up losing yesterday 7-5 against the Anaheim Angels. And technically, since the leadoff spot is the opener here at KNBR, setting the table for the Murph and Mac Show, Papa, Lund, Tolber, and Copes, and then closing it out with FP Santangelo, I think it's right that we start with the opener of yesterday's game. That never really opened. It seemed like the door was locked, Dave. It looked like nobody was getting through, unless we're talking about the Anaheim Angels, who started the game with a single, double, single. Sounds like I'm making an order at In-N-Out this morning. Sounds like Overnight Dave when he's dropping drops about Draymond Green in the triple single double. That was the Anaheim Angels in the first inning because Scott Alexander was the opener, and he never recorded an out. Not a single batter. And he only faced 3 guys. So for the first time this season, in the 21 bullpen games that we have seen this year, the opener did not record a single out. Now, this is actually the second time that Scott Alexander has been pulled in the first inning, if my memory serves me correctly. Earlier this year, there was a case where Anthony DeSclafani had to come into the game in the middle of the first inning, which led to a lot of questions from someone like me who used to pitch and used to play baseball in college about the routine that these starting pitchers get into and what they need to get ready for a game, and if it does affect their routine and their performance on the field when they are rushed into a game in the first inning. Now, yesterday, it was not Anthony DeSclafani, because it sounds like his season is all but over. It was Jacob Junis, who has probably been one of the most used bullpen roles for the San Francisco Giants this year. Whether it's as an opener himself, whether it's a bulk guy, whether it's him coming in the 8th inning. Hell, I think he was in a 9th one game to close out a game earlier this year for the San Francisco Giants. So he had to take the baton from Scott Alexander, and then he lets up a couple base hits. And there's Shohei Ohtani, of course, leading the way. He's the one that actually got the first run charged to Scott Alexander. But, of course, he inherited the 2 other runs that he was left on base. And before you even know it, the Giants are down 4-0. So yesterday was a case where the opener did not work. And I got to say, I'm actually surprised we haven't seen this more often this year. For a team that's implemented the strategy 21 times, and oh, by the way, they'll be doing it for a 22nd time today with Ryan Walker facing off against Shohei Ohtani. But to have a 15-6 record has been impressive. And that's why I think some people are finally buying into this bullpen strategy. Now, my take hasn't really changed. I do think during a 162-game season, during the marathon that is the baseball season, you can win ball games with bullpen games, with openers, with your platoon system. But once you get into a playoff series, that's when I think everything changes. That's when the stakes are higher, and that's where I don't feel comfortable going into a Game 3, Game 4 situation with Scott Alexander, Sean Manaea, Ross Stripling, Jacob Junis, Alex Wood, the bulk guys.
No.
Because, again, these same guys that some people have confidence in a playoff scenario are the same guys that the Giants don't even have confidence to start a game in the regular season. So you're still going to be using these pitchers, and we saw a couple of them be used last night, whether it was a Jacob Junis or an Alex Wood, who was the 3rd pitcher in this game. Now, I got to say, there's a bit of confusion of how I identify these pitchers in the Giants' rotation.
Because it was confusion.
Whether or not I call them the opener, the bulk guy, the piggybacker, or the latest term from Gabe Kapler, the featured guy. But yesterday I was trying to figure out who's the featured guy. Is it Jacob Junis or is it Alex Wood? Wood ended up going 4 innings after Junis went 3. And this was something that I was questioning yesterday when I saw Giants beat writers report about who was going to be the featured guy or the piggyback pitcher in this game. And I saw Susan Slusser tweet about how they were going to go from Scott Alexander to Alex Wood. And immediately I started questioning, why would they go from a lefty to a lefty? Doesn't make a lot of sense. And that's why Jacob Junis was squeezed in the middle. But again, if the point of the opener is to get those platoon advantages for your featured guy, that to me means that the Angels would have stacked their lineups with righties versus Scott Alexander, which would help Jacob Junis. But by the time Alex Wood comes into the game for his 4 innings, guess what? He's going against a lineup that is stacked with righties. So I don't really see what the advantage is there. And really, I don't know what the advantage of it is a bullpen game in general, but that's kind of what the Giants are dealing with. Hell, we've even had Farhan Zaidi come on these very airways with Tolbert and Copes and say how he would prefer not to be using an opener 2 to 3 times per week. Well, Farhan, how about we go out and get a pitcher then? How about you trade for somebody like Lucas Giolito, who was on the bump yesterday for the Anaheim Angels, 6 innings pitch, 3 hits, 3 earned runs, 7 strikeouts. Did a great job placing that changeup all over the plate. Because outside of the 3rd inning, when the Giants scored 3 runs, when Jock Peterson had that little infield chopper into no man's land that ended up being an RBI base hit in the books, that led to Wilmer Flores getting an RBI single, also scoring Luis Matos and Lamont Wade Jr., cutting the lead down to 4-3. But after that, there was 4, 5, 6 innings of no hits from the Giants. The bats went silent until the 8th inning when Wilmer Flores comes up once again, takes it deep to left center, 409 feet, and all of a sudden the Giants are back into it. Now the Giants are only down 6-5 after Wilmer Flores continues to prove that he's the only guy in this lineup currently right now that can be productive in a day in and day out basis. I mean, if you want to go back to the month of July, where the only other guy in MLB who had a higher OPS was Shohei Ohtani, the man that got the party started with an RBI single in the first yesterday, and the guy's going to be pitching today. Go back to July 16th. He's been hitting .406 with 7 home runs, 15 RBIs in that time span. And that's why yesterday I came on air and I was like, what the hell is A.J. Pollock doing batting in front of Wilmer Flores? And shout out to the Giants. I don't know if they're listening to our show yesterday, Dave, but they moved down A.J. Pollock to the bottom of the lineup, and then he actually ended up leaving the game early with an injury. That's another topic we can get to in just a few seconds. But going back to that 8th inning, going back to that Wilmer Flores home run, it felt like the Giants had a chance. It felt like they were going to have another comeback victory after we saw him put up a 6th spot on Monday night in Anaheim. Now, this is a Giants team that's done it 30 times this year. Last night was not the 31st. Instead, it was their 52nd loss, and now they're back to being 10 games above 500, which is still a good situation to be in. 62 and 52. Still sitting now 5 games back from the LA Dodgers for first place in the NL West. Yeah, Dodgers suck, but they took care of business yesterday against the Arizona Diamondbacks, 5-4 victory. The Diamondbacks quietly have been one of the worst teams in baseball since the All-Star break. They're almost at an even 500 record, and the San Diego Padres are right behind them, almost with a 500 record also. But I saw the Padres lost last night also, so the Giants really didn't lose too much ground. And by the way, shout out to Julio Rodriguez, who had a sick robbery of Fernando Tatis yesterday. Deked the whole entire crowd and the broadcast booth, went up, pretending like he didn't catch it. Fernando Tatis goes into his home run strut, and then he's out there like David Blaine, like a magician, pulls it out and say, hey, look what I got. Does this nice little slow stroll into the dugout. Shout out to the Seattle Mariners taking business, and shout out to the Seattle Mariners maybe being a future destination for a guy like Shohei Ohtani. That's something that we can discuss this morning as we're getting ready for the big matchup between Ohtani and Ryan Walker today for the Giants closeout game in Anaheim. But we can start taking a look to the future towards the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes. Talk about all the West Coast possibilities, including the San Francisco Giants. That is, if he wants to hit in the middle of a A.J. Pollock and Wilmer Flores. I'm joking, all right? I'm riffing. Shout out Wilmer, one of the hottest hitters in the league. And hey, Dave, I don't know if there's a scenario where A.J. Pollock ever records a hit for the San Francisco Giants.
Only God knows.
He's 0-6 in his short career. Sounding like he might be headed towards an IL stint now.
You got options.
Yeah, he's got options. I don't know if he's going to get optioned out of San Francisco. Hell, the Giants might become the first team ever to DFA 2 of their 3 hitters in the same season if they let go of A.J. Pollock. Going to be interesting to see what the corresponding move is. I know Mike Yastrzemski is eligible to come off the IL as soon as Friday, but I'm not sure if he's ready to go, so maybe the Giants will be looking to Sacramento towards the River Cats to maybe call up a guy like Elliot Ramos. Shout out to Luis Gonzalez, the forgotten Giant, who's been dealing with a back injury the entire year. He's back with the River Cats. Saw a couple of highlights from him hitting a triple yesterday. There's also this guy, Wade Meckler, who was drafted last year from the Giants and has flown through the minor league system. I don't know if they're going to give him a call, but you know who else got the call to come out in the middle of the game yesterday? Marco Luciano was pulled mid-game in Sacramento. Something to keep your eye on in case A.J. Pollock does hit the IL. Mark Mathias, of course, Cal Poly legend, Santa Clara kid, played his high school baseball in Fremont, has been filling in at second base, but also can play a little bit of outfield. So that might be an option for the Giants. Who knows what they're going to do with A.J. Pollock. I really wouldn't be too sad if I never see him in the Giants lineup again after seeing him hit in the middle of the order. But hey, that's spilt milk. I'm going to stop crying about it. Shout out to everybody on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line going back and forth about A.J. Pollock and the Giants' decisions with their 3 hitters this year. But hey, hopefully next year Shohei Ohtani is hitting in that 3 spot for the San Francisco Giants. Maybe get a couple runs against him tonight as a nice little recruitment pitch, or just let him go out there and throw a complete game shutout with like 10 strikeouts. That might be the situation, especially with the way this Giants offense is hitting right now. We'll continue to look forward to this matchup tonight between Ohtani and Ryan Walker and look into the future of Shohei Ohtani. But if we're talking about the future, why not look no further than the NFL kicking off week 1 of the preseason this weekend. Tons of action on Saturday, and then the main event is this Sunday. the Raiders and the 49ers. I'll be heading out to Vegas tomorrow morning for the joint practices Thursday and Friday to go see our guy, Jimmy Garoppolo, in silver and black, face off against the 49ers defense that won't have Nick Bosa traveling with them. He still has not figured out his contract situation, but there are going to be a lot of great training camp battles. And how about on the other side, we break down some of those battles, and I'll go ahead and go over my watch list of who I'm keeping an eye on and what I'm expecting to see this weekend in Las Vegas between the Raiders and the 49ers. We got sound from 49ers training camp for you on the other side, and then later on we'll get back into some Gabe Kapler and Shohei Ohtani discussions. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on a Wednesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 87th pick to the San Francisco 49ers. And with our first selection in the 2023 NFL Draft, the 87th pick, the San Francisco 49ers select Jair Brown, DB, Penn State.
With the 99th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Jake Moody, kicker, Michigan. With the 101st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Cameron Latu, tight end, Alabama.
Now back to the leadoff spot with Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Wednesday morning, August 9th. And you guys know once we get to the month of August, that means one thing and one thing only. It's time for some football, and more specifically, some 49er football. With the draft picks read off to you right there by our guy Joe Staley and a whole other cast of characters for the 49ers, you'll see some of those rookie draft picks this weekend as the Raiders and the 49ers are squaring off on Sunday. And something that stood out to me, they're actually the only team playing on Sunday. Or excuse me, I believe the Chiefs and the Saints are playing early, 10 a.m. Sunday morning. But the majority of the league is all playing on Saturday. So clear your schedules on Sunday because it's going to be the battle of Trey Lance or Sam Darnold playing quarterback for your San Francisco 49ers this weekend. Because we played sound for you yesterday from Kyle Shanahan on the game plan for Brock Purdy. Of course, that has been one of the headlines this offseason for the 49ers going all the way back to the NFC Championship game. And I remember a few months ago we were discussing whether or not Brock Purdy was going to be able to be on the practice field or if he'd even be ready for week one against the Pittsburgh Steelers, which, of course, has turned all of our attention to the quote-unquote quarterback battle/controversy between Trey Lance and Sam Darnold and who was going to battle to be the starting quarterback week one. Well, as you all know, if you've been tuning into the leadoff spot and all the shows here on KNBR, we've been keeping you updated every day on the quarterback situation. And Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have made it quite clear that if Brock Purdy is healthy, which he seems to be, he will be the week one starter in Pittsburgh, taking on TJ Watt, Mika Fitzpatrick, Mike Tomlin, and the Pittsburgh Steelers. But it does not sound like Brock Purdy will be playing this weekend, as the plan is for most of the backups to play, which usually happens in the first preseason game of the year. Now, I know people are asking questions because the NFL only participates in 3 preseason games now, and with Brock Purdy recovering from injury, you would like to get him extra reps, which is essentially what the joint practice is going to be used for on Thursday and Friday this week against the Raiders. But before we get into the joint practice, here is the official update from Kyle Shanahan earlier this week on the game plan for Brock Purdy and whether or not he will be playing this weekend against the Las Vegas Raiders.
I doubt Brock plays. We haven't fully decided it yet. I mean, usually when we go scrimmage against guys, I rarely play our starters. That's usually my plan going to it because a little more into the practices and the games. But I've changed my mind a couple times too based off how those practices go. So usually that's our plan, but we'll see how those practices go.
Yeah, we'll see how the practices go on Thursday and Friday. I'll be out there live from Henderson, the Raiders practice facility. I'll make sure to keep you guys updated if you want to follow me on social media, on the X app, Twitter, Instagram. It's at Marquise Boucher. If you know how to spell my name, you'll be able to find me. It's not that complicated.
The Twitter people.
But I am looking to see who's going to be taking those QB1 reps this weekend. I know Brock's going to be getting them all during joint practice on Thursday and Friday. Kyle also expanded on his game plan for Brock and says that he has the game plan for him to participate fully in the scrimmages Thursday and Friday against the Raiders defense. But of course, that leads to the questions of who's going to be starting this weekend against the Raiders. As if it really matters. I don't think it really matters which backup quarterback is going to start. But you know there's going to be headlines this weekend. Oh, Sam Darnold starts over Trey Lance.
Does it really matter?
Does this mean Trey Lance is a bust? Dave thinks he is. I still got the book open on a Trey Lance. I want to see what he's able to do this year, healthy, with his improved mechanics. But yeah, Dave, you're right. It's about that time where it's either put up or shut up for Trey Lance. At this point of his career, he's got to take advantage of these opportunities. And that's why everybody is focusing on this backup quarterback competition. Now, I will say, for the first time this offseason, the 49ers have released their unofficial depth chart. Now, we got to clarify and tell you why it's unofficial, because this comes from the PR department. It does not come from Kyle Shanahan and the coaching staff. So read into this as you will, but on that depth chart, it lists Brock Purdy, of course, as your QB1.
Here he is, QB1.
But as your backup quarterback, it currently states on this unofficial depth chart that it's either Trey Lance or Sam Darnold. It's hilarious. Me and Triple E, our producer for the Murph & Mac Show, were literally just joking about this yesterday when the Tampa Bay Buccaneers released their depth chart, and QB1 said Baker Mayfield or Kyle Trask.
I understand.
And I said, what the hell kind of depth chart has or on it? And here we are 24 hours looking at the difference between Trey Lance and Sam Darnold. Now, again, I think both these guys are going to get plenty of opportunity, just like we've seen in training camp during these Brock Purdy off days. They've both have been getting a lot of reps with the first-team offense. Well, this weekend is going to be the golden opportunity for both of these guys to go out and prove that they can be successful in Kyle Shanahan's scheme. And it's going to be interesting to see how Trey Lance is used. We all know the running ability that Kyle Shanahan believes Trey Lance can use on the field. If you want to go back to his rookie season when they were putting in specific packages for him to come in and take Jimmy Garoppolo out of a couple goal line situations to take advantage of his running abilities. Now, this year in 49ers training camp, there have been a few videos leaking out of Trey Lance running some QB draws straight up the middle, which, of course, is going to be leading to questions from 49er fans over why or how Kyle Shanahan should be using Trey Lance as a runner, since, you know, that's how he got hurt last season. But I still think that Kyle wants to take advantage of this game plan. And that's why I think it's going to be interesting, not only for the backup quarterback competition, but how the 49ers construct their roster. If they do want to keep three quarterbacks active on game day, whether or not you want Sam Darnold as a backup, but Trey Lance available so that you can go with that Bison package, so that you can run the Deadpool offense with Debo in the backfield, so you can add that extra wrinkle with the read options. That's why it wouldn't be surprising to me if they kept three quarterbacks on the active roster. Now, we all know after the NFC Championship game, the NFL this offseason has invoked the emergency quarterback rule. So you can have three quarterbacks suited up on game day, but that third quarterback cannot go into the game unless those first two quarterbacks get hurt. So if Trey Lance is that emergency quarterback, you can't take advantage of him using those run packages, which will lead to the argument about maybe having Trey Lance as a backup so that you can get him in the game more often because, let's be honest, Sam Darnold has some mobility, but he ain't going to be out here running read options and running quarterback draws up the middle. Yeah, Dave, unless he's running away from some ghosts in the backfield, as my guy Overnight Dave chimes in and tells me. But I do think we are going to see some of these packages for Trey Lance this weekend. Here he was earlier this week talking about his game plan for this weekend's matchup against the Raiders and whether or not there is a big emphasis on who he's playing against this weekend.
No, we don't game plan. I guess that's more of a question for Kyle. But preseason games, typically over the last 2 years, we don't really game plan. But yeah, definitely going in, having watched some tape and at least know, what to expect, not necessarily going in blind.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We talk so much about these preseason games, like we don't even know if the starters from the Raiders are going to be playing. I have no idea if Max Crosby is going to be on the field. And outside of Max Crosby, it's not like the Raiders have a lot of defense anyways. So it's not like he's going against world-class defenses this weekend. And again, it's practice. It's a preseason game we're talking about. But everybody's going to have the magnifying glass out. Everybody's going to be breaking down every throw from a Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, and Sam Darnold this week during the joint practices with the Raiders.
We're talking about practice.
Yeah, Dave, we're talking about practice.
We're talking about practice.
I was out at practice last Tuesday. And there were all the 49er beat reporters with their little notepad charting every single throw these guys take.
Not a game.
Despite it being a sack or not a sack, I don't know. It's confusing. And then they come out with the reports and people have like different stats like, oh, Trey Lance went 9 for 11. No, I had him going 8 for 12. I'm like, who's doing the math here? All this stuff is so complicated. It's all over the place. All I care is about the end results. And I think that's all the 49ers care about, the end result, which is winning, which is something they've done the last 3, 4, 5 years without a top-tier quarterback in the NFL. And, of course, that's me alluding to Jimmy Garoppolo, who was not included in the NFL Top 100, but was ranked higher on Mike Sando's quarterback tier list that we went over last week, a list that is composed from NFL scouts, GMs, and player personnel from around the league. Jimmy Garoppolo was actually ranked higher than Brock Purdy was. But from everything I've been reading so far from Raiders training camp, it's not going too well from Jimmy. Again, there's conflicting reports about him throwing 6 or 7 interceptions over the weekend.
7.
Him getting into it with Max Crosby, a little spat back and forth, and Max Crosby being punished and having to run a lap. I don't like punishing our franchise player, Max Crosby, especially for this new guy, Jimmy Garoppolo. And Dave, I don't know how Jimmy's looking. Hell, I wanted to play some sound this morning from Jimmy G, but I couldn't find any. The guy's not even talking to the media right now.
It's been a hell of a ride, guys. See ya.
Yeah, but hey, we do have some sound from other 49ers talking about Jimmy G. And getting back to the point I was making is the 49ers have proven they've won games with average quarterback play. Now, I'm one of these guys who said I liked what I saw from Brock Purdy last year, elevating this 49ers offense. So he doesn't need to be a superstar. He doesn't need to be a tier 1 or tier 2 quarterback, according to Mike Sando's list. Doesn't need to be on the NFL Top 100. All the 49ers need is a competent quarterback who doesn't turn the ball over and a guy that can feed George Kittle. That man last year was Brock Purdy. The chemistry that these two had, the two kids out of Iowa, was fantastic. And it's something that I think they're going to try to build forward on this year. Here was George Kittle live with NFL Network yesterday talking about whether or not he has a preference at quarterback or if he's going to go through another year of the quarterback carousel with 2 or 3 different starters.
My preference is as long as there's like one guy that's back there that's healthy.
You want a healthy quarterback?
That'd be awesome. Just, get on the same page.
What a novel idea.
It's crazy. So I'm going into year 7. My first year, I had 3 quarterbacks. My second year, I had 3 quarterbacks. My third year, I had 1 quarterback. 2019, we go to the Super Bowl. Okay. 2020, I think I had 17 quarterbacks. 2021, we had 3 quarterbacks. And last year, we had 4 quarterbacks. So let's just get to one, guys.
And that's why I've been saying this whole entire time when people are talking about Trey Lance trade rumors, what are they going to do with the backup quarterbacks?
So let's just get to one, guys.
Yeah, let's keep them all. Hell, you can keep Brandon Allen on the field. Look how many quarterbacks the 49ers went through last season. Again, it's kind of been the story of George Kittle's career. I asked him last year what it was like dealing with multiple quarterbacks per year, and he basically gave me that same answer he gave NFL Network. He said, look, Marcus, I've been doing it my whole entire career. It's been a revolving door. It's been, kind of like the opener for the Giants bullpen. A door that just keeps moving and moving and moving. And now he's moved on from Jimmy Garoppolo to Trey Lance to Brock Purdy, and maybe Sam Darnold will be in that conversation moving forward. But I did want to play the one piece of sound we had mentioning Jimmy Garoppolo, and that's George Kittle himself talking about his relationship, how he thinks he's going to perform out in Las Vegas, and whether or not he's hit him up before taking a trip out to the Strip this weekend.
It's going to be nice to see Jimmy again.
Oh, yeah, I think it'll be great.
Quarterback.
I know that our defense is chomping at the bit. They cannot wait to see Jimmy G.
Did you already text him saying we'll hook up next week? And
no chance.
He didn't respond?
No, I did not text him. If he wants to hang out, he can text me. It's on him. But, no, I can't wait to see him. I'll probably headbutt him just for fun.
Oh, man. I see. That's the one thing I'm worried about. If George Kittle does headbutt him,
no, I can't wait to see him. I'll probably headbutt him just for fun.
We might be looking at a situation where Jimmy Garoppolo ends up on the IR. I'm joking, all right? Can I riff about the kid's injury history? I know no one likes to joke about injuries, but with Jimmy Garoppolo, it's served up on a plate right in front of you. And maybe he'll be serving up a few turnovers this weekend against that 49ers defense that George Kittle is saying is chomping at the bit to face off against Jimmy Garoppolo. Whether it's Talanoa Hufanga and Fred Warner, or maybe the rookie Jair Brown, who I'm really interested to see this weekend listed as your number 2 strong safety behind Tashawn Gibson. Going to be interested to see some one-on-one matchups against like a guy like Michael Mayer from Notre Dame, the rookie tight end from the Raiders. Hell, there's going to be a ton of great matchups. Whether it's Jimmy Garoppolo staring down a Javon Hargrave, I should say, or a Javon Kinlaw, who has made strides through this training camp also. the one-on-one matchups between a guy like Drake Jackson, who is currently listed as the bookend defensive end starter to the opposite side of Nick Bosa. Going to be going a one-on-one with a guy like Colton Miller. And on the flip side, you'll have a guy like Colton McKivitz, who's taken over this year from Mike McGlinchey, going one-on-one with Max Crosby, Chandler Jones. This is the week for the one-on-one matchups. This is the week to hit somebody else. This is the time where you finally get to step outside of training camp and not brawl with your own team. Shout out to Fred Warner and Brandon Ayuk last year going back and forth. Shout out to all the training camp fights that we've seen. Hell, there was another one earlier this year between Juwan Jennings and the defensive backfield. And so maybe things are going to get chippy this weekend. Maybe they'll be chippy as soon as 8:45 tomorrow morning when the first joint practice kicks off. And I think the 49ers defense wants to get chippy. I think this is a defense that likes to talk their ass, and they also like to back it up. They like to follow it up, and they like to go out there and put bodies on the floor. That's why they're one of the best defenses in the league, and they might be getting better with the addition of Javon Hargrave. Here he was earlier this week with Papa and Lund talking about how excited he is just to be able to go out on the field this weekend and hit somebody else who's not dressed in red and gold.
Yes. I'm so happy. You just ready to see something new. Just see you go against other people. Where they don't know what you're doing. It's gonna be pretty fun to go out there and compete against them boys.
Yeah, it's a blast. It's the big reason why I'm going out to these joint practices so that I can see these battles in the trenches. Whether it is Javon Hargrave, Javon Kinlaw, like we just mentioned, a guy like Drake Jackson, or even Cleve Farrell, the former number 4 overall pick from the Las Vegas Raiders. He's currently listed as one of the starters on the unofficial depth chart, but we all know that's because Nick Bosa currently isn't listed on that depth chart. Going to be an interesting battle between those two guys, Drake Jackson and Cleve Farrell, to see who will be the opposite starting defensive end on this defense. And then there's even going to be a good battle, I feel like, this preseason between guys like Isaiah Oliver and Sammy Womack, the rookie who had a great preseason last year, kind of got lost in the wash with Kyle Shanahan like he usually does with his rookies, putting them in the doghouse. But hey, hopefully we see some of those rookies this weekend, like a Jair Brown we mentioned earlier, the 3rd-round draft pick from Penn State. Whether it's a guy like Jake Moody, who continues to boot 60-yard field goals in practice. Going to see him on the training field. And then, the reunion of Jimmy Garoppolo. I'll make sure to give you guys plenty of stories. I told Murph and Mac I'll call him in, called up Friday morning, be the boots on the ground KNBR correspondent. It's going to be a blast. It's going to be hot. I'll be out in Henderson Thursday, Friday, and in Las Vegas on Sunday at the Death Star, Raider Stadium, Raiders and 49ers this weekend. Looking forward to it. But you know what else I'm looking forward to this weekend? The return of Bruce Bochy. That's right. Here comes the Texas Rangers this weekend. But first, the Giants got a deal with Shohei Ohtani tonight on the bump from the LA Angels. We'll break down that matchup for you, look ahead to Shohei Ohtani's future, and also take a look to the Texas Rangers coming to town after Max Scherzer dealt against the Oakland A's in the Bay. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
The Giants, back when they pursued Judge, there was word that they would go to any length to be able to get him. But Judge just made the decision he wanted to go back to New York. But I think the Giants might have kept going. The other thing the Giants have done in the past, when they had Barry Bonds, they had a separate budget line item for Bonds' salary because of the records and everything else than everybody else. They could do that for Ohtani as well. And they're looking for that aircraft carrier because they don't have that guy right now.
I think any team that signs him, you almost have to have the payroll and his salary. Because, probably there's a guy, a pretty good bet in whatever contract he signs, he might need Tommy John or something like that again, in which case you lose your ace and your best hitter. So you better have a complete other team payroll besides him.
Yeah, I would handicap Dodgers-Giants 1-2 in the pursuit.
Another Dodger-Giant rivalry.
Yeah, another rivalry going on there.
You found the leadoff spot with your host, the Water Boy.
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hey, MLB Network, blank the Dodgers. Giants fans want Ohtani in San Francisco next year, not L.A. But what's up, everybody? Welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Wednesday morning. It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher taking a look at the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes, where the Giants are going to get a front row viewing tonight with the half man, half amazing Shohei Ohtani starting on the bump, taking on the Giants opener, Ryan Walker. And I got to say, yesterday there was a funny moment during the game where Brandon Crawford and Shohei Ohtani were chopping it up at second base. The internet started to speculate whether or not Brandon Crawford was recruiting a guy like Shohei Ohtani. But I got to give a shout out to the Twitter account, LOL KNBR, who put up the quotations and air quotes. You see this, Shohei Ohtani? We could have Scott Alexander opening for you next year.
Air quotes.
And today, you'll get another opener, Ryan Walker. I don't know if this is the kind of showcase you want to be giving to Shohei Ohtani in a quick 3-game series. You're benching guys like Luis Matos yesterday, who did come in for an A.J. Pollock. But again, this was an A.J. Pollock who was hitting in the 3-hole on Monday. And I went on a rant for pretty much 90% of the show yesterday about how A.J. Pollock should never be batting in the 3-hole. Hell, Dave, I don't know if A.J. Pollock is good enough to be hitting in the 3-hole right now for the Savannah Bananas. I don't think he should be hitting for the San Francisco Giants, let alone any team in Major League Baseball. And that's why I think when you hear all this talk about the Giants being in for Shohei Ohtani, it sounds great. It gets our hopes up. But the Giants have always been the bridesmaid and never the bride, or at least they have over the last 10, 20 years, since they really haven't brought in any big free agent bats since Barry Bonds. I know there's been Barry Zito signings and some stuff on the pitching side, but big bat free agents, whether it's Aaron Judge, Giancarlo Stanton, Bryce Harper, Carlos Correa. I mean, the list goes on and on and on, but I think Giants fans are hoping next year is different. And the word around the MLB circle is that maybe there is a chance, maybe there is a possibility that Shohei Ohtani would come to San Francisco.
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
Now, Dave doesn't see a scenario of that, but I do, Dave. I do think there's a chance, especially when you look into the world of Shohei Ohtani and the speculation that he wants to stay on the West Coast. Well, luckily for the Giants, as far as I know, they play on the West Coast. I don't think they're being shipped off to the ACC like Stanford is. Shout out to Stanford and Cal going to the Atlantic coast when they play, next to the Pacific coast. I don't know, Dave. It's not official yet. We'll get into that when that does happen. But right now, as far as I checked, the Giants are still in the NL West. So that means they have a chance to shine Shohei Ohtani. It also means so do the LA Dodgers. It also means so do the San Diego Padres, who seem to be pulling money out of the wazoo for any time somebody is on the free agent market. And then you go ahead and look up the coast. We all know the Oakland A's ain't busting out the checkbook, so you can eliminate them. But how about you go up to a team like the Seattle Mariners, who, of course, we all know Shohei Ohtani grew up watching as a fan of Ichiro Suzuki, who is highly regarded as the best Japanese baseball player to ever come over to America. Now, there are some rumors and speculation that maybe it would be seen as disrespectful for Shohei Ohtani to go put on a Seattle jersey. I really don't get that argument, so maybe that is a possibility if he wants to go play with Julio Rodriguez after he was out here robbing Fernando Tatis of home runs last night. That's a possibility. But hell, there's even the possibility that somehow, some way, he stays with the Anaheim Angels, which I think is what they're thinking down at Disneyland right now. Which maybe is a pipe dream and maybe a Mickey Mouse dream and a fairy tale that's not going to happen for the Angels. Because yesterday was the first time since the MLB trade deadline that they actually went out and won a ball game. That's right, with Lucas Giolito on the bump for the Angels. He gets his first win in that Anaheim jersey. But now we're looking at an Anaheim Angels team that is one game below 500 and on the outside looking in this wild card race. Which, of course, leads to the speculation if you can't get Ohtani into the postseason, then he's going to move on. Then he's going to look to go somewhere else. And again, here in San Francisco, we're all waiting with open arms. We can pick him up, whether it's in the cable cars or the Cruise self-driving cars. We're ready for Shohei Ohtani to come to town. And like I said, there's a lot of people in the baseball world that do view the Giants as a legitimate contender in the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes. And one of them actually came on the Murphy Mac Show last week. It's our guy, Chris Russo, the Mad Dog, the former Giants fan who now, of course, resides out in New York. Here he was on the Murphy Mac Show a couple of weeks ago, breaking down the realistic chances of Shohei Ohtani coming to San Francisco.
Yeah, I definitely, and I think the Giants are in play. So I do think there's a possibility there. I don't think they go to Seattle, but I do think the Dodgers are the lead. They didn't spend any money in last year's offseason. I think the Dodgers are the leading team for him. They came in second last time. I do not think he's going to go to the Mets. Although Cohen will not be outbid, he'll spend the most money on him. I don't think he'll come here to New York. I think he'll stay on the West Coast. I don't think the Angels are going to keep him. So I don't think he was on the Angels for 4 or 5 years. They didn't make the playoffs. Why would he stay? And they're going to be bad in the second half again this year because they're going nowhere. So why they're under 500? They can't beat LA. He's not staying with the Angels. So I disagree with John on that. I think Dodgers are 1, Giants are 2. I would not eliminate the Giants. They were in the mix for Judge, in the mix for Correa. Thank God they didn't get him. Judge you would have loved, but now he's obviously out. I think the Giants, they need a star. He'd be a huge star there. The Giants will be competitive in the second half. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs. So I think there'd be a big one for him in the off year. I think Dodgers 1, Giants 2. And remember, the Giants can't allow him to walk to L.A. Because it's a team in their division. It's their major rival. They got to put some pressure on the Dodgers, and if nothing else, make them up the ante. So from that standpoint, I think the Giants will be big players for Ohtani. I don't think they're going to get him. I think at the end of the day, he's going to go to L.A. But I think they'll be players. I think they have a chance.
That's kind of what the feeling is for me as well. I do think the Giants are going to be involved with these talks. But as Chris Russo just said, are they just going to be in another bidding war? Are they going to be used to drive up the price on a team like the LA Dodgers? And as much as I'd hate to see that, I would hate to see Ohtani in Dodger blue. If I'm just reading the tea leaves, if I'm trying to look into the future, if I'm following the money, the Dodgers did not spend a lot of it this offseason. This was one of the few quiet offseason for the Dodgers. Hell, even this year at the MLB trade deadline, they didn't make a ton of moves. Brought back like Joe Kelly and Kike Hernandez and a Lance Lynn. But it did not seem like they were going all in this offseason, which, of course, leads to the speculation that they could be all in on Shohei Ohtani. But we've also seen this San Francisco Giants front office tell us that they have the money to go out and put up a big bid. Last year going into free agency, that was the whole quote of the summer. We will not be outbid in any of these negotiations. Well, it turns out the New York Yankees outbid the Giants. Of course, you got to take into consideration the California tax, and Aaron Judge wanted to go back to the team that he came up with through the system. But how many times have we seen this before? And that's why, I'm a little reluctant to get our hopes up. The Giants could be left at the altar again, or maybe we are celebrating a white wedding down the road with Shohei Ohtani. It's a possibility, like I said. The Giants being on the West Coast does give them the advantage. You've heard speculation on teams like the New York Mets and the New York Yankees. I don't think he wants to go out to the East Coast. People have talked about maybe the Boston Red Sox so that he can go play with Masataka Yoshida, a guy that he played with during the WBC. I'll also point out, Yu Darvish played in the WBC for the San Diego Padres. Seiya Suzuki was supposed to play, got hurt with the Chicago Cubs. So there are ties with teammates across the league. And again, it all circles back to Seattle. And if he does want to follow the footsteps or maybe live in the shadows of an Ichiro Suzuki, I think that would be a good fit as well. Hell, as long as it's not the Dodgers, I'll be happy. But I'm sure everybody will be celebrating and popping champagne if Shohei Ohtani does end up in a San Francisco Giants uniform. But tonight, he'll be pitching against the San Francisco Giants, squaring off against the opener, Ryan Walker, who I believe is undefeated as an opener, has had a lot more success this year than Scott Alexander. It'll be the 22nd time this year the Giants are going with the bullpen game, and we'll see if they're able to keep up with the Anaheim Ohtanis. Dave, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Ohtani goes out, throws 8 innings, 8 strikeouts, no earned runs, and then the Angels come out and blow it in the 9th, and the Giants end up winning 1-0. It would be the most Anaheim Angels thing ever, and a great message to send to Shohei Ohtani that the fighting San Francisco Giants are vying for his love. But on the other side, we'll vie for the love of a Murph and Mac, make the connection, and get you ready for the morning show and this weekend series against Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers as well. Shout out to Max Scherzer having a good night last night in Oakland, taking out the A's. We'll talk more baseball on the other side with Murph and Mac. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on a Wednesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned into the leadoff spot on the Sports Leader.
All right, wrapping up the leadoff spot on a Wednesday morning. It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher back with Overnight Dave. Dave, I want to say welcome back this week. It's great to have you behind the glass. And I just came to the realization, Dave, I won't see you for another week. I'm off tomorrow and Friday, going out to Las Vegas to cover the 49ers and Raiders joint practice. And then Monday and Tuesday next week, I'll be hosting with Greg Papa, filling in for John Lund. So, boys, this is the last 5 a.m. face-off that we're going to have until next Wednesday. Murph, Mac, good morning, my boys.
We want you to soar like an eagle, but we don't want you to stray too far from the nest, buddy.
I was going to say,
you know what I mean?
A week is a long time.
We want you back, but we got to let you, we're like, Paulie and I are like parents. We got to let our kid go to college, go do his thing.
So, you guys will be empty nesters for a week.
We're going to be empty nesters. And they say when you get to the empty nest stage, we're not there yet because we had kids so late. But you just sit around and you just look at each other like, what do we do now?
Oh, that's it. You're going to be staring at my chair in the producer room like, oh, I miss Waterboy. Where's he at?
And then you start talking about maybe we stayed together just for Marcus, and now we're going to have to split up.
Oh, no.
Because Marcus is gone.
Next week, you and Paul are going to go back and forth, bickering and arguing all week because I'm not here.
Yeah,
if you guys are due for a fight.
If we have the energy to do it. So, but we'll miss you, buddy. But Vegas would be great, and you get to see your beloved Raiders. And Jimmy G.
I get to go see Jimmy Garoppolo in silver and black this weekend.
I read some savage report of one of his practices recently where he threw like 18 picks or something like that.
It hasn't been good for Jimmy G.
So not as good as my man Aaron Rodgers on Hard Knocks last night. Which
now you're talking.
Which
How
I
about
watched.
that?
Now, I'm surprised. Now, both of you dove into Hard Knocks
And it was a big
I got a
decision
chunk.
because the Giants
were
going on. But you know what?
Yes.
I said, listen, all I do is get battered because I don't watch anything. Everybody said, you got to watch this, you got to watch that.
So funny.
I'm going in.
Yeah, so
I
funny.
watched the whole damn thing.
Did you good? I went in too for I got a fair amount of it. I didn't see the whole thing. I saw more of like the first
When
half.
did you go in?
Well, dude, one of the very first things I see, I'm not kidding, is the Jets are huddled up on the practice field, and all of a sudden somebody goes, I was not expecting this, but once I saw this, I'm like, all right, now I'm in. Because they're out there, they're in their T-shirts and everything else, and you go, all right, everybody, we got a special guest coming out. Where is he? Is he here? Oh, good. Bring out Method Man.
I knew
Bro,
that.
here comes Method Man.
Method Man.
Okay?
That's how they're kicking off episode
Closet
1, huh?
Jets fan, Method Man, which was interesting because first off, there's some insight to a celebrity Jet fan. I didn't even know one existed. Go ahead and bring out Method Man. He quotes Bill Parcells.
Yeah, he did.
He's like, let me tell you, man, Bill Parcells.
First he asked permission.
Yeah.
Is it okay if I quote Bill Parcells?
He did. He asked, like a mafia meeting. If it's with your blessing, I'll read from the book of Parcells. So anyway, Method Man's out there, and then I got, maybe the dark horse superstar of the entire series of my call so far, Jeff Ulbrich.
Oh, my God.
The coordinator.
You mean
Let me tell you about the blankets,
Jeff
something about
Mother
football.
Father Ulbrich?
Let me tell you about the blankets, about how we're going to play this blanking game.
If they gain a mother
Ulbrich,
father yard, then I'm going to be my mother father foot is going to be up your mother father A.
When I tell you, Murph, when I tell you that I'll be tuning in again for future episodes, just to get more insights from Ulbrich, I'm not kidding. It has nothing to do with Rodgers. Give me more Jeff Ulbrich.
It's funny. We have this big
And you know
decision.
what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. I've told you guys about the swearing in the Murphy household and how we wrestle with it. And what do you do? And all.
Allow it.
And we've sort of we don't say it, but the house, should you show the kids stuff with bad language? And then finally you get to the point where you're like, God, it's everywhere. Every rap song, everything. So Ulbrich is pushing the limits of that.
It's good. That's what a football coach is supposed to sound like.
Because, the occasional F-bomb, and Rodgers and Salah will be like, oh, that's blanking awesome. That's blanking awesome. But Ulbrich says, let me just take that to the next level.
Guys, let me ask. They're in a meeting more because they got their notebooks out. He's like, let me ask you a question. What are you going to do out on the field? Are you going to do your job? He goes, well, good. Guess what? Doing your blanking job ain't blanking good enough. And he's like, you got to go above and beyond your blanking job.
There's a lot of mothers in there, too,
oh,
Paulie.
my God.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That's the best part about Hard Knocks. Every year there's one coach that stands out. I mean, hell, down at 49ers training camp last week, me and Paulie Mack were amazed by Chris Kasarik sweating through the T-shirt and just yelling at everybody.
Yeah. So, we're all in, and Rodgers is on a charm offensive. He was being charming, Aaron.
Is this going to be like the Kirk Cousins effect with that quarterback
I watched
documentary
2 more
on
of
Netflix?
those yesterday. I basically want to adopt Kirk Cousins at this. I think I might draft him in fantasy just because of the charm.
Wow.
I might draft him in fantasy.
So you're telling me in a week when I come back next Wednesday, I'm going to see Paulie Mack in an Aaron Rodgers Jets jersey.
I doubt that.
The charm of an Aaron
He'll be in an
Rodgers.
Ulbrich jersey. I'll be in the Cousins jersey. Anyway, we got to let Dave go. So
we'll get Dave out of here again. Dave, welcome back this week. I'll see you next week, and I'll see all you guys on the leadoff spot next week. Like I said, if you want to stay updated on 49ers training camp, at Marcus Boucher on social media. Follow me all weekend long, and I'll be with Greg Papa next week, Monday and Tuesday. But today, the Murph and Mac Show starts right now. You are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, and it's time for the Murph and Mac Show.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Yeah, better.
Sports leader.
I'm stepping right in like it's my first show. Better to watch Aaron Rodgers than watch the Giants lose down in Anaheim, Paulie. They can't win them all.
No.
Can't win them all. You're not going to go 162-0. So now they got Ohtani tonight in the rubber match.
Slightly concerns me a little bit, too. I don't want to lose the series to your Anaheim Angels.
Have you been enjoying watching Shohei up close and personal?
Very, very much.
Me too.
Very much. How about the electricity when he's just on the on-deck circle? He steps into the box. Like, you can hear the applause just starts to build. They show the crowd. I love all the fans, too. They're just smitten with this guy. They're going to be some heartbroken mother blanking, if I can quote from Ulbrich, some mother blanking Angel fans are going to be all kind of upset should he fly the coop.
When he goes to the Jets, when he signs with the Jets, Shohei the Jets.
I just want to be closer to Bob Saleh.
I will be curious your take on Rodgers because he clearly is on his best behavior. He's being like sweet, charming Aaron and helpful Aaron and wry, witty Aaron and all that stuff.
So practice my no-look passes.
Pretty much.
That whole thing was, look, Sauce can do it pretty good, too. He throws no-look. He just sounds so bored with everything he says.
There's a lot of that. So
hold on while I go finish my squats.
What's it going to be?
My workout.
I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about, bro. He's a mopey bastard. Come on.
He had a little more pep in his step. Just for the cameras, I think. Just a smidge more pep in his step.
Watch me flip on the charm.
I tell you what, they make him out to be the love child of Joe Montana and Dan Marino. I mean, basically the way they talk about him, they're like, oh my God, we've never seen a guy like this. We've never seen an arm like this. We've never seen a player like this. We've never seen a man like this. We've never seen a leader like this. We've never seen a brain like this. We've never seen a soul like this. I mean, how about just that? Did you watch the very, very, very opening when he's walking on the field for the first time?
I didn't see the beginning.
I thought you would get a kick out of that because he's walking on and he says to the microphone, he's like, is my mic good? Is my mic good? And he goes, yeah, I'm going to give you guys some good S today.
Oh, good.
Like that.
Yeah.
But he, and then he starts walking. The fans start seeing him, and it's these New Yorkers. He goes, Aaron, welcome to New York. And then they start going, Aaron Rodgers.
Poor Jet fans.
Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, my God. The seldom discussed fan base of the New York Jets. I mean, we don't spend a lot of time on these guys, but I mean, my experience back there was they were a good-natured, kind of hearty bunch. Always, like, their lot in life is to just get their asses kicked every year. Or to have, like, a good team and then only watch it collapse. Kind of like last year, they had that good start and then everything fell apart. Like, that's your lot in life if you're a Jet fan, with occasional
part of the
flare-ups.
charm, right?
It is kind of part of the charm. And they don't have that kind of bullish thing that the New York Giant fans have. Like, I find that fan base entirely objectionable. But the Jet fans, like, every now and again, I would actually get out to a Jet game, too. Always have a ball out there. Drink way too much beer. Jet fans, you just want to, it's a big party by the fourth quarter because the Jets are always losing.
They're going to lose, right?
Yeah.
Well, you know what you'll like is the very, very, very opening frame is Joe Namath running off the field, and they're showing Super Bowl III, and it is kind of vintage footage. And then they start showing some old vintage Jets footage from the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And dude, let me tell you, in like the mid to late 70s, they had kids on the field before games in like these toy jets. Like almost like model jets that were like being pushed down the field.
I think I've seen that stuff.
It's all
right.
It's kind of like 19. You can tell it's like
Don
73.
Draper era. Yeah, it's like Draper's catching a Jet game.
It's like at Shea Stadium in like 73, 74.
Yeah.
So you'll get a kick out of that.
Yeah, I like that stuff.
Kind of just paints the whole Jets culture, and then here comes basically the Jesus. If Jesus and Muhammad and Buddha was a quarterback, it would be Aaron Rodgers. Basically, the way they portray it.
Throwing some ayahuasca too.
Yeah. Oh, he did say that because. My off-season life has been well documented, as you guys know.
Yeah.
So anyway, Saleh looks cool.
Yeah,
it's good to see Saleh.
And Ulbricht's great, man. Great to see Jeff Ulbricht.
I had written down and was making sure that you saw Method Man. And
oh my God! See, first off, like you guys help me on the text line, or Murph, maybe you know, but I want to say, like, and again, I could easily be wrong on this, but isn't Method Man from Staten Island?
Well, you tell me.
Those guys? I think he is, but again. Help me out on the text line if you know where Method Man.
I was wondering actually how many.
Yes, okay, so he's Staten Island kid.
I wonder how many current Jets players would even know who Method Man is from Wu-Tang.
I hope. Jeez.
Well, Paulie, they're young now, brother.
Well, Wu-Tang is kind of
but they're young. They're 21.
Yeah, but I think that Wu-Tang is kind of. Well, boy, I would hope they know Wu-Tang.
Dude, these kids were born in 2002. Like, you know what I mean? So, I don't know. I'm just saying.
Mark is saying they made that movie
was in the
too.
90s.
Yeah,
though,
they've been
around.
I hope that they're still relevant. I would think that they are.
I was thinking, like, there are times when I'm talking to my teams, my youth teams, and I make a reference to Tiger Woods, and they're like, yeah, I think I know who he is. Like, time's flying by, man. Kids don't know who Tiger Woods is, dude. So, they're like, yeah, I kind of know Tiger. They're like, so I'm just saying.
I can say this. I still see, like, present day, all you got to do is walk around the city a little bit. Like, I still see people wearing Wu-Tang shirts, and I wonder, though.
Yeah, but that's like, I think the millennial. I get it for the millennials. I'm talking about 10 years younger. Like Garrett Wilson and Mecole Hardman in that series is saying to Aaron Rodgers, man, I've been watching you since I was 7 years old. Rodgers is like, damn. Really?
By the way,
7?
Shout out to Method Man's physique too. He's clearly been hitting the weights. He looks great. He's all puffed up and everything with
That's
his.
True.
He's all
very
puffed
true.
out. Yeah. But
they won a Grammy in '96.
Well, you know the way the kids today, like you'll see kids like college kids and stuff, they wear like a Ramones shirt, or they wear like
Aisha wears her Aerosmith.
Totally,
stuff,
or like a CBGB shirt.
They don't know who it is.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So you could have that going on too with the Wu-Tang thing, where you got a lot of young people wearing that logo and wearing that shirt. Maybe they don't even know what it is. I don't know.
I'm just saying. What my point is that these guys are young.
Well, my bigger point is too is like I didn't even know the Jets had a single celebrity fan, and now they're bringing out Method Man. I'll name another. I dare you. I dare you to name another.
Fireman Ed?
that don't count. No.
He was born in Hempstead, Long Island.
Okay.
And then he divided his childhood between his father's Long Island residence and his mother's home in Staten Island.
By the way, speaking of all this music stuff, I should plug my own gig. We got a gig on Saturday night at the Town Hall Theater in Lafayette. With the Freestone Peaches. I'm singing the whole set, Murph. So anybody who wants to come.
Where is it again?
It's at the Town Hall Theater in Lafayette.
That's nice out there.
It is, and this is a benefit gig, too, so the money's going to a very good cause. Go to freestonepeaches.com, get more information, grab a ticket, and come on out, because we're going to rock. I got band practice tonight. We're going to go through the whole set tonight.
By the way, have your meal on the streets of Lafayette, because you can eat off the streets in
I'll
Lafayette.
eat my ice cream right off the curb.
So you went to high school in Staten Island. You are correct,
Yeah,
sir.
I thought there was a Staten Island.
New Dorp High School.
There you go.
New Dorp High
Yeah.
School. Anyway, all that said, the Giants lose to the Angels last night 7-5. Hey, it happens. They lose a game to the Dodgers. They're 5 back in the West. It's funny. I mean, at this point, because the wild card is so easy to snag, do you not care about the West? Do you not care about the West? I mean, like,
I've been talking West. I've been talking about the West. I still care about the West.
Okay.
I mean, I think they're 5 games back now, though, after the loss.
Back,
so
but they're still 3 up in the wild card.
Yeah.
Just safely cruising along in the wild card. And I keep looking around. So it's them, Philly, and then the Cubs.
Yeah.
And then Cincinnati, Miami, Arizona, and San Diego. And I just don't see any of these. I had a little discussion with Walter, my new best friend. And he's like, he's very pessimistic about this upcoming stretch of schedule, which features Bochy on Friday.
Yeah.
We'll be on our show Friday morning at 9:30.
Look forward to that.
I sent you a picture of Boch last night from
Oh,
Brad
how good
Mansion.
did he look, too?
Yeah.
He's in a stance. That's what a skipper
By the way,
looks like.
He's got no problem going to Oakland and winning games.
Nah, he'll kick an ass or two. He don't mind.
Meanwhile, the black and orange, they got a little trouble.
I'm going to tell him,
there.
might as well kick a few asses.
Giants lost 3 of their last 4 quietly here, but they're a little streaky, but they're still 10 games over.
But
anyway,
streaky.
I know.
But
right?
a lot streaky.
But they're 62 and 52. But anyway, the point is I just feel really good about them securing the wild card. I just don't think there's a real credible threat in the National League to take away all 3 wild card spots from them. So I think they're playoff bound. Paulie, like I asked Kipe, do you have playoff fever? And he said, I do. I do have playoff fever. 408 says, is Adam Sandler a celebrity Jets
Oh, that's
fan?
good. I think that he is, actually. Yeah, good one. Very good one.
So there you go.
Yes.
All right. Well, listen, we'll get going here on a Wednesday.
Yeah.
We're going to let Waterboy fly down to Vegas after the show. He's going to go see his guy, James Garoppolo.
Have a good time, Marcus.
Yeah.
I can't wait to hear the Steffen stories. I wonder what he's going to be up to with old Steffen.
At the Crawford Golf Tournament, a woman grabbed me.
Here we go.
She was a big fan. She listens to the show. Squarely not in the demo. Okay. These are our biggest fans, Bob. and she said she knew Steffen from way back when.
Really?
She had some thoughts.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I think we all have some thoughts.
Best not shared on the air.
Best left unsolved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyways, let's just say he leaves a mark. All that said, we got Hard Knocks reviews for you. You got the Giants and Ohtani tonight.
Let's go.
And there's a story from Susan Slessor about the Giants clubhouse talking about Ohtani. They're slobbering. They want him. And Alex Cobb said that the Giants, Dodgers, and Cubs were on Shohei's final list. So the Giants are in his world. They are, and she didn't mention the Mariners. And that the reason why, obviously, he didn't sign then was because the DH was not in the National League. But now it is. So now you don't have to go to the Angels or the Mariners. You can come to San Francisco and do your thing. Can I offer him the new IKEA that's being featured on the front page of the Chronicle as a lure? And it says that the new IKEA is going to save San Francisco.
Is that what's going to happen?
That's what it says. See the front page there, Paul?
Yeah, I got you.
What does it say?
It says, revitalizing downtown.
Okay.
I got a big crane over there.
There's 2 Swedish delis inside that thing.
Oh,
So,
yeah?
Anyway.
I'll go over for some meatballs.
Letting you guys know. All right, we'll get the guest list on the other side. Check out Triple E's art on the live stream on YouTube and Twitch on a Wednesday morning. Murph and Mac on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
But when it comes to the children, Wu-Tang is for the children.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The 49ers have released their first unofficial depth chart of this season. So to check out who is QB1, QB2, or QB3, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Here's the pitch.
Yeah.
Swung on and popped up. Foul ground, first base side. Krukow comes over near the dugout and makes the catch. The Angels beat the Giants. They have ended their 7-game losing streak. And now that sets up the rubber match of this 3-game series with their ace right-hander Shohei Ohtani set to go for them tomorrow night.
Hey, there it is. John Miller on the call. John Miller in the news, by the way. That whole Baltimore situation with Kevin Brown. Andy Bagley was smart to interview Miller.
Yeah.
Miller said it doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
He's like, something's missing here. See, they broke out free Kevin Brown chants at Camden Yards last night, like loud. Like the whole crowd. Free Kevin Brown.
You know, I said yesterday, kind of as a joke / riff, that maybe Springsteen will dedicate a song to. I think that's on the table at this point because this thing's picking up speed. Bruce will be pulling in there to do a show at Camden Yards, I think, in a couple of weeks. And if this thing is still going on, look out for the.
Is he playing Camden?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
first time ever.
That might be.
Yeah, first time ever.
That might be the place to see him.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Wrigley and Fenway. You've all talked about obviously New York.
Yeah,
but. That might be the place to see him.
Camden's going to be incredible. In fact, Wrigley's tonight. He opens up the tour tonight at Wrigley.
He's going to say, got a wife and kids, and then the crowd will go nuts.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Hey, we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group.
Yeah.
Because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. By the way, one more before I say good morning to Marcus here, and that is Larry David, the great and legendary Curb Your Enthusiasm and Seinfeld man. Is a Jets fan.
Good man.
So there you go.
All right, Larry David.
Now they're starting to stack up celebrities. Sandler and David and Method Man. My God. They're now I want to be. It's cool to be a Jets fan. Our last 2 program directors have been Jets fans.
How crazy is that?
What are the odds?
Oh, God, 1,000,000 to 1.
What are the kids throw me a Steelers fan? If these guys were Steelers fans or Colts fans, wouldn't be the same. Jets. They just bring a certain...
gangrene.
A certain, you know what I mean? Just a certain thing.
Je ne sais quoi.
Thank you very much. That's what
certain
I was looking for.
swagger.
Anyway, Waterboy, Raiders and Jets have a little history, buddy.
They do indeed.
Little AFC, the Heidi game, buddy. 1960. Talk about you don't know Method Man, maybe not know the Heidi game.
Yeah, I don't think kids these days know anything about the Heidi game.
Maybe, boy, can you imagine if you said the Heidi game to the kids? They'd be like, wait, what's
Who's Heidi? Yeah.
Who? So my dad used to drink hot chocolate every morning. Swiss, we're not aristocrats, my friend. We are normal people. Swiss Miss from the packet.
Nice.
So he would want it every week, and when he was running low, my mom kept like kind of a running grocery list on the kitchen table, and he would write down what he need. He called it Heidi. That's it. It was the code word, Paulie,
sure.
for Swiss Miss because that little girl in the front.
Yeah, she had a little pigtails.
So my
going.
mom would be like, my mom would be like apples, peanut butter, bread, and then my dad writes Heidi.
Yeah,
and that's it.
Yeah.
Here comes
hey, listen,
the Swiss
she was
Miss.
seductive. Yeah.
Are you a hot chocolate Swiss Miss
I'll
guy?
do a cup every now and again. Although I think Marcus does it on the daily.
Oh, I'm a huge hot chocolate
you're a
guy.
chocolate.
Is that right?
He's a chocolate hot chocolates a day. Yeah.
I go in the kitchen. He's always in there with his chocolate.
I didn't know if that was like a mocha or something like that.
That's the thing because before I started working on the morning show, I did not drink coffee at all, and I really hated the smell of it, hated the taste of it. I was just an anti-coffee guy, which I know sounds crazy to most people.
Yeah, that's the opposite of me.
But obviously waking up at 3 a.m. every day, I was like, all right, I need to get into this coffee game. So it started off.
I got to get in the game.
I got to get into the game. So I would start off with some Swiss Miss with the hot chocolate, and then I would add like a shot of espresso, make my own mochas. But now we got the Bloomhagen 3000. Now it just serves up mochas and hot chocolate.
So are you going straight hot chocolate or are you putting some caffeine in there?
So in the mornings, I start with a mocha, and then usually around the power hour, I'll switch it up to a hot chocolate. Just something to keep the throat going.
By the way, props to the Bloomhagen 3000. 1000 or whatever you called it. That was nice.
That's a great line.
That's our brand new coffee machine.
A good hot chocolate with whipped cream on top can go a long way.
I definitely think it goes well with like a wintry cold, like when you're up at Tahoe or something like that. You're skiing, you come in, hit me with some of that hot chocolate. Murph, if I may, you might as well just go ahead and throw a shot of something in there.
Yeah.
You can throw a shot of schnapps in there, throw a shot of whiskey in there.
Schnapps.
Yeah. Throw some peppermint schnapps.
I like that.
Right in my freaking, by the way, schnapps will give you the worst hangover in the history of the world. 808 KNBR if you've been there.
You ever drink schnapps, Waterboy?
No, I've only heard legendary
you don't
stories
want to
of
even,
it.
don't even bother.
I don't want to go into
do
that.
it.
Peppermint schnapps.
I'm not going into that.
No, hell no.
So anyway, Raiders and Jets have a little history, and anyway, it's fun to see I haven't watched Hard Knocks in years because I decided like about 5 or 6 years ago, I was like, okay, I kind of feel like they're all the same.
It's the same show, different team, yeah.
Yeah. And it's slick, believe me. I mean, like I said, the sports documentaries and sports features now just become so, the editing and the cinematography and the mic'd up, the ability to mic these guys up. I think probably the biggest advancement in sports in our lifetime is mic'd up players on sidelines. Like you hear everything now. Speaking of, I watched 2 more. I've had to, with our teams eliminated and I got nothing going on right now, I'm going to start getting back a little bit into golf. We're cleaning up rooms and I'm watching documentaries. I watched 2 more of the Netflix quarterback thing. I'm almost near the end. More Max Crosby, Pat Mahomes beef.
What's going on?
Well, Crosby, not in the last game of the year where they smoked you guys 31-13.
That's unfortunate for Marcus.
That's when they did the snow globe play, which, by the way, technically is called the Arctic Circle of Death.
I don't care what it's called.
That's what it is, into the snow globe. By the way, that play got called back on the holding penalty.
Good. Yeah, and then they scored on the next play.
On the next play. They did. They did. So anyway, Crosby knocks Mahomes in the head.
Yeah.
Going down. And he's like, bro, you can't beat him in the head, bro. And Crosby, what are you talking about, man? I don't know what you're talking about. Bro, Max, I'll take it all, but I'm not going to take it to the head, bro. And then
this guy sure does complain a lot, Marcus.
Yeah, they do. And
That's
then Crosby looks up at they're both looking up at the replay.
Every time
Crosby goes, I swear I was going for the ball, dude.
You got to apologize. Hit him again.
At the end of the game, they hug. And much respect, bro. Much respect. Much love, bro.
See, I'm rooting for your guy, Max Crosby, in that equation. I stand with you.
Mahomes, man.
When it comes to Mahomes, yeah. I'm looking for somebody to beat this kid, and hopefully it'll be the Niners.
I don't know what's going to happen. Nobody repeats. That's the deal. Nobody's repeated in 20 years. Not since the Tommy Brady Patriots when he was a baby.
Right. Yeah.
He was a baby back in 03-04.
Wow, that is a long time. How about that?
So the odds are Chiefs ain't winning it this year.
No, it's damn tough now these days.
I mean, is it Burrow's time?
Could be. Although he's got some injury problems right now.
They go through the regular season game where Burrow beats him again. Mahomes
Burrow doesn't give a damn. That's the thing I love about Burrow. He'll come in there with that swagger. He's a swashbuckler. Like, he lives for the big stage. That's one of the reasons I like that kid so much.
You okay with the Joe Cool for him? Or?
I am okay with it. And by the way, keep in mind that
too, strangely. I don't know why.
I like to say this one, Murph, just to watch Marcus react in there.
Yeah.
Let's keep in mind, too, that the year the Bengals went to the Super Bowl, unfortunately lost to the Rams, maybe the worst game I've ever seen, one of them, that Jimmy G marched into Burrow's front yard in December and walked out of there with a win. I'm just letting you know, that was right before the Bengals went to the Super Bowl.
Derek Carr had the same chance in the playoffs. And just came up with those. Jimmy's like, well, here's how you do it.
Yeah, Jimmy had the same chance in the playoffs, too. How'd that end for him? Just not against the Bengals.
Well, you guys
ended up losing against the Rams.
Well, which win do you want? The win against the Cowboys? The win against the Packers?
What do you want, road ones? Or do you want to go
I like the Raheem Mostert Packers one. That's my favorite. The
What's
Packers
your preference?
one.
Would you rather talk about the road playoff wins or the home ones?
I don't know. Well, I mean, I'm getting confused about the wins you're listing.
I like all
one in Dallas, too.
I liked all the wins where he had more interceptions and touchdown passes.
Really? Okay.
Those were great.
All right, why don't you keep the same energy down in Vegas tomorrow?
I'll see him tomorrow. I'll see him on the practice field tomorrow.
Murph, when you haven't competed in a playoff game in so long, you start to lash out at others.
When you've loved and lost the way Jimmy has, you know what life's about.
Yeah.
All right, let's get the guest list going on look at this here. I got to find it for you here. Triple E did some art.
Yeah.
There it is, down here. I think there it is. Found it. So, got some art going here, and it includes a special one for you here, Paulie.
All right.
All right, so what do we got here, Waterboy?
All right, starting off your power hour today on a Wednesday morning. Mike Krukow, as always, 7:35, talking Giants
lose,
baseball.
routine loss. Hey, the opener, I'm here to tell you guys, they're 1-2 in their last 3 opener games. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that door didn't open yesterday.
No, not at all.
And I like Scott Alexander. Hate to see him get knocked around like that, but, this is what happens.
Yeah.
So, Angels also had to win, didn't they? They couldn't lose another game.
I don't know. They were at 7. Why not make it 8?
I don't know. They had to lose one. They had to win one. Today, now you got to face Ohtani. It's funny. They faced Ohtani 2 years ago. I don't know how much we talked about it. 6 innings. He gave up 6 hits, but he only 1 run.
Yeah,
last time. So, and we'll see how he does with these cramps he's been having.
Yeah,
he's had to leave early, but it's funny. Crawford had a great line in the Chronicle saying, he goes, he's got great breaking ball. He said, but he's got to sit on the fastball because the guy throws damn near 100. He goes, you can't sit 100 because you can't face 100 and be looking for spin. He said, probably the only guy who can do that is the guy who's on the mound throwing it. Shohei at the plate.
Damn. Yeah.
Anyway, it'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, Shohei today versus Ryan Walker, another opener for the
Ryan
Giants.
Walker.
Their 22nd opener of the season.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're like I said, 1 and 2 in the last 3, baby.
They'll roll them out. 15-6 now in the year, I believe, right?
But 1 and 2 in the last 3.
Thank you, Murph. Thank you. We'll talk to Mike Krukow about it. 7:35.
What do you give me for me treating the opener and you treating Garoppolo? Like, I won't hear any argument in favor of the opener.
Yeah, exactly. Just downright. I was like, he's got a winning record. The opener's got a winning record, Murph. So did Jimmy Garoppolo.
Very similar.
Yeah,
very similar.
Yeah, there's more behind that. We'll talk more baseball this morning. JT Snow at 8 a.m. this morning
I
for
saw
our
JT
big hit.
at the Crawford golf tournament. He said, how come you guys haven't had me on? I said, because we're having you on Wednesday.
That's right.
Yeah, that's why.
Clear your schedule.
So JT Snow, 8 a.m. in the middle of the big hit. Then we'll hit the cooler of content and then check in with Andrew Bagley, 9:15 this morning.
Yeah, Bags has some good stuff on the Giants situation going forward. Guys, A.J. Pollock left the game last night with side discomfort. Actually talked to the media after the game, too. I saw it. I mean, what a sad story this is. But did you see they pulled Marco Luciano after 2 at-bats in Sacramento?
Yeah.
He may be back.
Right.
He may be back.
I mean, they got better options than A.J. Pollock.
The A.J. Pollock era.
Whether it's Luciano, Elliot Ramos, Luis Gonzalez is back playing for the River
Will
Cats.
we look back on the A.J. Pollock era like we look back on the Matt Beatty era?
Oh, dude.
Jeez.
Why'd you got to bring that name up?
Matt Beatty.
Matt
Damn.
Beatty. Opening day Matt Beatty. All right, we'll talk to Andrew Bagley about A.J. Pollock and the Giants' plans moving forward, 9:15, and then we'll cap off today's show, 9:35. Mike Silver, get you ready for 49ers.
The whole reason I'm holding this
week.
stuff up here and causing pain in my shoulder, Paulie, is for that Mike Silver picture.
Is that him on the far left?
Mikey is in the.
I would
on the
imagine.
far left. Yeah.
Yeah.
So can you recognize? You obviously.
that's
recognize
Colorado.
him.
Yeah. That was right before Shoreline. Excuse me, Oracle Park. Yeah, that was a summer tour. If you guys at home, if you saw the picture on the stream, it's Mike Silver with his buddies at a Dead and Company show just about a month ago in Colorado.
Are you jealous he was in Colorado?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. A lot of people say the third night.
You never got there, did you?
No, and people were saying the third night in Colorado might have been the best show of the whole tour. A lot of people said that. So I missed out on that one. Yeah.
We all, we do the best we can.
You go to the ones you can, yeah.
We do the best we can.
Yeah. Next pitch, next show.
Yeah, there it is.
Yes.
Next pitch, next show. All right. Listen, Hard Knocks is on our minds. So are the Giants. What do the Giants have to say after losing last night's game? And how hot is Wilmer Flores? My gosh. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
It's been a hell of a ride, guys. See ya.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Swinging. There's a high drive. Deep left center field. Big part of the yard. Way back there. Adios! Pelota! Wilmer Flores has knocked in 4 of the Giants' runs tonight, and now it's a 1-run game. It's 6-5 Angels.
Yeah, dude. Wilmer Flores. Hey, how crazy is it to start thinking if he got to keep it up now, because these things generally happen through September, but if he does, like a top 10 MVP finish?
I think that's reasonable. I do. He's one of the hottest hitters in the entire
league. I'm saying like 9th.
That's reasonable.
I don't think he's got the stats from the beginning of the year for that.
He's got to keep it going, but I'm just saying, listen, they're a winning team. So, you got to look at the teams that make the playoffs, and I do think the Giants are going to make the playoffs. So, you start spreading your votes around. I'm not asking for a top 5.
Just an acknowledgement. Yeah, I got you, man.
I threw out a 9th.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, let's go look at who finished 9th. Let me look at the 2022 NL MVP voting. I bet you couldn't even tell me who finished. Of course you couldn't tell me who finished.
Who could? Yeah,
I mean. Sometimes when you go, what's fun is to go to the baseball reference page of someone and see when you're looking for an argument to support your thing. You're like, yeah, my guy, well, he got 12th in the MVP voting. You know what I mean? You're like, let's see. Last year, 9th was, let's see here. Let's see. We go, Goldschmidt 1, Machado 2, Arenado 3, Freeman 4, Mookie 5, Austin Riley 6, JT Realmuto 7, Pete Alonso 8. Frankie Lindor finished 9th last year. And then Sandy Alcantara 10th, Trey Turner 11th, Dansby Swanson 12th, Michael Harris 13th, Julio Urias 14th. So, listen, he's going to have to continue. Again, I mean, it's August 9th. But I'm saying if he continues, and, maybe he can't because he's at a smoking hot rate right now. It's going to be last 30 days. Ready for this?
Yeah, no, he's on
last
fire.
38. Hitting 395 in the last 30 days.
Yes.
An OPS of 1,217. So that's over 76 at bats. It's, it's a decent little stretch.
Back to your original thing, yes, I think he will get some votes. I do. He's not going to be in the top 5.
Maybe top 20. How's that?
But he will. He'll get acknowledged.
Maybe I'll lower it down to 19.
I think 10 is reasonable.
I mean, because how many times have we talked about it the last couple of weeks? Hell, going back to the beginning of the July, how nobody had a higher OPS in baseball than Wilmer Flores, then Shohei Ohtani.
Mm-hmm.
The only problem is, even during that month of July, the Giants were not playing him every single day.
That's crazy.
They don't have him in the lineup.
They are now. They're playing him every day now.
No, he was off a couple days ago.
He was.
Let's see.
Yeah, he was.
He was missing. Where is Wilmer? Put him in the damn lineup.
I think you talking about in one of the Oakland games?
Yeah, I think it was one of the Oakland games. It was within the last week. Let me check.
I think because I've been noticing he's been playing a lot here. Angels, Oakland. No, he played. So did they have a game Thursday against Arizona? He didn't play in the Thursday game against Arizona.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
But why would you take him out of the lineup?
That was a day game. So yeah, they didn't. So he's played in the last 5. He's played in the last 4, but he did miss the previous game to that. Also, he didn't play in the Tuesday game against Arizona.
That's what I'm saying. So last week he missed 2
games.
weeks. Like the Kapler and Farhan are the guys looking at Wilmer Flores being the hottest hitter on the face of the planet.
Let's give him a
they're
run.
not putting him in the lineup.
Let's sit him down.
So he missed the Tuesday game and the Thursday game against Arizona. He did play all 3 against the Red Sox.
But to Marcus's point, you'd like to see him out there every day, considering the man is aflame. You'd like to have him on the field. Yes.
I mean, I can't remember. I mean, a Giants hitter in the last, I don't know, this hot.
You see streaks, but usually they don't last this long. This thing just keeps going.
Yeah, so, I mean, listen, God bless him. And again, it's August 9th. He's got to sustain this. I mean, he might, I don't want to wish anything ill on him, but he might cool out. You know what I mean? But right now, it's unbelievable to see it, and it's fantastic. And God bless him. And one of the great Farhan finds, Wilmer Flores. So his last 30 games, again, he's hit, let me give you some of these stats
Go
here.
ahead.
His last 30 games, 76 at bats, 30 hits, 8 doubles, and 7 bombs.
Damn, man.
All right, plus 6 walks.
Yep.
So his on base is 440. His slugging is 776. He's just out of control right now. Stay hot, kid.
Yeah.
I believe we have a cut from Gabe on Wilmer Flores. And did he win the Willie Mack last year? I think he did, didn't he? I think he did.
That's a good call.
I hope he did.
I think he did. But
that sounds right, but
is he headed for another one? Is my question. Because you guys can win him more than once.
Yeah.
Because he's just that guy. Everybody seems to love him.
Yeah.
Here, let me find it here for you. He did 20. Yeah, he won it last year.
Yes.
In the Gabe era, it's been Yaz in 2020, Lamont Wade in 2021.
Yeah, great, nice year.
And Flores in 2022. He could win it again, unless there's somebody else we're forgetting.
You have the full list in front of you right there?
Yeah.
Who was the last time somebody went back-to-back?
Benji Molina.
Hey,
0708.
Hey, Benji. I know. See, this is no way to treat a back-to-back Willie Mack Award winner. Hey, Benji.
Within 2 years of him winning his second
You're
consecutive
on him like
Benji Molina.
like a cheap suit. He's on him.
That was a tough deal. Others
Guy's just trying to warm up his pitcher, by the way. I think that was the scenario, right? Like pregame, he's just warming up. Yeah.
Other guy to go back-to-back. Ready? Out of bed. 85-86. 85-86.
Yeah.
Mike Krukow won 2 Willie Mack awards.
He's a total Willie Mack guy.
In fact, they're the only 2 guys ever to go back-to-back.
That's great trivia.
Yeah.
Krukow and Benji. Hey, Benji.
Yeah. JT won 2 of them, but he won them in 97 and 04.
Nice.
That's JT who's coming on today.
97. That was a good year, man. I like that team.
Yeah. So anyway, here's Gabe on the on the phenomenon that is Wilmer Flores.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, he's been phenomenal for us for several months now, but everybody around here knows that isn't just a new thing that's popped up recently. It's who he's been for us since he's been a Giant.
So there it is, yes. And he wanted to stay here. Remember, he had the chance. So
Yep.
Wasn't it you and Copes who had the deal? Give me Affelt's number.
Best line of all time.
Let me just hit bombs.
Like when he first got to town, that's the first thing he said to the clubhouse manager. He goes, "Yeah, I'm just here to hit some bombs. Give me Affelt's number." Yeah.
So, he is in his career. He's never. Let's see. In 2019, as an Arizona Diamondback, when he platooned, he hit 317.
Yeah.
That's the only time in his career he's ever hit over 300. He's currently at 310 with a 919 OPS, which would be all career highs at age 32. By the way, they talk about guys. You don't sign free agents at 29 or 30 because they're going to go downhill, and not Flores. He's going the other way. So good stuff, man. Other than that, the Giants lost the game. Scott Alexander, no bueno last night.
No.
Couldn't get it out.
No. That was ugly stuff.
His ERA went up by almost a whole run.
Yeah, well,
about that?
it happens.
3.1 to 4.0 or something like that.
Yeah.
And then they bring in Jacob Junis. Waterboy, I heard you talking about you're not even sure who the featured guy is when they feature 2. Right?
Yeah.
Junis and
How can you be the featured guy when there's 2 of you?
The double premiere of Barbie and Oppenheimer.
Not bad.
Like
Barbenheimer.
Who's Barbie? Who's Oppenheimer in this situation?
Yeah.
I like where your head's at.
And then the other news from guys is A.J. Pollock getting hurt last night. And he did talk after the game. I don't know if you guys have. I don't know if it's in the system, but I watched it on NBC Sports Bay Area. I got to give the guy credit for talking, but I got to say, it was all vaguely depressing. Here he is after the game.
Yeah, it's been frustrating, to say the least. A lot of things have been frustrating, but what are you going to do? You just keep moving forward and you keep working, and that's all you got to do.
So there you go. When you fall back on the what are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
I
say that about 100 times a day.
That's been one I go to.
What are you going to do?
You get to that point in life where you got no answer.
I rotate between what are you going to do and what can I tell you? Those are the 2 that are in rotation. Listen, what can I tell you?
How about Paulie? How about a?
Dad, I don't like the way to. Well, what can I tell you?
Dust off a good old fashioned. That's the way the cookie crumbles.
You give him one of those as well, right? Yeah.
So, all right. Well, anyway, guys, just wanted to go through that. Hey, so here's the deal. They play. They play Anaheim tonight, and it's Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
So don't miss it. I got to feel I don't know if it's because, of his impending free agency. I guess it is because of his impending free agency, or because of just the particular year he's having.
Yeah.
Or both. But I'm particularly attuned to him in this series. They've played the Angels and him before, and I was like, oh, hey, that's cool. That's Ohtani. I feel like now it's different.
Well, it is. First of all, the Giants are trying to court his ass. Like they'd love to seduce him.
Did you see him and Crawford?
I did. They had a little powwow. Yeah,
see that?
Little chat.
There was a lot of good energy there.
Yeah, Crawford would be like
chuckling and smiling.
After the game, I'll show you how I do my hair. I'll show you the kind of product I use. Come on over.
I was thinking that's
Yeah. Laying down some foundation.
Yes.
Crafty veteran that Crawford is. Maybe that'll be his final act on the way out the door. Was helping Shohei come to town. Much to Creative Tony's dismay.
Yeah. So that, I just feel like I'm watching his every at bat. I'm watching his every.
Yeah, no, you're right. There is an excitement
run.
now. Yeah, this is like the year of Shohei. This is it right here.
Even though he's already won 1 MVP.
But I feel like it's peaking right now, doesn't it? It doesn't feel like, and I mean, I'm still saying, dude, he's going to be looking at those. I mean, how many homers do you have right now? 40?
40.
Dude, 61, 62?
That's too many. Give me 50.
Mine's like, how many games
50
left?
would be good.
Yeah?
He's only got
I'd say he's going to get more than 50 home runs this year. I'm saying high 50s.
I'd go an even 50.
Once you get like into the mid 50s, then that S gets real.
By the
Then
way,
people
50 bombs.
Yeah.
It was a mythical number when Paul and I were growing up, Waterboy. George Foster did it in 1977.
It's almost unthinkable.
It was like he was
I
like
wasn't even sure
like
it
he
was
walked
true.
on the moon.
I'm like,
You know
this
what I
might
mean?
be a fake. Yeah, I don't even know. I don't know if I believe this.
That's a crazy thing to put it in perspective. Like Barry only hit more than 50 once, right? He got the 49, but
you're
only
right.
50
That
one
is
time
a
in his career.
really interesting point.
I know, it's very odd. And do you know how many times Sammy Sosa crested 60? I think like 3 times, something like that. I mean, we talk about Barry being the poster child of steroids and taking the brunt for everyone. Don't forget Sammy Sosa, dude, because that guy was a monster. Let's see, I'll give you some here. Ready for this? Sammy Sosa, 66 and 98, 63 and 99, 64 and 01. What?
You seen this, by the way? This was going around a couple days
that's
ago.
from a couple years ago.
Yeah. What are you going to do?
Sosa's
That's right here
turned-
where I incorporated. What can I tell you? What are you going to do?
Sammy's look these days.
Yeah, Sammy's look. I'm not sure what's going on.
By the way, ironically, I'm looking at his bio, and he finished 9th in the MVP voting a couple times. Maybe that's tall cotton for Wilmer to get.
Wilmer's going to get there.
I don't think Wilmer's in 60 this year, Murph.
Keep doing your thing,
Who
Wilmer.
out there? Give me 8 MVP. Okay, I'm going to, just for fun, I'm going to double down on this one. Give me 8 MVP candidates better than Wilmer right now. Top of your head.
Oh, top of head, Ronald Acuna.
Betts. Acuna Freeman.
Betts.
Okay. Betts. Although don't tell that to my Dodger buddy. What pitcher out there? Zach Gallen.
Yeah, but I don't. Yeah, I mean he would be ahead of Wilmer. I think.
Who from the Phillies?
I mean Corbin Carroll.
Corbin Carroll
from the Diamondbacks.
So
that's another
4.
one.
Give me another. Give me anybody from the Phillies. Anybody from the Brewers?
Turner.
No, Trey Turner's hitting terrible.
Yeah, he's not having a good year, and Bryce Harper was out for a lot of the year with injury.
No.
Real Muto.
Pete Alonso. He's got like 30 bombs this year.
Alonso has more than that now. I think he has damn near like 39 or 40. All right, Alonso. So we're up to 5 or 6. I'm just saying. It's going to be fun. Now, again, he has to stay high because he could go back and just kind of fall back into Wilmerness. But I'm just saying. And again, here, let me do the National League because now I go to the stats. National League hitters right now, in terms of batting average here, I got the stats right in front of me. Freeman, Acuna, Matt Olson. That's 3. Betts 4.
Betts.
You know who's up there in OPS is Juan Soto.
Yeah.
And he's got 24 bombs, 72 ribs. Who would you rather have, Juan Soto or Wilmer Flores? Luis Arraez.
Yeah.
Luis Arraez, who, by the way, after all our excitement, is down to 370. A piddling 370. We're like, dude, you're not hitting 400. You're not hitting 400. You're not worth talking about. So who's at 370, dude? Corbin Carroll, JD Martinez. All right, so let me move it down to a top 15.
I was going to say, you could also throw in like a Christian Yelich. I know he's having a bounce back year with the Brewers this year.
He's up there. But I mean, he's got an 843 OPS. Wilmer's got a 919.
I'm telling you, don't water down Wilmer's value.
Yelich is at 16 bombs. Wilmer's at 50. Giants are better.
I'm backing Wilmer. That's all I'm telling
Wilmer
you.
over Yelich.
I stand with Flores.
It's my hot take for the morning. All
Good.
right. Hey, did he get any of that Hard Knock stuff, do you think?
I hope so.
Yeah?
We'll see on the other side.
Yeah, we're about to find out. Yeah.
I'll tell you guys 2 things. One, our friend Nick Wagner joins Papa and Lund today at 10:50. 49ers traveled yesterday after practice. Paulie, and you two have something to tell me.
Well, this whole operation's been brought to you by Redwood Credit Union, this segment, and you can start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance. Your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by NCUA, y'all.
All right, if you missed it last night, the great and charming Aaron Rodgers debuted on Hard Knocks. Charm offensive. Do you love Aaron Rodgers now? Next on The Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Paulie Mack saying good morning and thank you for listening to Murph and Mack today. We appreciate the company. I appreciate Steve Moskowitz, too. Steve, sorry to keep you on hold so long. We got really busy during that last segment, but we always have a good chat in the morning, and this being Wednesday, we're halfway through the week. What are we going to talk about today, my friend? How you doing, Steve?
Doing great, Paulie. Thanks. ERC, and, sometimes people get busy, just like you did, and what I'm really concerned about is that business owners, employers are putting this off. Or worse yet, their CPA said, you don't qualify because your gross revenue didn't go down enough. Now, ERC is where the federal government is giving away up to $26,000 for every employee you had in 2020 and 21. And there's two tests, but a lot of CPAs that I've talked to, and I was a CPA before I was a tax attorney, are just doing the one test, the easy test, the drop in gross revenue. And if you didn't have that drop, they say, no ERC for you. There's another totally different way, a facts and circumstances way to qualify. Talk to us about it. And also, I'm beginning to hear rumors that maybe the government's going to end the program early. They've already done it for the fourth quarter. Don't miss out. Just call us for a second opinion like you would a medical doctor, and you may be entitled to a lot of money.
Great call, Steve, and thanks for all that information because, don't let the door close on you before you can take advantage of your potential opportunity with ERC relief. And talk to Steve about it. Even if you've been declined in the past, Steve has different avenues to take. So talk to Steve at 1-888-TAX-DEAL and visit Steve Moskowitz online as well at moskowitzllp.com.
time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
So tell me, how come nobody wants to do the show?
I think people are worried about it being a distraction.
Distraction, right?
There's a lot of misnomers about it. I've had a great experience.
Yeah?
Right.
I love it. It's a great show.
I mean, you're amazing.
I don't do anything.
I know.
Really, they write it. I'm just ripping off John DeCenda.
There it is, man. Debuted last night at the American phenomenon that is Hard Knocks. And you listen, it comes every summer. It's not new to us, but this one, of course, is different because of the global icon that is Aaron Rodgers in the microscope. And after much controversy, he is the guy. And that was a little conversation he had with the narrator, Liev Schreiber. Or Liv Schreiber, Liev.
I go Liv. I think it's
Liev. Liv.
Did you know he was born in San Francisco?
I knew he had a connection.
He was born in
he
67.
had a connection.
I was trying to figure out, did I go to Roosevelt Junior High with him, actually?
Well, he's actually exactly our age. He's only a month. He and I are within like 4 weeks of each other.
That's why I'm asking. He might have kicked my ass on the playground at some point. You know what I mean? Like as an older guy, like taking my lunch money. Hey, man, give me that.
Now, it says when they were 1 year old, they moved. So he was born here, but then moved out, and then went to
I'm sorry, that was a different guy named Liv who kicked my ass. Yeah, I'm kidding.
But one of the storylines is that Rodgers, when he was asked about it, obviously I don't want the cameras around. He goes, but I am excited to meet Liev Schreiber. He called him Liev, Liev, Liev. I guess his father's Jewish. I guess it's a Hebrew name, Liev Schreiber, Liev Schreiber. Anyway, and I watched the whole. It's a big move for me last night, Paulie. So
it's a huge move. I didn't watch the whole thing. I got a decent chunk,
I watched the whole damn thing.
Because I stopped by and I was engaged enough that I was like, you know what? I'll get a few minutes of this. And again, I swear to God, it was Method Man that got me.
Yeah.
Once I saw Method Man.
I was really excited to tell you.
All right. This might be worth looking at.
I'm sort of like of two emotions because one is I'm excited you saw it, but two, I was really excited to tell you about it this morning. Yeah, so, you know what I mean? So it was a little bit.
Well, you can tell me about again, as I said, I honestly only watched.
I just meant Method Man. That's all. That's not about Method Man.
Hey, if it's okay with you guys, can I read from Bill Parcells?
I brought up a very controversial take earlier in the show for the 658 crowd. And by the way, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station.
Come on.
And stay tuned. Of course, we got Mike Krukow at 7:35. And JT Snow's our big hit today at 8. Why not visit with the great JT Snow?
Always good.
And 49er talk with Mike Silver at 9:35 today. Niners traveling down to Vegas after yesterday's practice and will open Thursday morning. They had a day off today. And then tomorrow morning with Waterboy on the premises, if he can find it. I said to him, you know where you're going, right? He's like, no, not really. He said, I'm going to Henderson. I'm like, well, do you know where in Henderson? He's like, I'll find it. I was like, okay.
Well, I'm not worried about Marcus. He'll figure it out.
I was talking to our APD, Mike Holler, and I was like, do I need credentials or like directions or anything? He's like, no, just Google the practice facility.
See, but I don't know if I'm going
to Google it.
I don't know if I'm going to trust what Mike just told you, though. Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't sound right. You don't need a credential. No, just waltz in.
They know who you are. Hey, Holler, we got to tighten it up a little bit, all right?
Because I can guarantee you're going to need some kind of credential to get on the practice field. There's no question.
They're going to harass you and all that. So
Mike's like, no, you're good. Just show up.
So anyway, I was
wear a Raiders hat.
The Giants were playing and they were down 6-3.
You jump ship, said, let me check out Hard Knocks.
I was like, you know what?
Same here.
I was like, you know what?
I did the same thing.
Going in.
Yep.
So I dialed it and I watched the whole damn thing. And okay, number one. So when was the first one? About 20 years ago, something like that.
Something like that.
First of all, you forget it's our Friday football forecast music, right? So it gets you so excited.
By the way, and speaking of real quick, am I wrong? Yeah, totally. And am I wrong when because I'm trying to, I think was the first one actually a Rex Ryan Jets team? Because I remember Rex Ryan was a big factor. Marcus, is that right? Because you took the team to the movie theater. Remember that with the popcorn?
They have been on before with Rex Ryan. I'm not sure if that's the first one.
Was the first one. It's been going on for 18 years.
Was that a Jets
let's see
season?
here.
It might have been, man.
First broadcast in 2001.
He was one of the early ones.
No, it was the Baltimore Ravens.
Okay.
Yeah, very good, Waterboy. And it was, it was obviously revolutionary at the time, right?
Yeah, no one's ever gone behind the rope like that.
By the way, the Niners have never done it.
They don't want to do it. They've made that clear. They really don't. They're going to have to at some point, but they don't want to do it.
Ravens, Cowboys, Chiefs, Cowboys, Bengals, Jets, Dolphins, Bengals, Falcons, Texans, Rams, Bucks, Browns, Raiders, Rams, Chargers, Cowboys, Colts, Lions, Cardinals, and Jets. By the way, you love the Cowboys. You love Jerry. Bring them back, baby. Bring them back. They've done it, 3 times? Cowboys have done it 02, 21, and 08. Jerry's like, why not come back and come back again, man? He loved that camera.
Yeah, he does.
Loves that camera.
Yeah.
But the Niners have never done it. Did you watch the Raider one in 19, Waterboy?
Oh, I did. That was all John Gruden. It's right when they moved to Las Vegas.
Oh,
so there was a lot of stuff going on.
The double knocks or whatever.
Knock on wood if you're with me.
Yeah.
How about that whole stuff? Oh, man, what a mess. Man.
So I decided to go over. I said, Aaron Rodgers got me. This is the true power of box office, right? If you're a box office star. That's like going to the movies to see Tom Cruise jump off a motorcycle on a cliff.
Shout out to Barbenheimer.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
There you go.
Box office bonanza.
So I go in and I got to say, I'm reminded how slick they are. They're, production second to none, right?
NFL films.
Yeah. The music, right? There it is.
Yeah, the editing, the music, it is. It's incredibly well done. There's no question. And you said earlier about the mic'd up aspect of it and how much kind of access that gives you to really what goes on at these workouts and everything and inside the meetings.
Yeah.
You're right. That is insight. Like you're getting access to something that previous to the show, you never would have seen anything like this.
I will say that this was a different one in that they usually start to establish storylines of like guys trying to make the team.
Question. Fringe guys.
They
and
blew
all
that. Yesterday was just Rodgers.
Yeah,
Rodgers.
You got to go for the big pitch. Yeah, that's
Rodgers.
Yeah.
The only other thing, a little bit on Zach Wilson.
Yes, I saw that. I kind of enjoyed that little wrinkle. By the way, the kid's been humbled. He's like, yeah, I got to start all over again.
Sometimes you just draw these conclusions from impressions, and so they're at the Hall of Fame game. Against who was it? Cleveland last Thursday in Canton, Ohio, and Zach played the first half, and they cut to the halftime locker room. Do you see him eating that roll?
I did not see that. I didn't see him eating the roll. What do you mean a roll?
This is not a mature take. This is not an intelligent take. It's not. I said, guys look like a goof. He just looked like he was like eating his. Like, dude, stop eating that roll. Listen to your coach.
Was that that clip where he was eating the Uncrustable? I think it was like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich by himself in the locker room. Yeah, those are the Uncrustables we always talk about.
He just kind of looked like a dork eating. I was like, dude, shut up and listen to your coach. You know what I mean? Like,
Bobby Sala's talking. Put your roll down.
He just kind of looked like a kindergartner. I'm like, Aaron Rodgers is eating an Uncrustable. Well, you guys just got to make a play here. You know what I mean?
Maybe that's why he's not the starter anymore. Too many.
I know. Again, this was not a mature take, and it was just like sometimes images. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So anyway, and so Rodgers opens with some cool vintage footage of the first thing you see. The very first image of the season is Joe Namath running off the field in Super Bowl III.
It's the last time they've had legitimate success. Honestly, they had a couple good teams in the 80s, but they never went back to a Super Bowl.
And a great shot of him doing a shirtless interview with just the hairy chest that you just don't see today.
No, dude, that was
you just don't see it.
See, that was alpha male, like Don Draper era, where it's like, you know what, I got this fur and I'm proud. Here it comes. Here comes the fur. Because you're right. Namath.
It was an aphrodisiac, I think, back then, wasn't it?
I'd love to run my fingers through that fur. You know what I mean? That's what the ladies were thinking.
Yeah, I mean, famously, he used to have that bachelor pad with like bearskin rugs. He's like, you want a real bearskin rug? Here it is.
Forget about it.
So anyway, So Namath looked great. Then they start doing some footage of the Jets through the 70s, and what that gets me is these kids in like these toy jets at like Shea Stadium that are like rolling across the field, and it's like it looks like 1974. You know what I mean?
Totally, absolutely.
And Jets culture, and you're like, oh, look at these poor, as you would say, Paula, these poor bastards.
They got little kids in planes.
Then here comes Aaron Rodgers, walking on the field, and he says to the guys, "Is my mic good? Mic good?" And he's like, "I'll give you some good S today."
Okay, good. Oh, thanks.
First fan sees him, Aaron Rodgers, welcome to New York, baby. And then they start going, Aaron Rodgers, Aaron. So, okay.
Yeah.
The expectations are large.
Well, they're hungry for their success, man.
And let me tell you, he's going to an AFC with a guy named Mahomes, a guy named Burrow, a guy named Allen, and a guy named Herbert.
He's going to have a hell of a time in his own division. You're right. I mean, the Jets, again, they had a good start to their season last year. For a time, they were in first place. I think they were were they 6-2? Is that where it was? And then the bottom just fell out and they collapsed. They lost, I think, 7 straight games, and the season got away from them. But they have a decent team. They got that good young running back there. The defense is pretty solid. But to your point, the AFC, it's like World War III over there. I have no idea
how his own division.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And by the way, Murph, you forgot one guy on that quarterback list.
It's been a hell of a ride, guys. See ya.
Now he's got to deal with Jimmy Garoppolo and the Raiders.
You never know. I didn't even mention Tua and Mike McDaniel.
By the way, I hate
Josh Allen and the Bills.
Hate to break this to you, Marcus, but Jimmy G's been kicking Aaron Rodgers' ass for years. And I'm not even exaggerating.
It's kind of funny, actually.
I'm not even exaggerating.
They make him out to be the love child of Joe Montana and Sammy Baugh. It's like, oh my God, I've never seen anything like this.
Dude, his
you see this guy? You seen this guy? They're like, look at these throws. Look at these throws. Oh my.
You guys like his playoff record? You guys see what he's done?
We've beaten his ace several times. You know what I mean? So,
I'll tell you, the last game he played that lost to the Detroit Lions on his own field at Lambeau, I was watching that game thrilled for what the Lions were doing, but I also had the feeling that night that he really wasn't that invested in that game. Like, he knew he was gone. Yeah, he was just kind of, seriously, he was half-hearted out there. So, yes, when you actually look at his body of work, he's super talented. There might not be, I mean, as far as talent goes, he's at the very, very top. You throw him next to Mahomes.
The throws look slick. Hard Knocks makes the quick, the
there's a lot on the
release
no look.
Looks quite quick.
And they spent a lot of time on his no-look passes.
Anyway, so here's Mecole Hardman, former Chief, right? Just goes right up to him in the practice field and just starts gushing over him right here.
Hey, it's crazy, though. I really was 7 years old. I was this tall.
You're aging me again?
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Not aging you, but showing you how great you is. That should be like a technique, like how great you really is. Because I watched you my whole life, basically.
You're 25?
I'm 25 years old. But I watch you my whole life, though, so it's to be on the team with you now, it's I can't wait to tell my son, hey, this guy right there, I played with him. You was just 5 months when I
like that laugh from Hardman. So I mean, that's what I'm saying. They're treating this guy like he's, like he's like an American icon.
Well, they should. I mean, he's a Hall of Famer, right? He's one of the best quarterbacks of this entire generation. I mean, they should be excited. But again, what's the realistic hope for that team? I mean, they got their work cut out for them. Think they're just going to waltz into an AFC championship.
Saleh opens the season with this. You got to love these coach metaphors, these coach stories. And I've been there, done that. You tell these coach stories. He's like, let me tell you, gentlemen, about the story of the eagle and the crow. It's like, oh, here we go. You know what I mean? He's like, do you know the crow is the only bird that attacks an eagle? They're all listening to him. And he's like, yeah, it's true. He's like, the crow is the only bird that attacks an eagle. And then the whole point is that the crow will continue to peck. Yeah. So the eagle, to disrupt the crow, will fly as high as he can go and soar as high as he can go until the crow runs out of oxygen and falls off and dies. He's like, we're the eagle, gentlemen. And all the haters are the crows.
Okay.
Like, all right. I got you, buddy. Funny thing is, as he's telling this story, he keeps looking down at his notes. He didn't memorize
Nice.
it. You got to memorize that
looking for his cue cards. Yeah.
You got to memorize it. Quentin Williams is a great player for the Jets. D lineman, D tackle. He's another one enthralled by Aaron Rodgers here.
Shout out Aaron Rodgers for coming to help us out.
That's it. One point, one of the players grabs the boom mic and pulls it down because everything you said about Aaron Rodgers is wrong. Oh, we do have it? Oh, that's the last cut. Why don't we jump down to that one? Cut J, Water. But you have the new cut sheet here from Triple E. It's Al Woods. He starts talking about how much he likes Aaron Rodgers and how he can't believe he read so much bad stuff here.
Man, 8's special, bro. I don't care what nobody say about 8. 8 is a special dude. And he cool as That'd be the real thing about it. He cool as There's nothing what people portray about him on TV. Whatever they say about Aaron Rodgers on TV is a lie.
There it is, Paul. He's talking to you, buddy.
Yeah.
Talking to you.
No, he's a great guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to hang with him.
Yeah. He is. Oh, man. So that's the other. If there's other bit players, they include former 49er linebacker Jeff Ulbrich.
That's the reason to tune in for the show, man. I got a piece of him last night. Wow.
D coordinator. So here's one of first Triple E cut all these up from his HBO Max.
Awesome.
Here's Ulbrich raving about Rodgers, and of course uses his favorite word, starts with an F. Yeah.
We sacked him. Yes, we did. There's no doubt. Guys, this is great work. Offense and defense going back and forth. This is a heavyweight bout right here. There is nowhere to go with this ball. Guys, you want to understand, just understand this. I don't give a what goes down this year. We will always be in games, no matter what. We break some shoelaces and get a few points on us. Guys, we're going to be in every game. Guys, this is across the field on the back shoulder. Look at this. I don't know if there's any other human on earth that can make that throw. He's our quarterback. He's ours. He's ours. Awesome, man.
Well, that's mild, too. That's just a warm-up, but that was pretty good.
See, I'm talking about the way they're talking about Rodgers?
Yeah.
There's not another human on earth who can do this. He's ours. He's ours. It's like, man, the Packers are like, yeah, he was ours, too. We haven't won one in 12 years.
Great call.
Awesome, man.
So, a couple more here. So, Liev Schreiber, the narrator, who's in... What movies have you seen him in? I saw him in Spotlight. That was a good... Spotlight was a great movie, I thought.
He's been in a lot of stuff.
He was in X-Men Origins. He's in Manchurian Candidate. What else has he got? I'm looking at his IMDb here. Don't Look Up. He was in Don't Look Up. A Bash narrator. Ray Donovan. Let's see here.
Ray Donovan. There
Ray
you
Donovan.
go. That's the one I was thinking of, yeah.
You like that show?
I didn't really see a lot of it, but I knew that was his thing, yeah.
I heard it's really good.
Mm-hmm.
He was in Spider-Man, Into the Spider-Verse, things like this. Anyway, you know him. You know his voice for sure.
Oh, yeah.
And so here he is, and Rodgers said he's the only guy, reason he's excited to go on Hard Knocks is to meet Liev Schreiber.
Okay.
Liev Schreiber or Liv Schreiber or whatever.
Yeah.
And so a helicopter's landed, like, who's coming in? Who's coming in? It's Schreiber.
Oh, there's a helicopter. Got a chopper here. There's a chopper. Maybe it's Liev Schreiber. He's coming to practice today. The narrator, Hard Knocks, voice of God.
I wanted to drive, but the producers thought a helicopter might be more dramatic. Should have ironed my shirt.
But by the way, the whole point of that cut is the fact they're going with the police as their bed there.
Great track, too. Voices in my head.
Couldn't believe they did that. I wondered if Schreiber actually asked for it because it's kind of his entrance music.
Yeah, very cool.
I wonder if he wanted that.
Yeah.
All right, just a couple more quick ones. We'll get back to the Niners and the Giants on the other side. We're going to go to, it's your guy, Paulie, from Wu-Tang Clan, Method Man.
Well, this is where I tuned in, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. They're bringing out the Wu-Tang Clan? I'm going to watch this.
Yeah, so Sal was like, you guys don't want to hear from me, bring out Method Man.
Yeah.
And he's reading from his phone. He actually...
the best.
He pulls out a little Bill Parcells quote here, yes.
All right, I want to do a quote from Bill Parcells. Is that all right with y'all?
Oh, yeah.
All right. You can fool the whole world down the highway of years and take pats on the back as you pass. But your final reward will be heartache and tears if you cheat the man in the glass. Jets on three. 1, 2, 3. Yes. Whoa.
A little like nursery rhyme from Bill Parcells.
The only negative to me about that Method Man appearance was that it wasn't long enough. Like, I want more Method Man. I really do. That was like a very quick little speech he gave the guys. But you could tell, like, the guys were psyched he was there.
Yeah. I thought it was interesting, though. I didn't know Parcells wrote little nursery rhymes, though. It's like the man worthwhile is the man who can smile when his seat is too tight in his pants. And then, of course, back to Ulbrich, who...
this is where it gets loose, yeah.
Well, I told you guys, so like the debate in the Murphy household of like, how much swearing do you show the kids? We try to keep it a little clean, just trying to keep it respectable. Then we show them a few things with this and that as a couple F-bombs here and there. Dude, Ulbrich just kicks down the door. I mean, he's cussing every other word. And so here he is. Is this cut I? Yeah. Here's Ulbrich yelling at his team.
This is great.
The mantra of our defense, make a motherfucker earn every yard. Do my job. Is that good enough? No. That's the rest of the NFL, isn't it? Do your job. Do your job. That. Do your job. Then now what? If we all do our job and a little bit more, that's 22 playing. Did you guys feel it? Guys, think about this.
Yeah.
That's 22 on the field. So then the question goes to the offense. Now what?
I want more Ulbrich, dude. Hey,
22 effers on the field.
Every week, I need Triple E to comb that thing for new Ulbrich.
Well, there's more. I mean, he can dive back in and find more.
I need it all.
Oh, man. Anyway, there you go.
There's 11 motherfuckers.
Shout out to the Wu-Tang bed there.
Yeah.
Using there.
Oh, yeah.
So, anyway, all right. Well, there's a little taste of what it was like.
That was fun.
And it is fun. And again, Rodgers got me. I'm watching because of him.
Do your job. Do your job. Blank that. Blank that.
That's what other mother fathers say.
Do your job.
So,
do your job. Blank that.
All right, guys. Hey, Mike Krukow at 7:35. Right. JT Snow at 8 a.m. The Murphy Mac Show on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Oh, there's a helicopter.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, everybody, good morning, and thanks for listening to Murph and Mac today. Paulie Mac talking to you. Question, how many of you guys are just tired of living with chronic pain in your knees, elbows, ankles, shoulders, neck? I totally get it. Listen, I happen to be one of those people, which is why I want to tell you about QC Kinetics. It's the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. It's now open right here in the San Francisco Bay Area. You're going to get lasting relief to all the people that are going to need that kind of help without surgery, without prescription drugs, and without the downtime of recuperation. Regenerative medicine uses highly concentrated healing agents from your own body. And again, these treatments can restore and repair damaged tissue in your achy joints so you can move freely again without all the aches and pains. There are over 100 clinics nationwide of QC Kinetics, and they've treated thousands of patients with incredible success. So again, if you've got pain in your knees, shoulders, hip, back, you do need to check out these new treatments. They can actually help your body restore and repair itself. Call now. Schedule your free consultation with a local medical professional. It's at QC Kinetics. There's open currently in Pleasanton, one coming soon to San Jose. Call 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Bay Point, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Bay Point's sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I doubt Brock plays. We haven't fully decided it yet. I mean, usually when we go scrimmage against guys, I rarely play our starters. That's usually my plan going to it, because a little more into the practices and the games. But I've changed my mind a couple times too based off how those practices go. So usually that's our plan, but we'll see how those practices go.
Here he is, Kyle Shanahan, talking about Sunday. We're getting close, baby. 1 o'clock. I'll be at the Giants Bochy game Sunday. See how that's going to go with Giants Rangers. Rangers going to bring their big bats in here.
Well, I'll tell you what,
I'm over here knocking the A's around in Oakland.
I'll have to watch the Niners on your behalf, and you watch Bochy on my behalf.
Yeah.
And then Monday we'll meet and we'll fill each other in. But actually, I'll probably tape the Giants game and watch it. But I'm very, very eager to see this Niner game. I really am, especially with the quarterback position. We've been talking about it all off season. We're going to finally get to see, let's see what Darnold can do. Let's see how Trey looks. We're going to finally get a glimpse.
Remember, they're going against vanilla defenses, so whatever conclusions we draw will be erroneous and overstated.
Should Trey Lance run and whine to the refs like Pat Mahomes if Max Crosby should accidentally brush up against him?
By the way, speaking of that Netflix quarterback, which just gets blown away now that Hard Knocks is here, the Netflix quarterback thing's done. Although they released it a month ago, I'm late on it. Cousins, tough dude. Cousins playing with banged up ribs that whole season. When he's getting hit, man, it's tough. He's like, ah! He's screaming on the sidelines, still going out there and doing his thing. I forgot that last year they pulled off the biggest comeback in NFL history.
Yeah, who was that against?
Against the Colts. They were down 33-0.
Yeah, good call. Forgot about that.
And they won 39-36 in OT. By the way, the other thing, Waterboy, your Raider, Marcus Mariota, not only was he a dud from episode 1.
Boy, this guy, I mean,
why he leaves the team. I forgot he left the team. He went AWOL last year. We didn't pay attention to that. We were too busy wrapped up in our Niners.
Yeah, he was on the Falcons last year.
And then when they went to Desmond Ridder, he split. He
was like, I'm out.
He goes, I'm out. He goes, I got to get a knee surgery. And Arthur Smith's like, yeah, he never told me that. I mean, man, oh, man. He's now.
Why is he even on the show? What is it about him
to show you how dull a guy can be, really?
I mean, it doesn't make any sense for a guy like a journeyman like that.
I believe he is currently Jalen Hurts' backup.
Oh, is he?
Right?
Okay, I didn't even know that.
On that one, Murph. Yeah.
I didn't know he was an Eagle. I had not heard that.
I don't think they'll take to him in Philly because he's a really low-energy dude.
Yeah, try walking out on Philly, see how that goes.
I know, exactly. Yeah. So anyway, back to the Niners, who will be obviously they had a good practice yesterday. They did their thing. I don't know how you get wrapped up in these stats, I don't.
Practice stats?
Yeah.
I don't pay any attention to them.
Well, I mean, you should. A lot of people do.
I don't know if that's really going to be relevant, though, come September when the real games start.
Well,
like
Paul
what a guy did in the middle of July.
Well, Paul and Mac, my favorite thing about these practice stats is that everybody has different stats.
It's hilarious.
Trey Lance will be like, oh, yeah, he was 9 for 11. No, he was 8 for 12. No, he was 7 for 13. I'm like, aren't you guys all watching the same practice?
Who's keeping track of this?
Right.
As a man who I covered 6 NFL training camps, 6.5 kind of.
Yeah.
We never kept practice
No,
stats.
man.
Now, maybe, does that mean that we were
That's why they're called practices.
not as good as the current crop of beat writers, or we just kind of understood?
Well, what
most important is health. Second of all, you can just see if a guy's looking good or looking bad.
Hello.
Is he making the right reads and all this stuff?
Yes,
and it's, we don't know on the play where is he supposed to go with the ball, where's the progression, did he make the right decision?
How many of the incompletions are the receiver's fault? You just don't know what's going on.
So,
right.
Well, anyway, just to get you guys in the mood for the 49ers, some more Kyle Shanahan sound.
How about you? Are you as eager as I am to see this, or are you more lukewarm?
I thought about it this morning while I was shaving, believe it or not.
I really am looking forward to Sunday.
And I thought to myself, oh, how great that we'll have 49ers to talk about. Then I thought to myself as I continued to shave, oh, that's right. By midway through the first quarter, we'll mostly have lost interest. You know what I mean? Especially by the second half.
I'm going to stick with this one.
Well, you have forever been a preseason
kind of a
football
preseason guy. Yeah, it's a tradition.
It's going to be Brandon Allen the entire second half, right? I mean,
well, I thought maybe they'd split it up to give Trey Lance and Sam Darnold more reps. Like, do you think there's any chance Trey could be playing into the second half, or is it all Brandon Allen? Because there's only 3 games now.
My guess is that they would just go Allen second. I bet they'll probably start Trey just because he's the incumbent, as it were. He was the starter last year. And then probably Darnold in the second quarter, and then I would guess Allen in the second half. That's my guess. I could be wrong.
I think
I'll be busy watching Bochy try to outfox Kapler.
I think you could see Trey in the second half. I don't think that's off the I mean, I don't know
Trey's
for
gonna
sure.
start
Or vice versa. I think he could start the game, play the whole first half, then you get Sam Darnold in the third quarter, Brandon Allen in the fourth. Maybe. We don't know. Speculation.
Not sure, but generally, to keep those, there's only one mission in these things. One mission. And that is to stay healthy.
And again,
why put him out there?
Other preseason question I have now, and we kind of hit this, I think, last week, but just making sure that I guess now the second game will function as the third game used to. Is that correct?
Kind of, but then you got guys like Nick Bosa who never play in preseason.
No, right. That's
Even
right.
when he's in camp, he doesn't play.
No.
Some guys don't play. I mean, there makes a lot of sense to not play these guys.
Yeah.
Just stay off. It's a violent, awful game, and the last thing you need is a guy to get hurt. All right, just a little bit more, just to get you guys psyched. Kyle Shanahan this week on NFL Network, he did note that Hard Knocks was debuting with his old buddy, Bobby Saleh.
Yeah.
And here was Shanahan's review here.
Saleh will act like he doesn't like it, but he'll enjoy it.
Really?
He'll make sure he lifts before the cameras are on.
Yeah, right.
He'll be cleanly shaven. It's Hard Knocks is what it is. I think it's tough on all the coaches a little bit because things are so personal with the players and stuff, so you get worried about that. Yeah. But it sounds like he's got most of that taken care of, and I think he's got a pretty good team, and that always makes it a little bit easier.
I think he's kind of right. I think Saleh is enjoying the camera. There's that part of you. They're like, hey, man, follow me. I look good. Follow me around. What was that song that Apple used in that iPhone thing? I look good. Remember that one that went around last summer?
I don't know if I do.
I look good today. I look real good today.
There it is,
That's Saleh. I mean, he definitely is. I think, Yeah, no. Paulie, they're going to come in and do a Hard Knocks on us. No, don't follow me around, but be sure to get this side.
Yeah, well, see, the problem is I can't remember the last time I rolled out of bed and looked in the mirror and go, boy, you look good today. I don't think it's been a while.
Well, Paul and Mac, the thing is now we're on camera 24/7. If we go get some coffee in the bullpen, play some shuffleboard, we're on camera.
We got our own Hard Knocks going right
there
here.
It is, Paulie, yeah.
KNBR Knocks.
Do you like the angle they have on you?
Yeah, right.
All right. All right, so, more Shanahan. Talking about this guy, Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Who, is the dude now. And about last year when Jimmy got hurt, his remembrance of it.
First quarter of the second game, he was back to being our starter. And I was like, wow, I'm glad that we got him because, man, I don't want to have to put Brock in that situation for an entire year and the pressure. But Jimmy ended up coming in, playing well. I think he played about 6 games, And then he got hurt, and then Brock came in. And, I just remember our owner saying, well, he said how good this guy was. And I was like, yeah, but that's practice. Yeah. This is real, so don't hold me to it yet. And he came in and looked the same way in games that he did in practice. And we had 7 games with him, and he played as high of a level as I believe he could play, and it's kind of what made it easy going into this year.
Is he going to be ready?
Those 7 games.
Yeah, he's going to be ready.
Okay, man. Brock Purdy continues to be, as I was watching sort of the Hard Knocks stuff yesterday and all the install of the offense and everything, I'm like, yeah, I'm again, I have been mildly concerned about the small sample size and how do you, the sophomore slump and all that stuff that goes on. Although I'm not sure he played enough to have a sophomore slump because he's still in his freshman year kind of. But Paulie went, completed 67% of his passes, 13 touchdowns, 4 picks. His quarterback rating was 107.
He's got a good head on his shoulders. He seems to be a pretty smart player.
His QB, his yards per attempt was 8.1. It's pretty good, the kid processes the information.
And again, like
got that a little maneuverability in the pocket.
Yes,
kind of thing.
He's got a lot of the right ingredients and the right stuff and the right kind of just the way he just handles the game plan. And Marcus, you mentioned it yesterday, and I totally agree. One of the things that's going to help him along is the talent that's all around him. He's got multiple options if he should drop back to throw. He can go any number of 4 or 5 different ways. The line in front of him looks to be pretty solid as well. So he's in the best possible position, even though he's not that well seasoned yet.
And that's the thing about Brock Purdy. Looking at that film from last year is seeing how much improved this offense was once Brock Purdy took the reins and took the keys to the car. But also a big reason why the offense looked so good was the midseason acquisition of Christian McCaffrey.
Right,
He's going to make your offense look really good.
Yeah, no question.
Mm-hmm.
No question.
But that's the talent that he's surrounded by.
Yeah. I'm looking at the offensive points here. So he took over for the Let's see. He took over in the Miami game. They scored 33. Tampa Bay, they scored 35. They went up to Seattle and only scored 21. But still, that's up in Seattle. They got the win. Then Washington, they scored 37. The Raiders, they scored 37. Arizona, they scored 38. Dude, in his
points on the board.
starts,
Yes.
he went over 35 points in 4 of his 5 starts. So
what's not to like? Honestly, that's all you could ask for.
like you said, a big reason is number 23, Christian McCaffrey,
man.
who was on Papa and Lund. And he talked about like having this whole camp to finally digest the playbook. Here he is.
Well, I think every offense has it, but I don't know if every offense has it as sophisticated as Kyle coaches it up. And you know, I feel like a football nerd every time I'm in those meetings and just really grasping exactly how well he understands not just how to run the play offensively, but defensively, and why setting the edge is so important, why running to the ball is so important. And so you start to understand what defenses are being taught and what the play is trying to accomplish. And so every step matters. You know, it's not just running the ball and looking with your eyes. There's an aiming point. There's vision that comes with it. There's setting your blocks. There's so many different cues that are on each and every run play, and some of them are a little bit different than others. So it's just been great to be able to, not just learn, but rep exactly all the different plays that we're trying to get, and then having the different pass plays off of it. So it's been a lot of fun.
Can't believe they got this guy. How did they get this guy? He's 27 years old. He's rushed for 1,000 yards 3 times. Papa's talked about it. He's received for 1,000 yards. And in 2019, he was a 1,000 guy. I mean, you know, he's already carving a Hall of Fame career.
I'm just glad he went to Stanford when he did.
Yeah, right,
now he had a place to play. You know what I mean? Now he must be bummed out about this, too.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys.
4-time Pro Bowler already.
Yeah.
8 Offensive Player of the Year. He's finished top 7 4 times in the voting.
Now, plus, you get the whole season with this guy. You only had him for a few games last year.
Is he going to go in the fantasy draft, Waterboy?
Oh,
pretty high.
First overall pick?
I think everybody's, you know, the what am I going to say? The conventional wisdom, or what's the phrase I'm looking for?
Traditional thinking. I don't know. What do you need?
Justin Jefferson's the hot pick nationally when you look at.
Yeah, I like going running back over wide receiver.
Well, there you go.
Then we need to talk. Is it PPR or standard, Murph?
Well, there you go.
Those are the questions.
Right.
All right, there you go. There's some Niners talk for you there. Hey, Mike Krukow, JT Snow, Giants, next on the Sports Leader. Talk Amici's and catering your business or large event. Yeah, of course we got personal delivery. You want it this weekend, maybe watching the Niners, get some pizza delivered, fresh, tasty, the best pizza in town, drivers on time, courteous, prompt, professional. Well, let's take that same principle and apply it to businesses and the full-blown catering menu for large events. Having a little party or something, you can still order your favorite pizzas and other items individually, but I'm talking about the catering menu, which gives you options to order pastas, salads, and their famous flame-roasted lemon chicken wings are so good in larger sizes, so your group can help themselves buffet style. It's a more economical way to feed a large group while still offering them Amici's full range of menu items. So, whether you need a corporate lunch delivered or food for a special event, Amici's has a great range of options to customize the perfect menu in ideal portion sizes for your group. So check out the catering menu at Amici's.com when you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered event. Amici's delivers.
Be caller 10 to 415-896 KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Reds Tuesday, August 29th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
morning Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Krukow right now.
He hits it high. He hits it deep. It's out of here. Adios, pelota. Good.
Sponsored by NorCal Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer today.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, Giants do not get the win last night in Anaheim. They fall 7-5. They are now 62-52, 10 games over. Still 3 up in the wild card. They do lose a game to the Dodgers in the standings to 5 back in the West. So many things to talk about, from Shohei Ohtani to openers to Wilmer Flores to AJ Pollock. All these things to talk about with Mike Krukow on the UMA guest line. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Hey, Kruk.
Yeah, good morning. I'm doing well. I'd like to see a little more offense, so a little more hard contact, but doing well.
Well, Wilmer Flores, we'll start with the good news. That's the guy who's giving you hard contact.
Oh, man.
I mean, Mike, we were going over his numbers.
He's been going on a while now, too. He's been hot.
His numbers were going over. This is for a sustained period of time.
That's right.
And just what you're seeing from this guy. I mean, it is career. He's had some nice years in his career. He's a good hitter, but this is like career best stuff.
Yeah, he's having his career best year, and thank God for it. I mean, he's really been a shot in the arm. I mean, you're always hoping a guy gets as hot as Wilmer has been really the last 2 months, that everybody kind of falls in place. And, we always talk about hitting is contagious and line drives are contagious. It usually works that way, but it hasn't seemed to rub off on the other players. And so he becomes a centerpiece. And quite honestly, I don't know why teams are pitching to him, because he's not getting great protection right now.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the ultimate slam to say about the guys hitting behind him, but they really aren't. And despite all that, he's still putting up big OPS numbers, and it's really impressive.
Yeah, you're right, and that shines a light actually on a guy Susan Slusser wrote about it a little bit in the Chronicle, and you can kind of see a guy who's not having the summer he wants is Mike Conforto. And he was hitting behind Wilmer last night. So if you're the Angels, you could say, okay, I'll pitch around Wilmer and get to. And so Conforto's beating himself up a little bit. Are you seeing anything with his approach, or is it bats?
No, I always look at, with approach, number one, you look for balance. How much of his back leg is he getting into his swing? How much hip speed does he have? Hip speed translates right into arm speed for a pitcher, translates into bat speed for a hitter. And then you look at his plate coverage. Does he have the ability to drive the ball away? Is he going the other way? Is he symmetrical in the way that he makes contact off of pitch locations that he's getting? Is he thinking right? I mean, how many times is he taking a pipe fastball down the middle of the plate? And that tells me that he's looking for either an off-speed pitch or he's looking for another location on the fastball. So, I mean, all those things you can see, those are just instinctive to a pitcher, to an old pitcher especially, because you pitched so many innings against so many hitters, you kind of sense those things. I haven't sensed that he's been off balance. I think, to a degree, I think he's been pretty good about looking for the right pitches, looking for the right side of the plate. What I see is a lot of foul balls that he should hit that he's fouling off. And that's really frustrating for a hitter. When you do everything right, when you look for the pitch, you get the pitch you're looking for, you put a good swing on it, and you foul it off. And I think that's kind of been where he's at this year. And he's fouled off a lot of stuff. I don't think there's any one way you can pitch him. I mean, if you have a hitter up there that, they're pounding inside and he's not able to make the adjustment, well, then there's a problem. Well, I don't see that with Conforto. I just think there's a lot of foul him off, and that's what's been really frustrating for him.
Yeah, he's got to get going. Last night, just one game, but Conforto, Davis, Sable, Estrada, and Wade 0 for 19. They only got 5 hits in that game last night. It's funny, Mike, because they did score, they scored 6 in Oakland on Sunday and then 8 Monday, and then 5 yesterday. So some of the run production has been there.
Yeah, it has, and to get really overly critical about it, and this is something you don't do when you win a game. They got no hit in 7 of the innings.
Ooh.
So the only time they scored was the third when they put up a 3-spot down 4, which is an impressive inning, right? They had opportunity. They cashed in on it. I mean, one of the key hits was a swing and bunt, but it worked, right? And then they had 2 with a leadoff walk by Bailey and a home run by Flores in the 8th. After that, nada, 0. And the other thing too, and this has been going on for a while, is they're not making consistent hard contact. Mm-hmm. I mean, you think about balls that they've hit on the button. That excites people. Even if it's an out, I mean, it's a frustrating out, but it excites people when there's a lot of line drives, when there's a lot of loud contact. And they're not getting consistent loud contact. Now, that's a concern. And like I say, this goes back a couple months, and I'm not making this up. Statistically, they make the softest contact in baseball collectively.
Wow.
And that has to change.
Yeah.
As they go forward, John Miller always talks about, if you hit the ball over 100 miles per hour, your chances of getting a base hit is like 95%, right? Well, we haven't seen that. So that's the bigger concern in all of this. They're creating opportunity. Again, last night they created opportunity in 2 innings. The other 7 they didn't. But I think prior to that, I mean, they have been setting the table. They just weren't getting the money hit. I mean, that was the lament. But now I think it's a little bit more serious in that they're not getting consistent hard contact. And the younger players, the rookies, they've all collectively kind of gone in the tank with the exception of Bailey. We're not getting hard contact from these guys. So there is concern there, and there's work to do.
For sure. Well, that's all well stated and all that. And then, Mike, that all leads to the fact that they're facing Shohei Ohtani tonight. Now, listen, they faced him before in 2021, a lot of these same guys, so it's not totally foreign for them. But he is pitching well, and here's one stat. He is leading baseball in opponents' batting average. So, I mean, what you remember about seeing this guy pitch and what you've seen from him pitch and the challenge that the Giants face tonight?
Well, I think that he is, from when I first saw him to where he is now, I think he's a much more polished pitcher. I think that he reads swing types now. I think he pitches the situation better than when I initially did. Before, it was just a guy who had just 4 or 5 types of movement and tremendous stuff and high velocity, and he could outstuff you. But now, I mean, he's more of a pitcher. I mean, he can get you off balance, which really is what pitching's all about, to upset the timing of the hitter. And he's got 6 quality movements. I mean, he doesn't have anything that's average. But having said that, I mean, you just have to be more disciplined. You have to have an approach, stay with your approach, trust the process, use the opposite field. I mean, all those things you hear when you're facing a good pitcher. And, they see good pitchers all the time. I mean, I wouldn't know if I would put him in. I mean, he's on the cusp of being elite, I think, as a starter. I think when he completely polishes it all off, I mean, he's going to be a guy that has an ERA in the 2s. That's how special I think he can be. And I still think he's a bit away of it. I mean, pitching takes a while to learn, and he's had to learn it in a new league. And I think that, there's more to get out of him as a pitcher. But from the Giants' perspective, I think that you need to be disciplined in your approach to him to have a chance.
It's going to be interesting to watch, see a team that is slumping, how they go against this guy who throws so hard and is becoming better right before our eyes. 6:38 first pitch. Giants going with another opener, Ryan Walker. Now, we know the deal, Mike. They won a lot with the openers, and they've lost 2 of their last 3 with the openers. Now, it's a small sample size, I know. Last night was that example of when it goes wrong.
That was tough.
Goes wrong.
Yeah,
right?
that was tough.
Yeah, I mean, you go back and take a look and analyze Alexander's outing. The first guy he's facing, Renifo, the shortstop, who I've been impressed with. He's a switch hitter, and he gets into a 2-strike situation, and there was a pitch on the outside part of the plate, and at this point, with the left-handed Alexander pitching, he's hitting right-handed. He takes that ball down the right field, and that's a great at-bat. That was not a mistake to location. He threw the ball out over the plate on the outside corner, and to Renifo's credit, he goes the opposite way. Then here comes Ohtani, and he works at count 3-2. You can't walk him. You got a runner at second base. So he throws a fastball in, he breaks his bat. And Ohtani's so damn strong, he still has enough speed on the ball to get it through the infield. That's a base hit and an RBI. And then the next guy up is Drury, who hits the ball to left field, and all of a sudden that's it. He's done. That's your night. Thank you very much for stopping by. So I think he just had a bit of bad luck. I don't think he was just, serving cookies up there. And then to the credit of the Angels, they added on against Junis, who was throwing pretty good last night. So they wound up putting a 4 spot up on the board, and the Giants never really fully recovered from it. But, that's the risk. When you have a bunch of guys going out there, you have more of a chance of one of those guys not having a good night. Mm-hmm. And that was kind of the case in last night's ball game.
Yeah, for sure. And they go tonight. Ryan Walker. He's going to try to roll those bones again and come up, what do you call it, boxcars? What's a good roll? Snake Eyes is bad, right?
I think so,
is
yeah.
good. Hey, by the way, Susan Slusser joins Tolbert and Copes today at 4:50 if you want to keep this Giants talk going. And JT Snow at 8 o'clock today. So, Mike, a little bit another news from last night. A.J. Pollock, all of a sudden, third inning, he's gone. And he did speak after the game to the media and said, yeah, I did. Something's wrong with my side. He didn't know whether it was his back or his lat. He didn't know. He said, we'll know more today. But it does raise a red flag of, okay, if this guy can't go, what do you do with Yaz and Haniger not ready to come back yet? I guess Yaz could be back as soon as Friday, perhaps. But of note, Marco Luciano was removed from the River Cats game after 2 at-bats, so he could come up. They say Matthias could play outfield. I don't know your view on the Pollock injury and sort of the Giants' depth situation.
Well, just remember, there's always somebody behind a player. I mean, you've always got more talent that you can draw from on a 40-man. So, they're going to have somebody to replace him there. And it's unfortunate. I think A.J. Pollock's had a good career. I think one of the things that has dogged him throughout his career is being able to stay on the field. Injuries have plagued him. And, he knows when he's right, when he's not right. And when you've got a glitch in your side, it affects the symmetry of how you move on the defensive side, and it certainly affects you in the batter's box. So, somebody else going to get those reps, and it's not going to be him. So I don't know. We're getting into August now, and when you have a situation like that, if you're Pollock, I don't know if you're going to be back on the August roster. It may be that you have to wait till September to be part of the expanded roster, and even at that, I don't know. I don't know what his future stands for now.
The price they paid for him was minimal, right? Of just a player to be named later. So does that tell you that they wouldn't hesitate to kind of make a move if they had to? It's not like they invested a huge deal in him.
They would not. They would not hesitate.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Yeah. So he's been a guy who's just kind of they got to fill in a little bit, and he, it may be a brief stay. It may be a brief stay.
It's the business of the game.
Yeah,
they lost
right.
Isan Diaz. I didn't want to see him go out. I liked his game.
Yeah.
I thought he was a good little second baseman. He had some bat speed. And all of a sudden, boom, here comes Luis Gonzalez. And he comes off the IL. Now he's got to have a place back on the 40-man. Whoop! Isan Diaz, gone. And the next day he gets picked up. And it's just the nature of the game. And it could have very well happened to A.J. Pollock.
Yeah, he's a Detroit Tiger now, Isan Diaz. So one of the things that kind of hit me, Mike, is I said when we were coming in, is the Giants lose, but they're 62-52. They're having a great, really nice season, 10 games over. They're steaming towards a pot. And I'm looking at the playoffs, the standings. You have 5 back in the West. All right, that's something. But up 3 in the wild card. They and the Phillies are safely 3 up in the wild card. And I'm looking, Mike, at the Cubs, 3 behind them. The Reds, 3.5. Miami, 3.5, 4. Arizona, and even San Diego. I guess my question to you is, I just don't think there's a huge threat looming out there. Everybody keeps saying, the Padres are going to get hot, and there's still time for them to get hot. I could win 10 in a row. I get it.
But they're still 4 games under, I think, the Padres.
Or a couple. At least maybe 1 or 2. But anyway, my point is, I feel like, Mike, that the playoff thing, and I asked Kipe this yesterday, do you have playoff fever? Because I feel like
playoff fever.
I feel like there's no real credible threat coming up on them, and I know that, I don't know, maybe that's taking the rest of the league too lightly.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think there's 6 that you have to take and consider and know that they're going to be breathing down your neck, and there's no way that you can assume you're a lock to go into the playoffs at this point in the season. There's just too much that has to be done. And the Giants have, too much of their game that they have to work on to feel like they realistically have a chance to get into the playoffs and then do well in the playoffs. So, you're still at this point, because you've had a good season at this point, you're 10 games over 500, and there isn't too many teams that wouldn't love to have that 10-game over 500 cushion. But the reality of it is, and we watch this team every day, is they've got work to do, and they know that. You cannot rest on your laurels at this point. And they're going to face the Cubs, and they're going to face Cincinnati. And they do have the Padres. I mean, there is a lot of nastiness that faces this club, and especially in this month of August. So, they need to tighten things up big time, and that's their approach. If you're thinking that, you know what, we're good, we can coast in and play 500 from this point on and just kind of go in. No, you can't. You have to continue to keep pushing yourself to get better, to get way better. And that's kind of their mindset right now. They know they have work to do. And every one of those teams that you mentioned can get hot. And when you get hot, you make up time in a hurry.
All right, I better snap to attention. Start taking this stuff more seriously.
Yeah, come on, man.
I better tighten it up, man, and start playing better ball for sure. Hey, Mike, before we let you go, we got to ask you. We asked Kipe this yesterday, just as a broadcaster and as a former player, and somebody's very close to the Giants, obviously. Any feeling on your fellow broadcaster, but not a former player, Kevin Brown in Baltimore?
Man, oh man,
it's caused a huge national stir.
It really has, yeah.
The fans were chanting his name, free Kevin Brown. He's the Oriole broadcaster who was just going through his pregame and talking about how the Orioles had not had success against Tampa Bay, and apparently he's been suspended for that.
And now, everybody's on his side too, like nationwide.
Now, by the way, there is some news. They say he'll be back. According to a report, he will be back Friday in the booth. But do you see this as something to comment on, a warning sign?
Well, first of all, I don't know the whole story.
Yeah.
I mean, I just know what I've been reading, and I don't think they've actually suspended him. I don't know if that's actually happened. Mm-hmm. He's been taken off the air, and that in itself is appalling. Now, we assume that the reason for him being taken off was that he was being critical of the team.
Yeah.
This is a stat that was in the team's notes.
Right.
That he was repeating. This was a stat that was taken by the producer, and it was put on the as a stat that was on the right there. What do you call it? The script on the bottom of the that was
Chiron or whatever. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, the Chiron is the guy who types it. So
okay,
I mean that whole thing is getting typed across the bottom of the screen, and this guy's doing an open, and he addresses it, and it's a realistic point. It's a point you make. And it really was a positive point. And the point being that the Orioles coming in to play the Tampa in the last 3 years have been horrible. They were like 3-18. Well, you have to say that, but you also say that they're leading the division. This is a team that's a much different team, blah, 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 which he did. I didn't see anything that he said, and I listened to it twice, that was abrasive or was a poor representation of what he should say or shouldn't say as a broadcaster for the Orioles. And if indeed he was taken off for his commentary in that open, I find it absolutely appalling. And it's it says a lot about an organization. Again, if this is true, and it's not good. Not any of it's good. I mean, this guy's a really good broadcaster, and you can see by the reaction from around baseball by the other broadcasters how they were just upset by this, and rightfully so. You have to be honest with your listening base. You have to be with your listening audience. They have to realize that you're depicting a game that is even. You talk about the good things that happen. You talk about the bad things that happen for both teams, and that includes your home team. You owe it to your team. You can't, dress up a pig. If you have a team that's sputtering out there defensively, or they're not swinging the bats, you need to address that. You need to talk about that as a weakness. Your fan base has to know that. You can't color it in any other way other than honesty. That is always going to be the best policy, and that basically is what Kevin Brown was doing. And the fact that was not acceptable by his organization is disgraceful. Quite honestly, it's disgraceful.
Yeah, agreed. And the Orioles, it's funny, Mike, because, the Orioles, you want to root for them.
Oh, it's such a great story this year, yeah.
And they're such a great baseball town. There's such a great history.
The yard's awesome.
Andy Bagley went to John Miller yesterday and talked about his departure and that was never, fully confirmed that Angelos was upset that Miller was saying, but it was kind of confirmed, So they have a history of this, is my point, I guess.
Yeah, and I played in Philadelphia, and I got to know that region, and there's such good baseball fans there, and Baltimore is no exception. And I haven't spent a lot of time at Camden Yards or in the town. I mean, we just haven't visited Baltimore that much with interleague play, although that's changing every other year now, which is exciting. But knowing John when John Miller came to us, it turned out to be one of the greatest things that ever happened to the Giants organization. I realized over the years how much it hurt John to leave Baltimore. At the time, there was no Washington team. Baltimore was the team. And when we got to Washington and we got a chance to meet a lot of the politicians and a lot of the people who lived there, the love that they had for John Miller was deep-rooted. And to this day, they still consider John their guy. And it hurt John to have to leave that. He was ingrained in the culture there of an historic franchise. And the region outside of Baltimore, embraced him. There are a lot of Baltimore fans in Washington, a lot of Baltimore fans because of John and however long the arm was of the broadcast and where it reached out to. I mean, they just were. I mean, that's John. That's how good he is. He brings you in, and we're lucky to have him. He's made all of us better. And but man, I tell you what, it's a big drag on a marvelous season by the Orioles. And don't think for 1 second that doesn't affect the team.
Oh, man.
Because it does.
Wow.
It's a negative.
Wow.
Well, the fans were chanting last night, free Kevin Brown, free Kevin there. So like I said, the news is that he probably will be back in the booth on Friday. So anyway, I just thought we would kick it around as a broadcaster, Mike. You do your thing. So, all right, well, like you said, better contact, better approaches, better at-bats up and down the lineup. Just do it against Shohei Ohtani. We'll see that. And then Friday, we'll talk to you about, we'll have old Boach coming back into town. So he's going to join us 9:30 Friday. So bone up your Boach memories there, Mike, and enjoy tonight's call. We'll talk to you Friday. Mike Krukow, ready to go for tonight, 6:38, Shohei Ohtani.
Will Bruce Bochy be offering up any, walks around town, burger reviews, coffee shop comments? Like, his Instagram?
Well, he's been in town all week.
Because I feel, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. And I know he's got to compete against Gabe Kapler on the diamond, but at the same time, like, out in these streets, I feel like, Boch like...
I see what you mean. Okay, you're saying,
well, it's the way that the Gorgonzola hangs with the hickory smoked bacon. I think it's a nice combo.
Well, he did the cheesesteak.
I'll tell you what.
Some kind of good.
Yeah, I mean, there it was right there. And then remember he doesn't he give the cheesesteak guy the hook? He's like, yeah, Jose, we got to give you guys. We got to bring in somebody else.
Jose. Yes. Yeah.
So we have, maybe Kapler's just trying to keep up with the cheesesteak guy.
It's the way that the mozzarella hangs with the Gorgonzola. Yeah.
Oh, man. Gabe did another one yesterday.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. I want to hear that.
Shop. It's very, it's kind of light on riffs. It's very standard.
It's got hints of hickory.
In fact, he interviews a guy in it. He interviews the barista.
Of course he does.
Yeah.
Let me speak with the actual maker of this cup. Who can I speak with? Is there a barista nearby?
Yeah. He does. And so he goes to a place on California Street. Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Where? Up in like Laurel Village?
It looks like it might be down in the financial district.
I want to go to Laurel. Oh, that makes sense, though. Yeah, this is.
Anyway. All right. Giants tonight. Shohei Ohtani versus Ryan Walker, 6:38 p.m. I've been fascinated with Shohei this whole series.
I think the whole world is fascinated with him right now.
You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. All right. I saw JT Snow at the Brandon Crawford ALS golf tournament on Friday, and now he joins us. We might as well make him our big hit. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on.
Feel the power.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Travis Ishikawa joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday on the afternoon show to talk about the Giants series against the Angels and whether or not the Giants will be in on the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes next offseason. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now this is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
The 2-2 pitch. Snow swings and he cracks one deep into left center field. This one is way back there into the alleyway. It is gone! Home run for Snow, and let's go home! The Giants have won it!
He kicks, he deals. Snow swings, high fly ball to right, hit to the corner. Perez chasing to the wall. It's gone! Oh, no! It's gone! Snow has homered, and we are tied!
Pitch swinging. There's a high drive down the right field line. Hooking into the corner. If it's fair, it's gone. It is a fair ball! Home run! And that one is wet! JT Snow, for the first time, launches one into McCovey Cove.
Ripped! Deep right field, salmon back at the wall. It's off the wall. 2 runs are going to score. Lofton digs for third. He's held there, and it's a 6-run Giants lead. Thank goodness that JT Snow was aware and got Darren Baker out of the way.
Look at that. JT got an entire career retrospective. He's like, I thought I was just doing a hit with Murph and Meg. JT, because we put you in our 8 a.m. slot, we call it the big hit, and we always do like a highlight package. Bro, we just showed you your life. We just took you through your life.
Right down memory lane. Yeah.
Morning, JT.
Hey, JT.
Hey, can you play that over again? I like that.
Yeah, we're going to turn it up.
It's a nice way to start your day, huh, dude?
Yeah. Hey, I hope it's been too long, guys. I hope you guys are doing well. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
No, it was great to see you Friday at the golf tournament, man. And you know, and so we said, yeah, let's do it, man. Let's talk Giants ball, man. And you've been around. You've been checking these guys out. And I don't know, they lost last night. This is your old squad now. Angels, Giants, the JT Snow Bowl.
Good call.
Right?
The JT Cup, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched the last couple nights, and tough night last night, but, you know, the Giants came back that first night, so the Angels have been struggling a little bit. And, you know, I think at this point, like, I still love baseball. I still watch a lot of games, and, you know, I miss it, and I think anybody that's ever played misses being out there. I think one of the things with the Giants right now is people got to realize they got a tough schedule coming up, and I think they got the Rangers and then the Braves a couple times, the Phillies, the Reds, the Dodgers. It's gonna play out, and they're gonna need to start playing some good baseball from here on in. There's a long way to go, but this is the dog days of summer, and this is the best time of the year for baseball. You know, there's no football yet. Basketball's done. There's a whole spotlight's on baseball.
You're right. After today, you know, we've talked about it a lot, but just to refresh everybody's memory, after tonight, they face Shohei, by the way. 3 with Bochy's Rangers, who are playing great. 3 with the Tampa Bay Rays. 3 with the Braves. 3 at Atlanta. 3 at Philly. And then the Braves come here for 3. These
should be a tough stretch.
These are all legit World Series contenders. Throw in the Reds, Padres. I mean, my gosh. So, I don't know, JT, do you think this team as currently constructed can navigate those waters? I guess I'm asking broad question. Like, what do you like and not like about these 2023 Giants, 62 and 52 at this point in the season? 10 games over, leading the wild card. What do you like, and what do you think is lacking?
Well, it's interesting because I watch the games, and you're not quite sure how they're getting it done, but they're getting it done somehow. I think that, you know, you look at some of the numbers, and one of the things that stands out to me is they're last in the National League in fielding, and I know people have said the errors don't matter as much anymore. They will matter in the postseason. When a guy doesn't make a play, everything's magnified. The hitting, they're kind of down at the bottom. The pitching, they're hanging tough. They're at the top, but you know they only have 2 solid starters, right?
That's
Webb
it.
and Cobb.
Right.
They've done a good job with the opener. I don't know how long is that going to last, right? The bullpen might get taxed. There's a long way to go, like I said. So it's interesting. Maybe the analytics that the Giants have are proving right. But they seem to win when they have to, and they get a big hit when they have to, and they get a good pitching performance when they have to. And that's not a bad scenario, right? It's like stepping up at the biggest times and playing your best. They got a nice little lead in the wild card, so we'll see. I always go back to the Dwayne Kuiper. I think it was 2010 or 12 when he said it was torture. I mean, this might be torture all over again.
Yeah, it has been kind of torturous. JT Snow is our guest on the UMA guest line, and I want to kind of pick your brain, JT, on that idea you just mentioned, the whole philosophy of bullpen games and having like a featured guy in there, but also an opener and then other pitchers on the back end. Whether or not that's going to work down the stretch is something we've been asking the same question. Murph has been asking that daily. Like we haven't seen it done in the postseason where, you're hoisting a World Series trophy. So I don't know, JT, you know the game inside and out. Do you have faith in that model to take you, through a playoff run, or do you believe in that model, the bullpen model?
I think the old school mentality of me says no, but the new school is like, as a hitter, it's tough to face a different pitcher every at bat, right? Different stuff, maybe a lefty, righty. I knew when I was playing, if the first at bat off a starter, if I could get a walk or a base hit or even a good at bat, I might get him the second or third time through the lineup because I see his stuff. I know the pitches.
Yeah.
But now, like, they change. I just think that as a pitcher, maybe, you look at guys that have been starters in the past, and Alex Wood, and Manai, like, they might be having a hard time with it. And, we saw it last night. Wood comes in the game, throws great, but gives up a couple runs, and they lose. And I don't know, and I don't know pitchers all that well, but when I play, like, they want to know their role. I know it's a different game nowadays, but it'll be interesting to see. And if it works out, then, Gabe and his staff are going to look like geniuses. If it doesn't, there'll be a lot of questions.
Yeah, for sure. JT Snow is a voice you hear on the UMA guest line. You just said it. I mean, for some people, we need to reset, like, why are they doing this? And you just said it. It's a couple things. One, you don't face the same pitcher in your first two at-bats. And two, for the pitcher, you don't have to face the top of the order 3 times, right? So, I mean, that makes sense, right, on some level?
It does. And the way batting orders are constructed nowadays, it goes like, I coached my son's Little League team, 10 years ago, and we won districts and regionals, and, we put the best hitters at the top of the lineup because we wanted them to get the most at-bats. And you're seeing that now with a lot of teams. That the Dodgers are batting Freddie Freeman at second, so he gets up in the first inning, and he might get more at-bats. You see that with the Giants lineup every day. It's hard as a hitter to be in a different spot in the lineup day in and day out. When I was playing and I didn't even look at the lineup card. I just came in the clubhouse, got ready. I knew I was hitting fifth behind, Barry hit third, Jeff Kent hit fourth, I hit fifth. I had to pick up any scraps that Jeff Kent left behind. I knew I had a guy hitting behind me, Ellis Burke, something like that. So it's just the way the game is nowadays. And it'll be interesting when guys are bouncing around, the lineup's bouncing around, the pitchers are bouncing around. But maybe it's the way to go. I don't know. It'll play out. I think when you get in the postseason, though, you need 3 stud starters if you're going to, go. And I've always looked at it like we got to make a push to the World Series. We're just not happy to get in the playoffs. We got to make a push. So, time will tell. Like we talked earlier, the Giants got a rough schedule ahead of them, and they're playing some great teams. So we'll see how it plays out.
Talking to JT Snow, of course, who 2-time Willie Mack Award winner with the Giants, Darren Baker's hero, and, of course, 6 Gold Gloves as we talk about these Giants. You look at the other part we ask is everybody talks about the starters, the openers, and that is the other thing that Farhan and Gabe have brought is the full-on platoon system. Not totally. They're trying to play some guys more than others, but you take a guy like Wilmer Flores, who, is absolutely scorching, one of the hottest hitters in all of baseball, and until recently wasn't playing every day, and so, and they mix and match all the time. And I'm just kind of wondering, is it, you've seen this now for a few years. This is not new, but just as you see it evolve and your thoughts as they continue to platoon, will this be something like hitters wouldn't want to maybe come to San Francisco because they wouldn't get full playing time or things like this, or hitters understand this is the new way? What's your view on the whole thing?
Well, that's a good point. I think it's always going to be hard to sign free agent hitters to Oracle Park because of the ballpark and because of the weather. And when I was playing, I remember talking to guys, they would get down at first base and they're like, how the hell do you play in this park when you're wearing sleeves in July and August, the wind's blowing in? I mean, great players like Todd Helton and, Tony Gwynn and Larry Walker, these guys. So that's going to be hard. It's not made for left-handed hitters. that could be hard. And the other part, guys want to play every day. You know, even though there's a lefty or righty on the mound, you still want to get in there, keep your rhythm. You might have a couple good at bats, even though maybe you don't get some hits, but you hit the ball hard and keep your rhythm. And I think there's a continuity to a lineup. And when guys are constantly shifting in and out, it's hard to get that rhythm. And you need a big hit or you need a great at bat from a guy on different nights, but they might be hitting second to lineup or sixth or seventh. We've seen the Giants struggle this year with runners in scoring position. I think that might have a little bit to do with it because so much of hitting is the guy hitting behind you. And the best years I always had a guy, and Dusty or Felipe always went, left, right to protect the lineup. You always had a guy hitting behind you that could protect you so that you knew you might get good pitches, you might get strikes. And that's pretty important for a hitter to know. So, I'm just a believer in, and it's changed nowadays, but getting your guys out there, put them in the lineup and let them go.
Yeah, I'm looking at the only guy above 400 at bats this year is J.D. Davis. He's the closest thing to a regular, although Conforto 380, Lamont Wade 380. So those would be the top three guys who kind of pass as regulars. J.D. Davis, Conforto, Lamont Wade, but the rest, and I guess Estrada too. So four guys. So
what, guys? I will say this: Wilmer Flores, I love that guy. He's old school. He could play in any generation. He goes up and he swings the bat, and credit to him. Like when he wasn't playing, he didn't talk, he didn't say anything. He just kept his mouth shut, just kept playing, waiting for his turn, and that's what happens over the course of a long season. Now he's hot. He's carrying the team, and that guy, he can hit. I mean, he's old school. He doesn't miss many fastballs. He drives the ball, drives and runs. I really like watching Wilmer Flores at the plate.
Nice. It's been great to watch him. JT Snow, the voice you hear, and I've come to talk about these Giants. All that said, JT, they're 62 and 52. We're kind of nitpicking. Yeah, the starters. Yeah, the platoon. They're 62 and 52 and leading the wild card, right?
Right. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like you scratch your head and go, wow, they're right there. And I guess, like I said earlier, maybe the organization has the analytics down. We've seen that for years, and but as we said earlier, time will tell. And this is a tough stretch they're going through the next month and a half, and they're playing some good teams. So hopefully they keep it going. I mean, we all want to see the Giants in the postseason. It's great for us. It's great for the Bay Area, and we'll see what happens.
We need to get your take, JT. Wearing the same uniform you wore when you broke into the bigs, Shohei Ohtani. I mean,
what a show this guy is unto himself.
And I know. I mean, there's multiple things to ask about him. A, just when you see him, what you see both as a pitcher and a hitter. He's going tonight, 6:38 on the mound against the Giants. And then B, the big one would be, what you think the Giants' realistic strategy.
How do we get him up here?
Tactics would be to get him.
Yeah, so this is an interesting story. In 2020, Joe Madden was the manager for the Angels, and Joe Madden was the roving minor league hitting coach when I was with the Angels when I came up. And so in 2020, this is before COVID hit, he invited a bunch of ex-players to come to spring training. He invited me. I was down there with Frank Tanana, which is a great pitcher from the past.
Sure.
A couple other guys, Tim Salmon showed up, Darren Erstad showed up. So anyways, we're down there, and I got to see Ohtani, and Joe was like, make yourself at home, go in the cage, watch guys. And I got to meet Shohei and watch him in the cages, and it was so impressive. This guy's 6'4", wiry, can run, and the balls that he hit in the cage and then out on the field just had like a different sound. Like him and Mike Trout were two guys. I was like, wow, these guys are impressive. And Shohei was the nicest guy, very respectful. I'm not sure he knew who I was, but through his interpreter, he was like, shook my hand, and I watched him hit. And I tell you what, between that and pitching, it's like for the fans out there, bring up Babe Ruth and bring up Shohei Ohtani. Look at their numbers, pitching and hitting, and he's the modern day Babe Ruth. And what he's doing is what the best kid in Little League used to do, right?
Right.
Pitch and then go hit. And I think if there's one game you want to tune into, it's tonight, because this guy is unbelievable what he's doing. great kid. He's going to be very rich after this year, which he deserves.
Yes.
But he's doing something that we've really never seen before.
What's your pitch to him to come to San Francisco? Because, I mean, L.A. is Dodger Stadium and Hollywood and whatever. That's pretty appealing. Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, the whole deal. And then, we had Jim Bowden on yesterday, and he was saying Seattle might hold appeal to him. He's not necessarily a Hollywood guy, and Ichiro, and he's
just fond of the city, too.
He spent time up there.
Yeah, he likes it, right.
Obviously a big Japanese connection there.
Yeah.
What's your pitch? JT, you got Shohei in the room. What do you say to him?
From everything I've heard, he's a guy that he doesn't like you said, like the big spotlight. I don't see him going to the Yankees or to the Mets. He likes to, and when you're down there in Anaheim playing, it's a good crowd. It's low key. You're kind of, second fiddle to the Dodgers. You can kind of do your thing. I think he could probably do that up here in San Francisco. If he pitches in that ballpark, he might win 20 games. Left-handed hitting, I don't know how good he's going to. He's got opposite field power and pull power, but I think you got to make a pitch for him. I think come on, we're in the land of the Silicon Valley. We have more money than anyone around here, right? We can get this guy up here. I think he would crush it up here. I just don't know what his price tag is, and he could DH for you every day and pitch every fifth day, and I guarantee you when he pitched, that place would be sold out.
I know. I just got to. I mean, I just got to get him because the nightmare is he's a Dodger, right? That's the Dodger. I mean, that's. Can you go to the Dodgers?
That is the nightmare.
I can't deal with that,
that's not
like I can almost accept the Mariners. You know what I mean? I could accept.
Me too.
That.
Oh, totally. I'm okay with that.
But JT,
just so long as it's not.
And Ichiro played up there, and he thrives in Seattle. It's kind of a nice tucked away place, but. I know he's not a big, like I said earlier, spotlight guy. So, I think, it's cool here. The weather's cool. He won't get taxed if he's hitting and pitching. So, I say throw your hat in the ring and make a chance for this guy. And I talk to a lot of younger kids now around, and the one thing they say, they love the Giants. So we need a marquee player.
Yes.
We don't have a Mike Stanton. We don't have a Shohei, we don't have a Mookie Betts, something like that. Like they can make a big splash, and what the heck? It's only money, right? What the heck?
hey, JT, before I let you go, just baseball talk in general. We got to go. Tim Anderson, Jose Ramirez, bare knuckles.
Oh.
I'm wondering.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean,
did you guys? I mean, you played in the '90s, a little different back then, a little more freewheeling. I don't know. Maybe in the minors you saw, but guys squaring up like two bare-knuckle boxers.
I mean,
they
were like in a Jack Dempsey stance, JT. They were getting into it.
And then Tim Anderson has to wear that, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's tough.
He does, and he's going to have to wear it the rest of his career. But, anytime you drop your glove and get in the boxing stance, you better be able to protect yourself. And he got hit with like a right cross, and he got dropped. And I don't know. We've seen a lot of that the last few years, guys sliding in hard. And I hate to be the old guy that's like, oh, back when I played, but we played hard, guys winning spikes up, and there was never a problem with it. And now I don't know if guys, YouTube some of the videos back in the 70s, 80s, 90s. Guys played the game hard. It was fair. They played hard. I think nowadays some of the guys have exception to maybe a hard tag or this. There's a lot of rules nowadays. There's a lot of changes. It's kind of that era where everybody gets a trophy and we got to be nice. And, we can't throw four balls. I'm watching the game last night and my wife's like, they don't even throw four balls to the plate anymore. I'm like, no, they just put them on. And then, we get the guy in second base in extra innings and the bases are bigger and we can't shift. So it's a different game, but, Tim Anderson, and I looked at the video. I don't think he tagged him that hard, but I guess Ramirez was saying he had a history of doing that. And if you remember, Anderson had a problem a couple years ago with Tony La Russa. Didn't want to meet with him, didn't want to hear his stuff because La Russa's old school. But I don't know. You drop your glove and put the Dukes up. You better protect yourself. And
yes,
he's gonna have to wear that for a long time. I wouldn't want to be him on the road because the cat calls are going to be unbelievable.
Oh yeah, it's tough, man.
JT, you were a lover, not a fight. I can't remember you you didn't square up too much, did you?
No, in a brawl, you just go out to the other team and you grab one of your buddies on the other team and just grab his jersey, and because you don't want to get hurt, right? No one wants to break a hand or break a finger or something. Then you're out, and then you can't play every day. So yeah, I was taught that at an early age. When there's a brawl, run out there, grab somebody on the team that and just grab them and pretend like you're wrestling with them, but you're actually talking. Say, hey, let's stay at it so we don't get hurt. Let the guys involved have at it.
Oh, man, so much fun. Well, it's great checking in with you, man. And like you said, you've laid it out. The Giants have a situation. We're going to find out a lot in the next month. And then obviously we'll find out what they do against Shohei tonight, man. So fun catching up, JT. Let's do it again.
Thanks, JT.
All right?
Anytime. And Murph, I have to say, I love your articles in the NCGA magazine. I'm a huge addicted golfer now. I read your articles. They're great. And I'm a member up at the Cal Club, which is one of the best clubs in America. We're I think we're 30th in the United States. We're top 100 in the world. So I'm just I'm a 5 handicap trying to get down, but I need to get better with my irons.
Well, hey, listen, you're at a beautiful place, JT, and
it's amazing.
And if I'm driving by, you can shout at me to pull up into the driveway.
I think Murph's looking for that guest invite. Yeah.
Meantime, thanks.
Now that you have my right phone number, text me anytime. Come in, and we'll go into the men's grill, have a beer, and we'll talk some golf.
Let's do this, JT. And thanks for reading, buddy. I sure do appreciate it. And great catching up. We'll do it again, JT.
Anytime. Thanks for having me on, guys.
That's great. JT Snow.
Next thing you got to do is get him to read your jock blog. And then point him towards my jock cast.
Somebody actually texted the other day.
Yeah.
And he was saying, taking issue with something that I said or something. He's like, yeah, it's a bad take.
Issue. Like, somebody reached out, just take an issue.
Well, he's like, it's a bad take, this and that. He goes, and trust me, he goes, I'm a reader of the JB. That's what he said.
Nice.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
Oh, the JB.
That's it. We're out here.
I've not even gotten to the JB level. So anyway, so he was like saying, listen, I'm coming at you from an honest place. I'm a JB reader, but that take is garbage.
I got to. Oh, that's unfortunate.
I'm saying I was pleased that he reads the JB.
Yeah. You always want that kind of support.
Anyway,
JT's no great guy and part of a great infield too. Like you look back on those teams, man, those dusty teams, late '90s. You know what I mean? Jeff Kent,
it's funny, Paulie.
Aurelia, Bill Miller, JT Snow. Those guys, man, those guys were ballers. They were gamers, man.
Immaculate grid today. Ironically, one of the grids is San Francisco Giant Gold Glove. And had I done it before JT came on, also I wanted to get a lower number because I think JT will get a lot. So I went with 1993 catcher Kurt Manwaring.
Look at you.
0.2%, by the way.
We're just trying to be cool.
But, that's the whole thing on Immaculate Grid. It's like...
Don't go for the low-hanging fruit. Go for the look like deep pull. Yeah, I got you.
Shout out to the 1%ers who know what I'm talking about.
Right.
This guy I went to school with is he's like a freaking savant. He gets nothing above 1%. If he does, he's pissed. Like, for example, Pirates
points?
Gold Glover. Yeah, well, yes,
for
it's
like
called
a more obscure.
Something called a rarity score. They evaluate you.
Rarity
the
score.
lower your rarity score, the better. It's like golf. Like, for example, Pirate Gold Glover. I'm sorry, I can't go beyond Clemente, so I got to put Clemente down, and it's like a whopping 31%. So you're like a commoner, you're like a peasant when you pick Clemente.
Okay,
I understand.
Here's another example, Paul and Mac. Me and Murph were talking about the other day, the Immaculate Grid, and there was a question of a World Series champion Houston Astro. Me and Murph both went with Mauricio Dubon.
Separately. Waterboy goes, hey, I got a less than 1% on an Astro World Series guy. I said, so did I. We go, who'd you go with? And we both went with Dubon.
So you know what that means. Me and Murph are both the 1%ers.
1%ers are people too. There you go, buddy. Welcome.
It was only a matter of time.
All right.
Marcus got sucked in.
Mama.
Yeah.
I just went Yankee Rookie of the Year, Waterboy. I went Thurman Munson. 8%.
How do you feel about me jumping in with a Willie Randolph?
Was he a Rookie of the Year?
I believe he was.
Wow, that's outstanding.
We'll get Willie Randolph on that freaking list.
Well,
you want a
Paulie
leadoff
Mack,
guy?
you start playing the grid.
You go see Willie Randolph. You want to get a guy on base. And by the way, just as soon as you look at him, he's already on second. He just stole second base.
Oh, man, that's awesome. Yeah. Okay, cooler content next on the Sports Leader.
We'll go into the men's grill, have a beer, and we'll talk some golf.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
David Lombardi stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Cobes to talk about the 49ers' first unofficial depth chart. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right. You know, we don't always talk grid on the air, but since I have it right in front of me, and since it involves the Giants today and the Yankees, I said to Paulie, I said, I want to try to do it on my own, but Paulie's kind of interested now. He goes, well, give it to me. I said, a Yankee and a Pirate.
Well, that's
and
one
then
guy,
it hit
Marcus,
me,
yeah.
and I was like, I'm in.
You just got to think about who does
But I just want to
Marcus...
get the answer right. So
Yeah.
it hit me that Garrett Cole fits, right? So, but it's 32%. So you're like you're a loser.
Oh, yeah, you should have gone with like a Jameson Tyon or something like
There
that.
you go. There you go.
There you go. That's
but
what
I wouldn't have.
It's exactly
I didn't
what...
know. I wouldn't have come up with that.
Yeah, no, of
See, here
course
comes
not.
Walter. I put out the, here comes all.
He put
all
the signal up. Here they come.
Walter's like, you didn't go with Dave Parker, and I thought about Dave Parker, but I wasn't sure that he won a Gold Glove.
Shout out to Cobra.
For
No,
the
I wouldn't
Gold
have been
Glove
either, actually.
Pirate. I didn't want to get it wrong. Sometimes you want to get it right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's the whole goal, Murph.
Is that all right to get it right? Well, no. The whole goal is to get it right and be cool.
Dave Parker,
Right?
another one of those players from yesteryear, even kind of predates JT Snow. Marcus, World Series champion, Gold Glove winner, big home run hitter, and also cigarette smoker between innings. 808 KNBR.
Yeah.
Right there in the dugout, full uni, just drilling butts.
That was recently featured
It's
on my
a
social
hell
media
of a thing
feed.
to see when you see it.
Well, there was a time in life, Paulie, when
Now.
that was not unusual.
Hernandez had a pack right next to him.
Didn't Jim Leyland just drill him
All
during
the
games
time.
all the time?
All
Yeah.
the time.
I mean, so there was a time.
And it's
Lenny
so-
Dawson.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's an incredible look.
I know.
Fred
This guy
Dean.
walks in smoking a cigarette right now. Cope's just telling us about the Fred Dean America's team.
Fred Dean smoking cools.
Guy walks in wearing a cigarette right now. You throw the cuffs on.
Oh, my God.
I mean,
Come out of the house with the cigarettes above your
Well,
head.
that was the funny part. I remember hearing stories about even on the back end of Jen Lillian's career, how he wasn't allowed to smoke in the dugout, so he'd basically just go and hotbox the hallway in between games and smoke cigarettes
Hotbox.
in the hallway.
Hey, Dwayne Kuiper told me I had to talk about one of my favorite moments in life, which was the Ron Pruitt pinch hit single in the 1982 Giants. Thursday of the final weekend of the year, the Giants had a huge comeback win. Ron Pruitt hit a bloop single. And Kipe told me that he was drilling a schmag in the tunnel during that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I put that quote in the 50-year books. The best schmag I ever had.
Kipe, one of those guys look pretty cool drilling a butt.
Here's a guy who would not smoke because it's bad for your lungs and also it pollutes the environment. That's Gabe Kaplan.
Oh, he's definitely an anti-smoker.
You're not just hurting yourself; you're hurting other people.
No, there's no redeeming value in nicotine.
Secondhand smoke is kind of a.
No, it'd be more like this. The nicotine doesn't hang with the gorgonzola. It doesn't hang well.
So anyway, he's out doing his thing again. His Instagram influencer.
I can't wait. This is why I came to work today.
It's
Give
a
it to me.
coffee shop in the financial district.
Awesome.
Tell me what you think.
Okay.
Cafe Bodega on California Street is one of my go-to spots in the city for the top shelf Americanos and drip coffee, the atmosphere, and the service, but also because Carlos is a star and putting in good work on multiple fronts.
So we're trying to change the coffee industry for good. What we do is that we work with farmers cooperatives in Costa Rica who are able to roast their own beans, and then we import it directly from them, looking at much more sustainable process for the coffee industry. We care about people having a good time and enjoying the experience of what Coffee Bodega can offer.
Don't take my word for it. Check out the online reviews. Everybody raves.
I know he's coming back. By the way, I'm back.
Once again with the beats.
Oh. Well, no, there's a whole atmosphere going on now. It's a whole Gabe kind of vibe, a velvety vibe. Well, I got to say, too, Murph, as a serious coffee drinker, I would put the both of us in a category of like code red black belt coffee drinkers. And like that whole thing he did right there, because there's a big part of the population, they want to go to coffee shops. He goes, the atmosphere is amazing. Like that, I have no way. I actually once had a girlfriend ask me, she goes, where do you get your coffee? And I was like, my kitchen? Like, that's about as far as I want to go. Like, I don't want to get dressed, stand in line with a bunch of fools.
And by the way, he'll lavish praise on people who are just doing their jobs. Like, doing great work. You're like, well, the guy just poured the coffee. And I love it if I'm a worker. Like, he'd be like, Murph and Mac just doing great work.
We're just going through the top six. It's a routine. Yeah.
I mean, the guy's just standing there pouring coffee. He's like,
the atmosphere is delivering unbelievable service.
Yeah.
Okay.
Raphael came out with the nutmeg. It was amazing.
And he keeps saying Americano, by the way. What's the difference between Americano and just a straight black coffee?
I need help on that. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
I
know when you're in Europe or Italy, as you probably, if you want anything close to what we consider a black coffee, you order it Americano.
I think I did that. That's actually a good call. Yeah.
But yeah, he's just like the way he just laughs. He's like, unbelievable atmosphere. I'm like, it's just a coffee shop.
There were hints of hickory in the air.
What do you say? The atmosphere in here is great. Yeah. The atmosphere in this studio, top shelf.
Oh, no.
Top shelf.
Yeah.
God bless him. Hey, when's he going to start ripping people?
Do you feel like that, though, Murph?
Yeah, this place, definitely cut rate atmosphere. Carlos behind the bill was not getting it done.
The guy was a jackass. He turned around, spilled all over my new shorts.
Yeah.
Somebody says Americano is a shot of espresso and hot water. Is that right?
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, it's got water in it. Yeah.
Here's another one, 707. A lot of people coming in saying espresso and hot water. So does Triple E.
You probably need to do some homework on that.
Well, I guess I do. So when I order it in Italy, I haven't been in Italy in 20 years, but that's what I'm getting? I thought I was getting just a black cup of coffee. Anyway,
it's an uninformed take.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
The atmosphere was amazing.
Mookie Betts is friends with Tim Anderson, but he had to comment when his buddy went down.
Oh,
so
no.
I guess he was talking on a podcast with Corbin Carroll of the Diamondbacks. So here it is on Mookie Betts' podcast with Corbin Carroll of the Diamondbacks.
All right.
The other day in Cleveland, there was a brawl that went on. When you're playing a sport, trying to feed your family, you're around the boys all day, every day for 8 months. Things just kind of boil over. It could be anything, right? That was kind of crazy. I would have been the umpire. He started in there, and he backed out of there. He was out of there quick. You guys can have it. TA's my boy. He got him. You know what I'm saying? He just got.
We had a team meeting about it. Players only. We said if someone gets knocked out on the field, there is no way that there's nothing thrown after that. No one fought after. You got to protect your boy, right?
If there's a fight that breaks out with us, I love you guys to death. I'm just going to be pulling people out of there.
So that's our agreement. If we ever brawl, we'll come hold each other back.
Truce.
That's exactly what JT just told us, right? You find a buddy on the other team and just kind of dance around.
While we're talking about these
That's so funny.
like spontaneous fights that might break out, let's just all come to an understanding right now, like an agreement. If Murph or myself are ever in jeopardy of taking a few sucker punches to the grill, Marcus, I'm going to call on your services to come in and function as our bodyguard. I've kind of like anointed him that. I don't know if you noticed that, but I've like told Marcus a few different times. I go, listen, I don't know if you're aware, part of your job description is protect us.
That's it. I'm Murph and Mac Security.
Hey,
no, I'm telling you, that service might be called upon at some point.
I got you. I played golf with Rick Winters, who is Dwight's best friend, former Navy SEAL, Dwight Clark's best friend. We played Friday in that tournament, the JT, the Brandon Crawford ALS tournament.
Yeah.
And he is a personal security guy. And so he goes, by the end, we were just,
you don't mess with those
had a
dudes.
few pops, and we were having a good time. We were hugging it out and loving each other. And because I'd been to Montana with him, we'd bonded. He's like, hey, Murph, man, you ever need a guy? He basically said to me, if you need me to step to a guy.
Now, what kind of...
So I was like, all right. I got Rick in my hip pocket.
You know who could...
I shouldn't have said that out.
You know who could have used his services some years back, and this is not even an exaggeration. I mean this. It was Tim Lincecum. I'll never forget the day Murph and I were doing the fan
Nobody's
fest.
looking to hurt Timmy, though.
No one's looking to hurt Timmy, but that's like, it's like Beatlemania. When you get swarmed by a mob of like excited people, like there's no telling where it's going to go or what it could turn into. And I remember he had like a police escort to come up to the stage with us on at one of the fan fests. That was how crazy the Timmy mania was at that point.
Yeah, I was going to do a game review of that. I was just going to do a game review.
Have you guys met my security guard?
Good crowd here for Tim Lincecum. Anyway, listen, we're going to abort the cooler of content right there because of the clock and because the rest of it is all hard knocks, which we can turn into a segment on the other side because it debuted last night. And Paulie, your boy here, even though I've sort of like last 10 years, I'm like, yeah, Hard Knocks, I get it. I've seen it. Leaf Schreiber, the music, I get it.
Yeah.
I went in last night, watched I may watch this season the whole time.
Would it shock you?
Because of Aaron frickin' Rodgers, the star power, the Tom Cruise of the NFL.
Murph, would it shock you if I told you I saw a pretty decent amount of it last night, too?
Well, look at you. Just dragging you in. Just when you thought you were out, Aaron Rodgers dragged you back in. All right, plus our boy Jeff Elbrick swearing like a sailor. Yeah. We got Liev Schreiber's star turn, and Hard Knocks is back in your life. Aaron Rodgers, the love child of Sammy Baugh and Michael Jordan. I don't know, they treated this guy like he's a deity. Oh, my God, you see these throws? Oh, my God, we have this. And we'll hear it all next on These Sports Later.
He got him. You know what I'm saying? He just got.
Marin Health. Let's talk about it. Right there in the North Bay across the Golden Gate Bridge with all that world-class beauty is a world-class secret called Marin Health. And it's not just the closest medical care, but the best. Yep, with a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average. A world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7. An accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail. And a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right. Last night was, well, two things happened. Giants lost to the Angels 7-5. They lose a game to the Dodgers in the standings, 5 back in the West. However, they're just sitting pretty in the wild card, 3 up. You heard JT Snow, though. He kind of fired a warning shot like, next few weeks going to be tough. Next few weeks going to be tough. Mike Krukow did the same thing. Mike was not super sunny optimistic about the way these guys are taking at bats and hitting the ball.
Based on the schedule that's coming up,
yes.
Or and I'm also saying it's going to be tough based on this. Again, I'm still saying this. The model of using bullpen games 3 out of every 5 times you get out there, I think is going to be really put to the test. And last night is like an example of when it goes wrong. It goes wrong.
It starts tonight with Shohei.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about Bochy and the Rangers coming in Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then the Rays coming in Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
And then the Reds are coming and the Braves are coming.
6 against
There's
the Braves.
a lot, yeah.
Braves are no joke.
Yep.
Braves are no joke. So, but anyway, that's all coming up. We'll talk to Andy Baggerly at 9:15, and then 49er football with Mike Silver at 9:35. Niners are flying. They flew to Vegas last night. They're having an off day today. Everybody behave down there. Be on your best behavior. And then Thursday morning, 8:40, practice with the Raiders. Waterboy will be there. It's our last day with Marcus. He's going to do Thursday, Friday down in Vegas. He'll call in Friday, give us the full report. Then he's doing Papa and Lund Monday, Tuesday. Yeah! We don't get you back till Wednesday, buddy.
Yeah.
We'll miss you, kid.
Yeah.
We'll miss you.
I'll be checking you out, too.
I'm
with
going
Cheap
to
Pops.
be looking at Triple E through that glass.
Sadly, you are, Murph.
You know what, though?
Sadly.
Triple E.
Rectangle you see there on the YouTube live stream.
Yeah,
and on
I'll make
Twitch.
sure that camera gets turned off next week.
No. We got to feature Triple E, and I got to tell you, let's be fair to the kid. Marcus, when Murph was out last week, 2 weeks, whenever it was, he Triple E, like, there were no mishaps. He was solid on the board. He held it down.
Just like talking about a no-hitter.
No, wouldn't you say that, though? Yeah. Like, he did a good job in there.
I think there was a couple mishaps, but he did a good job.
Well, they might have been, like, mishaps I didn't even know about. Maybe you kept them from me, which is smart.
Well,
yeah.
I went. Giants were down 6-3, and I go, I'm just going to put the Giants game on my phone and watch Hard Knocks. Got to see what the
give me some
superstar
Hard
Aaron
Knocks.
Rodgers is all about. First of all, I forgot how slick they are. They're super slick. Second of all, loved the old vintage Jets footage they opened the series with. Little kids in like toy jets on the field at Shea Stadium. It was kind of fun. Joe Namath footage. That was cool. But here comes Aaron Rodgers. Dude, they're treating this guy. They might as well make the field out of water so he can walk on it. My God. I'm too old. Have you seen this guy? I was like, yeah, I get it. He can throw a football nicely, but
What's crazy too.
last time I saw him against the Niners, he can't get a win.
Last time I saw
Niners slapped
Rodgers,
him around.
Last time I saw the Rodgers, Jared Goff was busy blowing his ass off the field.
Exactly.
I'm not even kidding.
Where's the Hard Knocks on Jared Goff?
I got to say, though, Marcus, you know what else is interesting to me about Rodgers is he is super, super talented. Obviously, I mean, nobody can
the arm
knock that.
talent for sure.
But I got to say, like, it never gets spoken about like that. He's a pretty old dude with a lot of miles.
Funny you say that.
A lot of miles on his tires,
At least
man.
to our first. The other thing I was going to say, I forgot. Our Friday football forecast music is Hard Knocks music. You ready? You ready for about 4
I'm already
weeks?
prepping.
Okay,
I already
right.
got my team.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Mecole Hardman, former Chief. If you ever get Chief and Jet on Immaculate Grid, go Mecole Hardman. And he's just gushing to Aaron Rodgers. And to your point about the old, he's got gray in his beard and gray in his hair.
Well, he should.
And here's Mecole Hardman telling him how young he is and how old Aaron is. Yeah.
Hey, like, it's crazy, though. I really was 7 years old. Like, I was this tall.
You're aging me again?
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Not aging you, but showing you how great you is. That should be like a technique, like how great you really is. Because I watched you my whole life, basically.
You're 25?
I'm 25 years old. But, like, I watched you my whole life, though. So it's like, to be on the team with you now, it's like, I can't wait to tell my son, like, hey, this guy right there, I played with him. Like, you was just 5 months when I was with him.
Pretty good chuckle at the end there from Mecole Hardman. It's funny. You think about, take Aaron Rodgers, add 7 years. What were kids saying to Brady last year? You know what I mean? You're 45.
Brady's like these guys' grandfather in some cases, yeah.
It's funny, in that Netflix quarterback series, they asked, he went on the Kelsey podcast, Travis Kelsey, Jason Kelsey podcast, and Jason asked Mahomes, who do you watch around the league? He's like, yeah, I watch Burrow. And they said, you watch Aaron? He goes, watch Aaron. And then he's like, what about Brady? He just called him Tom. Watch Tom. And he goes, Tom for his pocket maneuverability. And they just started showing clips of Brady in the pocket. And I was like, look at this guy. He handled the pocket pretty well.
Oh, are you kidding me?
He did. Quentin Williams is the next one up. He's a good player, D lineman for the Jets. He's the next guy gushing about Rodgers.
Shout out Aaron Rodgers for coming to help us out.
And that's it.
That's all you got. Yeah, that's it. That's
pretty good cut.
Very succinct.
Now, Al Woods, another defender for the Jets, he's like wowed by Rodgers' charm too, and he pulls down the boom mic from Hard Knocks to tell.
You're not supposed to do
he's
that.
talking to you, Paulie, because he's saying everybody who talks bad about Aaron's gotta be around 8.
He's special, bro. I don't care what nobody say about 8. 8 is a special dude, and he cool as That'd be the real thing about it. He cool as It's nothing what people portray about him on TV. Whatever they say about Aaron Rodgers on TV is a lie.
There you go. He's
Cool
talking to you,
blank
Paulie.
twice, yeah.
What do you think? Are you gonna? Is Al Woods gonna convince you to come over to Aaron Rodgers'
I'm going to
side?
stay where I am, yeah. Yeah, thank you. See, that's why.
Meanwhile, other things did happen in the episode, including the appearance of the Wu-Tang's Method Man.
Okay, so let me comment on Method Man. So this is like Murph last night, because we hit this earlier in the show. We were watching the Giant game, getting a little disgruntled. I looked down and I said, oh, you know what? That Hard Knocks premiere is on. Let me jump over there. And right when I landed on the show, the first thing I saw was, yeah, we got a special guest here today. Where is he? Where is he? Is he? Oh, yeah, there he is. Bring out the Method Man.
Is it
I'm like, wait a minute,
is it Joe Namath?
Is it Klecko who just went into the Hall of Fame?
Martin,
Yeah, maybe it's Mark Gastineau. No, it's Method Man. So once I saw that, I'm like, I got to watch this.
Method Man pulls out his iPhone and reads a quote from Bill Parcells.
And he asked permission.
Check it out.
Yeah.
All right, I want to do a quote from Bill Parcells. Is that all right with y'all?
Oh, yeah.
All right. You can fool the whole world down the highway of years and take pats on the back as you pass. But your final reward will be heartache and tears if you cheat the man in the glass. Jets on 3, 1, 2, 3. Yes. Whoa!
You know what's crazy, Murphy?
Bill Parcells wrote nursery rhymes.
Technically speaking, too, you could actually say former New York Jet coach Bill Parcells. He actually coached them to an AFC championship.
I thought about that, actually, when he's like, is it okay to coach Parcells? I'm like, Parcells wore the green, man.
He had a good year. He had good stuff with them,
So Method Man. And I brought this up at 6 o'clock, and I was met with some resistance from Marcus and Paulie.
Yeah, we had to push back on this.
Do you think the young Jets know who Method Man is?
I'm saying yes, because the Wu-Tang is like a brand at this point. It's like an institution. Wu-Tang seems to go through the generations.
100%. Wu-Tang is for the children. We all know
saying,
that.
Though, these 21, 22-year-olds, dude.
But I think
they're
a lot
young.
of kids maybe have seen at least the movie How High with Method Man and Redman.
Maybe.
But then again, they did do that remake with Wiz Khalifa and Snoop Dogg, so I don't know.
I'm just telling you how things go fast. When I talk to my little kids, and granted they're 11 and 12, I make references to Tiger Woods. I get blank stares. They're like, huh? Yeah, I think I know who he is. I'm like, Tiger Woods is now an old, ancient history.
That's problematic. By the way, Marcus, the answer to the question, how high?
I don't give a damn how high you get.
Uncle Elroy's in the house, yeah.
Yeah, 650 says, was that Method Man, Parcells, or Dr. Seuss on that one?
You guys mind if I read from Bill Parcells? I love how he asked permission. Yeah, go ahead.
One of the guys who might have been the star of the show. Now, most people flock to Aaron Rodgers. People like Paulie and our old buddy Peach has checked in.
Yeah.
Former 49er linebacker Jeff Ulbrich, Live Oak High School, San Jose, California. Didn't you play Live Oak, Waterboy?
I did. We played him in baseball,
They might have been good, too, because they're putting out guys like Ulbrich, right? And he went to Hawaii. He played his college football in Hawaii.
Nice.
Now he's out at the D coordinator for Bob Saleh. Let me tell you what.
Oh, bro, no, this is...
he likes the F word.
Let's go. No, he's going to be so entertaining.
Here he is.
Yeah.
He's loving Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
We sacked him. Yes, we did. There's no doubt. Guys, this is great work. Offense and defense going back and forth. This is a heavyweight bout right here. There is nowhere to go with this ball. Guys, you want to understand, just understand this. I don't give a what goes down this year. We will always be in games, no matter what. We break some shoelaces and get a few points on us. Guys, we're going to be in every game. Guys, this is across the field on the back shoulder. Look at this. I don't know if there's any other human on earth that can make that throw. He's our quarterback. He's ours. He's ours. Awesome, man.
Ulbrich, man.
He's ours. He's ours. My gosh, yes.
You got to think about it. This team last year was going through Zach Wilson, Mike White, and Joe Flacco.
I guess that's what you're like. When you're coming out of the woods like that, you're just so desperate for anything.
Oh,
they should be excited. No, they have good reason to be excited. And I got to tell you, Murph,
you might want to save that. He's ours. He's ours.
I enjoyed the whole segment on Rodgers and how he's taking the kid's place and how the kid's going to respond. Now he's a backup. I thought that was pretty interesting stuff.
Told you, I didn't like him eating that Encrustable, though, at halftime or whatever, the Encrustable.
See, I didn't see the Encrustable. What exactly is an Encrustable?
What
is it?
I'm sorry. But
it's a peanut butter and jelly sandwich that doesn't have a crust, Paulie Mac.
Oh,
it's shaped in a circle. Yeah, it's just
that's just for a protein shot. Yeah,
peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah, that's a quick hit of energy.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, just something about it. I didn't like. Hey, more Ulbrich.
He'd rather see him smoking a butt like Fred Dean.
Exactly.
Past the cools. Yeah.
More Ulbrich, and he'll swear. He'll swear. Here you go.
It's the mantra of our defense. Make a motherfucker earn every yard. Do my job. Is that good enough? No. That's the rest of the NFL, isn't it? Do your job. Do your job. That. Do your job. Then now what? If we all do our job and a little bit more, that's 22 playing. Did you guys feel it? Guys, think about this. That's 22 on the field. So then the question goes to the offense. Now what?
My gosh, man. Look at that. Hey, listen, if swearing makes you a better defender, then they're all set.
Swearing makes for better TV, I'll tell you that.
It is, too. And then finally, I told you about Bob Saleh, and he had his big moment to, impress, so he came with all these coaches have this story. There's a story about the bull, the old bull, and the young bull. And that's a different story. But here's Saleh.
Don't tell that one, by the way.
Saleh, well, you can.
You got to use different language.
You do.
Yeah.
Here's Saleh trying to, lay the groundwork. See if coaches, you can use this one.
Okay.
But Saleh's checking his notes as he says this. So anyway, take a look.
All right, you can take your pens out on this one. This is a life lesson for everybody. For everybody. 3 nights ago, I was in deep thought. And I was thinking about you guys. I was thinking about all the excitement surrounding us, man. All of it. Did you know that the only bird in the world that will attack an eagle is a crow? It's a crow. That's the only bird that will actually have the balls to attack an eagle. It will perch on the eagle's back and peck at its neck. So rather than fight back and tearing a crow to pieces, like it can, the eagle spreads its wings and it soars as high as it possibly can. It keeps going and going and going as high as it can. And the higher the eagle flies, the harder it is for the crow to breathe. Eventually, the crow suffocates, falls back down to earth, and dies. That's what happens.
Okay. They're all like, all right, now you're going to be the eagle, right? That takes the crow high. I get it. See if he brings it home here. Part 2. Bobby Saleh. He looked good, too, with the shaved head.
He does. He looks good.
The big muscles. And
good
all
on
that.
the camera, yeah.
Here he is bringing it home.
Shaved head.
Guys, we got a great deal of hype around us. We do. All kinds of expectations. And with great expectations, we know that there's going to be a whole lot of people, a whole lot of crows expecting us to fall on our face. What are you doing to find that little bit more to get us closer to being a great team?
Oh.
You finish practice, now what? You finish meetings, now what? Lifting, now what? A rep, now what? And if we come together and we challenge ourselves to do a little bit more every day, the crows, they'll fall by themselves. Embrace what we're capable of. Embrace the fact that we aren't the same old Jets. Embrace the fact that we do have a target on our back. Embrace the fact that when teams look at our schedule, they're not chalking us up for a W. They're coming at you. That's exactly where we want to be.
There he is. Bob Saleh's best. You throw a cello or whatever underneath, and you can sound phenomenal. By the way, his whole mantra, now what? So, I expect when we finish our show, we sign off 10 o'clock, we walk outside, our program director goes, now what?
Well, I was just talking to Marcus in the headphones. He could look right at Aaron Rodgers. Fine, you just tripped out on ayahuasca. Now what?
Now what?
You know what I'm saying? Right.
You just took a darkness retreat.
Now what?
You just lost to the 49ers.
Now what?
Jimmy Garoppolo's kicked your ass 3 times. Now what?
You just got sacked by Nick Bosa.
Now what?
You just lost to Jared Goff on Sunday Night Football.
Now what?
Yeah, there it is.
Totally.
Shailene Woodley just dumped you. Yeah.
Now what?
All right, there you go.
Right.
There you go. All right. It's entertaining. I watched it.
Now what?
I enjoyed it, yes. And now what? It's time to tell you that we're proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call the man Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300.
Triple E's beat Murph to work 5 straight days.
Now what?
Susan Slusser joins Tolbert and Coates today at 4:50. Okay, a little bit on the Niners plan in Vegas this weekend, and then Andy Baggerly and Mike Silver to finish the show. Bags at 9:15, Silver at 9:35.
Now what?
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, let's talk Provident Credit Union, where I have a great money-saving tip for you from Provident Credit Union. Provident Credit Union wants to help you invest on your own terms. Yeah, enjoy the flexibility to choose your own investment terms with Provident Credit Union's new Pick a Term certificate. So for a limited time only, you can pick a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term share certificate and earn a high rate of 4.5% annual percentage yield, one of the most competitive rates on the market. So with Provident Credit Union's new Pick a Term certificate, you can invest on your own terms. So whether you're saving for a short-term goal or whether you're looking for a longer-term investment, their certificate offers the flexibility you need to take control of your savings. That rate is effective May 30th, 2023. Limited time offer. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalty may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit providencecu.org for terms and conditions.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The eagle spreads its wings and it soars as high as it possibly can. It keeps going and going and going as high as it can. And the higher the eagle flies, the harder it is for the crow to breathe. Eventually, the crow suffocates, falls back down to earth, and dies. That's what happened.
See, that's the thing about the Eagles. All 50 effing years it takes, 52 years it takes you guys to win a Super Bowl. Now you're the greatest team better than the Niners, better than the Cowboys, better than the Steelers. We're the Eagles. We won one Super Bowl.
There it is, man. Yeah, somebody pointed out on the text line, they're like, hey, Bob Sala, be careful with that big analogy because you are the Jets. You're not the Eagles, right?
By the way, I just got to compliment Marcus Boucher, best producer in the building, coming back with an eagle fly like a rejoin, complimented by my boy Rags. You know what's really exciting about the season coming up and the rematch with the Eagles? We'll get round 2. We'll get volume 2 of a special guest hit from Rags where he gives us this year's top 5 reasons the Eagles suck. He gave us a nice segment last year. We had a good time with that, so we'll do that again on the eve of the Eagles rematch.
Oh man! So hey, by the way, Jets, they get you got your work cut out for you in that AFC East, there, buddy. You know what I mean? Good luck. Good luck beating the Bills. Good luck.
You're talking about the Rodgers. Yeah, that's going to be tough. And by the way, never, ever sleep on a Belichick team. Even if they only go like 8-9 or 9-8 or whatever, they'll be just good enough to blank with a couple of teams, and probably the Jets being one of them because Belichick has owned them
in the
over
other
the years.
much less decorated show that I'm still watching, Netflix Quarterback, only 2 to go. Kirk Cousins beats Bill Belichick on Thanksgiving night in a shootout. I mean, everything's building. I think he's having a great year, and then they're about to go completely
get their heads handed to them
by the New York.
This is what they always do. That's the thing with the Vikings. You like
that? Yeah. You like that?
You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, a team that's never won a Super Bowl, Paulie. Despite
the Vikings, and they went a whole bunch. When we were kids, it seemed like they were there all the time. They were kind of like the Buffalo Bills of our childhood, even though they didn't go consecutively. They were there at least, 4 times when we were kids?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Poor Bud Grant, who we just lost with those yard sales.
Yeah, but he was still my guy.
Pump that back a little bit.
I still think when it's all said and done, even though I'm not like you don't see me rocking a lot of purple, I got best unis in the NFL. I mean, I know you'll go.
I'm not going that far.
Everybody's fighting
that far.
Everybody's playing for second.
No,
I was going to say you just mentioned the Vikings.
Yeah,
that's the best jerseys in the NFL.
Just the unis.
It's a good
helmet.
uni.
The helmet is a big thing.
I agree.
Helmet's a big factor. The helmet into the jersey, into the pants with the purple and yellow stripe down the side.
I know what Murph is saying, Marcus. I kind of agree, but it's not the best. It's not the best. But it's a good one.
Well, then who's Paulie Mack's numero uno?
Boy, you're putting me right on the spot here.
They're all playing for second.
Yeah. Well, I like the teams truly that have never, ever altered their... I love tradition. So
I do like the Raider uni.
I do, too. You guys have great unis.
The Raider uniform is beautiful, and I know guys like Overnight Dave will get mad at me for saying this, but the Pittsburgh Steelers uniform is
they got good ones
also.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I've always been baffled by the logo on one side of the helmet, and even since I was a kid, never got why it's only on one side of the helmet.
I don't know. We're not sure, and it's a good point you raised there.
One of my best friends growing up was a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, and we used to convince him all the time that the Steelers couldn't afford to put a sticker on the other side, and he believed it.
I was the Roonies are. The Roonies are frugal, shall we say.
The way, Murph, that you look at the Yankees and you say, you got to appreciate the fact that the New York Yankees have never messed with their uniform. They got one for home, one for the road. I even asked Marcus yesterday, I go, do they even have a City Connect? He was like, hell no.
You know what?
They don't even go there, which I respect. So in football, I was going to say real quick, I think the Colts are the only team that, as far as I know, have they ever adjusted that uniform? I don't think
the Raiders ever have either.
Yes, they have.
The Raiders, when they started, had some gold in their uniform.
They had gold, and they also had the numbers that weren't black for a while. Remember, they had silver.
Okay, that's a good point.
So they made a change there. But Cowboys have adjusted.
Yeah, they've
changed it. But the Colts, I think, are the same Colts that Unitas had Like, I don't know that there's...
They're like what do you give the Colts and Penn State have a lot in common. Like they're coming simple. Yeah. But I don't know if the Vikings changed that much. I mean,
not too much.
Well, they do that. Yeah, actually, they wear some gold numbers. Lately, they've been wearing gold numbers.
And when Bud Grant was coaching them, they didn't wear purple pants, and now they do that sometimes for road games. They wear white on purpose.
I still like it. What am I going to say?
No, it's good. It's a good one.
Yeah. Kirk Cousins, our guy. Now I see why Kyle likes him. You know, he's working. You like that? You like that? Right, so back to Kyle, and here he is on NFL Network talking about his old buddy Robert Saleh. Going on Hard Knocks here, yes.
Saleh will act like he doesn't like it, but he'll enjoy it.
Really?
He'll make sure he lifts before the cameras are on.
Yeah, right.
You know, he'll be cleanly shaven. You know, it's Hard Knocks is what it is. I think it's tough on all the coaches a little bit because things are so personal with the players and stuff, so you get worried about that. Yeah. But it sounds like he's got most of that taken care of, and I think he's got a pretty good team, and that always makes it a little bit easier.
He's right. I think Saleh does like it. By the way, Saleh's getting negative reviews on the text line for that Crow-Eagle story. A lot of people having problems with it, saying like, it doesn't make any sense. Shouldn't the Eagle run out of oxygen also?
He's trying to,
these things. So.
Now what?
And that the Eagles, you're the Jets, not the Eagles, and
now
all this
what?
stuff. So
Right.
anyway, but I think he's right. I think Saleh did. I think Saleh didn't mind being on camera. Like Paulie, like you and I don't mind being on camera.
Well,
right
now,
now,
you know
on
what
the
I mean?
YouTube stream.
I don't know why. Yeah,
on YouTube live stream and KNBR Twitch app. There we are.
In all our glory.
Did you lift before we came on today?
Did I lift? Yeah, no,
well,
totally.
He said Saleh was a little lift before
I fired out a few sets real quick.
And
before the show.
So anyway, I think he's right. I think Saleh does enjoy it. Most people do. And I told you my buddy Scott's theory, too, though, that plays out on this Hard Knocks. It was when MTV The Real World started like 30 years ago, and we were like all fascinated by the real world, right? And he said, I don't care how long you follow me with a camera, I will never act natural. Never. Like, is there any way you get to the point where you're like, no, the camera doesn't matter?
I do. You know what I think happens?
No way. He's right. I buy what my buddy Scott was saying.
This is what Ozzy was saying when they did the Osbournes and it became such a huge hit, like internationally. He said, like, at the beginning, it's a total pain in the ass because, like, you're going to your kitchen, there's a camera crew sitting there waiting for you. But he goes, after a few weeks of it, it just becomes like part of the backdrop. You forget they're even there.
He's saying Scott's wrong. You do get
That's what Ozzy said. Natural, yeah. He goes, after a while, you just start doing your thing, and it's up to them.
You know what else Ozzy said? You blankers are beautiful, you mother blankers. So great to see you, mother blankers.
You know what else he said? Sometimes he was such an effective frontman, he didn't even need lyrics. He would just use coughs. For Murph's head. Yeah. That's Murph Sweetleaf.
What do you give me for Jeff Ulbrich in the D coordinator's room and Ozzy at Oakland when I saw him?
Although I think Ozzy does out-curse him, though.
You effers are beautiful. I was like, all right.
I love you, mother effers.
By the way, these guys, I went and saw Sabbath, and they come out, and there's this just unbelievably eerie,
sinister,
murderous, sinister, evil.
Yeah.
Boom, boom.
He's all over it. He's right.
Boom, and he's like, oh no! And Paulie and Drutzy and preschool dad Peter going, yeah,
yeah.
Throwing the horns out.
The best is like Murph goes, you guys are acting like this is the most normal thing in the world. It's really not at all. But you know why, Murph? That's why we're all on the same page.
I need more Black Sabbath, man.
Do you still have the Oh God, Please Help Me?
I do.
This is what they're playing at Oakland, Paul, at Waterboy. I go see Sabbath. By the way, I really enjoy it. It was a great show.
I got to find it.
And this is what they open with.
Oh,
and
no.
Paulie and these guys are loving it.
Maybe do I not have it anymore?
Come on, you got
I'm looking. Carry on. I'll let you know when I find it.
Anyway, 805 with a great take, by the way. He says, if I end up liking Rodgers after this series, I'm going to be pissed. I love hating that guy.
Me too.
He was on his best behavior yesterday, and he was getting so much love from his teammates.
Oh, no, please, God, help me.
That's what's playing.
Yeah. That's their opening song. That's how they opened the show, Marcus. Shannon was in the house that night, too. Shannon Kaler.
Was he screaming with it, too?
He liked it. Shannon actually liked it.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Marcus, I don't know what to tell you.
Please, God, help me.
Yeah. You got an arena full of people. Murph was getting nervous.
You guys were loving it.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to Shanahan. So here's the deal. They traveled last night. They have an off day in Vegas today. They do joint practices Thursday, Friday. That's going to be the big one. Oh, get ready for the hot takes on these joint practices, too. Get ready. Oh, man, if Brock throws a pick, oh, watch out. If Sammy Darnold lights it up, oh, watch out. If Trey Lance lights it up, oh, watch out. How do you guys feel about the general, like, lick your finger and stick it out the window? How you feel the vox populi, the people, are feeling about, like, what they're reading about Trey. Like, for example, I have a 15-year-old son. He's obsessed with Trey Lance. He wants Trey to be the guy. Other people saying Darnold is ahead of Trey Lance.
Yep.
Other people are saying, why is Brock QB1? It's like, I feel like, in my opinion, I feel like Brock is getting the least respect out of the three. I don't know why. I mean, it could be wrong. It's just my...
Respect from where?
I don't know. I just feel like a lot of people are looking for an excuse to, like, push Brock down the ladder. Like, oh, you should be starting Trey.
Crazy thing about this is like the fighting that goes on within the 49er fan base now around the quarterback position. And it's been going on for years, really since the Jimmy Trey...
Like, I mean, since the Joe and Steve.
Well, you could go, that's a whole other level there, yeah. But, I mean, because Joe had already won rings and stuff, but... It is interesting, and I'm not sure I agree with you, though, on the Brock is not getting the respect. Like, where's that coming from? Where are you hearing that?
You're not on social... What's that?
The Twitter people.
Oh, is that it? It's
you're
out
not
there.
On social media.
What are they saying? Like, what could you possibly
you're on social
be saying?
media. What do you think?
I don't know
I
what
see
there
it all
is
the
to
time.
attack.
Paulie Mack, it's a nation divided. There's some people who don't think that Brock Purdy has proved it enough on the field. There's some people who want Trey Lance. There's some people who want Sam Darnold.
Yeah. It's funny. They didn't like those wins. They didn't like Jimmy's wins. What kind of wins are you guys looking for?
Just telling you they're out there.
Yeah, no, I believe you. Yeah. I believe you. But I'm saying when you start every game and you win every game you've started.
Well, that's what it's funny, Paulie.
I don't know what else you.
I'll go on social media, and every day there's people talking about the quarterback controversy. There is none. If Brock Purdy's healthy, he's your starting quarterback.
I don't think it's a controversy yet. I think there's a ton of intrigue, and I'm definitely in the mix there. Like, I've said that all along. I cannot wait to watch these guys play. And for your son, like, guys that are saying, like, oh, Trey's the man, or the other guys are saying, Darnold's the man. How can anybody know yet? We really got to see how they look in this offense, and then we can start having a more reasonable...
It's the era of the hot take. There's no question.
Yeah.
And
maybe a little too hot, though. Maybe a hot take. They haven't even played a game yet, Murph. They haven't played a game.
I thought if you do just the eye test, Brock Purdy did a lot of good things.
Tons.
And dare I say, things that Jimmy wasn't doing.
And here's something else that he did.
Even though I love Jimmy. I thought Brock ran the offense better. We just ran through the points, right? Other than the game at Seattle where they scored 21, in his 4 other starts, they crested the 33 or 35, the 35-point barrier every time.
Not only will he put points on the board, he is not mistake-prone. And now we know about the toughness even more than we thought we did when he told us sitting down with him about he had a broken rib. In the first game he played, he broke a rib, and he had to go start a game in Seattle. His first road start, a game he won.
Yeah.
So you throw his toughness into the mix about like the positive traits he has. That's in the mix.
I think he does what Kyle wants him to. He makes the decisions Kyle wants him to make. I think Jimmy didn't always do that.
No, and to your point, you talked about all those score totals and stuff like that. Look at a guy like George Kittle, who set career highs in touchdown catches because Brock Purdy was getting him the ball.
Yeah, exactly. So, and yet, there's people out there. Anyway, there you go. There's just a little touch on the 49ers who will be at Vegas Thursday, Friday. Waterboy will check in Friday morning. Do we have a time? Are we booking you?
No idea.
Are you the big hit Friday?
I might be the big hit.
The big hit's got to be Boach, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you got to have Boach. Well, boys, shoot me a text.
I don't know. Tell your producer to hit me up. Book a time.
My producer.
You'd be a good 650, buddy. Will you still be in the casino?
Oh, yeah, I might be recovering Friday morning, 6:50.
Well, you got to be 8:40. You got to be eight bells. You got to be at practice, buddy.
We'll work it out. I'll have my people talk to your people.
Vegas is the town you got to play hurt, buddy. You got
no choice.
Oh, boys, you saw me Sunday night and Monday morning. I can play hurt.
Yeah.
Great Dan Jenkins titled a book, You Got to Play Hurt.
Although I feel like we could incorporate some Bob Sala into Marcus's Vegas day where it'd be like, Marcus, you just won a jackpot. Now what?
Now what?
Yeah. Marcus, you just hit that buffet like a madman.
Now what?
Yeah.
All right. Andy Bagley on Los Gigantes and what they face, and then Mike Silver on the 49ers, all coming up. Actually, Bags is next, Silver at 9:35 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now what?
Hercules. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Hercules' Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Travis Ishikawa joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday on the afternoon show to talk about the Giants series against the Angels and whether or not the Giants will be in on the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes next offseason. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Bags alert. Bags alert.
Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic, and he's on with Murph and Mac. Now, sponsored by Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care, closer than you think. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Wow. Very surprised, Waterboy. Very surprised. That's a very specific cut now. Early 80s, new wave, the Quake. I mean, where are you, at Tam High in 1984? I mean, this is. How'd you know this tune,
Murph
dude?
rolls with this.
Yeah, this is. Well, I wouldn't necessarily wasn't right. I wouldn't say I roll with it. It was like on the station I listened to, but I didn't go out and get the album.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Marcus, how do you know this? What are you doing in there?
That's a great question. I have no idea.
What
I was
doing?
just,
Did
I was
a
just
rapper
trying to
sample it or something?
No, I was just trying to think of a rejoin for Shohei Ohtani, and I said, hey, he's the biggest thing in Japan.
You could have gone, given you're a classic rocker, you could have gone Godzilla, Blue Oyster Cult.
I thought that was too easy. I wanted to go big in Japan.
I support that.
Like rarity score. You're looking for a rarity score.
A little too obvious.
All right. Here's a guy who knows rarity score because he used Nellie Fox the other day for like White Sox MVP or something. I don't know. I can't do it. My brain doesn't work like it used to. If they give me a Pirate Gold Glover, I'm not going to say Dave Parker. I'm going to say Roberto Clemente. I just want to get the answer right. Andy Bagley is your guy for rarity scores. Andrew Bagley of The Athletic. Andy, good morning. How are you, man?
Good morning. Yeah, you saw the one I posted in reply to Tyler Kettner of the New York Times. So the only time I've ever gotten a lower rarity score than him, and I think probably the only time I ever will. So I was definitely going to post that. But it's funny how it's gone, hasn't it? I mean, if you do the immaculate grid, and you know what, the players, they love doing it too. In fact, Brandon Crawford was very, very happy that he was center square the other day when it was Gold Glove on one axis, Silver Slugger on the other. And he was the first player I thought of, and I'm like, oh, I'll bet you everyone's going to say Barry Bonds, but I'm going to go with Brandon Crawford. And you'll be glad to know that Brandon Crawford also went with Brandon Crawford. But it's funny. It's funny how it's become a trophy to get the most rare as opposed to playing it like Family Feud style and try to get the most popular answer on the board. You know, I mean, you could totally play it the other way, too.
Great point, Bags, in that in the short time, this went from being a fun game to... oh, dude, your rarity score's too high. Like, now you feel bad if you
we're getting shamed, Bags. They're shaming us. Yeah.
I put Clemente down and I was embarrassed to put it down.
Yeah, what's the matter with you? How dare you? Yeah.
So who was the Pirate Gold Glover I should have gone with other than, I've already heard from the bullpen producers who are like, dude, McCutchen Parker, you idiot. So who's even deeper than that? Who did I forget? Mazeroski, somebody like that?
Well, Mazeroski he's probably a pretty obvious one, actually. But
see, there you go.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe like Jeff King snuck a Gold Glove in there somewhere. I'll tell you what. For that Brandon Crawford square, someone put Adam Wainwright, and I thought, now that's a deep cut. You think a pitcher who's won a Gold Glove and a Silver Slugger, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
so I do enjoy the creativity. Not always the lowest answer, but the most creative answers. Those are fun.
I know, it's true. In fact, by the way, I tell you something I learned on Silver Slugger, which has always been a confusing award to me because it's just like, kind of not really sure how it's given out. Is it the managers vote on it? I don't know. Is it a statistical thing? So anyway, here's me. I blew a grid. I was 8 for 8, and I just said, well, I'll just go with the easy one. I knew it was a relatively new award, but I didn't think it was this new, so I put down Henry Aaron. Nope. It was invented in 1980, the Silver Slugger. How about that?
Yeah. I figured they should hand out some after the fact Silver Slugger awards. I think Henry Aaron deserves to have a couple dozen of those, maybe.
Yeah,
but,
right.
It is funny because Donovan Solano, he won a Silver Slugger at second base for the Giants that 1 year. I think I was like, is it really tied just to batting average, highest batting average out of position? I think maybe it was at one time. I'm sort of talking out of school here. I don't know the answer to that, but I think I have sort of thought, well, I think there is a statistical thing at work as opposed to the Gold Gloves, which have been voted on by coaches, and now they've opened it up, and it's sort of a hybrid that they use with some statistical stuff. So I don't know. I really don't know the answer to that one, actually.
It's funny. And by the way, spoiler alert, if you're doing the grid today, plug your ears, okay? If you're doing the grid, plug your ears. But I just looked up Pirates Gold Glovers, and here's the one you want. There's two that can get you a really good score. One is Neil Walker, and the other is Doug Drabeck. Those would be the two that would get you, I think.
Ooh, there you go.
Those would be the other ones are all fairly obvious, like McCutchen, Parker, Jason Kendall, all these guys. So, all right, Andy. The Giants, they're 10 games over 500, and yet we feel like there's storm clouds on the horizon. We just had JT Snow and Mike Krukow earlier today, and they both said they're concerned about sort of the way this team is hitting going into this stretch of schedule. Would you say that's a fair sort of comment as your observation covering this team? Or the alternate take is, they're 3 up in the wild card, things are good.
Yeah, I mean, they find a way to beat good teams. They find a way to win close games. They obviously have maybe the best closer in the game. Their bullpen is so talented. But, I think back to some of the Giants teams that really did struggle offensively, like 2013 or, some of the interregnum teams, I guess, if you will, during the World Series years. And I think that some of those teams that didn't hit enough, they just kept putting more and more pressure on the pitchers. And then the pitchers cracked. I think 2016 was a great example of that. And I would think that was more about the offense than about the pitching that year when they really cratered in the second half. But I tell you what, I do think that a game like yesterday, what really stood out to me was you got Shohei Ohtani, who's this just force of nature. And the Giants did a pretty good job on him, even though he hit a bunch of balls hard as he will. But then it was the guy behind him, Brandon Drury, who really got them and really did damage. And I think that it's sort of almost human nature for pitchers not to be let up, but you get through Ohtani and you may have that little blip or lack of concentration. And it's sometimes that next hitter that in the lineup that can really, the guy after the guy who's not supposed to beat you, that can beat you. And Wilmer Flores has, no one's going to confuse Wilmer Flores with Shohei Ohtani, but Wilmer's third in OPS in the major leagues since June 1. I mean, he is just unconscious right now. In terms of offensive production, he's right up there with Shohei for a couple of months now. And the Giants got a great game out of him yesterday. And Michael Conforto was sitting right behind him, and you got to keep those rallies going. And he had another of the games that he's been having a lot lately where he's not hitting the ball hard. He's not sustaining rallies, and J.D. Davis after him. So I think those two guys are going to be real keys. You got to get more than one guy hot in this lineup. You got to be able to get somebody hot behind them too and sustain some of these rallies, and that's really been a struggle for them. And they're good hitters. I talked to Conforto. He's a pro. He said he's watching Wilmer's at bats. He loves how Wilmer slows things down because when he feels like he's speeding up his at bats, it's when he's late on pitches, which is a little counterintuitive, but that's the way it feels for him. So he's really trying to take a lot of inspiration watching the way Wilmer goes about it and trying to incorporate some of that. And the Giants obviously paid him a lot of money, and there's a lot of pressure on him. He's going to opt out of his deal or not this season. Not a lot of free agents out there to be had, so maybe he will anyway. But he's going to be a big key. And I think, getting Mike Yastrzemski back and getting him into a mode where he can start launching some baseballs again, that's going to be a big key too. Then you got Mitch Haniger after that, obviously. So there are reasons. There's hope on the horizon, but they got to start doing it.
Speaking of outfielders that you mentioned, Haniger, just a quick word on A.J. Pollock. I know you guys talked to him last night. He said he's got something wrong with his side or back, and he's going to know more today. But given what they paid to get him and given his production, is this thing going to be a brief chapter in Giants history? I mean, I'm not asking you to cut him right now, but I'm just saying what you know of the way this team is going. Yaz coming off the IL soon. What's your best guess?
Yeah, I mean, I think that he was acquired as sort of a low-risk flyer, and there's really no strings attached. I mean, if he could be, here as long as Scott Kazmir was here, or as long as Scooter Gennett was here. If he doesn't fit, if he can't stay healthy, then he won't be long for this roster, and I think everyone knows that, especially with the people they have coming back. So, if it does work, you look up and you put the Giants on the leaderboard by sprint speed. A.J. Pollock ranks second on the team, which is also a little bit of a comment on the team. But, he really was moving well when he was on the field with the Mariners. And, they believe in the track record of the bat, and it was only, 150 plate appearances or so. So, I think there was some thought that maybe they can catch a little lightning in a bottle here. And obviously, the other way it can go is he's 35. He's had trouble staying healthy, and he springs another guitar string, and that's what seems to have happened. So yeah, I totally agree with your analysis. I don't think they're going to necessarily look to, cut bait because they didn't really put much bait on the hook in the first place to get him. But there's really no obligation for them to stay with him when they do need other roster spots.
Talking to Andy Bagley of The Athletic. Read him at theathletic.com. Good piece interviewing John Miller about the whole Kevin Brown Baltimore Orioles situation. Everybody should check that out. We don't have too much time to get into that right now. I wanted to ask a couple more roster ones. I know this is, again, maybe putting the cart before the horse, but, we mentioned Yaz coming back, and then Haniger. And I'm just kind of wondering, odd man out, And I guess it's a question about Luis Matos, and that is, listen, a lot of things can change between now and then. Other guys can get hurt and all that, so I understand that. But I'm just kind of wondering about Matos' place, where you think they value him right now. They're playing him all the time. Yep. Playing him all the time. Yeah. But there might be a time when Yaz and Haniger come back where, I guess I'm asking, is it feasible that they would send him back down for a couple of vets like that and just say, hey, you did good, kid, or this is what you got to work on?
Yeah, no, I think it's totally feasible. I mean, they sent out Marco Luciano after a couple of days, although maybe he's on his way back now. We'll see. But with Matos, they're working on development at the major league level. That's part of what this is all about. And they have a need for someone in center field. And obviously he's made some spectacular catches going back on balls. Hasn't been so great coming in on balls. I think they're going to try maybe to explore whether he should play a little more shallow. They'll see about that, but hasn't been maybe as aggressive coming in as they might like. This is not a guy who's got top end speed. He's got very functional speed and very good instincts and very good first step movements, and that's the reason that he's had as many defensive accolades as he has. But he is not a guy who's going to get a bad read and then be able to outrun his mistake. That's not his game. And he's learning at the big league level, and obviously he's not hitting with a lot of authority. I think he's taken some good at bats, and he's had a couple big hits lately. But this is not a guy who profiles to be a 15 home run hitter in the big leagues unless he can put on some weight. And he's 21. He's 21 years old, so nobody's a finished product physically, mentally, emotionally at 21. So he's getting some big league experience, both the good stuff and the memorable stuff and the amazing stuff and the tough love and the bad stuff. So I do think that, like you said, he's got options, and I don't think they're necessarily wedded to the idea that he's never going to go back down to the minor leagues, especially when they may need roster spaces or they feel they have more coverage in center field, which Yastrzemski certainly would give them.
Yeah, I mean, we're a little ways away for the Haniger, so we'll see what happens with A.J. Pollock and all that. That said, the big story is Ohtani tonight and how we've been watching him. The Giants have played the Angels in the Ohtani era. It's not the first time. They even faced him a couple years ago, but it just feels all ramped up now given his free agency. And the TV caught Crawford and Ohtani chatting at second base. They were yucking it up. It feels like everything's a semi-audition, right, for this guy. He knows the Giants. He talked to him before, but do you feel that way? Like there's a little bit of semi sort of, hey.
Trying to sell him on the
look at us.
The idea. Yeah. Check us out.
Oh, absolutely. Okay. It's funny. I wrote about this yesterday. I think our story went up this morning talking to some of the Giants pitchers. And, it used to be the tampering rules were pretty darn, by the book. There's no way Farhan Zaidi or Gabe Kapler can start talking about how much they'd love to have Shohei Ohtani next year. But, it used to be the players, they still have rules on the books where they really can't engage in any kind of tampering like that. But how do you just not talk about the idea of signing Shohei Ohtani? How does that not make you like giddy and just sort of gabby and want to just talk about the possibility? He's the greatest phenomenon the game maybe has ever seen, and it's the greatest show on earth, right? So I went over and talked to a bunch of Giants pitchers, and a lot of them made some very good points, which is it's been tough for the Angels, and it's tough if you're one of his teammates in that Angels pitching staff, because he pitches once a week. And if he gets hit by a pitch the day before he starts, they got to have contingencies in place, because he's not taking a day off. He's not, sticking his arm in a bowl of rice and waiting, or ice water or whatever, and waiting for, his next start day. He's out there. He's running the bases. He's doing all kinds of stuff where he could tweak something, and you got to be ready. You got to have everybody sort of mustered and ready to go on a moment's notice, and that means that maybe you're not throwing on your throw day, or you're altering your routines. He put some demands on the rest of his starting pitching teammates, and Alex Cobb was a part of that with the Angels, and said, you know what, look, we already do that here. We already have to be flexible, and you don't necessarily need to find a sixth starter to fill out a six-man rotation when you only have four good ones maybe to start with. And you're giving yourself less of a chance to win on those days, and maybe taking away some of the value that Ohtani creates for you by doing that. When you can scramble the Jets and pitch the way that the Giants have been pitching and do it successfully all year. So I think they can really, make that a selling point to him and say, look, not only can we help you coax the most performance out of yourself, but we feel we've got really good ideas to be able to incorporate you in a way that makes everybody better and isn't necessarily going to be a challenge for other people or an inconvenience for other people, but really sort of leverage that strength. And I could see him totally buying into that. And, there's a billion things that will go into this. We really don't know what he truly values other than really being a competitor and wanting to be in a winning environment. Geographically, we think it's West Coast. He did have the Giants as a finalist last time, but I think we all knew NL teams really had no shot because there was no DH. Well, there is now. So I think that there's a lot of reasons you can sort of talk your way into being hopeful that the Giants are going to be a serious contender for this guy's services. But, obviously it's I think, like Farhan Zaidi said when he was characterizing the Judge and Correa things, it's, you have a 1 in 30 shot, and there are going to be 29 teams that don't sign this guy, so you never get your hopes up too high about any free agent.
It's going to be so much fun to watch. Anyway, tonight will be fun to watch, too. Great stuff, Andy. Enjoyed the conversation and enjoy the stories in The Athletic. Thanks for hopping on.
Have a great day, guys. Thanks.
There he is, Andy Baggerly. Mike Silver on the Niners next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yes. I'm so happy. You just ready to see something new. Just see you go against other people. Where they don't know what you're doing. It's gonna be pretty fun to go out there and compete against them boys.
Well, there it is. That's Javon Hargrave as the Niners go down to Vegas, take on the Raiders. He's going to hit somebody new. We're having Mike Silver on, who's our favorite San Francisco Chronicle, longtime NFL expert columnist, friend of the program, and Waterboy said, what do we need for Mikey's rejoin? I said, well, something dead. And then, Paulie Mack, you came up with...
I say, throw a miracle at him. I mean, when all else fails, throw a miracle at him because with all this quarterback stuff swirling around, Mike, I figure maybe we all need a miracle. We need the miracle of a healthy quarterback this year, right?
That's what we went with. Good morning, Mike.
Yeah.
It's hard not to think of that as a message to a Cal alum right now. But
oh, brother, yeah.
Insidious forces like Murph's alma mater who got this train wreck.
Oh, you're blaming
rolling.
us. Blaming us. Don't blame me, baby. Blame the system.
Murph. I 100% blame you. There's a lot of other people to blame.
No.
Let's see.
No. Blame the train, buddy. The train was leaving the station. They just got on board.
Buddy, I expect the traitorous scumbag behavior from your rival. But UCLA completely did a bad thing to its alleged big brother, and it was horrible. And
lashing out.
And Killian owns it. You should own that, man.
I'm not owning it. No, because it's the system. It's the train. It's the train was leaving the station no matter. If it didn't take us, it would have taken Oregon or Washington. Wasn't going to be. It was the train, buddy. It's the system.
Sure.
It's the system.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is. You lose on this one, bud. All right. Hey, and by the way, enjoy.
I do lose, but I'm also
enjoy Louisville. All right, buddy. That's all. So, listen, I'm not,
dude. I mean,
I'm not happy about it.
You're gonna get texts from me in December when you go to Iowa and lose like 38.
Well, listen, I'm not saying we're going to do anything good.
I'm gonna, it's just you're just opening up.
Buddy, you lashing out at UCLA here is very errant. You're shooting at the wrong machine. Don't kill the messenger. Boy, you talk to the machine.
Should we kill traitors?
Talk to the machine.
I think you kill the traitor.
Talk to the machine that has created this environment that has created this horrific already happening all over the country. All over the country, whether it's the Big Ten gobbling up Nebraska and Penn State, or whether it's the SEC taking Texas and Oklahoma. This was a rampant fungus spreading across the nation, buddy. And we were smart enough to get on board and don't lament your school's lack of leadership, lack of vision, lack of understanding that this is where the country's going. You either get on the bus or under the bus. You guys are under it. We got on it. Don't blame me. All right?
You got on it because SC lifted you onto it.
The whole freaking country's going to hell in a handbasket. We were just part of it.
Took you.
All right.
Boy, that was getting heated.
Hey.
Yeah.
Listen, that's, as we like to, Mikey, as we like to say, that's the way the cookie crumbles.
What are you going to do?
All right, that's the way the cookie crumbles. All right.
What am I going to do? I'm going to say what I think on live radio, and I'm going to have 85% of the listeners agree with me.
What am I going to do? I'll tell you what I'm going to do.
I'll take my 15% and I'll get on my horse and ride home, buddy. All right, where do we go from there? Niners, Vegas. What are we doing here? Brock Purdy, Iowa State, a Big 12 guy who's got Arizona State, Utah, and Colorado in his conference now.
Yeah.
Brock, why? We were just saying right before we came on. Why is nobody loving Brock Purdy? Am I reading too much social media?
You might be.
I don't know. I feel I feel like Brock Purdy's not getting love. Maybe I'm wrong, Mike. Is he totally getting love and he's doing great and everything's fine?
The person who matters loves Brock Purdy, right? Kyle Shanahan loves Brock Purdy. This is not an ambiguous situation. Were he not coming off a potentially catastrophic throwing arm injury, it would not have been a thing these last few months. It would have been Brock is our guy. He is the man. And, we're going to try to have depth behind him. So they feel pretty good about where his arm is. I don't think you can ever take a victory lap, or not this early on this, just, given the nature of the injury and possible impact of load on the arm. And, listen, I covered Joe Montana for 2 years of elbow hell. So, but if it trends this way and keeps going this way, no, he's getting love from the person that matters most. And, he's a young guy and he hasn't had reps this offseason, and, he's definitely not perfect, but where they think he's going is even better than he was last year. And he was, by the way Kyle Shanahan measures it, really, 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 really good. And, I'm not a big practice stat guy, and there have been moments where, it doesn't look perfect. But, the arm looks to me like it did pre-injury, and that's a good thing.
Nice.
Yeah, that said, then behind him, we got all sorts of armies. We talk about 85% and 15%, people voting Darnold, Lance Darnold. It's the race of the century here. Who's winning it?
Well, again, there's only one vote, so it's not, and I know that I just invoked an 85% recently on this conversation, but it's Kyle Shanahan is the decider here, and I think it's a real competition. So what you've got is Trey Lance, who is better than he has been. This is the best Trey Lance that we have seen. He knows the offense better. It's his third year. He is obviously healthier than he was, after he broke the finger, and certainly last year. So that's the good part of Trey Lance. But Kyle Shanahan sure seems to be really, really high on Sam Darnold. And, in terms of pedigree, we're talking about two third overall picks competing. Now, the 49ers gave up a lot to get one of them and not very much to get the other. But, you're talking about two guys who are very, very highly regarded by at least one team coming out and likely many more teams. So I don't know. The first conversation I had with Kyle in training camp, he compared Darnold's career trajectory to that of Steve Young.
Yeah.
That type praise.
Right.
He's definitely shown flashes of that arm talent that everybody talks about, and it has looked really, really good at times. But I don't want to say this is a sham competition because they are happy with Trey Lance's development relative to where he was. If I had to read tea leaves and tell you what I think, I would say Darnold has a little bit of an edge going in. But, if we, look at these workouts against the Raiders and then whatever preseason action the two of them get, there may be a pretty obvious separation too.
Mike, with the game on Sunday against the Raiders, first preseason game, is there any expectation or map as to what we could expect? Like, is a quarter for each guy? You think is that be about right for Darnold and Trey?
Good question, and I do think Kyle says he reserves the right to change his plan based on what he sees in the workout. So the idea is he likes these joint workouts better than preseason games because you can manufacture situations where you really want to evaluate them, right? Like, I want to see what Trey Lance does, on 3rd and 8 in the red zone. Okay, let's do that, So, and in games, there are a lot of variables where you could say, oh, he's going to get 2 series, but one of the series, the ball tips off the tight end's hands and gets returned for a touchdown, So I would just say they're going to value these 2 days. You're going to see Purdy, probably get the bulk of the first team snaps, if not all of them, in these 2 days. But then, the plan would be we don't want Purdy or most of the first stringers coming off these workouts to do anything in this first preseason game. And so I think it could be even more than a quarter each if you're not even, messing with the first stringers. And, again, that's pliable. But, what's frustrating for fans is they're going, all I really have to base my opinions on is these 3 preseason games, and maybe I watched from the stands in training camp, or I read some tweets or whatever, or I read people's comments. But the coaches are paying much more attention to a lot of things that aren't seen, including these workouts.
Talking to Mike Silver, San Francisco Chronicle, quarterbacks. Of course, are you there? Are you going to Vegas?
I'm here. I'm pacing around in the nice temperate climate of. And by the way, I'm not a huge fan of this state either, or the city. Yeah. So if you want me to rant against somebody other than your alma mater, and
how do you explain? I'm like you, Mike. I've always thought Vegas is just like oof. You go hit it for 36 hours, you have a ball, and then you leave. But man, the entire nation's moving there.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not so concerned with the entire nation, but I am concerned with another team from Oakland.
Well, there you go. Yeah, that's what I mean. Raiders and A's.
Not real happy about that. Yeah. No. The floodgates are open on gambling, so a lot of the taboos that were associated with sports are now completely turned on their head. Remember, like Tony Romo tried a fantasy football convention here not too long ago, and basically was told by the NFL, if you do that, you are in big trouble, and then the convention got canceled. Now it's like, hey, brought to you by FanDuel.
No, seriously. Yeah, ESPN just launched a whole new bet thing yesterday.
That genie's out of the bottle, man.
Oh, God, man. They were still coming after the Iowa State kicker, though, if he laid $20 on the Hawkeyes or whatever, on the Cyclones. Hey, so just while you're there, Jimmy, and your favorite guy, Mark Davis and the Raiders, are you going to poke around there? I know you're there to cover the Niners, but I don't know what you're hearing or thinking. He's the guy. And I heard, there's rumors that Max Crosby was talking smack to him and that he's throwing picks in practice. And I don't know. Do you have a take on Jimmy and the Raiders? Think it's going to be a success?
I do have a take on Jimmy and the Raiders. I'll have a much stronger take on Jimmy and the Raiders soon. And look, Jimmy Garoppolo famously or infamously threw interceptions on 5 consecutive plays in a training camp practice in 2019. It was, that's hard to do, right? 5 actual interceptions, not passes, 5 plays in a row. He threw interceptions. And, I think I was the one who said going into that season in a public forum, and they don't win, they could pull him and play Nick Mullins, and people were like, what? And it's one of those things where I know I was right, but it doesn't matter because it was moot. He played well enough after the opener and then eventually very, very well, and they went 10-0, so it never happened. But, again, the people who are freaking out about a specific training camp, oh, my God, that ball got intercepted, times 5 or whatever, that's not always an indicator of horrible things to come, but I am anxious to talk to Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler and people on the Raiders and Jimmy and, get a sense of how they're feeling about it. And I do think there are things about Josh McDaniels' offense that may be more aligned with, Jimmy's preferred methodology. There's a chance that it could go really, really well. And then obviously with him, you just wish this guy, you wish him, a completely healthy season because when he's been healthy, he's done some really good things, and it seems like it always gets spoiled, including last year.
Mikey, before we go, there's no holdout less contentious ever than the Nick Bosa.
The Nick Bosa thing.
Everybody's like, oh, it's so great that he's not here. It's so
we
great.
love it. No, it's great that he's not here.
At what point does this become a problem or never?
Is it a concern? Yeah.
I think, when you see some public venting by one side or the other, it's easy for the 49ers to publicly vent. It's just a little change in tone, If he doesn't get here by so-and-so, it's really going to hurt his preparation for the season, and we're going to, they won't mean it, but that would be, if you hear that, you're like, oh, wow, it's getting a little more contentious. And then if you see a report that, Nick Bosa's willing to miss games, if that's what it takes, then that means it's getting contentious on their end. But you're right. It is one of those like, hey, man, it's going to be fine, and
Yeah.
And then my favorite is when they come out and say, well, I have made a deal that we're not going to talk about this. I'm like, yeah, because nobody ever talks to anyone on the side. But you're right. It's been quiet. Everybody's been lulled into submission, and meanwhile we sit here and rail about the important things in life, like conference realignment and practice interceptions.
I know, right? All right, man. Always great catching up, and always great, whether it's Lennon, McCartney, or UCLA to the Big Ten. It's always good sparring with you, buddy. And and we will look forward to your dispatches from Vegas.
Oh, yeah.
Mikey in Sin City. Can't wait, buddy.
Thanks, Mikey.
Good talking to you guys.
There he is, Mike Silver, my lifelong pal and sparring partner.
Well, I was telling Marcus in the beginning of that back and forth, I go, you might, this is getting to the point where you might want to flag this as for a Murph and Mackey's, because I've never heard these guys, or
Yes,
not
you
since
have.
the John Lennon night, not
That's
since that.
the thing is you have.
But that wasn't a sports thing
Mike
and a
and
school
I
thing.
get into it all
Yeah.
the time. We've done this in bars, restaurants, phones,
By the way, sorry,
interviews.
I just got distracted by the handsome, it's gone. It was, as soon as I saw it was gone. There he is. They're flashing G-Pop at me, and he's looking.
We got to get going.
Yeah, he's looking
We gotta
damn
get going.
good.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. You guys are Cal, and you'll forever be Cal.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Turn Murph's mic on, you guys. Murph is in a different spot.
I want Paulie to hear this.
There you go.
I want you to hear this.
I got it already.
Do you listen to it?
Actually, good production. Sounds good.
It's the new.
It's like an updated,
Fallout Boy did a new version.
Kurt Cobain, Pokemon.
I'm dedicate Tiger Woods.
He's a deep fakes there.
You hear this, John? No, I got to think
my
about
whole
something.
point. I know we got to get it over to Papa and Lund here.
We do. We only got
two things real quick. One, sponsored by Marin Health. We are proudly with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you can think. This is just my last 10 seconds. This is my message to Mikey Silver.
Okay, man.
We didn't start the fire.
No.
We didn't.
He lashed out at you. It was inappropriate, I got to say.
And, hey, I'm just saying, we didn't start it. This fungus was spreading around the country. We just said, hey, we got to get on board.
You
That's
were
all.
just watching the parade.
That's all. That's the end of my riff. We can carry that on tomorrow. Johnny, Greg Papa's in Vegas.
I love it.
That's right.
Greg's looking good. I see
Vegas.
I'll see the globe right there.
Las Vegas.
Yeah,
right on the strip there.
How are you in Vegas, G-Pop?
You
were
in residency here.
Okay.
I just rolled
Adele and
What is
Papa.
double fours? That boxcars? What's that called?
I mentioned boxcars earlier today. I said I think
is that?
sixes are boxcars, aren't they?
Yeah.
3 and 3? 7. What is that? Snake eyes?
Snake eyes.
Snake eyes is 2 1s. Yeah.
What's that called?
Snake
2 1s?
eyes.
Oh, what's
2 1s is snake eyes. Seven's lucky 7. I don't know.
11 means something too.
You're the guy in Vegas. You tell us.
Greg, you got to tell.
6 and a 1.
But boxcars, I think, is a pair of sixes, right? Isn't it?
Yeah.
All right. Who wore 66 for the Niners?
Kevin Gogan.
Did he?
Top of my head. Yeah. Top of my head.
Current roster.
Nailed it.
Who's boxcars for the Niners?
I don't think they have a 66.
Joey Fisher.
Okay.
Joey Fisher, rookie free agent from Shepherd.
Thank you, G-Pop.
And Brandon Ayuk is Snake Eyes, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So there we go.
11.
There we go. All right. On that great note, why don't we hand it over to you guys?
Have a good
All
show,
right.
boys. Cheers.
Greg's in Vegas. Johnny's here. Niner football on their mind. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
We'll go into the men's grill, have a beer, and we'll talk some golf.
He got him. You know what I'm saying? He just got.
Now what? Lifting. Now what? A rep. Now what?
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman! San Francisco!
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Oh, very nice. I like this. I like this a lot. You even got a big background, a Niners KNBR background. What? That looks like you're in a professional studio
in Vegas, like Elvis.
Wow.
Viva Las Vegas! Bruno Mars, the great Celine Dion, who I actually saw with Al Davis on his birthday, his 75th birthday. So you got to check out Jeremiah Crow. You know Jeremiah well. Has teed us up here at the Blue Wire Studios. So look at Walter was saying the laptop you took on the road for the streaming.
Yeah,
looks really good. Look what I got here, John. You ready?
That's beautiful.
Take camera 2. This is camera 1. Take camera 2. Take camera 3.
Oh, I like this.
Take camera 4.
What? Like you're a director, producer, and host all in one.
Brian's got the button. He's the technical director, but this is the best television studio I've ever been in, and it's a podcasting studio here right at the Wynn
Can we move there?
Encore, Las Vegas. Well, I kind of pissed off the owner of the Raiders, so that's not going to happen, John.
Damn it,
I'm just
you.
here for a 5-night residency, and then we're leaving on Sunday. But this is stupendous. Having a great time here.
Wow, that is nice. Look at that thing. My gosh, you got
Which
a floor
camera do you like
director?
the best?
Let me see.
This is
Do it
camera
again.
1. Camera 1. I look good in camera 1. Camera 2.
Ooh, that's nice.
Little
Little side angle.
Which way do I look over? There's camera 2.
Well,
Camera 3, Brian. Oh, now we're going high home.
I kind of like that because
Why we got a Giants logo there? They lost last night. Now they're going to
I
go
can hardly
Shohei
see
tonight.
you, but you can see a giant logo.
Do we have one with a 49ers logo? Do we have a Niners logo in camera 3?
I saw that.
I think we have one. there in camera 3.
Wow.
Can we have camera 3 and a Niners logo, Brian?
Look at you. Look at you. You're ordering people around. You're ordering the director around.
We're all one team. I'm not ordering anybody around.
Oh, there you go. Now you got it.
Camera 3.
That's good.
And now camera 4. We got camera 4.
Are we recording this so we can put this on social media later? This is unbelievable.
We record it all the time. Unbelievable.
That's where we should be doing the show from. Not because it's in Vegas, of course. That's beautiful. By the way,
if you're listening on KNBR and 104.5,
what are you guys doing?
Sorry. Yet
YouTube
streaming
and
like
Twitch.
half the world is. But
YouTube
so good.
and
The
Twitch,
studio
you can see
here
Pop.
is so great. We're having a great time. We got here. So right after I left you, we got on the bus and we left about 3:30 and guys were quiet. Short flight, hour flight down here. We're staying in Henderson, which is Henderson is either the biggest city in the world or a county or a small country or a state. I don't know what it is, but it is huge. We stayed out here when we played the Raiders in January. We stayed at the Weston Lake. And it was like 40 miles away. It was the worst trip ever. This Henderson is right by the Raiders facility. Actually, where we're staying, John, and this is where it gets to be a little bit of a nightmare, is the Raiders official team headquarters hotel. So a lot of the Raiders players are staying there. I mean, well, it's not just that. It is Raider logos everywhere. Al Davis, all he ever wanted when he went to 1220 Harbor Bay Parkway in Alameda was a Raider museum. They have a Raider museum everywhere you turn in this hotel. The coffee shop, the bar. I see more 24 Charles Woodson mannequins than you see in Canton, Ohio. I mean, it is Raider centric, but it's right there. And a lot of the Raiders players are there. And 49ers have a day off today. A lot of the guys went out to the Strip to a steakhouse last night. And then tomorrow morning it starts, John. Tomorrow and Friday morning, the joint practices.
Very cool. So Pop is in Vegas. I am here in our palatial San Francisco studios, which clearly need an upgrade based on what I'm seeing.
So
from
how many
you.
different camera shots do you have, John?
Yeah, I just got the one.
Take camera 1 in the studio.
That's it.
Take camera 2 in the studio. Looks a lot like
I
that
like
one.
that one. That's my favorite.
Like that
if people are watching on
Me
YouTube
under
and
the
Twitch.
logo?
Yeah, because there's a tiny U. And then there's this giant 49ers logo. It's like, hi, I'm Greg Papa. Like, when they go to that angle, you should have like a tiny voice because it looks like, what's that Matt Damon movie where him and his wife were going to get shrunk down or something like that? And they were going to go into an alternative universe. And
well, it was funny. I Shrunk the Kids, but that's not. That wasn't Matt Damon.
And then what happened was like she didn't go or something at the last minute, whatever. But it looks like you were like shrunk down.
I was shrunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you got a giant coffee, but you. I love this whole thing because
coffee's as big as my head.
Well, what's cool is
I got die on the table here, John. I'm playing dice this morning.
You're
not going the sports book, right? I'm not allowed to go in the sports book.
See, I don't know that. You
I
just
see
can't
what
do
the
NFL.
odds are that the Giants sign. How are you? And we're right here at Wynn. People are walking by. They can hear the show.
This is I love this.
I'm going to see what the odds are that the Giants can hit Shohei Ohtani tonight and then sign him in the off season.
Yeah, that's what we need.
They have odds for that.
What kind of? Somebody can bring you some sheets. I know that. Like they have in all the sports books, they have tons of sheets. So tell them to bring you some odds.
We're not far away.
Let's look at some odds, and especially given the fact that ESPN is completely, what's the term that I should use? There's an issue.
That's all they talk about is Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, there's an issue, but where you get your sports news, you're also going to get your betting news. That's going to be a little bit strange, but whatever.
ESPN Bet.
Yeah, ESPN Bet, which is going to be available in the fall. That's going to be interesting. But anyway, yeah, you're sitting in Vegas. Very cool. You guys got in there yesterday.
Right by the buffet, John. Right by the buffet.
Oh, really?
I had breakfast this morning. Got a tumbler going.
That's
nice. Got a large boy going. Oh, good.
How was the? I love buffets. I'm a big buffet fan.
I actually didn't eat. You know me. I didn't have breakfast yet.
You're not a buffet guy.
I rolled right into.
But I mean, Vegas has lots of buffets. Would
they
you
got
go to
everything.
a buffet?
You eat.
Yeah, I love them.
The Wynn buffet is really, really good.
Yeah, especially about 2 a.m. You walk over there for a buffet after the.
What's the place? Everything. Is it in the Encore where they give you the drinks in the little ducky glass? Those are the ones that I love. That's a little more highbrow. You go there and the wait's like an hour and a half to get in. So
you didn't get one of those blended yards that everybody walks around with. They got those yards of whatever daiquiri. You didn't get a yard.
I haven't started yet. Chad. It's only 10 o'clock in the morning. So.
All right.
We got all day. We got all weekend.
We had to set you up. That's a beautiful studio there, by the way. That's very nice. So
Jeremiah Crow Productions, thanks to Blue Wire Studios. All they do is podcasting here, John.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Incredible.
Our old pal Kevin Jones, who used to be here at KNBR,
how are you,
runs
sir?
that joint. So anyway.
Niner fan,
see,
Raider
now
fan.
we're talking. Look at that. Now we got it.
You bet
now we
red
can
or
see.
you bet black? They're all going by. Oh, look at that camera shot. There you go. So they're
that's
walking by.
beautiful. You know
How
what,
are you, sir?
You know what's like? Look, that guy just waved at you. You ever go over to Mandalay Bay and there's Pete Rose sitting in that memorabilia place?
I have. The saddest day of my life.
It is
He's
so
in the basement,
sad.
too, signing autographs. He's still there?
They're
all looking.
I remember I was walking by there one time and Pete Jr. was in there and he was imploring me to come in because I was like the only person walking by and I'm like, no, it's too sad. And I grew up, I liked the Big Red Machine growing up.
Yeah.
And I walked and I was like, I can't go in there. I can't pull myself in there, man. It was sad.
I remember.
He needed like a hype man.
You ever been down the lazy river at Mandalay Bay?
No, I have
Love
not.
the lazy river.
Who doesn't love
you
a
just
lazy
lay back
river?
and it gives you a natural current.
Yeah, you get like an inner tube or something, fancy tube.
Your body. You go botter surfing. You don't need anything. It's pretty lazy. You're not going that fast.
So
not
are you,
like you're tubing.
Are you going to go to one of those pools, one of those fancy pools? They got the big outdoor screens and everything like that?
The Raider Hotel, John. You would not believe the setup at the Raider Hotel. It is a casino. It is a resort. And it's all silver and black, and it's all Charles Woodson. I'm not going to sleep awake.
That's incredible. Yeah, I'd be careful if I were you. I might wear a disguise. You might need something.
That's all good. It's all good. I'm not going to eat there. I'll guarantee you. I'm going to eat only the 49er
exactly.
food.
Security, we've got Greg Papa on camera number 1. Stay with him.
I know all the Raiders security. I know Butch. I know them all. They'll take care of me here.
That's what it's going to be like. What's the movie with Clooney in it where he robs the hotel? They're going to be casing you. You're going to have like
Ocean's 11 and Ocean's 12?
11. And Mark Davis will be Andy Garcia.
I do have to get a new pair of sunglasses for practice.
You're like Danny Ocean.
I can get a pair of those so I can get a pair of George Clooney Ocean's 11 here in Vegas?
Yeah, you are
I think
Danny
they have them
Ocean.
at the gift shop.
That's exactly what you are. You're Danny Ocean down there. Keep an eye on Danny Ocean. That's going to be like, where's he at on the field? That's going to be fun. All right. We blew this segment on Vegas, but it was well worth it. I love those cameras.
That's why we're here. We got Raiders and 49ers joint practices.
They'll
This is going to be
later.
interesting.
If people didn't see this whole thing that we're talking about because you're listening on the radio, I understand. We'll put this up later. I'm sure our digital
Put what
team
up?
will.
I'm going to be here for the next 3 hours and 50 minutes. I'm not going
man. That
anywhere.
was when they did all the.
We're going to do it all.
That was awesome.
Take camera 2, Brian. Take the tiny Papa. There we
See,
go.
that's what I like. Can we keep it on Tiny Papa for a while?
Yeah, you like that.
There's going to be some matchups I'm going to be watching very closely.
Now you got me high pitched, Papa. Wow.
That's beautiful. All right. We do have some Giants to get to you last night. They lose. The opener does not work. Never fear. No one's panicking. Shohei is pitching today. We'll get into that as well. I was busy last night. I don't know if you had a chance to watch either Hard Knocks or the Johnny.
Hard Knocks. I watched it all.
All right. So we'll get into all of it.
What was Sala talking about with the hawk?
I love that
crow?
Open. I'd run through a wall for
It was
that
the
guy.
eagle. The eagle.
The eagle and the crow.
What was he talking about here? So how do we beat the Eagles? We have to fly above?
Yeah, you got to.
What was he talking about?
We were the Crows last year, clearly. You don't want to be a crow.
He got all tongue-tied on that one.
He was great.
Salah is a little intimidated by Aaron Rodgers' presence. Would you say that?
He does like him a lot.
A little bit.
He does like him a lot.
Of course he does. He's a great thrower of the football.
And then Rodgers is intimidated by the voice of God, Liv Shriver, who no one mentioned is Ray Donovan. That's his claim to fame. He's Ray Donovan. He's an ass kicker. That guy, Liv Shriver.
His voice sounds nothing like when he does the voiceover when he was talking to Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
Didn't sound anything like him.
No. But he's a bad man. He's Ray Donovan.
He was funny. He's funny.
Good. All right, we'll get into all of it. We got a ton to get to today. We will kick off with the Giants, bottom of the hour. Dylan Hernandez will join us from the L.A. Times. We'll get into what's going on with the Dodgers. They made a couple of nice moves, by the way, unheralded kind of at the deadline, but they are working
he also
for them.
covers the Angels, I think, for the LA Times. We got to find out what's going on with Shohei.
Exactly. So we'll get into all those things. Plus, we said yesterday that Steve Phillips thought that it could come down to the Giants and the Dodgers. We'll ask Dylan Hernandez about that. He covers all the things down in L.A. We'll do all that coming up, give you the rest of the guest list, and get things going next. Papa live in Vegas. I'm live in the San Francisco studios. Papa and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants fall to the Angels despite another big Wilmer Flores game. That story and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Good morning to you. Greg Papa to you, coming to you from...
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
appreciate that acknowledgement. I agree. I think these guys scratch and claw, and that's why we'll make moves like Pat Bailey pinch hitting, Austin Slater, just to kind of get those kind of upgrades, because these guys are going to fight to the finish every time. I thought we were really good at bats at the end of the game, and Don made some good pitches for them, but I also thought we scratched and clawed. I thought Slater's at bat was good. I thought Tower's at bat was good, even though there was a strikeout attached. And we're still not quite getting the big hit, and tonight that was true.
That, of course, is Gabe Kapler. The Giants got within 1, but 4 runs in the first, and the opener falls to 15-6, so we'll get into that as well. But again, they continue to get help from other teams who are not winning, who are ice cold, and so the Giants are still the top team in the wild card chase. Craig Kimbrell, one pitch after not getting a favorable call, gives up a home run, and the Phillies lose last night. So we'll get into all those things momentarily. Dylan Hernandez is going to join us to talk more Shohei. He actually went over to Japan, and so he knows Shohei quite well, and we'll talk about that at 10:30. Shohei pitching against the Giants tonight. But real quick, since you just showed off your studio chops, did you know that we can do the same thing? I mean, it's not just you. So here's camera 1, right? Camera 1. If you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, camera 1. Now watch this. Camera 2. Oh, yeah. Oh,
you stole my camera.
Camera 2.
Let me see your camera 3, John. Let me see your camera 3.
I don't know if we have a camera 3.
So you don't have much of an audible system.
Still,
you can't go much.
Best we could do. All right.
You're strictly limited to being an opener, I would say, in the studio. So that's where the game lost. I mean, it was bottom line is Scott Alexander couldn't get anybody out. And Shohei Ohtani, and Dylan will break down, where he's at and what he's thinking. We'll see him pitch. As a hitter, he gets so many ground balls through the infield because he's just so strong. I'd like to see the exit velocity. The launch angle, obviously, on ground balls is not great, but he hits them so hard. He's had so many base hits in this series. The first at bat on Monday night, second one where he was able to run it into a double with his speed, and Matos came over, and then last night he did it again. He just hits a ground ball, but he hits them so hard. The strong guys are able to get jammed and still fight them off, and then even able to get a ground ball through the infield. And then Junis came in and gave up the ball off the wall, and before you know it, you're down 4-0, and then Junis gives up a homer, and they did fight back. They did fine, but in the end, they fell short. I mean, Wilmer Flores, is he going to win the Willie Mack Award again? I mean, back-to-back years. I mean, and he started kind of slow this year. People were wondering what his place is on the team. He didn't play a whole lot, John. He's been the best hitter, clearly, on the team. And I think one of the very best in all of baseball since the 1st of June. Where would they be without him? But the bottom line, Conforto is really struggling. And I know it's tough for him coming off the shoulder, and he's been hot and cold and all around. And then, obviously, with Mitch Haniger on the IL, really has had no season at all except the 2 homers he hit in Mexico City. Those were the 2, big free agent acquisitions after you couldn't get Judge and you flunked Correa. And those 2 guys have been, Conforto's in the lineup, but it's just not himself. And he's been in and out of the lineup with a myriad of injuries, and Haniger, started the year on the IL, came back, got going a little bit, but not really, and then the fractured forearm. And those 2 spots in the lineup, the lack of Haniger and Conforto coming up in so many big at-bats, they got back into the game and they scored, but it's just a killer when you give up 4 in the bottom of the first. And the offense, as Cap is saying, had so many big chances with the exception of Wilmer Flores, and then Jock Peterson is just lost right now. Even when you get to 5 runs, I mean, you've been citing the 4 runs, and what's the record when they score 4? It's usually 4 and worry no more, you're going to win, but when the opener goes sideways like that, you're not going to be able to come back.
Well, like you said, Wilmer Flores has been absolutely incredibly hot, and without him, in July, they'd have been in a lot of trouble. They were 1 under in July, and without Wilmer Flores, who was absolutely on fire in July, they would have been sunk. But Flores last night gets 4 of the 5 RBIs. He comes through. He had a home run last night. He had the single up the middle where he just put it right back up the middle. I mean, he's been absolutely great. But we've cited the issues with the rookies. They've all hit the wall, and then outside of that, you're just not getting anything from anyone. Brandon Crawford, again, people were saying Crawford and Estrada, and they're going to come back. Well, Estrada struck out 3 times last night, and again, since May 1st, he hasn't been great. Brandon Crawford has not been great all year. He's down to 205. The other day, he had a decent game, but then he went 0 for and had a few strikeouts with the 2 errors. I mean, look, it's really easy to play GM on the radio, but this team desperately needed a hitter. You had the worst offense in July. It wasn't even close. You were around 3 runs a game in July, and all the metrics they were last in the league in. They were dying for a hitter. And they decided because it was just too expensive. And look, I'm not there. I'm not in these meetings. I don't know what teams were asking for sticks. And there wasn't a lot. And once Ohtani went off the market, and because the Cubs got hot and Bellinger was off the market, there just didn't seem like there was a lot of bats out there. And they went out and they got Pollock, and Pollock does what Pollock has done all year. He got hurt. He's a 35-year-old guy. He got hurt again. He was frustrated. I saw him in the postgame. But the reality is that probably wasn't going to give you much. He's hitting $165, and he's already hurt. So they didn't give this team any offense. And while they still might make the wild card, this seems like, what was it, 2011, where it's like they'd get down a run or two, and you're thinking, well, the game's over. I mean, they are so offensively challenged right now, and other than Wilmer Flores, no one's hitting.
Well, 2011 is the year Buster Posey got Scott Cousins.
Right.
On May 25th, and they made the trade to get Beltran. And then Beltran got hurt, right when he was swinging the bat well. He got hit by a pitch. But, a lot of moves. We talked about Haniger and Conforto. Those were multi-year signings. But, Jock, and picking up that, whatever they called it, the qualifying offer. I mean, $18 million for Jock. And going into the game tonight, or last night, I guess, or tonight's game, he actually threw last night, 1 multi-hit game since June the 26th. And it was July 22nd at Washington when he had that home run. And 1 multi-RBI game, and that was the July 21st. He had a decent series in Washington. So, you need him to hit. He's in the lineup to hit. Shohei is a right-handed pitcher. He's a left-handed hitter, obviously, but he does pitch right-handed. I think we've all seen him. So you got to assume Jock is going to be in there. As far as Pollock, it was weird to have Matos hit for him right in the middle of the game, and they had bats. So something's up there. And you mentioned he's frustrated. It's early July. Or pardon me, August. You put him on the IL now. There's no guarantee that he comes back. Luciano was pulled out of the Sacramento Rivercats game here in Las Vegas last night, so we'll see if they make a roster move and bring him back. But, you mentioned the Phillies lost, but that was a day-night doubleheader. And Kyle Schwarber hit a couple of bombs in the first game. So that, I know we were looking at it, and the Cubs are up and down and all around, but they're right there. Cincinnati as well. But there is a difference if you're the number 1 wild card team or the second wild card team, John. And right now, MLB.com has Philadelphia ahead of the Giants, even though the Giants did sweep them earlier this year, and it does go by season series. So I don't think that's right. But they have the exact same record at 62 and 52. Giants should be ahead of them based on the tiebreaker. But the Giants are going to South Philly here coming up in a couple of weeks to play the Phillies. So that will determine, because right now that's your wild card matchup, Giants-Phillies. That'll determine if Philadelphia has home field or the Giants have home field based on who is the number 1 wild card team and who's the number 2 wild card team.
And we got into it yesterday. Like you said, the top 2 teams get buys. So right now that would be the Dodgers, who continue to play well, and Atlanta, of course, who they've got this thing all sealed up. So the winner of the Central, which right now it's Milwaukee, but it's close with Cincinnati, Philly, and then the Cubs, who have been red hot since the All-Star break. Those are the teams that are in it. So like you said, throw out the Dodgers, throw out the Braves, but you're going to get the winner of the Central. You're going to get Philly. You're going to get the Giants, and you're going to get the Cubs. And like I said, I think there's a huge difference, and it's a 2 of 3 in that first round. So it's going to be crazy down the stretch here.
And you want to stay close with the Dodgers. They just keep on winning.
But now you're 6 back with 48 to play, 6 in the loss.
6 in the loss, you're 4 in the win. So you're 5 games back. They're 66 and 46, Giants 62 and 52. So if you look at the loss column, like Vin Scully always said, the all-important loss column, you're 6 back. And you got them 7 more times. But you got to give yourself a chance the last 2 weekends of the year, 4 at Dodger Stadium, 3 at Oracle Park. You can't go into that down 6 and expect to catch them. Although they do have some injuries. J.D. Martinez got flown home from Arizona. He's got something going on, hamstring, groin. They are going to, I think Kershaw is going to pitch on Thursday, John, and they're talking about Walker Buehler pitching to hitters. So he may be coming back in September when the Giants face them the next couple of years. They could face Tight Pants Bueller. But Dylan Hernandez covers the baseball scene for the LA Times. We'll talk Dodgers, but mainly, John, because he's on the mound tonight. And if he does sign with the Giants in the offseason, should we break out the Maze song from New York? Say hey, say Willie, Shohei.
Absolutely.
Say Ohtani.
Get some new lyrics.
What's the song? What's the song we get for that one?
Got to do it.
Shohei.
All right,
Dylan, say hey to Shohei.
Dylan Hernandez will join us coming up next, and he's got the whole scene covered, like I said, and he knows Ohtani very, very well. So we'll get into that as he's going to pitch against the Giants tonight. Pop is in Vegas. We will get into some Niners v. Raiders talk as they hit the field tomorrow and Friday. But first, let's do a little Shohei talk. Angels and Giants tonight right here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Tampa Bay Rays Tuesday, August 15th. First pitch 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Giants, back when they pursued Judge, there was word that they would go to any length to be able to get him. But Judge just made a decision he wanted to go back to New York. But I think the Giants might have kept going. The other thing the Giants have done in the past, when they had Barry Bonds, they had a separate budget line item for Bonds' salary because of the records and everything else than everybody else. They could do that for Ohtani as well. And they're looking for that aircraft carrier because they don't have that guy right now.
I think any team that signs him, you almost have to have the payroll and his salary. Because, probably there's a guy, a pretty good bet in whatever contract he signs, he might need Tommy John or something like that again, in which case you lose your ace and your best hitter. So you better have a complete other team payroll besides him.
That was Steve Phillips yesterday and Joel Sherman on MLB Network. And that's kind of an interesting concept of Shohei Ohtani kind of being different, like Barry Bonds was different as far as the Giants from a pay scale standpoint. Let's get into everything. Angels, Ohtani pitching tonight against the Giants. Offseason is going to be maybe what the trade deadline was supposed to be until they pulled Ohtani off the market. But then last night was their first win since the trade deadline. The Angels got some Dodgers we need to talk to as well. And Dylan Hernandez covers it all for the LA Times at Dylan Hernandez. And he joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Hi, Dylan. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Yeah, good. You heard that. So what are your thoughts on that? Is that how teams are going to have to think that Ohtani is this part of marketing and he's going to actually make you money on a big contract like this?
Yeah, so we're hearing that just on signage alone around Angels Stadium that he's bringing in, somewhere like in the $10 to $15 million range, right? So he does, whatever you're going to pay him. I know that, right, you're projecting, say, $60 million or something. You can probably earmark 10 to 20 of that to come back to you in advertising. So, yeah, I think that's going to be kind of included in the package.
So even talking, since they decided not to trade him, and, they had lost every single game, as you know, Dylan, until last night. They had lost their first 7. A lot of them are in heartbreaking fashion, but they decided to hold on to him, and now he's going to be a free agent. So CAA represents him. How would you categorize it as far, I was there when the Angels were playing the Dodgers right before the All-Star break, and it was Japanese Heritage Night at Dodger Stadium, and they rolled out the red carpet for Shohei. He had a big game. Obviously, he hits well in that stadium. So are the Dodgers, in your opinion, the favorites to lure him? What are the odds he stays in Southern California and re-signs with the Angels? And then seriously, how big of a player do you think the Giants will be in the Shohei sweepstakes come the offseason?
Yeah, I think the kind of the big X factor in this whole thing, and I don't think we should view his free agency probably through the lens that we do most players. He is different. Even for like a Japanese guy, right? I mean, culturally, you're already talking about some differences, but he in particular is a very unique person. I think, this is somebody you have to kind of keep in mind, right? When he first came over here, he came here as a 23-year-old. Had he waited 2 more years, he could have come as an unrestricted free agent, right? And people were projecting at that time for him to be getting, say, on the open market, $250 million. He wound up signing for $2 million. So money will be a factor. Don't get me wrong. I do think that there's going to be kind of like a bar of entry, so to speak. But I kind of don't see, say, right, is it going to be the 580 beating out the 550 and that being the difference? I really don't think so. One of the things that he kind of talked about, I think it was last year at the All-Star game, when I asked him about the timing about coming here, he said that one of the reasons he came here at that time was because he wanted to be a Hall of Famer. And I think the one thing kind of, we don't know too much about Ohtani. He doesn't really talk too much. We don't know much about his, personal life. The one thing that, now that said, he's one of these guys that when he does speak, it's with purpose, right? And the one thing that I think we've kind of come to understand about him is that he's very kind of legacy-centric, right? And so to me, before he left Japan in 2017, 2018, that winter, he had a press conference in Japan. He said he was leaving to go to the major leagues with the goal of becoming the best player in the world. And he also said in that press conference that he thought that, winning a World Series is a prerequisite for you to become that player. And so to me, it's really like a question of how much has reality been kind of beaten into him over these last 6 years, because I think ideally, for him, it would have been, hey, I choose this team that without like the great history of a Dodgers or a Giants, and I'm going to lead them to a championship, right? I'm not sure, how realistic he views that after 6 years now. There have been games, obviously, this year where he has single-handedly led the team to victory. I could see him theoretically staying with the Angels, where he thinks, hey, you know what, if I just do just a little bit better, maybe I can do it on my own. Again, we're looking at this two-way thing right now in terms of like, okay, yeah, it worked out. Of course you can do it, this and that. But, when he started off doing this stuff in Japan, there were a lot of people that were against this, right? Some people were even, kind of the old school Hall of Fame type guys over there in their league were talking about how it was even disrespectful for him to try this. And, when he came to the United States, people were saying, hey, this isn't Japan. It's not going to be that easy. He kind of stuck to his vision, and I think, again, his original vision at least was, kind of to replicate what he did in Japan, because when he joined the Nippon Ham Fighters, they had just lost Yu Darvish. They were kind of in a rebuilding mode. It took him a few years to find his footing as a two-way player. And once he was kind of ready to go, the team was in a position to win a championship. I think he was hoping that would happen with the Angels. It hasn't happened. So again, kind of the question is, how does he view their situation? How does he view the extent of his powers, so to speak? And so at this point, it's kind of anyone's guess, but I could definitely see him staying with the Angels.
Dylan Hernandez joining us, a columnist for the LA Times. Of course, we're talking about Shohei Ohtani, who's going to pitch against the Giants tonight. And then, of course, he's going to be a free agent in the offseason, and the Angels are struggling. Their first win last night since the trade deadline, the win over the Giants last night. So, as you said, we don't know a whole lot. You just talked about the money situation. There is speculation they'd like to stay on the West Coast. There is speculation that he loves being in Southern California, so a move to the Dodgers would make a whole lot of sense, that he wants to win like you just talked about. In your mind, are the Dodgers the favorite even over the Angels?
Not necessarily. So I went in 2017, his last year in Japan, I went to go visit. I went to Japan, followed him around for like about a week, and just kind of for some background, my mother's Japanese, and she sent me to this just terrible Japanese school on Saturdays that was kind of designed for kids whose parents were here like on business for 2-3 years, right? This wasn't, we're going to teach you Japanese. This is, you're going to kind of have like the curriculum. So my Japanese is pretty good. And, at some point I went to go visit his high school coach. And, he was kind of, and at some point I kind of very flippantly said, he's going to end up with the Dodgers or the Yankees, right? And the coach tells me, I really don't think so. And he kind of pointed out the fact that, right, in Japan, their single biggest sporting event every year is the National High School Baseball Championship. It's actually going on right now, right? And at the high school level, they're recruiting nationally for these things already, right? And the powerhouse schools are usually in Osaka, Yokohama, those areas. And Ohtani had offers to go to places like that. But he kind of stayed in his hometown, right, or his home prefecture, which is kind of in the middle of it's the Japanese equivalent of like Arkansas, right? Like my mom is from like a place like that, but and because he wanted to win with like his local team and kind of do something no one had ever done before. There's part of me that actually thinks that, right, because there's so much around right now about he should go to the Dodgers, he's going to end up with the Dodgers, right? That I actually think that that's kind of going to work against the Dodgers, right? Because when everybody's kind of going left, he wants to go right. They just recently kind of in Japan, they had a TV program ranking the 20 greatest high school baseball players of all time over there. And, I think he finished like 8th or something, but they were kind of they brought in as a guest his manager from Japan. And he talked about recruiting Ohtani out of high school. And he said, what really kind of got the kid's attention, because at that time he was actually going to sign with the Dodgers probably. What got the kid's attention and got him to stay in Japan was when the manager told him, hey, why don't we try doing something that no one's done before? So again, I kind of think that because everybody's saying Dodgers, 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 on one hand, it makes a lot of sense. On the other hand, I kind of see him as a guy that, again, if everybody's telling him to go one way, he might actually go the other.
And the Giants are a big name, obviously. Tokyo Giants, Yomiuri Giants, certainly in Japanese baseball. So you were talking earlier about even in Japan, the old school, the old guard wasn't fully embracing him doing both, being a hitter and a starting pitcher. And the last couple of starts, John, we were in studio together when he started against the Tigers in game one of the doubleheader. So we watched that entire game. And he threw a one-hit shutout, and he was shoving. He was throwing his four-seam fastball more that day. And Dylan rushing it up there at 100 miles an hour. And, of course, in the second game of the doubleheader, he hits 2 home runs. He has one of the greatest doubleheader performances of all time. But then the next outing, I was watching it back this morning when he pitched against Seattle on August the 3rd. And he went 4 scoreless, and they pulled him from the game. And they said he had cramping in his right hand and fingers. And you were talking to him over the weekend after a while he came out, and he said he's tired. He's exhausted. How long? Because there's a real toll to do what he does offensively in between starts. I mean, how many pitchers have ever done this? None, including Babe. Go out and swing the bat the way he does. So as you look at him, should they look at him as a two-way player for the duration of the contract, or at some point, because of pure exhaustion, we talk about injury as a pitcher, might he have to give up pitching?
Yeah, or, one thing that I've kind of heard kicked around a little bit is maybe, right, he kind of scales back the workload, right? Maybe, like limit the innings. And this is where, you talk about like the Giants. I could see, right, I know Farhan Zaidi pretty well, obviously, from the time that he was the general manager of the Dodgers. This kind of feels like a little bit of Farhan Zaidi action, right, where I could see him coming up with a program in terms of, okay, how can we lengthen this? I've been told by people around Ohtani that his goal is to play until he's 40. Now, the one thing about him, is that it seems like his life is actually pretty simple. And this is why, by the way, I don't buy this whole, like, he has to stay on the West Coast thing. I mean, it is warmer out here, right? So maybe that's an advantage. But I think that in terms of, like, him wanting to stay out West, it's just the extent of that, because it sounds like pretty much this guy goes home, he sleeps like 14 hours a day, he wakes up, he eats breakfast, goes back to sleep, he says, gets up, goes to the ballpark, does his pregame work. This isn't a guy who's going out at night. He actually takes a really good care of his body. And I can kind of see him actually having kind of like a bit of that Kobe Bryant type of effect in terms of, where, right, Kobe used to talk about how, he gets into town, right, most of the players go out to dinner, he's going straight to the gym. And his kind of philosophy was, hey, if I work out twice a day, everybody else is only working out once a day. Over the course of a year, I'm going to work out basically. I'm going to gain a year on these guys. And I feel that with Ohtani, it's almost something like that, right? And maybe he's not actually like working, but the rest, I do think he's actually probably going to hold up better than I think a lot of people think. I mean, athletically, he's kind of off the charts in terms of, right, this isn't the type of athlete that we see in baseball. And frankly, had he been born in this country, he's probably playing basketball or something, right? So I kind of think that he's going to hold up. I've heard that concern. I don't think, like you signed him to a 10-year deal. I'm not sure he's going full bore all 10 years. But I also think that he's probably going to hold up better than most people anticipate.
Shohei Ohtani going against the Giants tonight. Dylan Hernandez from the LA Times joining us. I'm talking a lot of Angels. Just real quick over to the Dodgers, Dylan. Injury front. Obviously, they've had a ton of injuries. Kershaw's coming back, and we're hearing stuff on Walker Buehler. Where are the Dodgers in terms of coming down the stretch here and getting healthy?
Yeah, so like you mentioned, Kershaw should be pitching. What day is it? Today's Wednesday, so I think tomorrow he's scheduled to come back. Walker Buehler, I'm not so sure how much they're actually counting on him. I think if they get anything out of him, I think it'll be viewed as a bonus. The more disconcerting one is J.D. Martinez. Who recently had like a growing thing. And, to me, when I look at this Dodger team, it's kind of like a lot of, maybe about half of the teams that they fielded over the last decade where it's really kind of built for the regular season, And I think that if they lose J.D. Martinez, I know it's not Freddie Freeman, it's not Mookie Betts, but it's a type of lineup that they have where it kind of falls off a cliff after like the first, 4 hitters or so. And J.D. Martinez is really kind of a big part of that, what they've done offensively, and I think all of a sudden, let's say he's out of the equation or he's limited in some way. It's going to be Betts, it's going to be Freeman, it's going to be Will Smith, and basically nobody protecting them afterwards. To me, again, I think they have enough depth, they have enough usable arms to basically get through the regular season and win the division. Come October, though, this looks like a lineup that could, frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if they get shut out or, get limited to 4 hits, have one of those types of games. J.D. Martinez, to me, is going to be a big key in terms of like what they're going to be able to do in October.
Dylan, great stuff, man. We always appreciate your time, your insight, especially on Ohtani. We'll do it again real soon. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
You got it.
Thank you, Dylan.
All right, he's a sports columnist in the LA Times. Obviously knows what he's talking about when it comes to Ohtani. Really interesting stuff because if he wants to ying while everybody else is yanging, the Giants would be the ultimate right turn. That would be nice. That's kind of what he just said there.
That's the way you took everything he said? You took that?
Yeah, he said that when you think Ohtani's going to do this, he does that. So what's the ultimate that? The Giants.
I have no idea.
He's coming to the Giants, clearly.
I would. One thing about scaling it back, do you move him in the bullpen at some point and make him a short reliever? How would that be? Tonight, he's going to be in the lineup. He's going to bat number 2. They're going to give up the DH, and he's going to be the pitcher. So, it's just giving up, the DH tonight. If you did it later on and, he was a DH and he came in out of the bullpen and pitched later in the game, with Farhan, what if you made him a featured guy or a bulk guy?
Exactly.
Where he was not start a game? I just think you have to manage this guy. To me, he's a great hitter. I think he's the closest thing to Barry Bonds. As a pitcher, he's just just watch him tonight. There are a lot of pitchers who are like, what was that? And he throws everything. He throws the high fastball close to 100, and he's got the sweeper, he's got the slider, he's got the splitter. It's almost like he's got too much, and he's got too much stuff. I think he has room to grow as a pitcher. And so I think as you manage the contract, whoever signs him, you give him a 10-year deal. How do you protect yourself if at some point, even if you choose not to pitch him or you limit his innings and how he used you, you're going to pay a guy, $30, $35, $40 million a year as a pitcher and pitch him 100 innings a year. And then that's where it gets complicated is how much do you want him to pitch when he gets into his 30s and, his late 30s.
Well, it was really cool what he was saying, though. And again, this doesn't guarantee that he's going to have longevity, but he does sound like a guy that's just trying to take care of himself. He says he wants to play till 40. I don't know if he can pitch till 40 because you're an arm injury away from that. But, it sounds kind of like a Curry guy. Now, it's the summer of Curry. What I'm simply saying is that he's a guy that's probably going to age well. Depending on
pitching is totally different.
No, it is. You can have an arm injury in a second, but he's going to put himself in a position. He's not going out. He's not Johnny Manziel.
Well, what he's asking himself to do, and Steph plays obviously offense and defense, basketballs. Who really did this in football? Bednarik. Chuck Bednarik was the last two-way player in football in 1960. We had Dion do cameos. It'd be like you have Patrick Mahomes on offense and Nick Bosa on defense. Do you want one guy to do all that? And I know it's hard to find a guy like that. So if you got one guy that can do both, the ability is amazing. But do you really want one guy to be that crucial to what you do? So the component is pitching. As a hitter, you want him in the lineup every single day. As a pitcher, you have to plan. He's 28 years of age. When he signs next year, is going to be his age 29 year, and who knows, could be a 10-year contract.
Papa Lunch, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back in your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. No monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash
John,
back.
By the way.
Travel and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by NCUA. Papa's down in Vegas waving at the fans. That's a cool studio you're down to. And I'm in your San Francisco studios.
Fans here, John. I'm not sure I'd call them fans.
They're seeing the red there. I see that. We're going to talk to our good friend Nick Wagner. I haven't talked to him in a while from ESPN. Covers the Niners for ESPN. He's down there in Vegas. We'll get the latest and what to expect in the practices on Thursday and Friday. We'll do it next on the Sports Hitter.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
My preference is as long as there's like one guy that's back there that's healthy. You want a healthy quarterback? That'd be awesome. Just, get on the same page.
What a novel idea.
It's crazy. So I'm going into year 7. My first year, I had 3 quarterbacks. My second year, I had 3 quarterbacks. Okay. 2020, I think I had 17 quarterbacks. 2021, we had 3 quarterbacks. And last year, we had 4 quarterbacks. So let's just get to one, guys.
Thanks for joining us.
This is coming from the tight end that always gets hurt.
Yeah.
Talking about the quarterback position getting hurt a lot, George. Really?
Wow. Look at you.
How many tight ends have the quarterbacks had? I love the way he calls them my quarterbacks.
Yeah.
My tight ends.
It would be nice, though. His
San Francisco Kittles.
His point is valid, though. It'd be nice to have one of these guys this year. But let's get the latest and what he's seen from camp so far. And, of course, you're sitting in Vegas, and Nick Wagner will be down there as well. He joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. Make sure that you're following Nick at N Wagner, and of course covers the 49ers expertly for ESPN, and he joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. Hi, Nick.
Hi, guys. How's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
Are you in Vegas? Are you here?
I'm not. I'm not there quite yet. So I'm gonna try to enjoy a little bit of downtime here first.
Very nice.
Are you en route? Are we going to see you by tomorrow morning at 8:30 when they get on the practice field?
Yeah, there's no telling, right? You never know, right? So, yeah, probably at some point I'll be down there.
Very cool. Just give us. I'm going to ask you a real broad question. Just camp so far. What sticks out? What players stick out? Et cetera. What's on your mind?
Yeah, it's interesting, guys. I know that so much is focused on the quarterback, and I get it. It should be. It's as you just heard George Kittle talking about. It's been such a roller coaster at that position since Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch got here in 2017. But I almost feel like we lose sight of just how talented this team is, how good they are. And it always stands out to me because I covered bad football for so long, guys. The St. Louis Rams during the really down years where they, in a 5-year span, they won 15 games at one point. So you see a lot of bad football. But then when you see the opposite, it really stands out. And it's funny, I was chatting with Albert Breer, who was out at camp yesterday from Sports Illustrated, and he was like, man, these guys are effing loaded, aren't they? And I was like, yeah, they are. Like, if you just go through at every level of on each side of the ball, at every level, there's a star or someone who's close to being a star. And I think it's almost getting lost in the wash with all of this quarterback discussion. And I know you can't separate the two because if this team is going to get where they want to go, they need that quarterback to get the job done. But this is a really good team, and they look like they're locked and loaded. Obviously, they still need to get Nick Bosa in, but once that happens, this is a team that looks like they're ready to make another run.
And Nick was just voted by the players of the NFL in the NFL Top 100, the 4th overall best player in football. Trent Williams was 14. George Kittle was in the top 20, and Fred Warner. They had 4 in the top 20, 8 in the top 79. And when you look at it, Javon Hargrave, an Eagle last year, was not voted in the top 100. What are they watching? And you don't have Brandon Ayuk, who's about ready to take off this year. But I think for that reason, people still are looking at Philadelphia, and they had 7 in the top 100. Maybe even Dallas, maybe even the Lions. I think Seattle is going to be strong. Do you feel like because of the uncertainty at the 49er quarterback position of the outside world, inside 49, it's Brock Purdy. The guy went 5-0 in the regular season, 2-0 in the playoffs, then got hurt. His 9th snap or something, not in the game in Philadelphia. Is that the reason why, when you look at overall team rankings, the 49ers are still in the NFC behind Philadelphia? I've heard a lot of people say Seattle's going to win the NFC West. The Cowboys, the Lions. Is it because of the uncertainty at quarterback, Nick? Because when you look at the rest of the roster, this is the most loaded team in the NFL.
Yeah, I think it's solely because of that, Pop. I really do. And I think if you just compare them to Philadelphia, which, is probably the bar that you would say they've got to clear first to get back to the Super Bowl. But even if you look at the AFC teams, a lot of those AFC teams are propped up by how great their quarterbacks are. And that's fine. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. But in terms of rosters, 1 through 53, I think the Niners and Philly are probably 1 and 2 in some order. And quarterback is where people are finding that line of delineation where Jalen Hurts was an MVP candidate last year and has earned all the plaudits and all the money that is now coming his way. And then you look at, I think one thing that maybe sets Philly up and higher in other people's eyes too is their offensive line, which is I think other people would argue, and I would argue, is still a bit of a question mark for the 49ers, at least on the right side. So I think those are definitely the things. But yeah, from a total roster standpoint, and I could look at Philly and say, yes, they look really good on paper, and I still think they do, and I think they're going to be right there competing for a Super Bowl again. But replacing Javon Hargrave isn't as simple as, they drafted Jalen Carter. In theory, that sounds great. But you know what else sounded great, guys, was replacing DeForest Buckner with Javon Kinlaw. It's just not that easy. And that's not a knock on anybody. It's just not that easy to replace those types of great players. And seeing Hargrave in person really makes you understand why this guy is a $21 million a year defensive tackle. So I say all that to say I do think that those are the two teams that should be propped up as the best teams in the NFC. Obviously, there's a lot that could play out. There's a lot of things that could change, et cetera. But just from a pure roster standpoint, to me, the Eagles and the 49ers, I think, are a cut above certainly everybody else in the NFC.
Our guy Nick Wagner covers the 49ers for ESPN. Always gives us great insight. You should be following him as well, at @NWagner. Always great stories, great numbers as well throughout the season, so make sure that you follow him throughout. In regards to the rest of the offense, I'm looking specifically at Ayuk and everybody. And I've only been out to a couple of camps, but obviously, and then we had him on the show last week. The breakout candidacy, especially with so many other mouths to feed offensively. What kind of season do you expect from him?
Yeah, there's a couple of layers to that, John, because it's a good question, and I just wrote about this the other day. But Brandon Ayuk last year, or let me take you back to the offseason. I think it was in the spring. He was asked about last season being his kind of breakout year, and he kind of scoffed at the notion. And it's like, Brandon, you led the team in receptions, you led the team in yards, you went over 1,000 yards. Like, a lot of guys would call that a breakout year. Like, why wasn't it that for you? And he's like, well, I just think there's so much more that I can do. Fast forward to training camp, and I asked him something about just how much did that success last year, kind of, because everyone keeps talking about the confidence level of Brandon Ayuk, that he's carrying himself in a different way. Deebo Samuel really drove that home in his press conference at the beginning of camp, and Ayuk said a lot. How much of that confidence comes from having a good year last year is what I asked him, and then he started rattling off all these plays, and I was like, wait a minute, those are the plays that he didn't make last year, right? Those are the ones that he missed, and you could tell that they kind of stuck with it. But the idea being that if he had made them, he would have had what he considers a breakout year, where he would have been closer to 1,400 yards, 10-plus touchdowns, all of those kinds of things. And I think in his mind, it's like I think he understands that there's probably a limit to what a breakout season can mean, only because of how much talent is here. I look at it the same way, guys, when people talk about Christian McCaffrey, 1,000 season, 1,000 receiving, 1,000 rushing. He could, in theory, do that. But I think maybe something went wrong if he did, because there's so many other mouths to feed that there's going to be days where McCaffrey goes off, and there's going to be days where his gravity leads to opportunities for other people. And so I do think that there is probably a limit to what a quote-unquote breakthrough season could be for Brandon Ayuk. But I do think if you tack on another 200-300 yards and maybe a couple more touchdowns, I think that's more of a realistic thing, and probably would finally get Tim to agree that he did have a breakthrough.
I got an Eagle fan walking by giving me his phone with Fly Eagles Fly on it. So we'll see you December 3rd, sir. And for Brandon Ayuk, his rookie year, 748 yards, second year. And he started slowly. It wasn't until the Halloween game in Chicago when he flipped the year. He got to 828. And then last year, over 1,000. And they said he's about to fly like an eagle fly and take off this year. And a lot of that was changed at quarterbacks as well. So tomorrow morning, they're going to get on the field at Henderson at the Raiders facility at about 8 in the morning. And there's going to be a guy wearing number 10 in black. That's going to be interesting, Jimmy Garoppolo. Actually, what color jersey do they put? I think they put him in red, but you don't want to put him in red, but the 49ers wear red. So don't hit Jimmy Garoppolo. So a lot of great matchups. They have Max Crosby. They have Devontae Adams. Obviously Josh Jacobs, the back, won't take part, but they got two guys on each side of the ball that are some of the very best as far as work. But just your thoughts on the scrimmage with the Raiders, Nick, starting with Jimmy Garoppolo, the first team they're going to see that's in another jersey. Garoppolo is the quarterback starting tomorrow morning. How weird.
It's going to feel like home again, Pop. They're going to get to see Jimmy Garoppolo throwing on the side field. again, like last year. So it'll just feel like home. But no, it's an interesting storyline, and especially given where Jimmy's off season went, and then there was the drama about whether he was going to be cleared and if his contract was going to get voided and all that kind of stuff. And then you juxtapose that with the 49ers doing what they're doing and trying to figure out a quarterback. But, I think it'll be good for the 49ers if that game last year in Vegas, and I realize it's not the same team and there's a lot of, turnover on both sides, but that offense gave the 49ers a lot of problems defensively, and some of that may have just been fatigue because it was toward the end of the season, but it should be a good challenge for them. Anytime Devontae Adams is on the other side, you're always going to get some good work that way. And so, I think these joint practices, Kyle Shanahan talks about it all the time, they're more valuable at this point than the preseason games are, particularly for the starters and for the guys who are going to be playing a lot of snaps throughout the season. So it's a good opportunity for the 49ers to go and see somebody else. And frankly, Tom, you've been out there. I'm sure you would agree. The Niners are more than ready to see somebody else on the other side. I thought they were a little sluggish a few days ago in a practice after a long one. And then after their long one on Monday, I thought yesterday the focus was down a little bit, which resulted in, a handful of drops throughout practice too. So I'm sure they're ready to see somebody else.
Joe Torre just walked by, John.
Did he really?
Joe Torre.
I thought maybe it was going to be Pete Rose.
I got to go get Joe Torre.
Nick, to no one's surprise, obviously, Brock Purdy's not going to start, and Kyle loves these joint practices so that he and Josh McDaniels, they can kind of control everything, and so they'll sit him on Sunday. To you, is it any kind of telltale sign who starts on Sunday, whether it be Trey Lance or Sam Darnold?
I don't want to make too big a deal out of it, but I think it would be interesting. I'll just use that word if it's Sam Darnold and not Trey Lance. And I would be a little bit surprised, not shocked, but a little bit surprised if it was Darnold instead of Lance. And I don't know that it means much because I think how they perform in these preseason games is going to determine who's the backup quarterback. But I just think that there's been this kind of idea lurking this whole offseason that the 49ers, and it's been said by some national people who, you can question where they're getting their information from or not, however you want to view it. People can consume information how they want. But there's been this notion that the Niners favor Sam Darnold over Trey Lance. I haven't seen that in any way, and to me, actions mean more than any words that are being said. But this is an action that would at least be a breadcrumb. Let's call it a breadcrumb towards maybe the way they're leaning at this point. And that, again, it doesn't necessarily mean anything because if they go into these games and Trey Lance plays really well and Sam Darnold doesn't, the decision is made that way, and that's the way it should be. But I do think just based on the fact that Trey Lance has been here, the fact that he knows the offense a little better, if nothing else, his quote-unquote 49ers seniority should give him that first snap if it's not Brock Purdy on Sunday.
Yeah, they're not going to make a decision on who starts and who plays until Saturday morning when they assess the joint practices. They have to see how they come out of this physically and who gets the snaps. And, Brock is going to take part in both days, tomorrow and Friday. One thing I think, though, is that whoever does start on Sunday against the Raiders, I think the other quarterback will start week 2 against the Denver Broncos at home. And you may even see a situation, Nick, where one quarterback doesn't play at all. And they maybe not the first game, but you may get into it. You want to evaluate a guy. You don't want to give him a series and out. Maybe say, Trey starts and he may play the entire first quarter. And then do you want Sam running with the seconds? And then you also want to evaluate Brandon Allen. I don't think Brock will play. So the main thing is to be equitable and fair and give each quarterback equal opportunities in the preseason. But you also have to factor in, you got these joint practices, which is where the real work's going to come in tomorrow and Friday. Just as far as your own observations, because the people on social media are so divided. The one thing I would say, they're teammates. They're on the same team. They do pull for each other. It's just unbelievable to me. But just watching it with your own eyes and your evaluation, who do you think is ahead, Sam or Trey?
Yeah, if it's solely being asked of me, which you did, I would give the edge to Trey, and I would just do it like a completely clean slate. And I think I viewed it kind of how I think the 49ers viewed it going into camp, which is that this is a clean slate. It's almost a reset button for Trey Lance with the 49ers, but also a reset button on Sam Darnold's career. And so let them come in and battle it out. And so much context has been lost with Trey Lance. But, guys, this is really the first time that Trey Lance has been completely healthy without like lingering issues from something since his first training camp with the team. And that's what I mean by kind of a reset button, like he's starting over. And there was so much, you talked about social media and then the quarterback discussion, and I try to avoid wading into that stuff. But in the offseason, when the videos of Trey throwing with Jeff Christensen down in Texas start coming out, and everyone's breaking down his throwing motion and all that kind of stuff, when you go out and watch him practice, you do see a difference. Like, I definitely do. I think you would probably agree with me, Pop. And like,
Without a doubt.
Yeah, you see a guy who's getting rid of the ball quicker. He looks more comfortable in the pocket. They're not running the same stuff offensively that they were last year. They had a lot of zone read stuff in last year. There was a lot of things that were going to be kind of tailored more to him. And this camp has been about him getting up to speed as a pocket passer, and he has looked a lot better. Now, he's missing some of the layups. Kurt Warner talks about it all the time. You got to make the layups first and foremost. He's still missing some of that short stuff that you've got that has to just be automatic, easy completions. But at the intermediate levels in particular, I think his accuracy is better. I think his decision-making is better. So to me, and that's not none of that is a knock on Sam Darnold. He's had some good moments too. I think Sam Darnold has played it safe a lot in this camp. When we've seen him take some shots, he has struggled a little bit. But I also think Darnold's been really good at that intermediate stuff, which is such an important part of Kyle Shanahan's playbook, is the intermediate dig routes and crossers and things like that. So he's been good in that regard too. But just to me, if you're putting them in the same bucket and trying to say who would have the edge, to me it's Trey Lance, and that's the way I would go. And again, you still a lot to play out here. A lot, preseason games will be a better tell, a little more indicator of that kind of stuff. But that's how I would lean as we sit here on August 9th. Yeah.
Absolutely great. Hey, thanks, Nick. We appreciate it. We look forward to talking to you throughout the season. We'll see you in Vegas.
You got it, guys. Take care.
See ya.
Thank you, Nick.
Make sure you're following Nick. He is tremendous. At N Wagner, and Wagner is Wagner. Make sure you're following for all your Niners stuff. He always comes up with some great numbers, too. We will continue on that conversation. Interesting about the number 2 quarterback job and what that is going to mean moving forward. Some of the things Nick said there. Plus, we did this at the end of the show ever so briefly because it happened right before the end of the show. What does the unofficial depth chart mean, if anything? We'll get into all that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Matt Meh Oko. I hope he's in Vegas because I just said Matt Meh Oko, which he's not Meh, but he's Matt Meh Oko. He discusses the likely quarterback starter for the 49ers' first preseason game. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Show pal John Lund from my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. You hear ads for personal injury and employment attorneys all the time, just like this one. But did you know many of them, they're not even based here. And many times you'll never even see the attorney you thought you were hiring. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're different. They've been headquartered in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. In the award-winning attorneys at the Dolan Law Firm, they're dedicated to relentlessly representing their clients in the pursuit of justice. Chris Dolan and the attorneys at the Dolan Law Firm, they've been repeatedly recognized as the best attorneys, not only in the San Francisco Bay Area, but in the entire state of California. It's a lot of attorneys. The Dolan Law Firm has recovered more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements for their clients. Now, they know that a serious injury, harassment, or act of discrimination, it can be devastating. They're going to evaluate your case for free. I said free. Confidentially, with no obligation on your part, never charging you an hourly fee. They get paid when you get paid. The Dolan Law Firm. They live here. They work here. They win here. Online at DolanLawFirm.com.
since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
What's happening? Happy Hump Day. It's Pop and Lund. Appreciate you hanging out. Vic Tafur, our next guest up in about 30 minutes. Former Bay Area guy, now in Vegas.
For the Athletic.
Yeah, with the Athletic. He's awesome.
So I left you during the last break, and I ran down the hallway to see if that was Joe Torre.
Was it really Joe Torre?
I know Joe well. Joe and I did Angels games together in '89 before he came back to manage the Yankees.
And you're in Vegas, for those who don't know. You're at a studio.
Yeah, so he's so I don't know what he's doing here. I tried to track. He looked, first of all, really old and physically kind of hunched over when I saw him.
So you weren't sure it was him?
I tried to run him down. It was definitely Joe Torre. But so I ran down. It was
he would probably be easy to run down then, wouldn't he?
Well, but he had like a 10-minute start on me, John. So I don't know where he went. Anyway, I couldn't find him, but I ducked in the urinal.
Yeah, how was that?
And I go into the urinal. I go into stall 2.
Yeah.
And this guy comes up next to me, completely inebriated at 11 a.m. It's Vegas gone.
He's my
the
hero.
most boring place in the world. I'm going, what? What is? Vegas? The win? Urinal 3? I said, be careful. They could be looking at the water dilution of your urinal.
Like the Jacksonville Jaguars.
As you liquidate there, sir. Like, what are you talking about? Vegas is boring? You ever been to Schenectady, New York, or Kokomo, Indiana?
If Vegas is boring, that's a you problem.
I never got an answer out of that guy, but he was 11 a.m. in the morning.
And gassed.
He said, you must be losing already.
Yeah, that's
not losing.
That's the whole reason why. If you don't like Vegas, you're losing.
Welcome to Vegas.
That's why, right?
Welcome to Vegas.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, they start early. One of the ultimate,
the
A's, we played the A's when they were redoing the Coliseum. The Oakland A's, and they're moving here full time. Breaks my heart. And I may go see them, the AAA team play the River Cats sometime over the next few nights. They're here, Giants and A's. But anyway, one year we went to Cashman Field to play opening series of the year. And I was doing Warriors and A's then. I flew back and forth every single day. Monday did a A's game, Tuesday a Warrior game, and the Warriors were home that whole time. Anyway, I didn't enjoy Vegas at all really until Saturday night we went out, and then it was early Sunday morning. This is now Easter Sunday morning. And I'm walking through the casino with a serious heater on. I need the IV drip that you talk about all the time, John. And I'm in there. It's like 8 o'clock in the morning on Easter Sunday, and the casinos are filled or sucking down their cigs, and they got the drink going, and they're at the slot. I'm like, dear Lord, let me go to church. Now, that's Vegas.
There's no churches
There's this guy
in Vegas.
at 11 o'clock in the morning. He's like, this is the most boring place in the world. I'm like, what are you talking about? The most boring place in the world. You're at the
What's wrong
Win.
with him?
You're at Encore. You're at the entertainment capital of the world.
He must
So
be.
anyway.
He must be so lubed up that he just doesn't realize where he is. Because if if you can't have fun in Vegas, then that's a you problem. Or like you said, you're losing money. I mean, that's what it comes down to.
I don't know. I think he's either drinking not enough or drinking way too much. But anyway.
I have always enjoyed it there. It's just that it's a short window kind of a place. Like there are certain places you can go. You go vacation or something. You can go for a week or 2 weeks.
You can't live here. You couldn't be able to live here?
I don't
Well, what if you lived in Henderson, where the Raiders are?
I've been out there. I got a couple
That's
of friends that
different.
live there, and I know that a lot of people
lives out there. The guy that set me up at the Blue Wire Studios today, he lives out
Well,
there.
our guy Rod Woodson moved down there. I mean, there's a lot of people, especially associated with the
lives
Raiders.
out here?
Yeah, he moved.
Wow.
He was out in
He left Pleasanton to go to Vegas?
Uh-huh.
Wow.
So I mean, there's a
I
lot of
know
people who have moved there. There's obviously tax implications. Nevada, no taxes, but then if you go down to the Strip, you give your taxes back to Nevada in a very, in that kind of a way. But no, I've always enjoyed it. It's just that it's a 2, maybe max 3 day kind of a thing. That's it. You can't stay there longer than that.
Yeah, I'm going to be here 5 nights. I'm going to have a residency at the Win.
You're
while I'm
disciplined,
here, John. So
you're very
I think I'll hang with
disciplined.
Bruno Mars. But the one thing is that we were flying in, and it's just weird, and it's going to hit me more being in the Raider Hotel. It's just weird. I went to the Pro Bowl. I know you're laughing about it, but the reality is, my relationship with the Raiders notwithstanding, it's just they're no longer the Oakland Raiders, and they were the LA Raiders for 13 years, won a Super Bowl. And I know how much Al loved Vegas. He had a lot of his birthdays, his 75th birthday, his 80th birthday, he had a lot of reunions here. I always thought about moving the Raiders to a spot equidistant to Oakland, Los Angeles, and Las Vegas. But I never thought that a professional sports league would embrace actually having a team on the Strip. And it's just unbelievable. But the Raiders are the Raiders. And, we played them in January 1st last year. We're going to play them on Sunday and scrimmage them. It's still, to see LV, SF versus LV is like, what? What is that? Roman numeral 45? What's LV? That's Las Vegas, the Raiders. And then on top of it, the A's are coming here, apparently, if they get the ownership vote. And it's just, this used to be an oasis to get away. And you didn't have professional sports here, obviously. And I got the Golden Knights winning a Stanley Cup. And I don't know. The Raiders are one thing, but they are the Raiders. It's pro football. It's that big. And then to have the A's, I mean, how are we going to deal with driving down the Strip now and seeing, there's the Allegiant Stadium where the Raiders play, just down the Strip a little bit. That's where the Oakland A's, the Las Vegas A's, I don't even know what you call them. So as we were landing here last night, and you land right on the Strip. It's a different vibe that this place, this oasis in the desert, this Bugsy Siegel creation would have lured, our two East Bay teams that meant so much to me in my life and so many people in the Bay Area. They got the Raiders, and now they got their paws in the A's, and they're going to get basketball. Mark Bedane, who was the president of the Raiders and was instrumental in getting the stadium built, and then, he had a falling out with Mark, who everybody does at some point. He is now working for the people that are trying to lure an NBA team.
Well, look at the success of the Summer League. I mean, they're going to do well. They're going to get an NBA team. I think, look, when I was there on January 1st, it didn't feel like the Raiders and the Niners to me. It felt completely different. There was a bunch of limos with a bunch of people getting out, and you and I have talked about this. The black hole, the other hole is now a big nightclub, basically, and it didn't feel anything like Raiders and Niners. It was on the field. I mean, in the uniforms. When they get on the field,
when it's the silver and black against the red and gold, it's still Raiders and Niners.
I'm just saying, from a Bay Area perspective, it was not that way. I walked the stadium, and it was kumbaya, and people were getting along. It's not that. It doesn't feel the same. The A's, you're going 81 games, and I've been to a hockey game there too. And because of everything that was going on, and because they got good so fast, they got the perfect storm as far as what the hockey team is down there, the Golden Knights. But I think the A's are going to be a different story. You're telling me that people are going to leave, gambling and do all these things to go sit in a stadium that, as of right now, is not a full roof, so it's going to be warm in there. For 81 dates, and somebody's going to tell me that John Fisher's actually going to spend money. When's there ever been evidence of that? So just because he's going to go to Vegas, he's going to start spending money and keeping his players? No, he's not. And so they're going to be a bad product on the field. A bad product comes from the ownership down. He's still going to own the team. I think they're going to fail miserably in Las Vegas.
Well, it doesn't matter, though. They're still going to take another one. No, it doesn't. They're going to take our team away. When you want to go watch the Oakland A's play in a few years, they're not going to be there anymore. And the Raiders are not there now. And the Warriors left, but they're just across the bay. I mean, at one time, that facility housed 3. And it was the champions. At one time, they were all champions. The Raiders won Super Bowl 11 there. The Warriors just came off their championship. The A's had the run where they won 3 in a row. And there's going to be a point here where they're all gone. And the Warriors are Curry 3 away, but the other 2 are gone, and they've come to Vegas. So no matter what they do here, Oakland's lost 1, and the other one's out the door, and it's just creating a different vibe for me coming down here, knowing the Raiders are here, and it's still weird. And is the inevitable going to happen? And the A's are coming down here as well.
We'll get into it. We were going to talk about some Niners stuff and what Nick Wagner said, but yeah, I love the Vegas conversation. And then on top of that whole thing is ESPN's in the betting game now, which is, I think, a massive conflict of interest that your number one national sports outlet that you get your information from with insiders and all that kind of stuff, which can move betting lines and all those kind of things, that now ESPN is in bed, and they're going to try to take on the big sports books. They just took over with Penn. They just went into bed with Penn. They took it over from Barstool. They re-imaged it as ESPN. And look, I know how good of a job they do in trying to protect the sports and everything like that. I just think that, man, to think that now, as you just pointed out, that you're going to have basketball, you already have hockey, you're going to have baseball, and you already have the NFL, and then now ESPN's getting into bed with this whole thing. It's crazy. I mean, the gambling aspect of sports is crazy.
The point also is, you used to have to come to Nevada, whether you're going up into Tahoe or Reno or here to Las Vegas or, Atlantic City, New Jersey. They were the only places in the country where it was legal to bet. Now, 30 states in the country it's legal, John? And California's still behind. Wait till we legalize gambling. So it's kind of interesting. I understand, people are betting more than ever, and it's become a part of what we do. And, we have networks owned by Bally Sports, even though they're going out of business and the RSN model is dying. You don't need to go to Las Vegas to make a bet anymore. You can make a bet anywhere you are.
And that's been the problem, right? I mean, that's been the problem with NFL players,
so why
the
are all
college
these
players.
Teams coming down? Well, I understand that, but I'm talking about, is Vegas going to lose the cachet? And there's a lot of other entertainment here independent of gambling. And I guess, going to the craps table or playing roulette or, poker, it's different. But I don't know. Is Vegas going to lose any of its luster? Because you don't have to come here anymore to bet on sports. You can bet on sports in more than half the country now.
It's a good point. I don't know. I don't know that there's been a study of how much they lose. I think they're because of all the betting. I think Vegas would tell you that because it's become so mainstream that probably more people are actually betting in Vegas, and they probably have more money coming in, even though in other states, like adjoining states, like when California is able to legalize, how's that going to affect Vegas? Arizona's an adjacent state. They can bet. You can bet
New York
in Arizona.
Is already, Pennsylvania.
Right.
I mean, there's some big states.
Right. Well, what I'm saying is
Florida. It's legal to bet in Florida. It's got to be, right?
What I'm saying is in Nevada, still in California here, if you want to make, well, you can. I mean, you got offshore books and everything else, but if you legally want to make bets here.
You have to go to Nevada,
Once it's in California, you don't even have to cross over. Now it's like.
So how many neighboring states is it legal to bet in Arizona? Do they have sports gambling there?
They do. If Arizona, you can do it. I might, my
they legalized California. How much will that hurt? Will that hurt Nevada?
Probably a bit.
Good point.
All right, we'll get into that conversation we were having with Nick Wagner. We'll finish that up, and then we'll go to the Raiders side of things. Our good friend Vic Tafur, of course, former Bay Area guy, does a great job. He's a senior writer for The Athletic and covers the Raiders. So they are practicing today. So we'll take Vic off the field, and he'll give us the latest and some of the matchups he's looking forward to between the 49ers and the Raiders. We'll do that at 11:50 only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The only thing I knew about the Raiders was my dad. He was a Bears fan, but he also, liked the Raiders. He always said they were the cool team. They were the team that everyone wanted to cheer for, the badasses, and that was kind of my impersonation of the Raiders. Other than that, it was a cool organization. I can remember, the throw to Ken Stabler, guys like that, just hard-nosed guys that it was cool, and that's what we're trying to get back to.
All right, that is probably it is the number one storyline in terms of these practices on Thursday and Friday. Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be in the silver and black, red jersey. But Jimmy Garoppolo, the Raiders quarterback, ironically, as the Raiders and the Niners go at it, and of course all eyes are going to be on the quarterback situation too for the 49ers. Brock Purdy's going to get a lot of work. Obviously, he's not going to play in the game on Sunday per Kyle Shanahan, but as you asked Nick Wagner, it's going to be interesting. And I agree with Nick. I think probably Trey starts only because he's been here, and you pointed out that then in the next game probably Sam will start, so I don't know that there's anything to be read into this whole thing, but it's becoming interesting because Trey has clearly improved, but he still has some pretty egregious misses. Sam Darnold has done some really good things. It's never been a real question of how he throws the ball or the physical things that Sam can do. It's more the mental things. So as you have looked at this whole thing, where is the backup quarterback spot?
I don't think they know it yet. Obviously, Brock is the number one guy, despite the debate on social media. And, Brock, it's just, so much talk about, do the 49ers have a quarterback they can win with? He hadn't lost a game. And he executes the quarterback position exactly as they wanted to execute it, which is really like a point guard in basketball. Get to the open guys, and you've got so many open guys here. It's just an embarrassment of riches when you have all pros everywhere with McCaffrey and Juszczyk and Kittle and Debo, and then Brandon Ayuk is about ready to take off, and then you got third and Juwan, and then the offensive line anchored by Trent, and the depth at running back. So it's just the quarterback needs to just be decisive and accurate, on time, on target, which Brock was almost every snap last year. He had a handful of snaps he wants back. We detailed him leaking out to the left, but beyond that, so the battle really is, assuming that Brock's able to get through all this between now and by the way, today is August the 9th, so we got a month and 1 day before the season starts, September the 10th in Pittsburgh. Assuming he has good health all the way through, he's the guy. And then it's a great backup battle, and you want the depth there. I think a lot of it'll be on how many reps they get in the next 2 days. And they right now do not have a plan on who's going to start in any position, really, especially quarterback. They're going to scrimmage Thursday, get through that day, and then scrimmage again. And, it's unfortunate. We hate to say it, but there are injuries in all manners of football. Playing, walking around, guys get hurt in walkthroughs. It's certainly in joint practices, and Kyle's been talking to Josh McDaniels about tightening it up and not hitting, but they want to evaluate guys. There's going to be one-on-ones. There's going to be, Bob plays, backs on backers, and they're going to be one-on-one. They're going to hit each other. So guys are going to get dinged up. And, yesterday in practice, Drake Jackson has something going on. Tucker Charlton has something going on. Robert Beal Jr. has something going on. I don't know if they're going to practice at all tomorrow or Friday. And then a lot of these guys aren't going to work on Sunday as well. So just how many snaps do they divvy up between Trey, Sam, and Brandon Allen? And then after both days of practice and they evaluate it all and they talk to the performance staff, it's quite possible that, Brock's not going to play on Sunday. It's possible one of the other quarterbacks don't play as well either. Would you want Trey to play the entire first half and give Brandon Allen the entire second half and then flip that the next week and manage the practice week leading up to Denver? Because the 49ers are going to play on Sunday, then come back and play the Broncos again next weekend, and the Chargers the following week, John. So, how do you do it? You want to give them a lot of snaps? Do you want to get them in and out? I think last year Trey had like 12. And then how much do you want Brock Purdy to play? Brock played a lot in the preseason last year, and he was really impressive that first game against Green Bay. These are all young players. Sam's a young player. He's made 55 starts. So it's a question of getting through the joint practices, and then how much do you want Sam and Trey? I think you want them to play an equal amount and be completely equitable about it. You don't want a quarterback starting a series on his own 1 yard line. That's not fair. And if you ask to bring somebody in to take that series, then you have to evaluate for what it is. You'd like it all to be, fair drive starts. But then along the way, John, how much do you want Brock Purdy to play? Brock's a young developing quarterback who did not have OTAs in the offseason. And when he's on the field, maybe that would be the third preseason game against the Chargers, where if you're going to play any of your first-team offensive line, in particular Trent Williams, you want him on the field with the number one quarterback. And then if you're going to play Debo and Ayuk and George a little bit, maybe you time it up where they play the third preseason game if they play at all. So it's hard to juggle. Certainly, when you have 4 quarterbacks you want to get snaps to in preseason games and you have one coming back from a serious injury and you're trying to be equitable with the other 3, it's kind of a juggling act right now.
Yeah. I think with the 3 preseason games, I don't need to see Brock Purdy. I understand what happened in the offseason and he didn't play and everything, but they're doing so much in camp and so many throws in camps. I don't really need to see Brock Purdy, and I don't want to get him hurt. I think the number one thing is to find out who's going to back him up because, like George Kittle said, they go through quarterbacks. And so to think that Brock Purdy's going to get through this a 17-game season unscathed, that hasn't been the case with the 49ers. So at some point, given history, Trey Lance or Sam Darnold are going to have to win 1 or 2 or 3 games, whatever the case may be, or maybe even more than that. So I need to find out. I think that Darnold and Lance have to play a lot against the Raiders because I want to play Brock Purdy a lot in the joint practices against another team, which, as Kyle has said before, he values that more than the game. So I want to see what Purdy does against the Raiders in practices, and then I need to see and the whole thing with Lance is he hasn't played. Well, he's got to get reps, and Sam Darnold's got to get reps because he doesn't know this offense well enough. So I got to get those guys in there.
But I think Brock will play. He's not playing Sunday, and I'm not sure he'll play against Denver. I would think the Charger game, I know you don't want to see it, but I think Brock would ask to play. He had no off season. When he went through this elbow, UCL, rehab and recovery from the surgery, and it all went great, he wasn't throwing. He wasn't throwing till Memorial Day, and he wasn't throwing with his teammates, and he's been off. He's starting to get better and better, and I think he has more velo, but I think he would ask to play. And I think the timing would be the third preseason game against the Chargers and, let him play a little bit to get ready. He's still a young player. I know he played a lot in college at Iowa State, but he didn't play very much last year. So I think Brock would feel as though I want to play a little bit to get ready for Pittsburgh. And the other part of it is, how do you make it fair with Trey and Sam? How much of the Raiders, they're not going to play their first-team defense. This is different than Gruden. Gruden never played his guys in the preseason, especially the second tour with the Raiders. We'll ask Vic Tafur how much they're going to play their guys. I mean, do you want Trey going up against the Raiders number 2s? And then Sam goes up against the Raiders number 3s. How long are the Raiders going to leave their number 2 defense on the field? Would you do it where they go back and forth each series? I don't know if you do that right now. Kyle did do that with Jimmy and Trey. It's just based on snaps, right?
It's just based on snaps.
No, it's also based on the comp. You're trying to make it as fair an assessment in all regards. You want it to be fair. You don't want a quarterback saying, well, I didn't get I was up against the 3rds. He was up against the 1s or vice versa. My drive started on the 3-yard line. He started at midfield after a turnover. They're not going to say that, but they want it to be completely fair. It's easy.
So then they'll flip it the next week, right? So against Denver, they'll just flip it probably.
You talk to McDaniels. I mean, how much is he going to play his defense? Is Max Crosby going to play at all? I don't think so. I'm not looking really at Max Crosby. It's the backline guys. I don't think Marcus Peters is going to play in this game on Sunday, but will Nate Hobbs play? Will Duke Shelley play? Will their linebackers play? Diablo and Spillane? They're going to play Marcus Epps, their new safety they got from the Eagles. I mean, these are things you're looking at where, if they do play, they may just play one series. So then Trey would play against, in theory, some Raider 1s where Sam wouldn't if you do it that way. I think Sean Payton's going to play more of his guys in the preseason. So maybe you want to divvy that up, differently in week 2. But there's a lot of factors. But in the end, you want to have it be both quarterbacks at an equal and fair, equitable chance to win this backup quarterback job. They had the same chances in practice, and they had the same chances in the joint practices with the Raiders, and they had the same chances in the preseason games.
We'll get all those answers from Vic Tafur, our pal who covers the Raiders for the Athletic. They are practicing today, so we'll pull him off the field, and he'll give us some insight. Of course, former Bay Area guy, great guy, Vic Tafur, our friend, is going to join us coming up next to give us the Raiders side of things, only here on the Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Papa, back on bemoaning that I had to wear readers and bifocals and contact lenses for years and years, but those days are long gone because last summer, June the 23rd to be exact, of 2022, I went to the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley and had performed upon me by Dr. Craig Bindi and his expert staff the CLR procedure, custom lens replacement. I was in the chair for literally 20 minutes, and my eyesight for distance went from 20/60, I was blind, to 20/20. Took 30 years off my life, and now I don't need glasses at all. John Lund heard me talking about it all summer and fall. So John had it done as well this past fall, and now both of us have experienced the miracle of modern vision correction. So if you're like us, you're sick and tired of needing glasses or contacts to get through your day, we suggest you call and schedule your free consultation with the team of the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. They've taken care of over patients for 25 years, including over 100 NFL players. So they want to help you as well. So call now and schedule your free consultation. What do you got to lose? 877-GET-2020. Or you could visit the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley online at bayarea2020.com.
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Empty set on third down. Garoppolo back, Bosa around the edge. Garoppolo going to get out to his left, stay alive. Garoppolo going towards the sideline, go back and throw wide open. A flag is down. Davante Adams has got a touchdown for now.
Feels great, baby.
Wait a minute. How did that happen?
Oh, that's some good editing right there.
Today, did Garoppolo throw a touchdown pass to Davante Adams?
I didn't know you were doing. I didn't know you were doing a play-by-play for practices. Boy, that's some good work.
What happened? Vic Tafur will know.
Good work behind the scenes. Starting tomorrow, the Raiders are on the practice field today, but starting tomorrow, it's going to be Niners and Raiders, and then of course Sunday they will play. And our good friend Vic Tafur, senior writer for The Athletic, covers the Raiders. Our good friend at Vic Tafur. Make sure that you're following him. And he joins us courtesy of the guest line. What's happening?
Not much, guys. How you doing?
How you doing, man? What's going on?
That was a very fresh video. I mean, it just happened like 2 minutes ago. Jimmy G hit Davante in the end zone. So.
Pop out the call.
You guys are on the ball.
Did that happen today? Was that happen today?
I just watched it 4 minutes ago. In the corner of the end zone. Perfect pass.
So how is this all working? Because obviously Davante goes to the Raiders 2 years ago, last offseason, not this past one, to play with Derek. Derek's gone. Jimmy comes in. Davante has some curious comments and social media posts. And then how is Jimmy doing overall this year? Some uneven play. So how's this working out with Jimmy and Davante?
Yeah, it's all right. I mean, it's been a kind of up and down camp for Jimmy. He's had some really bad days. He had like 7 interceptions like on Friday and Saturday. But today he looks good in the red zone. I think there's some rust. Obviously, hadn't played for a while. Coming off the foot surgery. Getting back in sync with Josh McDaniels and also the new receiver. So I think it's understandable. I think it'll be fun next couple of days, see how he does against his old teammates. But I think he's fine. He feels like he's coming along fine. The coaches aren't too worried about him, so that part should be okay.
Vic Tafur's joining us. The Raiders and the Niners will start their joint practices tomorrow. They'll do them Thursday, Friday. Then the game, of course, is on Sunday. Some of the things that we've heard out of Raiders camp is defensively, and especially in the secondary, they've been much better. What can you tell us about that, and how will that match up with what the Niners are going to throw at them?
Yeah, I guess when you have 7 interceptions in 2 days, it's got to be the kids all be the quarterback's terrible. You got to the DBs are playing great. They're like all over the ball. So, and I guess the bar here is so low. The defense has been so bad for so long, especially in the secondary. So there are some new faces this year. They have looked pretty good. Marcus Epps is like a nice added safety. Marcus Peters is here. I'm not sure how much he has left, but definitely better than the guys they had. So there's some veteran guys who come in, and I think the secondary should be a little better this year than it was last year.
Yeah, talk more about Marcus Peters, because obviously, he was a Chief in that infamous Thursday night game, and, Marshawn Lynch, his cousin, coming off the bench to pull him off, and they both get kicked out of the game. And he's just, the Raiders want to play press man. I know Al's no longer with us, but they're known for press man, and Peters has always been a soft and off, more of a Asante Samuel or Asante Samuel Jr., kind of playing like a safety and zoning it up. How does he fit in the Raiders secondary? I assume he's going to be a starter, and who's going to be the starter on the other side? Is it Nate Hobbs or Duke Shelley? But is Marcus Peters really, does he look like a Raider corner when he's out there, Vic?
Yeah, again, I think also a little rust. I think he's kind of been played for a while, but there's some flashes. He's kind of a ball hawk guy, the guy who goes for the big play, the interceptions, has tons of returns in his career. So I think he's trying to fit in with the system and kind of find out how he fits in. But not, like you said, not the great, shutdown cover guy, but a guy who makes plays, which they need. They've had very few turnovers in the last few years. So I think he'll be on one side, and the other side will be probably, my guess is the rookie, Jacorian Bennett. He's had a nice camp, and Nate Hobbs probably at the slot.
Vic Tafur joining us. Raiders and Niners will start their joint practices tomorrow. They got them Thursday and Friday. I'm excited to see Max Crosby, especially because the Niners have a new right tackle. What is it like to be around Max? Because I saw a video the other day. It just seems like, I don't know, he's like the Kittle of the Raiders.
Yeah, he's nonstop. I mean, you watch him in games. He's the same way at practice. He's always talking nonstop. His hands are always moving. He's very chippy. There's been a couple of fights here. He's always involved in, and I'm sure there'll be a fight next couple of days with the Niners. I'm sure he'll be in the middle of it. So he's a guy who does not know any other way but to bring the energy every second. And it's fun. It's fun, and I'm sure it's also a lot to deal with. But that'll be a thing to watch the next couple of days with the Niners. I'm sure he'll be in the middle of some skirmishes with some of your guys.
And then Chandler Jones as well. And he had an up and down, year last year. He had the famous play when Jacoby Myers threw him the ball and he was able to beat New England in a wild ending. But he wasn't as productive. Where's he at? And then their number one pick, Tyree Wilson's on the non-football injury list. Do they expect to get him back for the start of the year? So talk about the other rush ends opposite of Crosby, Chandler Jones and the rookie.
And Chandler had a rough start last year, but he came on. He's starting to play a lot better before he got hurt last year. He's lost some weight. He definitely feels a little leaner and meaner, and it looks good. It looks like he definitely has something to prove and can still get it done. And I think the great thing for those two guys is now they have a young pupil in Tyree Wilson, the guy that can kind of mold, and they're two great guys to learn from. And I think Tyree, my guess, he's back out here in a couple of weeks. I think they're optimistic he's back before the year starts. He has coming off some foot injuries himself, but I think the plan is about 2 weeks from now he'll be back on the field.
We mentioned the secondary a little bit, just overall, because like you said, because of the drafts pretty much, I mean, they've shot a lot of darts at the dartboard as far as the defense is concerned, but they just haven't gotten it right. So what is the defense going to be like as a whole?
Yeah, well, I think that's the key thing for this new regime of Josh McDaniels and Dave Zula. They got to prove they can draft guys and that guys can play and develop and become good players. That was the problem the last two regimes, the really bad draft picks you mentioned, especially on defense. A lot of guys who were busts. So I think you need guys like Jacorian Bennett, and like I mentioned, the cornerback, some guys in front, Tyree Wilson. Byron Young's a guy they like a lot. He can play both end and tackle. He just got back up the injury list a couple days ago. He's a guy that I think can be a factor this year. So they need young guys to produce and kind of show that these guys know how to evaluate talent.
And then the 49ers, as far as their secondary, they got some young guys. I even want to see Charvarius Ward, Mooney Man against Devontae, but Diamador Lenore is a young guy. They got a new slot, nickelback corner. Isaiah Oliver have to deal with one of the best in Hunter Renfrow, this young guy, the undrafted player, Deshaun Jameson. They really like it in camp. Let's see if he can tackle in the joint practices, and obviously Sam Womack. But talk about the Raider wide receivers. We mentioned Devontae. I mean, not a burner, Vic, but to watch him on the practice field and then to see him, I can't wait to see him tomorrow on Friday. Just the way he gets releases off the ball for a guy who's not straight line fast, he is incredible to watch. What's it like to watch him practice daily?
That is fun to watch. He's such a tactician. He has it down to a science. Like he knows exactly what he wants to do. He knows what the corner may counter with and what he'll do off that. And if the safety comes, he has everything planned out to a T. And he is a great route runner, and he has good hands and good enough speed. Not a burner, but definitely good enough speed. So you see why I think he's the best guy in the league, and you see it every day in practice. And I'm sure the Niners cornerbacks will get a handful the next couple of days.
Vic Tafur's joining us. We're talking Raiders. Raiders and Niners will start the joint practice tomorrow. Give us an update on Josh Jacobs, and then without Josh Jacobs, what are they doing at running back?
Well, Josh is somewhere very far away. He's pissed off, but I think at some point he'll have to come in. I mean, you can't really walk away from the $10.1 million you get on the franchise tag. I think it's tough for running backs. There's no real leverage. You can't really do much but really kind of accept your fate. So I think he's mad they didn't get a long-term deal. He had a proven year last year, and clearly he proved it. He led the league in rushing last year, but it's not the way it works out. So I think he'll be back before week one and to get his money and play out this year. And then in the meantime, they got Zamir White, a guy from Georgia, second year back from Georgia, who looks like he's the real deal and didn't play at all last year because Josh was so good. But he's been getting all the carries in camp, and he looks the part.
We were talking about the 49er corners against the Raider wide receivers. And, one of the things, losing Jimmy Ward in the secondary is Isaiah Oliver. And he's got long arms and he's physical. I think it's going to be a good test tomorrow and Friday against Hunter Renfrow, one of the great slot receivers in football, because Isaiah may have a little lack of foot speed and change of direction to deal with Hunter. But tell me where he's at in his career. And I know the Raiders, when they drafted some young guys, you thought maybe that guy could play slot. Do you think they hold on to Hunter Renfrow for the entire year? And where's his game at right now, Vic?
Yeah, I think that's a big question. I think people here say, yeah, he's fine, they love him. But I don't know, man, because you drafted Trey Tucker in the third round as a slot guy. You're bringing DeAndre Carter as a slot guy. They had a lot of speed. And I'm just not sure that there's been a great marriage so far with the new regime and Hunter Renfrow. I know they gave him an extension last year, but I'm not sure either one's really happy with the other one. I know he's saying all the right things, but I wouldn't be shocked if he was not here before too long. But in the meantime, he's working hard. He definitely shows you all the things he showed in the past. He's a great route runner. He can bend and stretch and get open in short distances. So I think you'll see all that in the next couple of days. But he's doing his part. But I still think in the back of my mind that something may happen before too long.
Vic, you're the best, man. Thanks for making time for us, jumping off the field, and we'll see you down in Vegas. See you down there.
All right, boys. Take care.
See you, man.
Take care, Vic.
All right, that is Vic Tafur, again, senior writer for The Athletic. You remember him covering the Raiders here at Vic Tafur, following for the latest. In that division, it's going to be tough for him, man. I mean, you look at that defense, and I know they have some pieces. And what's funny is they're one of a few teams, a handful of teams, the Niners being one, that have 3 players in the top 100 or in the top 20 of that list. They got Josh Jacobs in there. They got Max Crosby in there. I mean, they've got a few players that are talented. Devontae Adams. But just as a whole, as he just talked about, it just seems like the new regime, which is New England based, is just kind of trying to get some guys out of there. He just mentioned Hunter Renfrow. I mean, it just seems like they're in that position where, the Niners were in that at the beginning of the regime with Kyle Shanahan, where you're trying to get the roster to have players that you want so that you can play the style that you want, and the Raiders just aren't there yet.
Well, look at their top 2 quarterbacks. Obviously, Jimmy Garoppolo from New England. And I don't think Jimmy's going to play at all on Sunday, maybe a little bit. But their number 2 quarterback is Brian Hoyer, the former 49er who Belichick employed in New England forever. So it's dramatic changes. I mean, since this franchise left the Bay Area and went to Las Vegas, you had a pandemic the first year in 2020. Then you had the John Gruden situation in 2021. Who would have thought that would have turned out so unseemly, and so many other instances off the field, Mark Bedane, Dan Ventrelli, and it goes on and on. It's just chaos, but that's the way the Raiders have been since Al died, and even at the end of Al's life. The Gruden thing, they had to remove him, and, now we're getting reports that the commissioner was involved in his dismissal. Mark tried to keep him, but it got too deep, and Bisaccia came in, Rich Bisaccia, and he did a great job as an interim head coach, the special teams coordinator, and he got the Raiders into the playoffs that year, and they gave Cincinnati a game. There were some calls at the end of that game that went the Bengals' way, and the Raiders lost. And, they haven't been in the playoffs very much. Obviously, the Derek Carr injury year and, not having Derek be able to play and, going to Houston and just getting rolled by J.J. Watt and Jadeveon Clowney. But the big transaction that they made was, going into last year, they trade for Devontae Adams. They make a monstrous trade to pair him with his Fresno State teammate, and then they completely get rid of Derek Carr. And, going into the game there on New Year's Day is when they benched him, and it was that Christmas Eve game in Pittsburgh when he struggled. Kenny Pickett brought them back, and the Steelers won, and Derek turned the ball over not once, not twice, but 3 times at the end of that game. And I know it was bitter cold, but, there was one in-cut to Hunter Renfrow. He had him wide open. Derek just turned the ball over. I mean, you look at all the numbers, more touchdown passes, way more than Stabler, LaMonica, Rich, even Coach Flores. I mean, he's got all the records, but he just couldn't win. And so they made that seismic change at the end of the year. And when we were playing him on New Year's Day, John, they were all in on Tom Brady. They thought Brady, if he was going to play one more year, they could get him here. He is here, but now he's an owner. He has retired. He's not going to be a Raider quarterback. At least that's not on the agenda. So they went and got Jimmy with the ties to McDaniels. So when you look at the overall team, yes, they have star players in prominent positions. Great wide receiver, great running back. I mean, they broke, Timmy Brown's record, Marcus Allen's record. What Devontae and Josh Jacobs were able to do last year was impressive. And then you got, Mad Max over on defense. But beyond that, they don't have a lot of depth on this team. You look at, Chandler Jones has been a good player. How good are they at linebacker with Divine Diablo? I love that name, Divine Diablo. So I think one thing to look at when they, maybe not so much in the game, but it'll show up in the game as well on Sunday, more in the joint practices, is the 49ers clearly have a better roster among their starters. But I think even when you get deeper in the second and third teamers, the 49ers are deeper. I think the 49ers will cut guys this year. The other teams will pick up. I'm not sure the Raiders can say that. So I just look at it and all, this was a playoff team a couple of years ago. They were able to weather the John Gruden fiasco. They won 6 games last year, John, with Josh McDaniels. I mean,
I don't think they'll do that this year. I don't think they'll do that.
Win fewer?
Well, the only reason I think that is because they won games, obviously, as they've done over the last few years offensively. And I don't know what you think of Jimmy and Derek Carr, and Derek wasn't great last year, but I think Derek's better. Josh Jacobs is not there yet. Now, if he comes back, maybe. They traded Darren Waller to the Giants in the offseason, Austin Hooper and rookie Michael Mayer out of Notre Dame, who a lot of people like, but he's a second-round pick. I don't think they're better offensively, and the problem is, and then this is going to be fun to watch for the 49ers and the Raiders joint practices for you, is Colton Miller's turned out to be a really nice left tackle for them, but the rest of that offensive line is unproven. And I think the 49ers defensive front is going to take advantage, especially inside on those guys. And so I think that's going to be a problem for them. And then defensively, you just mentioned this. I mean, Max Crosby's nice. Chandler Jones did not play well last year. I'll believe it when I see it out of the secondary. Like he said, they got 7 interceptions, but I didn't see the interceptions. Were they bad? Whatever. But they're not good defensively, and I don't think they can just outscore teams, which is the way that they won most of their games last year. A problem.
Well, I do think Jimmy Garoppolo is a better quarterback than Derek Carr, and I watched Derek's entire career to some point and watched him closely even when I left, and I don't think Derek's the same player after the Trent Cole hit on Christmas Eve, and he finished third, I think, that year in the league MVP. He just doesn't step into the throws. He turns the ball over too much. I think the bottom line is Jimmy stays in the pocket longer. Most people would say Derek's better. I never thought that. But Jimmy does take hits because he does stay in the pocket. The bottom line is he knows this offense well. And Derek had a problem, and when they hired John Gruden and, Jack Del Rio and that staff, they ripped Derek's confidence out. They just did not believe in Derek. He just didn't fit there. And that's John was hired to fix the broken car. And he did in his own way. And we talked about, John and his language and everything's an F-bomb and Derek, with the Bible and just the proselytizing constantly. They were able to get through all that. And John was able to repair Derek. And then they decided to make the change. And with Josh McDaniels, it's not a check with me system. You run the play. We don't do that here. You're not Oscaring. You're not killing. You're not flipping plays. You run the play. And Derek just had a hard time and he talked about it, how he just doesn't have the ability at the line to flip the play. He was groomed to do that with Dennis Allen and, as a young player than other coaches along the way. But in any event, Jimmy just fits the system here more, but Jimmy's got to be healthy. Is he fully over the foot injury? I think there was a setback last year when he was trying to come back to play for the Niners, whether it be the championship game or the Super Bowl, had they been able to win that game. But I don't know where they are. They're in a tough division. Obviously, Kansas City has won that division every year for a long stretch. It's ridiculous. And they got the Chargers there. Well, so I think Sean Payton's going to make Denver obviously better. I don't think the Raiders are a playoff team. Are they more than 6 wins? I don't know. We'll see where it all goes. But then the question will be, how patient will the owner be with Josh McDaniels and Ziegler and all the people he brought in from New England here, because they were starting to trend the right way. They made the playoffs with Bisaccia, and then they decided not to bring him back. They went for the splash play to hire Josh McDaniels, and now the team has regressed, and we'll see if they regress even more this year.
All right, you will have all the reports from camps, from the joint practices on Thursday and Friday, so make sure that you stay tuned. Pop is down there in Vegas. If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, you can see him in these palatial Blue Wire studios at the Wynn in Las Vegas. Very nice.
Viva Las Vegas.
You just moved what is the name of your floor manager there? Just so I can call him by his right name.
Brian Jones.
I like Brian Jones.
There's Brian.
I like Brian. And,
do you want to call the shots? He can hear you. This is
I like this because I like all these different. Oh, there's Brian right there. I like Brian a lot. I don't know Brian, but I like Brian because I like when he makes you the mini papa. That one's the one to me.
Shots,
there it is right there.
There's
mini papa if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch.
I can even get smaller. Want me to get smaller?
Oh, yeah. There we go. Viva Las Vegas. Hey, everybody. That's very nice. But no, I like all the different angles. We only had 2. We were trying to show off, and you called us out on it. But we did do 2 angles. It's the best we could do. But, yeah.
We got 4. We got 4 here.
Mini papa there. You got the right, the left. I like the hallway angle, too, where he showed the Eagles fan. There it is. Where he showed the Eagles fan yelling at you.
At the Wynn.
Very nice.
Right.
How close are you to slot machines and things? You can't just run out during a break, or can you?
It's the casino, John. It's right here.
No, I didn't know how close though. I mean,
right here.
Believe me,
right here.
We were when I was working with Tom. They put us right next to the sports book, and like every time we would break, we would hurry and do things, and then A producer would have to
told me
run.
I can't go in a sports book, so I'm not going.
Oh, is that
in a
what they
sports
told
book.
you? No sports book for you.
You
huh?
told me that.
No, I said you can't bet on NFL games. I think you're okay with everything else.
I don't
but
think I
don't
can
take
even
my
go in a
word
sports
for it.
book. Cannot go in. NFL players cannot go in a sports book. Period.
Yeah, and you're an employee, so you probably can't go in there, huh? Can you shout to the could you like stand across from it and shout your bet?
I'm staying in the studio.
49ers minus 3. No, you
I'm
can't
not doing that.
You can't do
not
that.
doing that. Could you stop that?
Could you bet on the Giants? Could you
I'm
bet
not doing
on
that.
Could you
Not
bet on
gonna
Ohtani?
bet on the Giants against Shohei? I don't know. I cannot go in a sports book.
Apparently
Not going to sports
can't do
book.
that either. I don't want to get you in trouble. So okay, well, I guess we won't do.
Seems like you're trying to get me in
No,
trouble.
I'm not.
John.
I'm just wondering what the line is. You are a
What's
notorious
the line on me going into a sports book.
You are a notorious
0.
line pusher. Not you don't.
No,
you're
I'm
a
not.
line crosser actually, but you're not. I know you're not going to do that.
Depends what line you're talking about.
See, told you. All right, we will reset our Giants thoughts. Speaking of Shohei against the Giants. We actually talked to Dylan Hernandez from the LA Times, and he actually made you a little bit optimistic that Shohei won't be a Dodger. Could that mean he could be a Giant? We will explain next. Papa and Lund, Papa in Vegas, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Mike Krukow, the great Mike Krukow, joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss the lack of hard hit balls for the Giants offense and why that's a huge concern. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. It was great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. Moskowitz LLP can help you with all your tax issues. And today, it's ERC. Steve, tell us about that.
ERC, Employee Retention Credit. This is where the federal government is giving away, that's right, giving away up to $26,000 for every employee an employer had during 2020 and 21 that qualifies. There's two different ways to qualify. There's the easy way, and a lot of the CPAs that I've talked to are only doing the easy way, what they like, numbers. It's simple. Did your gross revenue go down a certain amount, yes or no? And a lot of them are saying if you didn't go down, that's it, no ERC for you. Wrong. There's a second way, but it's a facts and circumstances test. It requires analysis. And a lot of CPAs, I was a CPA before I was a tax attorney, don't like to do any type of analysis. They just want to do numbers. The bottom line is this. If your CPA told you that you don't qualify because your gross revenue didn't go down enough, call us for a second opinion like you would with a medical doctor. And also, we're hearing rumors that the government might consider ending the program early. We don't know if that's going to happen or not, but they've already done it for Q4. So the bottom line is, don't wait. Don't leave that money on the table. Just call us and find out if you're entitled to this money.
Steve brings up a good point. You got to call now because, as he said, they could be ending the program, so you don't have time to wait. You're talking about ERC and getting more information. Call 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL, or simply go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Little Giants to hit you up with. Papa is in Las Vegas Thursday and Friday. He'll give you the reports from the joint practices and, of course, Sunday, the game between the Raiders and the 49ers. Giants lose last night. Not typical when they have the opener, but they did give up 4 in the first inning, so they're 15-6 with the openers. But Shohei Ohtani is going tonight for the Angels, and we had Dylan Hernandez from the LA Times on, who covers everything in LA, but has covered Shohei quite extensively, went to his hometown and talked to a lot of people there, and he opined with us a little bit earlier that it is not such a slam dunk that he would go to the Dodgers. I thought it would be, but he said a lot of times, too, that when everybody thinks he's going one way, he's going to go the other way, and the ultimate other way would be the Giants. So did what he say give you maybe more hope than you would normally have? That maybe he would consider the Giants?
I just know we're going down this rabbit hole. It's not even the off season yet. I guess we did it last year.
He's pitching today, so it's relevant, right?
No, of course we're playing him, but after this, we're not going to talk about Shohei to the off season. But last year was Aaron Judge, and Aaron Judge was going after Roger Maris's record of 61-61, and he got it. And he had a Bay Area tie, being from Linden, and how close did Judge come to coming here? I don't know. Shohei's, it's a complicated, it's a much larger contract, and they offered Aaron Judge, what did they get you, $360, and then they offered Carlos Correa $330, and he accepted it. So you're gonna have to give them both, $330 plus $360. I don't think it's that high, but it's going to be an enormous, and this is going to be one of the biggest free agent signings in baseball history. We watched him as a hitter the last couple of nights, and even when he hits a ground ball, the guy's just got a powerful swing. He very, very much is Barry Bonds. Barry didn't hit a lot of ground balls, but this guy, even when he hits them, he snakes them through because he hits them so hard. Tonight, we're going to watch him as a pitcher and a hitter. He's going to bat number 2. They're not going to have a DH. They're going to have him as the pitcher in the number 2 spot. It's like old school National League. So it's kind of great. We talked about this when they got rid of the pitchers hitting and went to universal DH. If you didn't have that in the National League, Shohei's not coming here. And that was probably a big reason why he picked the Angels when he did a few years ago. But as a pitcher, he's a wonderful talent. Mark Langston is going to join us coming up in the next segment. And Mark is on their radio broadcast. Listened a little bit last night with my friend Terry Smith, who's been doing the Angels forever and ever. Long time, the voice of Ohio State football and basketball, and now just does the Angels. But Mark watches him pitch. He's obviously got all the pitches. Interesting to see the Giants in the box against him. Interesting to see Gabe Kapler walk him intentionally last night in the bottom of the 8th inning, and then he stole second base right away. And you're seeing him do that more and more when they walk him intentionally. I think last night was his 15th intentional walk. He's still second base like on the first pitch. So he's starting to be a bit annoyed. It's not going to get to Bonds, who they intentionally walked 120 times one year to obliterate McCovey. McCovey got walked one year 45 times, and that was ridiculous. And then Bonds gets intentionally walked 120 times and walked 262 that year. I think it was 04. And in any event, he's a special talent. We really have no idea what he's going to do in the offseason, but right now, be impressed by his talent, because tonight will be the ultimate two-way performance in baseball, where he is going to hit against the Giants, and we have seen him hit against the Giants. We have also seen him pitch against the Giants. I remember that afternoon game in 2021, John. I think it was June 24th, and I was eating hot fudge sundaes. Banana splits, because it was Kevin Gausman against Shohei Ohtani, and it was the battle of the best splitters in baseball. Man, this guy's got a different. I mean, Gausman basically was four-seam fastball split like he is now with the Blue Jays. But Shohei, he's got a hell of a good splitter, but he's not throwing it as much. He's got the four-seam fastball, throw it 100 miles an hour over and over again. And then he's throwing the sweeper, which some people think, what is a sweeper? Is it an old school? It's like a slurve, half slider, half curveball, but he does throw a curveball, and he does throw a cutter. He throws so many pitches, sinker and four-seam, everything. So Langston will break him down. So you're asking me what I think he's going to do in the offseason. I have no idea. Dylan Hernandez has no idea. I think the people at CAA who represent him has no idea. I don't think Aaron Judge had really an idea until he was flying from Tampa. Remember, he's watching Monday Night Football at Tampa with Tom Brady. He was heading to San Diego for the meetings, and he got rerouted, and we thought he was going there to sign a contract, maybe with the Giants, and maybe sign Arson Judge to a contract. And what happened? San Diego made him an offer for $400 million, and Hal Steinbrenner was on a trip to Italy and got him on, midnight there, whatever the time was, or maybe crack of dawn there the next day. But in any event, it's August. He's still playing baseball. He's got 2 more months to go. These are decisions that aren't going to be made or even really looked at seriously until, a week or so after the World Series, and then after that, a month after that.
One thing, though, that I was watching last night, and one thing that he made reference to, and this is when people talk about his salary and what the contract is going to be, and we talked about earlier where, Bonds had a different kind of a contract with the Giants. I'm watching the game last night, and they have that rotating board behind, and Dylan Hernandez told us that Shohei is worth about $15 to $20 million. That's to the Angels. That's the second team in L.A. I think the Giants could even sell more there. There were rotating boards, and I was taking notes on some of them, and one of them was a Japanese, almost like an eBay type of a site, but there was 3 rotating, of the rotating boards, there were 3 that specifically either had Japanese language or mentioned Japan. So that's at least 3 of those boards, and he said $15 to $20 million. I bet the Giants could even capitalize on that more. And then you're talking about the type of merchandising. They were showing the crowd last night. There was large crowds of Japanese fans, obviously. I just think he's going to be a guy that, while he may not pay for himself necessarily, he's going to give you so many different things that what they may do for an Aaron Judge versus what they may do for a Shohei Ohtani based on what he could mean to your franchise. And I'm not even talking about the turnstile and the walk-ups and all the different things. There are endless marketing opportunities that you could use for this guy. And if I'm the Giants and he shows interest in me, I'm going all out to get him.
Well, I think they are. I right after they lost Aaron Judge and before they even got into Correa, the attention turned to Shohei, and I think it's always been. Now, if you would have gotten Aaron Judge, you wouldn't be in the Shohei market. Couldn't you afford them both? If you didn't flunk Carlos Correa on his physical, you couldn't go get him. But you mentioned Bonds. What was Bonds' contract when he first came here? Like 43.75
exactly
or something
right. Yep.
For the entire contract.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to pay this guy that and probably another 15 to 20 million. So he's different because he's a two-way player. He is Barry Bonds, the closest thing to Barry. I don't know if he's Barry offensively, but he's a damn good offensive player. Mark Langston will break down what he sees. He's got overpoweringly good stuff as a pitcher. I just think there's a lot of pitches tonight you'll see that, that wasn't close to being in the strike zone. Maybe because he throws so many pitches. I think he searches for it a lot. He throws 100. So he's got that to work off, and then he's got, the splitter and the sweeper and everything else. So he can go out and throw a no-hitter tonight. He almost did a couple of starts against Detroit. He threw a one-hitter, and he was dominant. His last start, he begged out early because he got fatigued and he cramped. So where's he at there? As far as, I remember when Ichiro went to Seattle, and their ownership was Japanese-based at the time, and their games were all on live TV, even in Japan. And this was, I don't know what the celebrity is for Shohei come into America. Ichiro, I think, was a more accomplished player based on what he had done in the Pacific League before he came to Seattle. But he certainly, enhanced that team financially, and they were Japanese-based. To me, it would be, you mentioned him as Steph Curry. He's different than Steph. But I think what the Warriors are able to do, the Warriors, the one team in the NBA, and maybe all of American sport, does anybody have a patch on their jersey where it's a foreign-based company? I mean, it's Rakuten. The Warriors went to Asia right away with Rick Welts and got Rakuten to be their sponsor. They're not even based in Asia. So, I mean, that would be what you're talking about. And the Giants have Cruz now on the patch. You'd open it up. I think those are going to be done no matter where you're based. But the question would be, if we do pay this player $60 million a year, how much can we offset financially? And that's something they're already looking at.
For sure.
Without, how much will he generate, not just butts in the seats, ratings on cable, but everything you're talking about. This guy is not only a national reach, but really, John, when you look at it as far as international stars, who plays an American sport that has the international reach of Shohei Ohtani? The closest would be Steph Curry, maybe Messi now that he's here playing for Miami.
That's it.
But, I mean, is Shohei more well-known internationally than Curry?
I would think.
And who would be after them?
Yeah, that's a good question. Mark Langston's going to join us coming up next. Many years, 16 years in Major League Baseball. And by the way, one of his, I don't know that I call this a claim to fame, but May 25th, 1989, I knew this, but I looked it up today. He rejected a 3-year, $7.1 million contract extension with the Mariners, got traded to the Expos. One of the players going the other way, Randy Johnson. And the rest is history. Wow. So, anyway, but Mark was great. 179 games over 16 years with the Mariners, the Expos, and the Angels, and he'll give us a scouting report on Shohei next, only here on the Sports Leader.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I do miss the whole idea of the starters meeting other starters, those matchups.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that was kind of fun as a fan. I remember the Angels one year in the early 90s. They had 3 left-handed starters, and they were studs. Jim Abbott, Chuck Finley, Mark Langston. And those 3 guys won 55 games that year. 2 18-game winners and a 19-game winner. And if you happen to face the 3 of those in a 3-game series, it's like, oh, you know, you were up against it.
That was John Miller the other day, as he was talking about the Angels before the series. And Mark Langston, one of the guys that he mentioned, of course, radio color commentator for the Angels, 16 years in Major League Baseball, 4-time All-Star, was part of a no-hitter as well. And he joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line to preview tonight's game with Shohei Ohtani starting against the Giants. Hi, Mark. How are you?
I'm well. How are you doing?
Yeah, we're doing good, man. And of course, you're a San Jose State guy. You're a Northern California guy, although you've been in Southern California for a long time. So it's nice to have you.
It's good to be back in the Bay Area, so to be.
Yeah, good to hear your voice, my friend. You and I did Major League games on ESPN many, many years ago, and you've turned into a great broadcaster with my friend Terry Smith. So just before we get into Shohei, your name came up last week talking to John Miller, the Hall of Fame broadcaster, and you had Chuck Finley, you had yourself, you had Jim Abbott. You guys all were in the high teens, and the concept that it came up was the Giants are basically going to a 2-man starting rotation, Logan Webb and Alex Cobb. There was an opener last night, didn't go well with Scott Alexander. There's going to be an opener tonight with Ryan Walker. We'll see how it goes, but the Giants are tripling down on the concept of the opener. And we were going back to your time, and starting pitchers were winning in the games, deep into the game. Just for a guy who was a premier starting pitcher during your time, Mark, how do you feel? Have you embraced the concept of the opener?
No, I don't think I could ever embrace the concept of an opener, but this is a different era, and they look at analytics differently, and they look at numbers differently. To me, it's the more times that gate opens out in the outfield, there are more guys that come through, the more chances that 1 or 2 guys have an off day and can have some issues. You saw last night, and Scott Alexander's been good for you guys, very good for you guys. And sure enough, first 3 guys get on, runs on the board, and it turns out to be a big inning for the Angels. The difference in probably the ball game last night. I know the Giants have been very successful at doing that. The Rays had some success doing that also. But it's difficult. To me, it puts a lot of pressure on the bullpen guys, and I know they're popping starters in behind, and a lot of guys that had been starters in the past now are asked to participate in different roles. I don't know. I am always a believer if I have a starter, send him through for as long as you can get him, and then let your eyeballs be the judge of when you need to take him out. That to me is always the best barometer of how to work a bullpen.
Mark Langston joining us, color commentator for the Angels radio network, the Angels and the Giants tonight. So we wanted to talk to you about Shohei, and obviously we've seen his bat and we've seen him pitch plenty. But as a guy who did this for 16 years at a really high level, let's just start here. How much of a miracle is this that he hits all week long and he's able to do what he does on the mound?
It's so hard to put this in perspective. Everybody always asks you, and it's impossible to put it in perspective when you have a guy that's hitting over 300, 40 home runs, 83 RBIs, 16 stolen bases, and oh, by the way, he's your ace of your staff, a 9-5 record, 3.32 ERA, in 124 innings has 160 strikeouts. How do you put that into perspective? I know one element of that, and I know how much preparation it takes to get ready for that start, and it takes a lot. It's physically, mentally, to get everything trying to line up for your day to start, and for Shohei to just take that hat off and put another hat on, I am just blown away at what this guy's capable of. And again, I don't know if we'll ever see this again. This might be a once-in-a-lifetime scenario when you're seeing a guy with this much talent to be able to produce at the highest level the way he has.
All right, so let's break down his stuff, because obviously in 2 starts ago, he threw, a shutout, only allowed 1 hit against the Tigers. It was a day game. We were in studio doing the show, and we watched every pitch. His last start, he left early after 4 innings. He had a little cramping in his fingers. I think he's getting a little tired, but I mean, his fastball is going to be right at around 100 miles an hour, but he throws everything. You know, the splitter was what he was known for years, but seeing him in the World Baseball Classic now, the sweeper, what exactly is that pitch? He's got a cutter, a curveball, a sinker. I mean, he's a two-way player, but he also throws like 6 different pitches, Mark.
Yeah, there's no doubt. You know, he has the above-average fastball, as you mentioned. His average fastball sits just below 98 miles an hour, and the numbers are off the charts with his fastball. His opponents they don't do very well against it. The sweeper, that's the big sweeping slider that just cuts across the entire plate. He can throw it on the inner half, and it'll end up just off the outer half, or start it in the middle and have it just sweep completely off the outside part of the plate. And it's been such an effective pitch. When he locates it, you could tell a hitter it's coming, and they won't be able to hit it because it has that much break to it. But with that being said, he's made mistakes with that pitch because that's a flat. That pitch comes through the zone flat, right in the same path as the bat. So he has made some mistakes with that pitch. He's given up a lot of home runs with that pitch. And he fell in love with that early, and he was dominating with that pitch and just was throwing it so much that hitters kind of just started sitting on it. And the old cliche is the more you throw it, the more comfortable that hitter gets. And, yes, when you locate it, you will get your outs. But when you make that mistake, they're not fooled by it, and they are able to get to it and do some damage with it. And that kind of is what had happened to him in a couple of starts this year. And he's had some little hiccups, more speed bumps than we've seen from him this year. But with that being said, we have now seen him go, okay, maybe I won't use it as much, and has gone back to the fastball. His fastball usage has gone up in his recent starts, and we're seeing the difference because now all of a sudden, 98, 99, 100, that's a whole different animal, and that speeds the bat up. Then you have no chance. Now the mistake you make with that slider doesn't get covered.
Mark's Langston's joining us. We're talking Giants and Angels. Of course, Shohei Ohtani is pitching for the Angels tonight. Ryan Walker, the opener for the Giants. I mean, there's no real answer to this because nobody's done this, but can he continue to do this? He's 29. Can he do this at this level for X amount of years, do both of these things at the same time?
I mean, who knows the answer to that? It's like you would think not. And and you got to factor in some of the things that we've seen this year. My factor to the WBC and getting prepped. You mentioned the WBC, getting prepped for that. That's a whole different animal. That's prepping so much earlier than you normally would. And again, those aren't spring training innings. Those are playoff innings when you are out there throwing. You can't just go out there and go, oh, well, I didn't have a good day. So what? I'll work on something else. No, that's postseason innings. That's next level. So I think that factors into a little bit what some of the numbers are off on the pitching side for Shohei. But, do I think he can continue this? I don't bet against Shohei ever. When he first came over, I didn't think he'd be able to hit at the major league level. Always 100 mile an hour in a nasty split. That's going to play no matter what league you're in. But I thought the offensive side would struggle. These guys are the elite, the best of the best. And sure enough, if he has not just gone way above, I think, anybody's expectations offensively. So we've seen moments where he looks like he's a little tired, and then all of a sudden we see a one-hit shutout against the Tigers.
So last night in the bottom of the 8th inning, in a rather obvious situation, Gabe Kapler elects to walk him intentionally. I was listening to you and Terry Smith on the Angels Radio Network, and you called it, and Dwayne Kuiper, Mike Krukow did as well. But you were one step ahead of it. And so what he's doing now, after he's being intentionally walked, Mark, he's only intentionally walked 15 times this year, and 21 a few years ago. He was at 20. He may get to that figure. But what you and Terry were saying last night is he is stealing a bag right away after he gets intentionally walked. And last night he went on the first pitch. So are you seeing that more and more where they're just giving him the Barry Bonds 4-finger salute now?
Yes, definitely. We're seeing Shohei, and that's another weapon that he brings, that he has, elite speed to go along with everything else that he has. And he could steal a bag easily. I mean, it's not a problem. He could easily steal 30 bags. I don't think that would be a hard feat for Shohei. I think he's got 30 bags in him if he really focused and wanted to get 30 bags, maybe more. But with that being said, we are starting to see that. And the way the Angels schedule is set up, we're playing, a really tough schedule. So we're not playing the teams that have had struggle years where they're just going to pitch to Shohei and keep playing baseball. No, we're seeing teams playing for something. There's always something on the line every night with the opponents that we're playing. So with that being said, are you going to pitch to Shohei? He's the one guy in the lineup. I think it's colored. He's got every colored pin circled around him going, stay away from this guy. So now we're seeing Shohei, if you walk him, heck yeah, he will steal bags. He will try to make you pay for that intentional walk.
It's Mark. Every time that I'm flipping channels and I got the whole MLB package, and anytime I see the Angels, I will stop. So, how much fun is it to just watch him on a daily basis?
I am in awe. A guy that I played at that level, and I know how hard it is to do it at this level, and to watch him do it with such ease and the things that he's accomplishing. It is. I feel blessed to be able to sit and watch this guy perform on a nightly basis. Whether it's on the mound or whether he's at the plate or whether he's doing both, which he'll do tonight. And that's always a special feat, too, because he has put up some numbers on the days that he's pitching now. And it's fun to watch him go out there and compete. And you just know how hard it is to do those things, and just to see him do it at such an elite level. And it's fun. And again, the protection around him, there is no Mike Trout right now. There is no Anthony Rendon. We don't have our key guys in this lineup to provide the protection for this guy. So he's got to go up there, as you just mentioned, Barry Bonds. When you get your pitch, don't miss it. And so far, he's been pretty good trying to be selective and not chase stuff out of the zone, because he realizes he's not going to get those pitches to hit.
Watching him play for Team Japan in the World Baseball Classic, and I don't know, you see him every day and you travel with him, but I think we just saw, at least I did, and I think a lot of USA viewing people, just a different Shohei, coming in with the flag, and Mike Trout doing it for Team USA, but then the compete factor, the way he was talking to his teammates and giving them intel on Team USA in particular. So then, watching him, he doesn't come out and take on-field BP for what we know. He's only done it 3 times, but he's very respectful. Like when he gets in the box to open the game, he bows towards the opponent's dugout. There was a moment last night when he got to second base, I think after he was walked and stole the bag, where he and Krukow had a light moment. He's a white-hot competitor, but he has that respect for the game. So as a player and a talent, we've gone over it all, but you travel with him. What's it like to observe Shohei day to day, on the field, off the field, and then, when he gets in there and competes, Mark?
Yeah, I think you hit it on the head. Is what you see is what you're getting from this guy. And a lot of times you get the players over from Japan or Korea, and it's so structured, and it's like they're so regimented about what they do. And I almost go back to Joe Madden, when Joe Madden was running this team. And again, he didn't hit the day before he pitched, the day he pitched, or the day after he pitched. And so he kind of tied up the Angels lineup, kind of like you had your star player in, and then he was out. Then he's back in, and then he's out. And Joe Madden went to him and basically said, hey, we're going to let you do whatever you want to do. If you want to hit every day, we'll let you hit every day. You just need to be honest with us and tell you when your workload gets too much so we can give you a breather. And we started to see the fun in Shohei. We started to see the smiles and the stuff that he's doing now. We saw a bat flip. He had a massive home run that tied a game, I think a week ago, and a massive bat flip out of Shohei. And it was awesome to see it. He came around third base, and his teammates were going nuts. Everybody on the team loves this guy. He is interactive with everybody on his team. He's a practical joker with guys on the team. He has a lot of fun. And again, when you're that kind of star, a lot of times they can be standoffish. He is not. Very approachable to his teammates and everybody that plays the game of baseball. As you mentioned, the respect factor is off the charts for this guy. He respects the game. When he fouls a ball off and it hits the catcher, he's the first one checking in on the catcher to say, hey, man, are you okay? So it's fun to watch this guy. Again, and the best player by far, nobody's even remotely close doing what Shohei's able to do. And to see him have the respect, and he's respectful he knows the history of the game, and he is respectful when you start tying his name into guys like Babe Ruth and some of the other guys. He's like, hold it. No, I just show up and play the game of baseball.
Awesome analysis, Mark. We appreciate it. We listen to you all the time. Bay Area Zone, 4-time All-Star, 179 wins, 16 years in Major League Baseball, now an analyst for the Angels. Thank you, Mark. Great stuff.
You got it, guys. Anytime.
Take care.
Thank you, Mark. Tell Terry I say hi.
By the way, and I know you know this, but Mark Langston died in the radio booth in 2019. His heart stopped for 3.5 minutes in Houston after he gave the starting lineups, and they resuscitated him. I mean, just an amazing
And he came back and worked the next day.
He did, yeah.
He missed that broadcast, and that is it.
That's just an amazing story.
He's my hero.
He is, but great guy.
And he is, and I'm surprised you didn't mention it. He is an exceedingly good-looking man.
He is very handsome, still to this day.
Oh, my God.
By the way. I mean, his hair.
He makes Sean Estes look like me and you. I mean, Langston.
He is a good-looking guy.
on TV with that guy.
Say.
I'm like, seriously?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to go on TV with that guy.
Best-looking guy.
I mean, seriously.
He makes Jimmy Garoppolo look like Brian Hoyer. Sorry, Brian.
For those who don't know, Brian Hoyer is Sans hair. Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh, he's the backup quarterback. We'll see more Brian Hoyer than when we saw Jimmy in the game.
But
why is Langston not on TV? He is a really good
he
man.
is. He's a very attractive man. In fact,
he's a male model.
I was double checking on a couple of things about him before he had him on. I knew he was traded for Randy Johnson, but then I knew he had that incident, and I just looked it up, and they had a picture of him in the booth, and I was like, geez, you know.
And he's a great broadcaster.
He really is.
I worked with him when he was just starting on TV, and he was a little rough. And it's hard when you go right into. I think guys are better going right into radio and learning radio first, then going over to TV. And it was, ESPN. It's on national. There's, such an agenda there. Anyway, now listening to him, he's completely comfortable.
Yeah.
Terry Smith gives him a lot. Like when the final out is over, and you can put a halo on that one, and then Mark takes over and recaps the whole game. I don't think he's doing play-by-play, but I think he could. He's become.
He does like Angels talk before and after the game and everything. He does. He's very good.
He's really good.
I've heard him
he's outstanding.
Yeah, absolutely. Pop and Lund today, sponsored by our good friends Pacific Coast Termite. Pacific Coast Termite is the trusted company that is rated A+ by the BBB, called Pacific Coast Termite. You got issues? 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. Your foreplay at the top of the hour. And still in the 1 o'clock hour, we're going to talk about all the TV we watched last night because Hard Knocks was on, the Manziel thing, all that stuff we got to get to, plus more. Who's going to join Richard Sherman on the Undisputed show. We have some more names to join Richard Sherman, so we got a lot to get to in the 1 o'clock hour. We'll do all that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants fall to the Angels despite another big Wilmer Flores game. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Poppin coming to you live from Vegas. Great to be down here getting ready for the joint practices, 49ers and Raiders. But one thing we miss, Bay Area pizza. Where are we going to get it? In Vegas. Nothing like Tony's Pizza Napolitana by the one and only Tony G. Tony Gemignani in the North Beach. They don't have pizza like that. Here in Vegas, it's the best in the world, and Tony has practically every style of mouth-watering, award-winning pizza. New York style, Jersey, Detroit, New Haven, California, St. Louis pizza. He also makes all the traditionals like Neapolitan, Grandma, and Sicilian pizzas. And he has more restaurants in the North Beach than Tony's. He has Capos for Detroit style, Chicago deep dish, or the crackered thin tavern style pizza. They do no cocktails here in Vegas, but Tony's got a full bar as well. All the artisan cocktails, a curated wine list. And if pizza's not your thing, you want to order pizza to share for the table, and go Italian beef sandwiches. They have all the fresh house-made pasta, Italian sausages, and the best Italian specialty desserts in the Bay Area, tiramisu, cannoli, and gelato. Tony G is a 13-time world pizza champion, known for making the best pizza in the world. Look for his Slice House locations across the entire Bay Area.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you feel the weight of responsibility now that you got them all cranked up, they're all coming?
No, I don't feel weight. I feel wind underneath my freaking wings, man. That's what I feel.
Truthfully?
Truthfully.
It uplifts you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I love this, man. This is outstanding. I love our fans. I love that, man, they feel it like we feel it. And no, this is not a burden. This is not pressure. This is not weight. This is, man, this gives me inspiration is what it does for me.
That's Dan Campbell, head coach of the Lions. By the way, we have football starting. Well, we had the Hall of Fame game, but a couple of games, including the Seahawks and the Vikings, are tomorrow night. Thursday through Sunday. Yeah, we got a bunch of football coming up. And you're down there, so we got the practices coming up Thursday and Friday. You will give us firsthand accounts of what's going on. By the way, we will have a review of Hard Knocks at about 1:15. We got a couple of cuts, including the Crow and Eagle speech from one Robert Salah.
I don't know if that worked or not.
They were kind of giving him weird looks on that whole thing. But
and he was kind of bumbling the line.
Yeah, he was.
The only bird in the world that will attack an eagle is a crow, and how, rather than fight back and tear the crow to pieces like it can, the eagle spreads its wings and soars as high as it possibly can. So what is that, a message to, I guess they're being jets, so they can get above the eagle? I was looking at it from a 49er standpoint, and how do you fly higher than an eagle being a 49er? Panning for gold? I don't know where he was going. Yeah. But eventually the crow suffocates, falls down to earth, and dies.
Yeah, because it's
so
too,
what does that mean?
Can't breathe. You can't breathe.
He's saying eagles and jets in the Super Bowl? What's he saying?
No, he was saying the premise was that all these people are going to be attacking you, and all these people are going to be talking, and you just keep flying higher and higher and higher, and basically your haters will fall off and die.
So why didn't you say, they go low, we go high?
I don't know.
Simple line.
That's what coaches do.
Work for Michelle.
Yeah.
Do that one.
I did enjoy
the
it.
guys are sitting in the room, and I think even Aaron Rodgers are like going, how do I turn this into a Jeopardy question or an answer? What's he talking about?
Aaron was probably so high on ayahuasca, he was just like, whatever, man. He was going with it. He was probably the only one
in the
vibing.
room got what Coach Salah was saying. I didn't
Not
get
most. Aaron Rodgers is probably the only one. And we'll talk more about the episode itself. And actually, we'll play one cut as we'll lead into the Salah speech at 1:15. But if we're going to give out stars, obviously it was a lot on Aaron Rodgers, a lot on Salah, but former 49ers linebacker Jeff Ulbrich, their defensive coordinator, he's the potty mouth of the show, so I can relate to him.
Thomas? How about Solomon
Thomas?
Thomas?
A little flash.
Taking
on
the guys
Thomas.
to Broadway.
It was very nice. So anyway,
can we get a suite?
We'll get more into some TV last night and some other things. Another person besides Richard Sherman is going to sit in that chair, so we'll get into that conversation in a minute, and then we'll get to some of the stuff from the foreplay. You'll hear from Gabe Kapler. I have spared you, by the way. I heard Murph and Max say this morning, but I have spared you. He's got another coffee shop review, and I have spared you from the coffee shop
Southern
review.
California. Did he go to his coffee shop?
I think it was a local
Anaheim?
one. I think it was one that he had just posted. And it was a local one that he was raving about. So anyway, but we will play Farhan for you on Ohtani, and he was on the Pavlovich podcast. He was on the Giants Talk podcast and talked a little bit about how they pursued Shohei and give you a little insight there. I don't know if you heard Chip Carey last night. This was outstanding. A little mock on the Orioles, which was funny.
Yeah.
And then I told you Jeff Ulbrich. So let's get to it. It's Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. It's foreplay time.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Guac. Scott Alexander.
That Cap?
Yeah, that was
Was that
Cap.
Cap?
Yes. If you do want it, if people want it, we can play it. But anyway, let's start with some Cap talking about actual baseball. They fall behind. Scott Alexander did not have it as the opener. They give up 4 in the first. They have to come back. They did pull within 1, but then a couple of late runs by the Angels, and the Angels win the game. Here is Gabe talking about the difficulty of playing from behind all night.
Yeah, it's always challenging to play from behind. And in particular, I think because the opposing pitcher is going to have a little bit more confidence with the cushion. And even though you're scratching and clawing your way back in, he's going to maintain that confidence as long as he has a lead. So I think that makes it more challenging.
Sure does. That was tough last night.
Yeah, it wasn't good giving up 4 the first.
No, just say that.
They kind of ended it. And they did get back into the game, and Wilmer had a great game. But that's one where the opener's just been a flop. So what are they, 15-6 now? Here's the stat that I want to know. Because even in a couple of those wins with Ryan Walker, he gave up runs in the first inning. I remember against San Diego, Tats doubled to open the game, got thrown out going to third, but then Juan Soto with an opposite field home run. He came back, I think, on a Saturday in his next opener, gave up a home run in the first inning. How do we evaluate the opener? To me, it's got to be, did the opponent score in the first inning or not? And yesterday, by giving him 4 right away, he got back into a little bit, like he's saying, but the opener was a flop last night. And ask guys like Scott Alexander, who hasn't done it much, and they're going opener again tonight. I mean, the ultimate.
Mr. 7-0.
They're pitching Shohei, but Ryan Walker gave up a run in each of those 2 starts, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So how do we evaluate the opener? To me, it's did the other team score in the first inning or not?
I think the Giants.
You got to go to the bulk guy. Obviously the featured guy, but you don't want to give up. The whole point is not to give up a run in the first inning.
I think the Giants are evaluating it on wins and losses because now they're 15-6. I think if they were 6-15 at it, they wouldn't be doing it. What do you think?
I'm looking at it for how many runs they give up in the first inning.
But I'm thinking
if you're going to start a non-traditional starter in the first inning, you better get out of that inning unscored upon. That's the whole reason you're doing it.
But do you think that if they were 6-15 instead of 15-6, they'd still be doing it?
I don't know. I don't like to try to, Now, Farhan said it's working that way. Now we'll see where it goes. When's John Brebbia coming back, by the way? When they lost Brebbia a while ago, I think he's coming back in mid-August. But when they lost him, I thought they'd kind of go away from it. Ryan Walker's done a good job. He's kind of, he figured it out how to do it. Scott Alexander's been hit or miss at it. So, and they're doing it again tonight. It's the ultimate. The Giants doing it their way. It is the opener against Shohei tonight. It's unbelievable.
All right, here is the aforementioned Farhan. He was on the Giants Talk podcast, and he's asked about Ohtani not being moved at the deadline and what was their interest level.
It was interesting. The timing in some ways was helpful that they kind of chose a direction with a few days left, and it wasn't, teams waiting until, yesterday, whatever, midday and hearing, hey, we're going to hold on to him. So, again, I think this is a sign of the health of the league, that there are a lot of teams in it, and a team like that can reverse course. A player of that magnitude, I just always bet against something happening with them until it does. So that was sort of our expectation, and you sort of plan accordingly. But it was definitely an interesting storyline. We were very invested in it, like a lot of teams were, and not surprised by how it wound up.
All I heard was that
Did you make them an offer? Did you make them an offer?
All I heard was they were very invested. So if they were very invested, they're going to be very interested in the offseason.
Whatever that means, talk your GM talk, your baseball. Did you make him an offer? And exactly who? You're not going to insult Manasseh, and he's been doing this a long time. Who. Well, he's not going to say who, but that would be the reporting here, is who did you offer? I mean, right when the day of the deadline, you got A.J. Pollock, you send Luciano down a couple of days later.
Joey Bart straight up.
Off. No, you sent down Casey Schmidt. If you're going after Shohei, you got to offer big-time players. So where is Luciano, by the way? I'm in Vegas tonight. The River Cats are here. How many former Giants are going to play against the Las Vegas A's?
When's Harrison pitching? Are you going out to that one?
I think that's Thursday.
I want to see.
He's right. They you know what they do down there? It's just like the Giants. Every day it's TBD.
I know.
They don't tell you who's pitching for the River Cats.
People who make bets don't like that. Bettors don't like that. That's not
They
good.
Bet on AAA baseball?
And they bet on anything that moves. if
They're betting on us right here. What time will Pop and Lund get to break after the foreplay?
Yes. If there's a cockroach by you, they're going to bet on that in Vegas.
By the way, in the hallway, when we take the shot in the hallway, our sound is up in the hallway.
It is?
So they're liking the foreplay. What they really want in Vegas is Caboose pistol.
Oh, yeah. We've got that.
1:30, we're going to have
We've
an
got that
SRO
covered.
here.
Yeah, we got that covered. By the way, one quick thing on Shohei, and this could be a interest for bettors that are listening in the hallway. In the last 3 years at home, 2.21 ERA, 18-7 with almost 12 strikeouts per 9. Away, 3.78, 15-9, and about 10 strikeouts per 9. So much better at home, about a run and a half better at home for Shohei. Just saying.
Thank you, Joe Fortenbaugh.
Just letting you know.
I got the update there. Great. And he gets about 360 on the days he pitches.
Yeah, I know. That's
as a hitter,
ridiculous.
he's hitting about 360.
How ridiculous is that? Ugh. This is pretty funny. Here's Chip Carey, who he was one of our better interviews last year, actually. Remember when he was out front of the stadium and he was talking to people?
We had him on this year as well from St. Louis.
He's awesome.
Well, going from the Braves to the Cardinals.
Yeah.
We had him on this year.
He's having a lot more fun.
But they're losing a lot.
Stinks,
the Braves are really good. Were the Braves going to get rid of him? He made it sound like he went to St. Louis because he was going to get fired by the Atlanta Braves, or he wasn't going to be there long, which I thought was odd. I didn't know that.
So this is pretty funny. Obviously, everybody knows by now the Kevin Brown story has been suspended for an incident that was July 23rd. He's going to come back on August 11th. Read a graphic that was on the screen. I don't think it was even remotely negative about the Orioles, but somebody didn't like it in a high-up spot, so he got suspended. And here's Chip Carey having a little fun at the Orioles' expense.
I think the big challenge for the Rays going forward, Brad, is they're playing in the East where they've lost, I think, 270 consecutive games to the Orioles. But only 3 games back, they're going to be without Shane McClanahan, who we were told right before game time today. It's unlikely he's going to pitch again this season as he tries to sort out a forearm problem.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for them. You know, look, the Orioles are playing good baseball. They can do no wrong at this point.
What did he say? 230 straight? 230 straight wins?
230, whatever it is.
That was funny.
High-level comedy, Chip. Keep it going.
I like him. He's funny.
Is
He's
Kevin
funny
Brown, where did this story, is John Miller and even Mike this morning
check out
are
Bagspies
skeptical.
with John, yeah.
I read it. I mean, but John, I'm skeptical. They're skeptical. Did Kevin Brown leak this story to someone? Is it definite that he was suspended for what he said? Or is there some other incident that was around the same time? I mean, he's saying nothing.
No, I don't think he leaked anything.
Saying he's coming back.
I don't think he did it. I think this was.
Do we know definitively that this is why he was suspended?
The reason I know that is I have a really good friend who does sports talk in Baltimore. In fact, he does a show with Jason La Canfora, and he told me that that was the reason. That this is it. That
For sure, he knows that.
He said that
to the people that did it.
Yeah, he said that there's been no other incidents that this guy is a very well-respected broadcaster with the Orioles, that he's had no issues with the Orioles, and that was considered they didn't like it. So that was it. So pretty amazing because we played it yesterday. I mean,
it just doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make any sense.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Like Ron Burgundy says,
We'll
that
see.
doesn't make any sense. By the way, did you see where Aaron Rodgers did throw in a 60% of the time it works every time?
He did.
He's more likable.
He did.
You got to say. We'll get to that in a minute. Speaking of Hard Knocks, so I don't. We'll play the solid at 115, but I did think that Jeff Ulbrich, the former 49ers linebacker, and I love defensive coordinators on these because they all have their hat backwards. They're always F-bombing. They're all the same, high energy. Here is Ulbrich addressing his defense.
It's the mantra of our defense. Make a motherfucker earn every yard. Do my job. Is that good enough? No. That's the rest of the NFL, isn't it? Do your job. Do your job. That. Do your job. Then now what? If we all do our job and a little bit more, that's 22 playing. Did you guys feel it? Guys, think about this. That's 22 on the field. So then the question goes to the offense. Now what?
I love DCs, man. They all do that.
Well, it's Steve Wilkes doesn't do it that way. I mean, D'Amico didn't do it that way. Anyway, the one thing about this, and we watched it last night. I enjoyed it more last year when it was Detroit, and they had a breakthrough year. The Jets, just what he said right there is a shot at Belichick. The whole league's not saying that line. That is Belichick's line. Just do your job. He just took a shot at a 6-time Super Bowl winning head coach, and he won 2 as a coordinator. Jeff was a good player. What has he ever done as a DC to take a shot at Belichick? So, and then, the marketing for this Hard Knocks, and it's really the Aaron Rodgers story. What is it? Football's most compelling team, or however they're branding them. The league is kind of looking at them a little bit like the Philadelphia Eagles. Remember the super team they put together, and Nnamdi was on that team, and they were a gargantuan flop that year. So, I mean, and Aaron was asked, why don't you like doing it? The main thing is you come off in a certain way. We'll see how the other episodes are. They're coming off a little smug. Like
I think Aaron Rodgers came away as likable as I've ever seen him.
The rest of the league, though, let's just see if they win. They're in a tough division. They're in a tough conference. The rest of the league, I wonder what the reaction in the other buildings in Florham Park. I mean, my takeaway, what a lavish facility Woody Johnson has given the Jets. Florham Park is beautiful. But beyond that, they got to be careful what they're exactly saying there. And that's a shot from Jeff Ulbrich at Bill Belichick. You don't think that gets back to New England? And
I don't think he has the team to back it up. I don't think they're good enough to back it up.
He's still a good coach. He's a good coach.
But I just think once the ball's kicked off, I don't know that matters. But I'd find it to be really entertaining.
Well, how good are the Jets going to be this year? They even going to be a 500 team this year?
If they don't, if they're not, heads are going to roll. If they're not 500 at least, Robert Saleh is going to get fired. I mean,
let's just see.
I mean, they got Aaron Rodgers. They spent
flies this year and all that.
I think there's a ton of expectations on
last night. Well, without question, there is.
I
think they're going to win.
If they don't win 11 or 12 games, and
when was the last time they made the playoffs?
That's what I mean.
Last time they won their own division.
Yeah. I thought Aaron Rodgers came off last night as likable as I've ever seen him. That's the way I saw him, because he's been very negative. But last night, I mean, he's coaching up guys. Remember how everybody said that he didn't want to help Jordan Love? He seems like he wants to now. He seems like he wants to help Zach Wilson. Seems like he's on board and helping his teammates, at least last night. But, and you can make anything out of anything if you're going to edit it enough, but it sure seemed like it. I don't know, I could be wrong. He certainly loved Liv Shriver, the voice of God, as he said.
Roy Steele's the voice of God. What's he talking about?
Liv Shriver's Ray Donovan. Kicks people's ass. Nobody mentioned that last night. It's like, did nobody watch Ray Donovan? Tremendous show. All right, we'll play the...
He's got quite the resume.
We'll play...
Being a voiceover guy's like at the bottom of the list on his resume.
Well, he even said that. He goes, I don't really do anything. He said that. We'll play that for you, the Robert Saleh for you. Did you watch the Manziel last night? I can hold off my opinion.
Not.
Okay, we'll wait. We'll wait on the Manziel.
I've read the clips. You didn't watch any. You didn't watch any game tape, which is not a surprise.
There's things that are beyond that, or that are pretty surprising and shocking. And I mean, we can mention one thing briefly, but I don't want to give it away for anybody who hasn't seen it. Yesterday was the first day of it. And I found it to be interesting, but we can get into that. Plus, there's a little bit more TV news as well we can add to it. We'll do that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now what?
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Matt Meh Oko. I hope he's in Vegas, because I just said Matt Meh Oko, which he's not Meh, but he's Matt Meh Oko. He discusses the likely quarterback starter for the 49ers' first preseason game. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Leah, voice of God.
Voice of God.
Voice of God. Voice of God.
That's all I would find.
You guys didn't say hi? Go say hi. Go say hi.
We're practicing coaches.
Voice of God. He's the guy that narrates Hard Knocks. Go say hi. Why don't you say hi? Don't be an asshole. There you are. He's nervous. He wants to, meet people, feel comfortable. He's never been to a Hard Knocks practice.
You know how excited he is to meet Aaron Rodgers? That's overwhelming.
Just say hi.
It's overwhelming for people.
Just be nice. Okay, look at him. Hey, you got all dressed up for it? Looks great.
He does look great.
He's lean, slim.
Let's go to Hackett.
Yeah, he made
go over and say hi.
Oh, man, that was funny. Oh, they addressed the Hackett thing that last night, if you didn't see it. That was really good.
When they were hitting the pylon?
Yeah.
Sean Payton.
That was funny, actually. That was very funny. Anyway, we'll play the open for you, and then there's a little bit more TV news that we'll give you in just a second. But so we were talking about the Crow and the Eagle, and this was the opening scene in Hard Knocks last night, and you got the players, and it's obviously the
full auditorium,
full
team,
auditorium,
full
room.
squad. Robert
And,
Saleh addressing his Jets.
So this is how Saleh opens up camp. Take a listen.
All right, you can take your pens out on this one. This is a life lesson for everybody. For everybody. 3 nights ago, I was in deep thought. And I was thinking about you guys. I was thinking about all the excitement surrounding us, man. All of it. Did you know that the only bird in the world that will attack an eagle is a crow? It's a crow. That's the only bird that will actually have the balls to attack an eagle. It will perch on the eagle's back and peck at its neck. So rather than fight back and tearing a crow to pieces, like it can, the eagle spreads its wings and it soars as high as it possibly can. It keeps going and going and going as high as it can. And the higher the eagle flies, the harder it is for the crow to breathe. Eventually, the crow suffocates, falls back down to earth, and dies. That's what happens. Guys, we got a great deal of hype around us. We do. All kinds of expectations. And with great expectations, we know that there's going to be a whole lot of people, a whole lot of crows expecting this to fall on our face. What are you doing to find that little bit more to get us closer to being a great team? You finish practice, now what? You finish meetings, now what? Lifting, now what? A rep, now what? And if we come together and we challenge ourselves to do a little bit more every day, the crows, they'll fall by themselves. Embrace what we're capable of. Embrace the fact that we aren't the same old Jets. Embrace the fact that we do have a target on our back. Embrace the fact that when teams look at our schedule, they're not chalking us up for a W. They're coming at you. That's exactly where we want to be.
Okay.
I think Aaron Rodgers got it. Everybody else is kind of like, what in the hell? Crow and Eagle? What are you talking about?
So when Robert Saleh gets fired by the New York Jets, he'll be the defensive coordinator of the Philadelphia Eagles? Or Nick Sirianni's going to take that line? I don't know where he was going with that. So the eagle just flies higher to stay above it all is the message.
And the crow
so
dies.
It's, when and we know Robert, Mike McDaniel, guys that were on Kyle's staff that become head coaches. The big question is, they can run defense and they can run the offense. Like Al Davis used to always say, can they stand up in front of the room and talk to the guys? And with Robert Saleh, I don't know where he was. I thought there'd be no. Actually, when they were in the building together, I thought Robert Saleh could handle that well. And Mike McDaniel, little guy who weighed 145 pounds that was so quirky, I didn't know if he could. And look at the way he commands a room and commands. See, he's out there.
I like
not
it.
Everybody's can align to him. But he's I don't know where he was going with that, to be honest with you. I wonder if, Nick Sirianni would use that to address his Eagles. I'll tell you one thing. Kyle Shanahan never talks to his team like that. I mean, he'll talk bottom line, X's and O's football. He'll bring some life elements into it. But that was interesting, just to watch Saleh and how he tried to address his team and going with the Eagle and the Crow line and all that. And it was fascinating to hear him talk to his team like that. I'm not sure if 10 guys in the room got it or how it was, laid out, but it was interesting.
I mean, I like him. I didn't particularly like that one in particular, but I mean, I've seen him with the media, and I'm trying to think of the line that he used the other day. If you don't have haters, you ain't popping. I mean, he said that to the media that day. I mean, there's certain things he does do that I think probably will endear him to his team. But one thing that you just mentioned there, and I thought it was a great Hard Knocks episode. I liked it, and a lot of it was Aaron Rodgers centric, obviously, and they talked about Garrett Wilson and Sauce and all these different guys. And obviously, it's like any show. They're trying to set up the main characters in the first episode. That's exactly what they did. But I don't know, just from a coaching standpoint, just like you said about Kyle, I think guys respect it. Just be real with us, man. Don't give us some BS stories about an eagle and a crow.
Yeah, I think he was obviously reading it. You could see him going down to his lines to read it, and he stumbled or he repeated himself 2 or 3 times. He went there. And then you got Hard Knocks, rolling cameras. So it's not just my team is going to see this, but this is going to make episode 1.
So when I get fired, when we go 8 and 9, I got to show owners that I can take charge of the team.
With Aaron Rodgers, and it went to the when they did the 2 LA teams, and you saw Justin Herbert's ability to throw the ball. Aaron Rodgers, every drill he does. How about when they have to throw it into a green net? And what was the other color, John? Orange?
Red, like red. I mean, so right away they'll be like green, red, yeah, and they have to throw
green and red.
Yeah, and so they'll tell them at the last second which one to throw into.
Before the snap, it's now green 18. And what does Jimmy say? Black 18. I mean, the 49er quarterbacks say red 18. So to hear Aaron say green 18, obviously Packers and Jets green, but his ability to hit the net and those guys just fawning over him. And his ability as a quarterback. And the one thing Ulbrich, when he was talking to his defense.
The defensive meeting, yeah.
It was the throw where Aaron made it from the right hash across the entire width of the field going left. And he was telling his defense, and they had a good defense last year. They had a top 4 defense. We got a quarterback now where we're going to be in every single game. So the offense is going to be able to compete. But my main takeaway, and we went down and watched him. When the 49ers played the Packers last year in the first preseason game, Aaron didn't play. But he went out to warm up before the game. And we stood right there, Tim and I and Chris Babcock, and just marveled. Every single throw is exactly the same. His footwork and his calves and his legs are thick. And he didn't have a great year last year. There were some injuries as well. But that guy, at least going into the year, John, looks like the same guy as far as throwing the football.
Yeah, he looked good. And he was. I mean, the defense, Ulbrich, Robert Saleh loves himself some. I mean, there's,
they better win now.
Yeah, that's it.
They better win.
That's it. As far as the Manziel, I mean, I don't want to talk about really at length until you see it. The one part that's amazing about it, and I don't think I'm giving anything when I say this because this is well known, when they go back over the draft and how he was able to fool the Browns, they were able to, as a team, the Johnny Manziel team was able to fool the Browns. I cannot believe he was taken in the first round. When you watch the documentary and what he does to ensure basically that he doesn't fail a drug test at the combine is unbelievable. In today's day and age where you can find out so much about somebody, for the Browns to take him where they took him, I can't believe he just wasn't undrafted because everyone knew. I mean, it was just
because the owner. Well, he would have gotten drafted, but he went. What did he go? 22, 24?
He went 22, and they traded up to get him.
Yeah, that was the owner.
Yeah,
that was Jimmy Haslam. And you had the Washington people coming out and saying Daniel Snyder would make them draft certain players. John's brother,
right?
John Gruden's brother Jay said it. He didn't watch any tape. The owner got involved. They did not. We know a lot of people that were in that building when they made that choice. That was Jimmy Haslam.
Yeah.
He made them.
Yeah.
And the people got out of there.
And then
but I remember his dad saying before he was drafted, his dad came out and said that his son was an alcoholic.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
Isn't that a red flag? And then, all the talk about, and the main takeaway that he didn't watch any game tape. I mean, he was going to have to overcome the lack of size, whatever addiction he had, by being a hard worker. And it reminded me a lot of the great interview that Jim Mora Jr. had with Michael Vick when he was coaching him at Atlanta. There was VHS tapes back then. He said, Michael, when we gave you all those VHS tapes, did you ever watch them? And Michael Vick said, no, Coach, I didn't watch them. And Jim said, I wish you had.
Exactly.
I'd still be coaching.
Yeah.
And then Jamarcus Russell. The Raiders famously gave Jamarcus Russell blank DVDs. They didn't tell the owner, but the equipment guys, Johnny and Jimmy Ott and Dave Nash, they gave him blank DVDs. And he's supposed to be watching the game tape back. They're blank. There's nothing on there. He never called and said, hey, these don't work. He wasn't watching. So if you're going to have to overcome, and Jamarcus had an addiction, obviously, and Michael Vick had off-the-field issues, but a great talent. And then with Johnny Manziel, if he's going to overcome everything he had, all the addictions, everything he had to work his ass off. And maybe with Jamarcus and Johnny Manziel, John, because of the addictions they had, they weren't allowed to work hard. They were doing other things that were consuming their hours, but it's just a sad story. But that was all Jimmy Haslam.
Yeah.
And you can't fire the owner. He's still going now.
It's worth your time. It's worth the watch. I watched it last night, and the only thing is that, and again, I don't want to give away the end. It's just, you want some redemption. You want to like somebody. He's just a really unlikable kid. I mean, he's not a kid anymore. He's 29, I think, now, but he's very unlikable. So anyway, there's that. And then the last thing is that we told you yesterday that Richard Sherman's career is going to take a turn towards Skip Bayless, and he's going to be in there 50 to 100 times. We're hearing Rachel Nichols now is going to do that.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah. So that's another one.
She hasn't worked hard. She's working around the NBA at all. That was the Maria Taylor situation when she lost her job.
Yeah.
And my friend Michelle Beadle's back. She's doing Spurs. She's going to do about 30 Spurs games as an analyst. And she's doing podcasting as well, John.
Very nice.
So she's back as well.
All right, so that's the latest there. We got a sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose pistol for you. What the Tampa Bay mayor found is pretty interesting. We got a bunch of good stories for you today in the Caboose. They never let you down. In fact, because we're on the speaker there in Vegas, I made sure that we had some good stuff. Plus, for those who don't know it,
Caboose pistol is next.
We got to
move.
Plus, we got to reset all the stuff that you're doing down there in Las Vegas in the great studio that you're in before you get out of there.
Blue Wire Studios. Thank you, Jeremiah Crow.
It's very nice.
By the way, that the eagle will never be able to choke off this crow. Jeremiah is going to survive against any eagle.
Well done. Very well done.
That's one crow that ain't dying.
All right, your sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose pistol next on the Sports Leader.
I kind of live by saying if you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping.
Hey, pal, John Lund here from my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. Last winter, lots of heavy rains, dangerous driving conditions, and our friends at the Dolan Law Firm, they saw a sharp increase in accident and injury cases as a result. Now, the bad weather last winter wasn't the only thing that made this winter difficult. We all saw people affected by the mass layoffs, especially in the tech industry. And the Dolan Law Firm's employment practices group, they also saw an uptick in unlawful terminations, discrimination, sexual harassment cases. But now that weather is long behind us, and it's a great summer in the Bay Area, our friends at the Dolan Law Firm want to remind everyone to please be aware that all that good weather brings out pedestrians, motorcyclists, scooters, bicyclists, children playing. So let's work together to make sure the Bay Area is a safer place. And for you employees, go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. The award-winning firm has secured over, get this, $1 billion. That's with a B. $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, and they're headquartered right here in the Bay Area. Many people are not. But the Dolan Law Firm, they live here. They work here. They win here. Online at DolanLawFirm.com.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose pistol.
The old Caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slipped through the cracks.
Did you say Caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us. By the way, we have a follow-up on the lady who had the snake on her arm and then the hawk came down and ripped her arm to shreds. We have the audio. We have the news story audio from that.
You have audio on
Yeah, I have
that?
audio of it now. And I do have some insight into it. It didn't just fall out of a tree. What happened was the hawk had it in its mouth, dropped the snake. It landed on the lady's arm, coiled around the lady's arm. She was freaking out, and then the hawk came down to get its dinner
so
again.
the hawk was there
Yeah,
from
it
the
dropped
start.
it. Yeah, it dropped it out of the. So it was flying through the sky with it. It dropped it, happened to land on the lady's arm. Then it coiled around the lady's arm. Then the hawk came down to get its lunch again. Like,
Very
hey,
different story.
Yes, that's what
Very
happened.
different story.
So we will play that for you. I first want to inform you that you do have to go back to your job today and probably forever because the $1.58 billion, the big lotto, was won by a single person in Florida. But there was a $3.3 million ticket sold in Northern California.
Where in Northern California?
I don't know. Not me. I didn't get it.
In the East Bay of Northern California? Did you buy one this time, John?
Yeah, I bought one, but I bought a slew of tickets, but I'm here. And $3.3 million I couldn't quit the show on $3.3 million because after you get it, that's like $1 million. And I've got depths of more than that, so it wouldn't have changed anything for me.
Good to know. How about Aaron Rodgers?
In fact, has anybody come by? Has anybody come by and asked you about me where you are? Hey, where is that guy? Is he coming?
Your name has not come up.
I know
here.
some shady people.
How about Aaron Rodgers talking about Chico?
Yeah.
He kind of mumbled that out. He didn't want to quite give that up there, did he?
No. It's unfortunate.
And then Hack and I are a lot alike. He's married and got 4 kids. And what's the relationship with Aaron and his family?
He loves the guy.
Talk to any of his members of his family?
No. The only reason I know that is because
everybody knows what I want to do off the field.
Well, he's got a brother.
The lifestyle that I live. Isn't he estranged from his family?
He is, and his brother made that public. His brother was was on The Bachelor or The Bachelorette or something like that, and his brother played quarterback at Vanderbilt, and he made it very public. And they tried to get a hold of Aaron Rodgers on that show and everything, and Aaron's like, "The hell out of here! I don't even talk to that guy." So that's his brother. I think his brother works on the SEC network now. But they don't even
as an analyst.
Yeah, and they don't even talk. Yeah, they don't even talk. So. Anyway.
I don't know where he was going with that, with being a family guy.
I wonder if he's changed at all because he just seems so much, more laid back, but maybe he still hates his family no matter.
It's a new environment. He's having, as far as reaching out to his family.
Yeah.
He's obviously changed his entire, off season. He never, towards the end, he didn't go to the OTAs in Green Bay, but it's a new team. It's a new situation. He signed up for it all. He's trying to win one more Super Bowl. Yeah. So I applaud the way he's acting. He's being a good teammate now.
All right, we have the audio from the woman. So this is the woman in Texas, and again, she's mowing her lawn. A snake comes out of the sky.
This is her after it actually happened, talking about when it happened.
And her arm just got shredded. But anyway, here's her story. It's snake, and then a hawk comes after it. Anyway, here's the woman.
At 10, a woman is left in bandages after a snake falls from the sky onto her arm, and a hawk comes chasing after it.
Just started praying out, Jesus, help me. Please, Jesus, help me.
Thank you for joining us this evening. I'm Bill Barajas. That woman actually crediting the hawk with saving her life, even though it injured her in the process. It happened at Peggy Jones's home near Silsbee, north of Beaumont. It's an interview you'll see only on 2. The woman spoke with KPRC2's Corley Peel. Corley?
Peggy Jones says she hasn't been able to sleep much since the snake and hawk attacked her. Luckily, she didn't receive an infection or serious injuries, but she says this will scar her for life. The wrap around Peggy Jones' arm covers the scars after a snake and hawk attacked her in her backyard.
I was mowing on our property, and just out of the sky, out of the clear blue, a snake fell onto my arm.
She says the snake held on tight.
I began to sling the snake off of my arm, and he wrapped around my arm and just held on tighter. He kept striking in my face. He was striking my glasses.
The snake wouldn't back down.
Just started praying out, Jesus, help me. Please, Jesus, help me.
Jones got another surprise.
A hawk came down. He grabbed the snake and tried to take the snake off, but he didn't have a good grip. The hawk kept coming down. He came down about 4 times. He finally got the snake and took off with the snake. And I looked down and I was covered in blood. My arm was pretty tore up.
Jones' husband rushed her to the hospital.
I had venom all over my right eye lens of my glasses.
Even the doctors had a hard time believing her story.
I think they kind of thought I might have been on drugs because they asked my daughter and my husband what kind of drugs I was taking, but it was definitely no drug.
She believes the hawk is the reason her life was spared.
And I think that was God's way of letting me live. And because I couldn't figure out a way, the snake was not letting go of my arm. I just feel thankful that I'm alive.
All right, there you go. There she is. So there you go. That's the story.
So different than National News. So that's the lead story?
Yeah.
Is that from Houston?
This is a story you'll only see on 2.
It's in Silsbee, Texas.
Yeah.
100
Small
miles
town.
northeast of Houston. Was that Houston TV or Beaumont?
No, I think that was Beaumont, Texas. I think that was a small station. This is a story you'll only see on 2.
It was their lead story. They got a... I love that. It's Alfred Hitchcock and the Birds.
Wow. How crazy is that?
Why didn't Robert Salah drop that in his Eagles and Crow story?
That would have been a much better story about a snake wrapping around your arm, but then there's the hawk coming down to get it.
I don't know.
Maybe
Wow.
Pete Carroll will use that story. I don't know, but that's crazy.
Wow. Yeah, Seahawk.
Anyway, there you go.
Or an Atlanta Hawk.
Yeah, so
Maybe the Atlanta Hawks are.
So anyway, there's
Falcon?
that one. This is a crazy story. The mayor of Tampa found a big catch of another sort while she was fishing off the Florida Keys. 70 pounds of cocaine floating in the Atlantic Ocean. The mayor.
Shocker.
Jane Castor.
What did she do?
This was on July 23rd on a fishing trip with her family. She used to be a police officer, so she immediately recognized the package wrapped in layers of plastic as cocaine. Smith confirmed the details, blah, 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 blah. So she's out. The mayor of Tampa is out just fishing.
Jane Castor?
Yeah, and
Jane
all of a sudden there's all these things floating out there, and she opens them up, and immediately she knows it's cocaine. And apparently 70 pounds of coke just
That's
floating in the water.
Load. It's a light load. There's a
Yeah, no
700-pound shipment coming in right behind it.
Exactly. But how about that? The mayor. Because most people, they find that, let's be honest. They're
keeping it themselves?
Probably, something like that.
So what's that worth? What's 70 pounds of cocaine worth?
I don't know. Somebody hit me up on the text line. Quickly.
People are losing their lives over that. Why was it floating in the
yeah, but you're exactly right.
Was it the Tampa Bay? Is that where it was floating?
They were
right in the Bay?
They were probably flying a plane over and just had to dump some of it or something. I don't know. I saw Blow, so maybe it was something like that. I don't know.
You saw the movie?
Or was the one with Tom Cruise and he was flying the plane off the island? That was crazy too. That was a true story. But anyway, yeah. What are the odds? Nice town you got there. 70 pounds of coke just floating in the water. Nice work, Mayor. You're really crushing that the drugs, just hanging out. Man, that's crazy. But
that's life in Florida.
But it also, remember last week we did a story about so there's the Cocaine Bear movie, but then we were talking about the cocaine sharks, and we were like, that would probably dissipate in the water, but I don't know. Shark gets to that canister. Good night. You're having a party. Sharks.
So what is that worth? Estimated street value of $1.1 million. I would think it'd be more. 70 pounds of cocaine?
$1 million? Anyway. Oh,
Somebody's
they're showing
not happy.
It's wrapped up, and then they opened them up, and it's got little butterflies on the outside.
I see.
Amazing.
I see it.
Why not without like a bunch of cocaine? You can
now
do
you're
that.
bringing me back.
Let's see. What else did I have? I had another one here, I thought. Let's see. Let's see. I guess that's it for today. Is that it? Yeah. Okay. That's it. That is today's Sweet, Clean, Family Friendly. So, hawks, snakes, cocaine. That's about it.
Wow.
Pretty normal. Pretty normal day.
Beaumont, Texas.
Yeah, Beaumont, Texas.
It's all Texas and Florida. We wouldn't have a Caboose pistol without those two great states.
We will have a last review of your studio
We're
there.
getting
It's
lukewarm response there on our Caboose pistol.
Oh,
Vegas,
come on.
this is all.
They do that. That
reaction.
happens every
People
day.
are just walking on by. I don't know.
Where are you? So I'm looking at it right now. They're doing a great job of
I'm at
moving the
Wynn,
cameras
right
for you.
by the buffet at the Wynn.
Oh, that's beautiful. That guy that just walked by doesn't need the buffet. Just kidding.
Be nice.
I'm
Be
just
nice.
kidding. I'm just joking. He's fine.
Be nice. Be
He looks hungry. All right, we'll give you a couple of remnants before we get out of here. One last look at Papa's palatial studio. That is beautiful, man. All the different angles. We'll have to do another camera angle thing.
Tomorrow I'm going to be in my hotel room.
It's going to be a little different. You're not going to have all the angles.
Win to the M, which is the Raider official team headquarters. I'm not going to block all the Raider logos behind me tomorrow. They're on the pillows.
Is it really?
Just about everywhere.
Yeah, everywhere you walk in that place, right? It's
unbelievable.
So is it for is it for fans? So it's like a Raider fan hotel?
I didn't see any, but no, it's the official headquarters of the team. It was pretty empty when we were there today, but it's right on the facility at Henderson where we're going to practice tomorrow. So when they're staying there,
does the NFC champion, are they at the Raiders facility this year?
I don't know.
Is that where you're going to be in February?
Yeah, it's February the 11th is the Super Bowl.
So you might as well reserve a room now. Can you do that?
I don't know if we'll be at that. I don't know where they're going to be. That's a good question. Will they be at the M? I don't know.
You don't want to be on the strip. That's for sure. You're going to be out there somewhere.
Probably be the AFC representative that would go to the M.
Oh, that's true.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't thought that far in advance.
Oh, sorry. Didn't want to.
Last time we were here, we stayed in Henderson, and we stayed at the Weston Lake, which was like 40 miles away from the strip.
Unbelievable.
This hotel's only about 10 miles away.
I did predict in 2019 by playing the Will Smith Miami song by like week 3 they were going. So I have a history of doing this. So yeah, you might want to get your reservations now.
So when are you going to wait? When they beat the Cowboys on Sunday Night Football.
They got to be 3-0. They got to beat the Giants. They go Steelers, Rams, Giants.
Arizona.
We'll be playing.
And then
we'll be playing Elvis.
Dallas. Then Dallas.
Yeah, okay. If they go 5-0 in that, we'll be playing Viva. We'll be playing some Elvis after week 5. All right, we got some remnants for you. We'll do that next, and then Tolbert and Copes at the top on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Mike Krukow, the great Mike Krukow, joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss the lack of hard-hit balls for the Giants offense and why that's a huge concern. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, a couple of quick things. Told you earlier, Pacific Catch, you could win a $100 gift card. So be caller 10 right now, 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-KNBR. And you'll win if you are caller 10 this summer. Pacific Catch transporting you to Tokyo with a Japanese-inspired menu guaranteed to excite for a limited time. Enjoy dishes like a spicy salmon bowl, a succulent miso black cod, or many other items, especially the bar, which I like. For more information, just go to pacificcatch.com.
Spicy and succulent.
Spicy and succulent, which are great terms. That. Spicy and succulent. Very much enjoy Pacific Catch. I go to the one in Dublin. There's one in Walnut Creek I've been to. They're outstanding. So make sure you check them out.
I got a fresh $100 gift card you just gave me.
Yeah, it was in my bag.
I think I may have a 50 spot on the other one that I just had cocktails.
Yeah,
so I think I could go there and have at
very
it.
Very nice.
So what do I do today? I got a free happy hour.
Right.
Crow's coming. Crow's coming to get me in a couple hours.
Oh, you're loving it. So you're in the win right now, and if people aren't watching,
in the win right now, we're on the strip,
on YouTube and on Twitch. You're in the Blue Wire Studios. There in the win. It's
right
nice.
Here, right by the buffet. Hell of a buffet here, John.
They're doing a nice job. They treated you right.
Nice.
That's nice there.
So tomorrow, I think I'm going to be in my hotel room.
That's kind of a step
at
down.
the M, the official headquarters of the Raiders, the M Resort, a Penn Play hotel.
Nice.
So,
what are you expecting tomorrow? Matchup
fights. I expect I want to see, the 49er corners against Devontae, 49er tackles. Is Trent Williams going to take a turn against Mad Crosby, Mad Max? All of it. Jimmy Garoppolo. Are they going to put him in a black jersey or a red jersey? Or red is normally when the Raiders are practicing, the quarterback's going red, but the 49ers are in red. So I don't know what they're going to do. But it'll be great to see Jimmy. Hopefully we catch up with him. So the buses roll early, 7:50 in the morning. We arrive to the Raiders facility at 8 and start going right there, and then we'll be done by about 11. So I think I could do the show from my room, so it's going to look very different tomorrow from this palatial Blue Wire studio I got today.
I got to bring you back down to those. That studio's amazing.
I don't know if I'm going to make the bed in time. But I think I can there's an app I can use where I can do it from my phone. So maybe I could do it from the practice.
Ooh, that'd be cool.
That'll be fun. So tomorrow we'll be talking a lot of Raiders and Niners joint practices from tomorrow morning. And then react to Shohei.
I'm excited.
So in the lineup, Brandon Crawford's 0 for 3 against Ohtani, career.
That's it.
Only time they ever faced him was June 24th of 21. A.J. Pollock, 0 for 4. I don't think he's going to be healthy enough to be in the lineup. We'll see if they put him on the IL. Where's Marco Luciano?
Somebody just told me he's still playing. Somebody said that. I just got on the text line, which I don't know if this is true, but
he got pulled out of the game early. He got pulled out of the game early last night.
I don't know. I haven't seen the move. I haven't seen anything, and I've been watching our Giants insiders, and I haven't seen anything on it.
What's the airport here? The Harry Reid. They keep changing the name of the Vegas airport.
Yeah, it's Harry Reid.
Harry Reid. Did he leave? Did he fly to Orange County and John Wayne?
New.
I haven't seen anything. If we're going to have an update there. But so how did the Giants impress Shohei Ohtani? They walked him intentionally last night and he got mad and stole second base. Do they just bow down to him and let him throw a no-hitter against them? And then they'll think, well, your lineup is so terrible. I'm not going there next year.
Well, that's a good point.
This could be interesting to see how they attack him tonight. Giants need to win. Philadelphia got a win yesterday, and that's right now. It would be the Phillies and the Giants.
It just depends on who's got home field, right? And that's big because if you're playing a 3-game series,
the Giants would have because they're tied.
Right.
They had the exact same record, but the Giants beat them. They swept them when they were here early this year. So right now the Giants would be the 4 seed, the Phillies the 5 seed, Milwaukee the 3, Cincinnati the 6. So the winner of Giants Phillies would play the number 1 seed, the Atlanta Braves. Whoever advances.
Well,
whoever advances.
That's fine. You got to go through somebody, I guess. You're either going through the Braves
Just
or the
make
Dodgers.
It. Long way to go. Got to make it.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it comes down to. So, Pop and Lund also sponsored by our good friends at Sport 5. The Fortinet Championships return to the Silverado Resort in Napa. The Fortinet Championship, September 14th through the 17th. For tickets, all you have to do is go to FortinetChampionship.com. That's FortinetChampionship.com. So any plans for tonight? Are you going to stay down there?
Crow.
Yeah,
no,
nice.
I'm going to Crow's got to get some family issues with his daughter. He's picking her up.
I love when they change your angle.
Swing back.
That's nice.
Camera 1.
I like it. This is so cool.
I think they all fell asleep. You like the camera 1.
Yes.
Camera 2.
I'll call him Mini Papa.
There's camera 2. Camera 3.
Oh, yeah. We got to
Camera
have this.
4.
Our guys watching this, we got to have this.
Menu. I got a full
We got to
menu.
have this. This is
Let's do it like a Raider play or a Niner play. Can't do that. Raider play would be 14 blast or 25 bingo cross to is that to James Jett to beat the San Diego Chargers, and John got a DWI after the game. Let's do red 18 18 Zorro on 1.
Oh, look at that. They
2.
changed the camera on you. Oh, yeah. That's
3.
beautiful. Man.
Set hot 4.
You got a good producer right there.
Love that.
You got a guy. You got
Brian
to work.
Jones.
Doing
Brian
it.
Jones.
Brian's doing it.
We got a Raider fan in there as well. Brian fell asleep at about 10 o'clock. But our Raider fan got through it.
Very
Here
cool.
we are. We're going to be out among you in a minute.
Oh, man. You got to check out. There he is.
I'm going to hang with Crow.
We got to.
Yeah.
We got to have the people check out the Twitch and YouTube. It's a very cool studio. Thanks to Crow for doing that. Our boys doing a tremendous
Blue Wire
job.
Studios
Blue
did us
Wire.
up
Good
big,
time
Jan.
in the win. Go check it out there. Thanks to Dylan Hernandez, Nick Wagner, Vic Tafur, Mark Langston, all those guys. Much appreciated. And thanks, of course, to Danny and Walter. We'll see you tomorrow from the hotel, and you'll
Crow,
be
Brian Jones.
Yeah, great job by those guys, man. Appreciate it. We'll talk to you tomorrow live off the. You'll be off the practice field, so we'll have some information
May
tomorrow
actually
when we
be
talk
on
to you.
it during the first hour of the show.
Yeah, that'll be
I gotta
cool.
Download this Opal app. You know about this? I can go
I've
on,
used it.
I
Yeah,
can
it's
go
very
on
nice.
the air with that.
Very cool.
I can do it from there. Yeah.
All right, so we'll talk to Pop from Raiders HQ tomorrow, giving you an update on the joint practices. See you tomorrow, Pop. That's
Right
beautiful.
to the Warren Buffet.
Very nice.
The Jimmy Buffet.
Tolbert and Copes coming up right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
All right, you can take your pens out on this one. This is a life lesson for everybody. For everybody.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Got to come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today, we're going to be joined by... Hey, we're trying to do a show here. Sorry. I mean, you had your 4 hours. Did you need to get in here? I mean, did you need to get something off your chest?
I'll leave, John. It's
You
good.
sure?
You can do it. You can do the show.
Did Pop talk too much for you? Is there something you want to say?
You get some takes you want to get off your chest?
What do you want to say?
No, I'm good.
You sure?
I'm fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
just want to make
good.
sure. I always got time for you.
Oh, I know. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
No, I do. I
I don't get enough of John.
How you guys
football
doing?
season.
Everything good?
Yeah?
Sure.
Dude, it's like the end of Ferris Bueller. It's Ferris Bueller. It's over.
No, it's good.
Go
It's good.
home.
Got to pick up Camila from second day of school today, so all's good, man.
Nice.
That's the best being a grandpa, getting to pick up your granddaughter from school. See you, Johnny. All right, man. Dennis Brown's going to join us 3:50. Susan Slusser 4:50. We're going to try to get a hold of Bruce Bochy after the A's game. We'll see if we can connect with him. I do have a quick ask of the listening audience out there. Somebody can help me out on this.
What's up, listening audience?
Because anybody that's listened to my show for any appreciable amount of time knows I'm not very handy around the house. Like, I'm just not. That's not my gig. I'm not my dad. I wish I was my dad. My brother was kind of like my dad. My brother did a whole bathroom, tiles and everything.
Okay. I thought you were more of a foot guy.
Yeah, he can. No, my dad is like, I got a set of tools. I'm good.
Yeah,
I can just get it done. Now, part of it was he was naturally inclined to be able to do that sort of stuff.
That generation was like that,
and he was cheap. He wasn't paying someone else to do something. He's like, what? $60 to do this?
Where's that? How many nails do I need?
And then he'd go, my ass. I'll go down to Home Depot and get it. I'll do it myself.
It's an old guy thing.
Yeah, I'm not. In fact, I had a VW Bug. The back of it caught on fire.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what happened. Anyway, it needed all kinds of rewiring. I don't know. Something happened. I don't know.
Nobody was driving.
He rewired it.
When it was
just did everything. He goes, oh, yeah, I'll do it. He goes, I'm going to take it down there and have them do it for $500. I'll do it myself. So he did the whole engine and did everything and started it up, and it was good to go. I was like, I'm trusting you, Dad. I don't need a kaboom.
Yeah.
He's like, you're good.
He's like, caught on fire.
So I was
once.
like, okay, Dad says I'm good. I'm good. So I'm not that guy. But so the issue is a sliding glass door. It has a dent in the frame, the bottom of the frame.
Okay.
So when you slide the sliding glass door, it gets to a point and it stops.
Yeah.
Like you got to really push it to get it through.
Or lift it. We had one of those in my house where it dented. We had to lift it to move it. Right.
So the question is, so I got a thing to slide over it. I got to cut it. I can handle this. Cut it, put it on there, and then it should slide on that track instead of the original track. But I'm wondering if there's does anybody know if there's any kind of putty or anything, an epoxy, if you will, that I could put in the dent, sand it down, let it dry, and it will slide over the frame.
But isn't the dent the reason? Don't you need to remove the dent for it to not slide?
No, it would fill in the dent.
So is it?
So now it's going to be a smooth surface. At least in my mind, like that is what it would look like. Because I know you can fix dents that way. I don't know if I can fix this one that way, but it would make sense. I just don't know if there's anything that would adhere itself to the metal frame.
Mr. T's tool time.
Yeah, that's what I don't know.
Tool time with Mr. T.
Yeah, that's what I don't know. So if anybody out there has any ideas, just shoot us a text.
Anybody?
Or whatever.
We're looking for a putty guy.
Yeah. Is there? We have epoxy guy out there.
We must. The flamethrower's got to hit a putty guy.
Just something. Or what I was thinking, I could just shave down the entire railing and make it even with the dent part, and then I'm good to go, right? That's a lot of work, though, it seems.
That's more shaving than you were looking on something harder than you were wanting to shave.
I'm not a big shaver anyway, like Manscaped, anything like that. I just don't shave. I'm like 57.
You're not going to tame it.
Yeah,
you shave the beard, though.
I'd rather fill than shave.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Whatever that means.
Fill than shave, yeah. Tom's a big void filler.
Yeah,
right?
I am. I like filling voids. Absolutely.
What, are you going to void? I'll fill it.
Fill that void.
We're looking for somebody to come fill Tom's void in the sliding glass door.
Anybody have a crevice they need filled? I'm your guy. I will do that. So,
808 KNBR for
anybody, if we have any
pull it out, put
do
it
it yourselfers, DIY people out there. Like this is something that
have you tried YouTube? Have you looked at YouTube?
If my dad was so alive, he'd be like, yeah. Let's say I know what we're gonna do. Let's go down to Home Depot. We'll get this. We'll get that. We'll mix this. We'll mix that. We'll do this. Get out of my way, boy. Let me do this. And I'd be like, okay. Then I just go have a beer and watch the game. Because that's basically what I did anyway when I was younger. He'd always get mad at me. Hey, I need you to hold this light for me. Hold this light. And I'd hold the light for him. And then he'd go, okay, you put the light down. And I put the light down. I'd stand there. And my dad's under the car working. And I'd be like, well, maybe he doesn't need me anymore. Maybe we're good. So I'd grab my basketball and go play.
Here's your
and they'd go, hey, grab the light. Hey, boy, where you at? Grab the light. He get out from under the car, and I was gone. I was playing hoops.
Times on the block, just getting a few reps, dude. Yeah,
that's okay. When I was playing for the Warriors, I was like, see, it worked out.
Yeah, Dad, I'm not a mechanic, am I?
Yeah.
Right.
Do you think I was going to be a professional light holder? No.
You could have been a man of the stage, Tom. You could have been working in theater.
I ended up playing ball. So, yeah, I was.
You could have been a gaffer, exactly.
Yeah, I was useless. Yeah, gaffer.
Not a soccer gaffer.
I was pretty much useless when it came to that sort of stuff. So, yeah, and then it gets in your head because you're like, well, I'm going to try because I'd like to be, man's man and do that stuff around the house and stuff. And you're just like,
it's a little late,
I'm going to screw it up. Like, do I want to do it and then screw it up and then pay somebody to fix the screw up and fix the original problem? let's just get a pro. Let's get a pro in here to do it. I don't want to mess with it. So it's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
You're like my dad.
Deal.
You're exactly like my dad.
Yeah, where you're like, yeah, I can't do this. And then I'm like, okay, I'm going to try to do it. Like, I thought about doing my backyard one time. My wife's like, hell no. There's not a chance.
That's a project.
There's not a chance in hell I would let you do something like that.
Yeah.
I was like, I think I can do it. I can get the bark and spread it around. I'm a good bark spreader. Yeah.
You got let me see your forearms, though. Because really, the forearms are like when guys are doing like yard work, you see those guys are like, a guy I went to high school with. He's like played football at Montana. And then Rob Overton. He was a great athlete. And he's like 6'6". And he lives up in Seattle area, I think now. And I saw he used to do this stuff with his dad. Like, we built a deck. Stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like we sanded a deck. I'm like, dude, what do you mean you built a deck? He's like, I'm doing projects in other people's yards down the street. His forearms are just massive. He's going to tanks.
I don't have, no. Nah.
See, we don't have the arms of real manly men.
No, I don't. I don't have big forearms.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was younger, my left forearm used to be bigger than my right forearm, but it's since kind of balanced themselves out.
My right arm's just a little longer than my left. Tom, whenever something needs fixing, he goes, I got my toolbox here. And he reaches for the wallet.
I have nothing, man. My tools are all screwed. It's just, I don't want to put on my damn headset because I know you're going to be mocking me somehow.
Oh, he just played he was playing some shooter. We got to, let's get out. Let's get into.
We got a call? We got a call? Oh, can we take a call?
My call? We got time? Okay,
let's go to a call.
Right here? Yeah, we'll do it now. Let's go to Mike. Mike's in Davis. Mike has advice for Tom.
Hey, guys. What you want to do is go to Kelly Moore or a paint store and get a primer that'll stick to that metal, and that'll make a filler bond to it. And you can use Carbondo.
Carbondo?
Carbondo. It's easy to use. You just mix it. It's 2 parts. You add your hardener, and don't add too much hardener. It dries too quick. And then put that on there and smooth it out, and then let it dry good, and you should be able to sand it and good to go.
Okay, let me get this straight. So it's primer first.
Yeah.
Then the Bondo.
Yeah.
Then the sand.
Yeah.
I mean sander. I'm sanding, and I'm not putting
it's
actual.
Not Sal Bondo. It's
sand.
Bondo sand. Yeah.
Okay, that sounds.
But then you also need to, if you can, put a little paint over it to kind of seal it. Maybe get a silver-colored paint or something. Hey, I wanted to tell you something else. Couple of things.
Yes.
Mike,
go ahead, Mike.
I fly fish and play golf with Ralph's first cousin, Denny Sabarbaro.
Really?
Yeah, and, there's a lot of Italians from Weed, and I met Denny here 10 years ago in Davis, and he lives up there and in San Diego a lot of the year. And his son is vice president of Tailor Made, so I can get a deal on my clubs.
Very nice. Very nice.
Also, my chef's son and his wife and 2 little guys moved over to Alameda, and I'd love to hook up with you sometime and all of us play golf. And
I'm always around. I'm always around. Hey, I'll tell you what, we'll hook it up, and then you can come over and take care of my problem for me.
Yeah, dude, you just come fix it, dude. Mike, that's all good, dude.
I'll just have Mike come over and do it for me.
Just say your phone number now, Tom. Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Mike, we'll get you later, nice. We got Mike, let Tom know when you're going to be by. Sometime tomorrow between 8 and 7 is your window, Tom.
And that's what they always tell you, and they show up at 6:30.
That's
you got to stay around the house for like 9 hours. Like, what are we doing here?
Or 5 and 7 and just get 5 hits, which is what the Giants did yesterday. 7-5, the final. Hey, Angels get a W, Tom.
Hard to believe.
I had to look twice. I woke up this morning. I was like, did that actually happen?
I figured as soon as it got to 4-3, it was over.
There's no way it happens today because Ohtani's pitching, so I'm assuming they lose like 2-1 or something. They're going to cruise. Ohtani's going to hit a home run, and the Giants have a damn good shot after that.
Look at Ohtani's batting average and OPS when he pitches.
Is it
he
great?
mashes.
He mashes more.
He mashes when he pitches.
We'll get into some Ohtani splits in just a little bit because I want to talk about some of his dominance and whether or not he's going to pick a team based on that. But we'll get into tonight's game and last night's game when we come on back. The rubber match is going to decide our bet. Are we sticking to this bet? We'll talk about that on the other side. Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's Sports Leader.
Angels beat the Giants last night 7-5, their first win since the trade deadline. Shohei Ohtani goes today. There's more on that story trending on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Here is Shohei Ohtani. 40 home runs, a .308 batting average. His OPS well over 1,000. Runner at second, nobody out. 3-1 pitch. Swing, and ball fisted up the middle and into center field, a base hit. And that will get the first run of the game home. Now here's a swing by Drury and a high fly ball deep in the right, going back Conforto at the warning track. At the wall, it's gone! An opposite field home run by Brandon Drury. 5-3 Angels.
Giants and the Angels. That was game 2 last night. 7-5 the final. Angels picking up their first win since the trade deadline and have a good chance here to pick up the series
since
against the Giants.
Era.
The Jurassic era, which was a week ago. Took them a week to win a game. Do they have an off day in there?
I don't.
The Angels?
Oh, I don't care.
Didn't. That's the other thing is they beat the Giants. It doesn't do much to help them, like in the standings.
I've been beaten down. I just whatever now.
The silver lining here is I'm looking up. The A's are beating the Rangers right now over in Oakland 2-0, and I
can't. When you're that far back, you can't get into like, oh hey, they won. Oh, they're gonna lose. Rangers gonna lose.
No, but I'm paying attention to that race for the Astros because the Astros are playing the Orioles again tonight. That's been a good. I like races down the stretch here, and when a team is like I'm looking at that Astros and Orioles series, going, this is big for both of these teams. And it's going to be tough for both of them. You look at this series, you go, this is a chance for the Rangers to make up, like build some cushion here for them to beat up on some bad teams in their division. And then they win the first 2, and they are struggling here today. I think they've had 2 hits or something. So
you know why the Orioles lost last night?
Why?
Kevin Brown.
Didn't the Orioles win yesterday, 6-2?
They lost
7-6.
You're fired.
Orioles lost 7-6 last night.
Yes.
Oh, they were up 6-2 and they coughed it. When we left here, I was like, oh, they were up, dude. I was like,
Tucker grand slam in the ninth
really? I didn't
inning,
even see that, dude. Wild.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah.
Good thing I only had Orioles first 5. That's why I bailed on the game. I was like, nice, I hit it. I don't care.
Oh, yeah. 7-6.
The 7-5 was the final in the Giants game yesterday. Ohtani goes today. And he's going to go against an opener yet again, Ryan Walker. So Scott Alexander, his first loss of the season in last night's game. The offense is just it's atrocious. I mean, Jock Peterson is sputtering. I'd love to see a rundown of every player in the Giants lineups last 5 because again, Wilmer Flores it's weird to see a team go this long where one guy who is not an established superstar is the lone guy hitting. Right? You see this on teams a lot where the one that comes to mind is like think of A-Rod or when like Alfonso Soriano was on the Nationals. Right? Like those guys, they were going to come out and hit. That's why baseball is so different than basketball. Like, if you have a guy of that caliber in the NBA, you're gonna compete. You're in the Eastern Conference, you're going to the playoffs probably, or being close to it just by having a player of that caliber and the impact that he's going to make on everybody else.
Yeah.
In baseball, you get 50 homers and they all come because after your team gave up 5 in the top of the first. So it doesn't much matter. So it's when guys aren't getting on base at the rate the Giants are not getting on base. And you're running into the stretch that they're about to run into. I mean, we can talk about this stretch of games they're going to face after today. But by the end of this month, I know everybody else around them is struggling. The Reds have already lost today, but the Marlins have gotten a little bit better. They're coming on stronger. Did the Phillies lose yesterday? I'd have to check on that.
They won the first game.
Anyway, but some of those teams were struggling as the Giants rolled into this series. But now you're facing Ohtani today. And you were saying Ohtani's numbers when he we'll get into some of his numbers. And
he's really good when he pitches.
Leading on the season. There is really one place he's not good. I'll tell you about that. It's sort of ironic. But he's making his 23rd start tonight. So what'd you think of the game yesterday? And again, nothing really to instill confidence in the Giants offense since the trade deadline. It was bad leading up to it. And for a team that's been streaky, they've had these stretches before where they've gone sort of sputtered out and not scored runs. They usually bounce back a little quicker.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, they scored 5. They just didn't pitch.
Yeah, but they only get 5 hits.
Well, I mean, would you rather have 10 hits and 2 runs or 5 hits and 5 runs?
I'd rather score 2 and win. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't care. It doesn't matter
they
how.
Scored enough to win. They didn't pitch.
Fair enough.
At all. What'd the game start out? Double, single? And it was like a 4 spot before they could come to bat in the second inning.
And
all of a sudden,
too.
And then they got 3. Yeah, and then they got 3. And that's when I figured it was over. And then Giolito said, you know what? These guys don't hit the changeup very well. Let's throw a lot of those. And he did.
Then what happened? Shut out, like 4 more frames.
Exactly. They couldn't touch him when he started locating that changeup. So I mean, the Angels I guess they're bound to win one sooner or later, but man, when you got to score 6 runs to win a game all the time, you're putting yourself in a tough spot. But yeah, I mean, look, I don't know what to make of Jock Peterson. He hasn't hit well.
Nobody's hit well.
8 more inches would have had a home run. I mean, it took a hell of a play from Moniak in game 1 to keep him from going yard. But yeah, it's just it's not. You don't see they had a real nice chunk of the season where they were scoring without the home run. They're just putting a whole bunch of hits together and
after the first month.
Yeah, moving guys over and getting 4, 5, 6 runs. I mean, they're really like doing a nice job, and then they just stopped. It stopped about the time Estrada got hurt. That they just stopped, and then Conforto was hot, and then he hasn't been hot in a long time. Peterson hasn't hit in quite some time.
He had a hit yesterday, but he does draw walks too. He's been getting on base. Yep. So he's OPS 775, and I think that's what sustained it a bit. Same with like Wade. Yep. It doesn't feel like Wade's been hitting a ton. He does. I feel like Wade, we have to look at his numbers, but runners in scoring position, I feel like he frequently does a nice job there. It's because he works himself in accounts where he can do some damage, and that's how the Giants coach it up. But his walks are what have him at 822. Yep. Flores has got his OPS up to 919, dude, with a sweet, one of my favorite looking batting averages, 310. It's a clean looking 310.
It is a clean. Is he going to Yuma?
310 to Yuma.
Exactly.
He's going
Schmidt was hitting really well.
Yeah.
Stopped. Bailey was hot. Then he wasn't.
I mean,
he's
still Davis is what he is.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, he went through it, but they all kind of went through a little bit of a lull there. Matos hasn't really hit much this year. He's been okay, but not nearly what he was when he came up. He was on fire.
The power's not
in the
there
minors, and then there was really nothing. So, and then Yaz has been injured. He's been out, and his, it was shocking when I looked at his average the last time he was up. I was like, whoa.
Who, Yaz?
Yeah, he was like a 270 at one point. And then I go, because we talked about it in the offseason, his average.
What was that?
He wanted to raise it, and
that was a while back. He was hot in the early part of the year. He was actually doing pretty well. He was one of the guys we talked about as there's so many guys who can get hot. Like when you have a bunch of guys that are streaky, sometimes you forget that guys are streaky because when somebody cools off, somebody else gets hot. And that's kind of what Wilmer has been for his career.
Mm-hmm.
This may be the best stretch he's ever had. I mean, he's red hot. It just
what he has now, like 230?
He's been
232,
he's been
233
too. And then he got hurt. And now did you hear the note yesterday? They gave me this for the injury report.
Running.
Yeah, what was that about?
I don't know. It didn't.
Susan Slessor report.
Sprinting mechanics is what it was.
He's changing his sprinting mechanics.
Yeah.
As he tries to work his way back. I was like, it's a little late. Like
my God.
Like 30, you're in the bigs.
A little late in the game.
Just how you run's how you run, isn't it? Can you imagine like a running back did that? McCaffrey, I'm changing my running mechanics this year, dude.
We're going
I'm going to run left-footed instead of right-footed.
So, I don't know. I have a feeling. Like I keep saying it's going to even itself out. Like maybe they weren't the team that was averaging 5 runs a game early, but they're not the team that's averaging 3 runs a game and having. There's got to be a middle there because the offense was not the problem early in the season. The offense was fine. We talked about the pitching. The bullpen scuffled a little bit early, but the bullpen was nails, and the bullpen's still fine. It's just, last night nobody pitched well. Nobody pitched great. Junis was okay. 3 innings, 1 earned. You'll take that. But everybody else, just not a lot of clean innings. It's just one of those games. So, and Ohtani has not been great. He had the 1-1 hitter everybody talks about in Detroit, but his ERA's been up there the last probably month and a half. He has not been great on the mound. I know he's dealt with the cracked nail. And he just, for whatever reason, he hasn't been the same guy that he was early in the season. So, he's still really good, but he's hittable. He's more hittable now than he was early in the season. So, we'll see.
That's you're right. In his last 5 starts, he's got an ERA of 4.30. He's given up 6 of his 18 homers allowed. 18 homers is the most he's ever allowed in a season. By the way, if he throws 6 innings tonight, it'll be the second. If he throws 5 innings tonight, it'll be the second most it'll tie for the second most he's ever thrown in a season.
Really?
Which was last year or 2 years ago. So he's going to basically hit career highs in usage like he never has before. Because
how many innings pitched does he have?
He's right now at I had it right in front of me here, 160 innings pitched.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. 160 Ks, 124.2.
Oh, okay.
160 is where he was at last year, and that was the most, I believe. Or 100, because he hasn't gone to 200 yet.
No.
And that's the thought, is that this could be the year where he gets to 200. Actually, let's get into some Ohtani stuff because I want to talk about him. We're going to see him tonight, Giants fans. He's going to make a start against the Giants. Giants are going to go opener again. What's dicey about this is when you go opener back-to-back games, after the first one doesn't go well, like that's when the opener is horrible.
Yeah.
Because it gets out of hand, and you're like, well, damn, dude. Now we can't even, like, see. A starter can let the bases get loaded, give up 2 in the first, maybe give up a homer in the second, settle down and give you, like, a solid 6 and 3 runs. That's a quality start. ERA like 4.5, whatever. That's fine. I'm good with that.
Yep.
Sometimes you need that. But when it gets out of hand like it did yesterday, going to be tough to go back at it today. So it looks like Ryan Walker will be the opener today. Scott Alexander opened yesterday. He loses the game. I said it was his first loss, his second of the season. Raised his ERA above 4. Giolito got the win. And we'll talk a little Ohtani when we come on back, because we said this yesterday sort of in passing that Shohei Ohtani, everybody's talking like they know, he's not about money. Whenever people say that, it's always about money. Whenever people say it's about winning, like, yeah, sure, it's about winning usually. I do think he wants to win. I think he's about his legacy and what he means to the game. But are there other things he might choose? Like, what other tools is Ohtani doing? Because not everybody thinks every game and every series is him scouting their team and taking a look at it.
It's just funny.
Could he be doing that? And is there a funny way that he could be doing that? I got an idea for maybe how Shohei Ohtani could be doing that. And it fares well that he has not had success offensively against the Giants. I'll tell you about it next. Ohtani starts tonight, only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Tampa Bay Rays Tuesday, August 15th. First pitch 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Furlong Vision Correction. It's down in San Jose. It's where I had my LASIK vision procedure done a couple of years ago. See, in 2015, and you can too. You got to start by booking a LASIK consultation online at furlongvision.com. I'm telling you, if you're somebody who's wearing glasses or contacts, the quality of life that this gives you is life-changing. I mean, you get rid of them. You don't have to worry about when you go out, worrying about having corrective sunglasses or putting in the contact lenses. That was the thing that irritated me the most, plus the expense of it. I didn't have any reusable ones. I had the daily ones. You toss them, you get low, then you got to wear your glasses, got to figure out the prescription, go pick them up. All that goes away. Book that LASIK consultation. Also, because they use the most advanced FDA-approved technology, they're offering a brand new breakthrough, highly effective, FDA-approved alternative to LASIK. It's called EVO, implantable contact lenses. Many celebrities are using them, athletes are using them, and Dr. Furlong is the official LASIK eye care surgeon of the San Jose Earthquake. Schedule that LASIK consultation at furlongvision.com or call 408-453-5600. Let them focus on your vision. You want to start seeing better, go see the best. It's my guy, Dr. Michael Furlong at furlongvision.com.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
money will be a factor. Don't get me wrong. I do think that there's going to be kind of like a, bar of entry, so to speak. But I kind of don't see, say, right, is it going to be the 580 beating out the 550 and that being the difference? I really don't think so. One of the things that he kind of talked about, I think it was last year at the All-Star game, when I asked him about the timing about coming here, he said that one of the reasons he came here at that time was because he wanted to be a Hall of Famer. And I think the one thing kind of, we don't know too much about Ohtani. He doesn't really talk too much. We don't know much about his, personal life. The one thing that, now that said, he's one of these guys that when he does speak, it's with purpose. The one thing that I think we've kind of come to understand about him is that he's very kind of legacy centric.
But again, when we say we've learned that about Shohei Ohtani, and by the way, that was Dylan Hernandez, who was on with Papa and Lund. He joined us earlier in the offseason. It was during it was in the preseason. It was during the World Baseball Classic. He had translated the video of Ohtani telling the Japanese national team, hey, don't worry about those guys. Don't be in awe of Team USA. We deserve to be here. We should go take what's ours. Let's go win this championship. And they did. And he had translated that. And it was cool because he had is his mother Japanese, I think is what Dylan was telling us. And he grew up going to school, learning Japanese. And so he was he'd been over there and knew a lot about the culture. So when he talks about Ohtani and what he knows about him, he's talking with some weight of where he comes from and what he believes in. He told us the whole story about how Shohei Ohtani, some bizarre story about how there was some guy in a comic book. It came out in 1997 or 98 or something in Japan, and Ohtani loved it. And the superhero in the comic book was a baseball player from Anaheim in California who pitched and hit. What? And he's like, I'm going to be that guy. Yeah, and then he became that guy, which is wild. So he goes tonight. I was just looking at some of his numbers, and I think some of this would be fun to get into. So on the season, as a pitcher, 9-5 with a 3.32 ERA. That's a point higher than where he was at last year, too. Last year, he had an ERA at 2.32 last season, which was the best of his career. Now, his whip is almost exactly where it was last year, 1.06. He's got 160 strikeouts to just 51 walks in 124 and 2/3 innings. He leads the league in hits allowed per 9. Bodes well for the Giants. He's given up fewer than 6 hits per 9, which is good because the Giants are getting fewer than 6 hits per 9. That's what they did last night. He leads the league as a hitter in triples with 7, homers with 40, walks with 72, intentional walks with 15, total bases 283, OBP. Is a OPS 1078 is the OPS, and he leads the league in OPS plus. Now, I'm wondering, because I keep saying he's about legacy, he's about where he can build something. That to me is why still Seattle's an attractive thing, but does he view that as something that's maybe that's Ichiro's legacy?
Yeah.
Does San Francisco provide a place for legacy for somebody else? When you talk legacy, I've been rewatching that Derek Jeter documentary, and what it meant. If Jeter would he have ever been the same guy? Would he have played every inning at the same position if he were drafted by Cleveland? Or if he were drafted by San Diego? Would he have developed the same way? Based on who he is as a character and what it took for him to go from freshman year of unknown baseball player to best in the country as a high schooler, he may have become that guy. However, I still think you're a product of kind of where you are, and the legacy of Derek Jeter is the legacy because he was a Yankee, or number 2. He's the last single-digit number. So I don't know what's important to every guy, but I do wonder how he is scouting the league because he does have to be looking at teams and leagues, right? I mean, he's a baseball fan.
Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea, and I don't know how everybody views legacy. Is it winning championships? That's part of it. But as you mentioned earlier on, in basketball, it's different because basketball, you have a bigger impact on your team. I just, after you said that, I said, let me look at the teams and find the best players that didn't make the playoffs last year. And it was Luka and Dame. Those are the 2 guys that didn't make the playoffs that are really good, like Hall of Fame players. And they have made the playoffs numerous times. Everybody else's team who didn't make the playoffs, nobody. Yet. They may end up being somebody, but right now they're nobody. If you have a top-tier player, you're making the playoffs in the NBA. Baseball doesn't work that way. So what is legacy to him? Is it – so the one thing that he has said – he's like Mike Trout. What's his legacy? One of the greatest players of all time. That's his legacy. Now, he would love to win. He very easily could have left. He stayed. So
why did he stay? Also remains that. I mean, does he stay because who knows why?
Well, who knows why he stayed?
does.
Maybe he likes it down there. Maybe he's comfortable down there.
Half a bill's not bad, right?
Yep. Maybe he enjoys not being in a media capital.
That's kind of, yeah.
So maybe Ohtani does enjoy not being in a media capital. Maybe. See, here's the thing: if he thinks they can win there, which they haven't proven so far, but I think this offseason, the way they've spent. If they would continue to spend and if they made the commitment to spend, he would say, well, we can win here with some of the young guys we have coming up. Maybe we can win here. Maybe he doesn't want to play in Los Angeles, because the Dodgers get way more attention than the Angels. I mean, let's be honest. Even if the Angels win, it's still kind of sleepy kind of for baseball purposes. I mean, you could probably walk around down there, do your thing, and not be bothered too much. So I have no idea. Everybody seems to think because he said he wants to win. You don't think Mike Trout wants to win? Pretty sure Mike Trout wants to win.
Well, but do you remember what Alex Cobb said about him? He said, look, he wants to win more than, and then he kind of stopped himself and he goes, I want to win. I really want to win, said Alex Cobb. But that guy's he's different. He's on another level. And so I even wonder if Shohei Ohtani's scope of that as it relates to Trout has changed. What if he gets here and he goes, dude, I get to play with Mike Trout. When he got there, Mike Trout was the best player in baseball.
Yes.
Right? He has surpassed him because of what he's capable of doing.
Mm-hmm.
Now Mike Trout's a little bit older. He knows that more of this next run is going to be on him than on him and Trout.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be on him and Rendon because Rendon's never there.
Who?
The money is spent, it's gone, right? So I wonder if Ohtani looks at that and says, we can't do it with me and that guy, and we're making this amount of money. Why don't I just make that money for both of us and go somewhere that's proven they can do it, not spending all that much money? Or it's proven they can do it without having to have this type of superstar or is maybe one shy. So the legacy is an interesting question, but also he looks and he goes, if we can't do it now, when are we going to be able to do it, right?
Yeah.
I wonder that. So I also wonder, because everybody thinks when he's playing your team, he's looking at your team. If he dominates your team, does he look at that as I could start something there? I don't think so. So my question is, do you think he looks at teams and he goes, hey, if I hit a home run off of your team, or if I beat you on the mound, he crosses you off the list like Steve Buscemi in
Mr. Deeds?
No, it's Billy Madison, right?
Was it Billy Madison?
I called that guy.
They all kind of run together.
Yeah, dude, yeah. And I was going to quote Endless Love, but that's Happy Gilmore. Friends listen to Endless Love in the dark. He calls Buscemi because we should I was real mean to you in high school.
Maybe Mr. Deeds was the Crazy Eyes.
That's Crazy Eyes Buscemi.
Crazy
right?
Eyes.
Man, I'm glad I called that guy.
I'll bring the beers. That's with Crazy Eyes at the end. So I was looking at it and go, oh boy, I wonder if Ohtani, we know he hasn't homered against the Giants. Has he pitched against the Giants before? Do you know?
I don't think so.
No? I'll get his hitting numbers against the Giants right here. And he has been much worse over his last 5 starts. You said his ERA was up 4.3 over his last 5 starts. In his career of teams he has had, teams he has played at least 10 games against, the Giants have the lowest forced OPS for Shohei Ohtani. He has an OPS of 469 against the Giants. What's going on? It's Tim.
I'm looking at it.
I don't know what's happening. I said to Tom. Tom just looked at me and I don't know. I said it and then Tom just looked to the side.
He has no idea.
Yeah, I know.
What was his OPS?
469.
69.
There we go. So I look at that and I go, does Shohei Ohtani look at the Giants and go, I can't beat these guys. I can't hit there.
I'm sure that's what he said.
He's like, dude, I gotta go somewhere where I can't beat him, join him. You know what I mean? He's only had 10 games played against the Giants, 38 plate appearances, 6 hits, 6 for 34 in the 34 bats, 177, never homered against the Giants. Teams he has dominated, absolutely owns the New York Mets. A 15-56 against the Mets, but few games played. Teams he owns that he's played a bunch of games against. How about the Chicago White Sox? Ohtani has 16 homers against the White Sox. They're not even in the same division.
Really?
Isn't that wild?
Wow.
Dude, he's only played 35 games. He's had 16 homers in 35 career games against the Chicago White Sox. I think that's the most homers against any opponent. The Mariners are the only other one in division. No, then the White Sox are the out of division. White Sox are most. So at Oracle Park, he just has only played 3 games there. We wouldn't really know. Great pitcher's park, obviously. That's a place that Like, again, you don't know what legacy means to anybody. You don't know what's important to somebody. Nobody has dominated the wall like Barry Bonds.
Nobody.
Right? I saw a video the other day that was like on YouTube or something talking about the science of a splash hit and how high you have to hit it and how far you have to hit it. And it's funny about how our minds have changed relative to what we thought the ballpark was in the first season. In the first 2 seasons, we're like, dude, this is a cakewalk. Then we had 07 home run derby there. 0 splash hits.
Yep.
None. Not a one. So, I don't know. It'd be cool to have Ohtani hitting splash hits.
Well,
It'd be cool to have Ohtani doing anything.
Oh, yeah.
But that's an element that, like, again, he's the Babe Ruth thing. There's a Barry Bonds. That would be something else to chase down a home run record like that. Like that would be. I start to wonder like what the achievements are when he starts getting World Series because I think that stuff's coming, dude. Like I think wherever he goes next, it's going to be real tough to not. He's not going to a poorly run organization. I don't think. I don't know that somebody of that caliber could hand him that kind of money, except for New York and the Mets. But
unless he stays with the Angels. That's a poorly run organization.
Then he doesn't want that, though. Then he doesn't really want to win.
That can't happen.
You cannot say he's staying there and he wants to win, right? That makes 0 sense. But of the other teams that could compete, Seattle, he absolutely dominates. Like 17 career homers against Seattle.
Really?
But it's also a city and organization that he knows well because of you're in division. When you played, did you look at teams around the league and wonder, or be like, I want to play there. I like this city. I like this town.
No,
I like that coach. I like that.
I was just happy being where I was.
The way it's run. You didn't care. You just happened to be signed up.
I was happy to be signed. I mean, I love playing with the Warriors. That was my favorite team and favorite teammates. But there were cool places to play. But I never thought, God, it'd be great to play with the Celtics, or God, it'd be great to play with the Lakers, or God, it'd be great to play with this team. I loved going to the Forum. I loved going to the Garden. There were certain places that were just really fun to go to, but I never really looked at it because I wasn't that good. So it wasn't like, God, when I am a free agent, I would like to think about going here. I was just hoping somebody wanted me at that point. Didn't really matter who. So I never really had that luxury of looking around the league thinking, well, I'm going to try to play here. Or I would try to play there. It would be more like, God, I wonder if they'd ever have me. That'd be cool.
If they want me, I'll go. I'll pay you guys. What's it going to cost to sign up and play for you guys?
Don't wait by the phone. We'll call you.
I just imagine Ohtani this year, like he walks off after a 7-inning start. Like he beats the Tigers this year. You know what I mean? He's like, man, the city had some money. I probably wasn't coming here, but he's like Joe Pesci when he's running through My Cousin Vinny, and he's like hits the bomb against the Tigers, throws the complete game shutout. He's like,
I got no more use for this guy.
Yeah, he's like checks him off the list, dude. And then rolls down. He's like, man, Ichiro played in Seattle, but I got 17 career homers here, dude.
I'm finished with this guy.
He's checking him off the list one by one. We got to stay on the list tonight.
I wonder if Giant fans would. I'll give you 2 options if you're a Giants fan. 1, stays with the Angels. 2,
you've given me this before, I think.
It's either Giants or Dodgers.
But it's 50-50.
50-50. Do you roll the dice and say,
let's
go?
There. No, I should stay there.
Or do you say, you know what, at least if he stays with the Angels, he's in the American League, and we don't have to see him in Dodger blue. Because, look, that is, I think, Giant fans' worst nightmare. See him leave the Angels, go to the Dodgers, and now, not only did you not get him, you're facing him 12 times a year.
Rocking immediately. He's like, Angels, dude, stay there. Stay there. Yeah. Everybody checking it. That boy rocking. Me and you both, dude. We're riding together, dude. I'm like, screw this. You asked me this before. I think my answer was, you can't finish that. I was like, if he has a chance to go there or here and it's even, I don't want to run it. I'm not rolling the bones. I'm not. I don't want to roll the dice. Because the counter to that is at least like 5 years of watching like Mookie Ohtani and Freddie Freeman and
Will Smith.
What the hell is that, dude? I'm not doing that. We already got to deal with part of that. I don't want Ohtani in that, too. Like starting. He's on the bump, dude. That's a nightmare. What an absolute nightmare. Ohtani tonight against the Giants.
Oh, man.
Yeah, rocking because I ain't taking any chances. It already pains me to see Mookie in L.A. and dominate. That's the things I hate seeing players that I love go to the Dodgers. I love Mookie Betts. Not anymore, man. I got morals, Mookie. You know?
Sorry, Mookie.
Mookie, more like Mookie Butts. Yeah, you take that jersey off, then we're good. All right, when we come on back, how about this? Farhan goes on the podcast with Alex Pavlovic, the Pavs pod. And was asked about the trade deadline, specifically about certain players, and asked about whether I guess he wasn't asked specifically about whether or not he has final say. His answers may indicate that it's not totally up to him as to what moves are made. Because you see a lot of people say Farhan's cheap. He's running it like the A's. he's not the one cutting the checks, and he's not the one with final say, it sounds like, on who is signed and for what amount of money. So we'll get into that. We got some Farhan sound on that, a little bit interesting on whether or not they went after Scherzer and Verlander, and a little indicative about why a move was or was not made at the deadline. That's coming up next. Farhan talking Ohtani, Verlander, and Scherzer, only here on the Sports Leader. Giants face Shohei Ohtani tonight, a 6:38 first pitch, the rubber match of a 3-game series. More to come. You can check it out trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here with my good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Steve, tell everybody again today about the ERC.
ERC. That's where the federal government is giving away up to $26,000 for every employee an employer had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. And you say, well, how do you qualify? There's two ways. There's the easy way. The easy way is a certain drop in gross revenue. But so many CPAs I've talked to say that's it. They stop there. Now, I was a CPA before I was a tax attorney, but CPAs just like to do math. That's it. The other way is more complex. It requires an analysis. That's what a tax attorney does, a legal analysis. And so many of them don't want to be bothered and say you don't qualify. That's not the case. There's two ways to qualify, and you only need one way. So if your CPA turns you down and said you don't qualify because you didn't have enough drop in gross revenue, call us for a second opinion, just like you would with a medical doctor. And also, watch out. We've heard rumors that the government is thinking about ending the program early. Now, they've already done that with Q4, where they ended it early. Don't get caught with that money on the table. We have a free consultation. Just call us and let's see if you're eligible. If you are, let's get every dollar to which you're legally entitled.
Thanks so much, Steve. Let Steve Moskowitz take care of it for you. Go get your second opinion from him, 888-TAX-DEAL, or find him at moskowitzllp.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, sometimes those rumors are so far from being based in fact that I have to call Greg Johnson or other owners and say, we're not trading for a player with a $40 million salary behind your back, I promise you. You know, I mean, they are super supportive, but honestly, there are times that I get worried that people are going to wonder, why they're not in the loop in some of these things that just aren't accurate. But you understand that, look, the trade deadline, it's big industry now. There's a lot of demand for the content, and there's a lot of people in the industry talking, and there's a lot of interest, which is good for the game. But whether it's deals that are rumored that don't happen, being connected to players where there may or may not be that much truth to it, you just understand it comes with the territory. You make sure the people that need to know understand really where you are with these things.
There's Farhan on the Pavs pod, the podcast with Alex Pavlovic of NBC Sports. Bay Area Giants pregame at 5:35 again today. The rubber match of a 3-game series with the Angels. Was talking there about having to tell the owner, like, I'm not going to trade for a guy like Verlander behind your back. And I don't know if the texter here, True Blue, is checking in saying, why wouldn't you trade for a $40 million player? I don't know if you're asking like jokingly or like sarcastically, or if you're saying, seriously, why wouldn't you go do that? What I'm hearing here, what I'm wondering is if you're hearing what I'm hearing or trying to, like, I don't know, pick this apart in the same way, in that Farhan is having to get permission. And I wouldn't, that doesn't shock me. Anybody taking on that kind of money in that job has to go do that. But it does make me look at things through a different lens. If I think that before Farhan can get into negotiations for something like this, that he doesn't know. Like, for example, Ned Colletti's talking to us about the great story with Frank McCourt saying, yeah, you can take Manny Ramirez, but you're not getting a dime from me. I'm not giving you any more money. He knew going into that negotiation saying, I can't take a dime. You have to take all $7 million if you want me to take Manny Ramirez. That's the way this is going down. I wonder about the financial, like, sort of tug of war. What happens? Does Farhan have to present an idea, then they say it? Does he say, I've got this guy right here, we can take him? Does he know I've got X amount of dollars to spend and 40 is far over that? Is it you can sign off immediately on this number? Does front office have to sign off? It's why I wonder, and we still have never completely gotten a story on the Correa follow-up. And I know you said you didn't think Boris gave him an opportunity. Maybe. That's a very like reasonable and fine explanation for why they didn't. But then same thing happens again with the Mets. And you wonder, because then it goes back to the exact same team he was with the first time. Yeah. So that doesn't all totally line up, and it wouldn't shock me if something else had happened. I wonder about, we keep talking Ohtani, and I brought up what Ray Ratto had said. Will Charles Johnson's regime give out a contract of that amount of money? And if he's the guy footing the bill, the odds, I mean, he's an old guy. Like, the odds of him footing the bill that he's going to be around for the end of Ohtani for is not likely. And so I don't know what the value of that is. I don't know what the value of a team winning right now is to him. What does it mean to him? What does it mean to a guy who is footing the bill and is I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the Giants are to him.
Well, is he a baseball fan?
He doesn't even live here. I mean, I don't know.
That's what you need to know. Because if you're a fan, yeah, you would think you'd want to win before you die. You want to see another World Series. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he doesn't care that much. I don't know. I used to think when I was younger that all owners wanted to win. Now I know that's not necessarily the case. All owners want to make money. Some of them want to win. Some of them will lose money to win. That's how badly they want to win. But not a lot of them. Most of them are like, yeah, I'd like to win, but not losing money to do so. Yeah. I want to make money in this. Like, all right. You would think if you're going to own a team, that's the reason to do it. You're a fan, and you want to win. So, again, we're lucky that for Warrior fans that Lacob owns the team because he wants to win. He wants to make money too, but he wants to win.
You're damn right.
And he's proven it. Like, he's proven that he wants to win, and he will spend to try and win. And that's all you ever want.
About a printing press, I'm making cash.
Out of your owner.
I
don't care what the rules are.
I mean, you could make the case, and I did make the case that toward the end of Al Davis's era, a lot of the decisions they made were poor decisions. but you can never question whether he wanted to win. Jerry Jones, probably some poor decisions. He wants to win. Like, at least I want an owner that wants to win.
Yeah.
And some of them can be overly meddlesome, and it's like, God, can you just let these guys do their job? Maybe that's part and parcel with owners like that. The ones that want to win are probably going to want to be a little more involved because they made so much money elsewhere. They feel like, hey, I can do this. I can figure this out. I know this sport. We can do this. But the ones that maybe don't want to win as much are the ones that are a little more hands-off. So
football is more legacy family, so sometimes that's different. Like if you grow up and you're like, dude, I've been here longer than everybody in the organization. It's my team. I know this. Of course you're going to be like Jerry Jones, or like he buys it, of course, and takes over. But I'm looking at, the Maras and there's the Rooneys. Like you got families who have gone down generations and passed that down where you want to be involved. In baseball, sometimes I wonder, you don't see a lot of the baseball owners a lot of the time. Football, for some reason, I mean, football, you're a quarterback in the NFL, you're a household name. I thought that today. They said Baker Mayfield's going to get the start for the Bucs in their first preseason game. And I was like, damn, everybody knows who Baker Mayfield is. Does everybody know the starting pitcher on opening day for Tampa Bay? No chance.
No.
The NFL is just a monster. It's just wild, but the same thing kind of for the owners. I think I can name more owners in the NFL than I can in baseball. Maybe any sport.
Probably.
You were basketball, so you might know more.
Probably not.
Just in general, but you're right. You want an owner who wants to go in. But then they follow up with Farhan, did Alex Pavlovic, asking about the Giants' interest not just in Verlander, but also Max Scherzer. Did they have interest in those guys? Did they try to land a big-time pitcher at the deadline?
We definitely had interest in players where, even though the feedback wasn't totally explicit, it was sort of our understanding this player's not going to agree to come here. And it's an interesting sort of conundrum for the team on the other side, because they don't want to just rule you out entirely, because maybe you'll throw the kitchen sink at them in a trade, and then maybe they can leverage that offer to take to a team that they know he will go to and say, hey, you've got to do better than this. So for us, the sort of way that you sniff that out is when a team tells you, hey, why don't you just let us know what you'd be willing to do? Why don't you make us an offer? Rather than saying, hey, if you give us X, Y, and Z, then it's a deal. And on certain players that we were pursuing, we never got that. We never got the formal offer. And that's when you start kind of connecting the dots.
Damn, they got like left on red, is what it sounds like.
Sad.
It's like they saw the dots from the Mets and then they just went away on the text.
They're willing to give up.
The Mets, you see the dots come front, it's like, whoa, everybody look, they're just coming. Oh, dude, it went away. It went away. Oh, never mind. They haven't texted back in a while. I think you see the bottom line. You're like, oh, damn, sure, he's a Ranger, huh? That's a bummer. How did you hear that? What'd you think of that? Just they didn't have the pieces that the guy. This is the thing. We're talking about guys with no trade clauses too.
Yeah, I mean, look. First off, you'd have to know whether Verlander or Scherzer wanted to come here.
Why would you even negotiate if they wouldn't? Right. That's why I don't get the Tiger one with Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Like, did they ask him if he would go before they even negotiated around him?
Well, apparently that one they did at some point, but not enough. They didn't get a definite okay.
He's like, we'll see.
But yeah, you got to know if Scherzer or Verlander even want to come here. If they don't, then why even think about it? Like it's not gonna happen. Who knows? Who knows what they said to Cohen and when they were talking to, because I know Verlander was the one that sounded like he wanted to stay. And then ultimately got talked. I don't know if he got talked into it, but decided he'd be willing to accept a trade.
He had potentially the longest contract too, 2 more years beyond this potentially. So.
Correct. So I don't know. I don't know what they did with the Giants. Who knows? We may never know what they went after. Like what their goals were, what they tried to get done, what they couldn't get done. We have no idea what they were willing to part with. We have no idea what teams were asking for. So unless you know those things, it's kind of hard to say, well, they didn't do enough or they didn't do this, because you may look at the trade proposal and go, well, I wouldn't do that. I'm not giving up that much to get those guys here. Hell no. Or you might say, wow, you didn't do that. All you had to do is give up that. I would have done that. So who knows? I mean, but that's kind of the fun of trade deadline, is speculating on why someone went somewhere. Why my team didn't go after that person? Did they give up too much to get that person? Did they get a deal? All that kind of stuff. So, but most stuff you're never going to find out. you're never going to know.
Yeah, we won't know until we interview like Farhan on trade deadline day, a la Ned Colletti in like 15 years.
15 years,
You'll never believe the deal I was about to pull off for Justin Verlander, dude.
Exactly.
He was moving Bailey. It was crazy. Here's one more from Farhan. He was asked about Shohei Ohtani not being moved at the deadline. Don't forget, when he was asked on deadline day by the media if the Giants had interest, he said, of course we had interest. I think everybody has interest. So Farhan, on Shohei not getting moved, what he thought of that?
It was interesting. The timing, in some ways, was helpful that they kind of chose a direction with a few days left, and it wasn't, teams waiting until, yesterday, whatever, midday, and hearing, hey, we're going to hold on to him. So, again, I think this is a sign of the health of the league, that there are a lot of teams in it, and a team like that can reverse course. A player of that magnitude, I just always bet against something happening with them until it does. So that was sort of our expectation, and you sort of plan accordingly. But it was definitely an interesting storyline. We were very invested in it, like a lot of teams were, and not surprised by how it wound up.
Doesn't surprise me. It did surprise me a little bit that they pulled the plug on it a few days away from the trade deadline. But what
that the Angels did?
Yeah, but
they had to give themselves an opportunity to go buy, too.
Well, ultimately what they did is they said, we're not trading him, and then I think they got Giolito the next day.
Was it? It might have been within the same day. It was pretty quick.
And then they just, so
they were in talks.
Then it was Giolito and Lopez, then it was Crone and Grichuk, and I think one other person.
Third baseman or an infielder, didn't they grab?
Oh, God, I think they might have got one more. I can't remember.
Rosario, did they get him? No?
No, that was the Dodgers.
Dodgers
got him. But yeah, I guess just to kind of clear the deck a little bit and say, look, this is what we're going to do. We're in it. We're going to try to stay in it, and this is our best chance of keeping Ohtani, because that's what this was all about, keeping him next year. Maybe they didn't feel like they could trade him and get him back the following year, and just decided, hey, this is a generational player. We got to give ourselves every chance possible to keep him. And if he leaves, he leaves. I mean, it'll be brutal. It'll be brutal. I mean, I get it. You don't want to be the team that trades him. Like, if he leaves, at least you could say, hey, we offered him $700 million. Or offered him $650 million. What are you going to do? It doesn't do wonders for your organization, because instead of having 3 or 4 prospects, but that's assuming the prospects turn out. What if the prospects suck? Then, I mean, it's going to end up being the same anyway.
Yeah, but what if they don't?
Well, then they don't. Well, it's possible.
You've ever felt like
a possibility.
It's hard to feel like you got value like 6 years later.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it paid off.
So,
like, come on.
Yeah, I don't blame them for doing that. And who knows? Maybe they know something we don't know. Maybe they feel like they have a decent chance. They have a good relationship. I'm telling you, sign the translator. 5 years, $5 million. Boom. You're good to go. That's his. I guess he lives with him. That's his best friend. So sign that guy. Exclusive. You sign him right now, he can't go anywhere.
No.
You cannot leave the city limits unless you're with the team. Period. You can't. I don't care. You can't go to L.A. and visit Shohei. You can't live together when he goes to L.A. You can only be here.
I want to know what his favorite American food is. You know what I mean? What are teams going to use to lure him? You know what I mean? Because this is going to be one of the most unique pitching processes any team has ever gone through. The Aaron Judge thing of San Francisco and wining and dining, and you take him out in the town and they walk him into this restaurant and cool place. But it's like, dude, live, north of here. He's from California. It's like nothing that's going to be like, he came to this ballpark before. Nothing is going to blow him away. So I wonder with Ohtani, do you know what he loves? Like, how much recon work do you do? Do we do the thing? I mean, I just wonder what's going to be important and how any team gauges that, because our team's going to be way off with that. Our team's going to be spot on with it. It's like pitching different basketball players for their own shoe, and how teams could mess up, or how different businesses or companies screw up in trying to do that. With the Steph Curry one comes to mind, with Nike and messing up the slideshow. I wonder how that's going to be done.
I would get an Olympic-sized pool and fill it up with gold coins and just let him jump in it.
The chocolate ones or real gold?
No, real gold. Like, Scrooge Mayor McScrooge.
Speaking of, you saw the $1.5 billion got one last night.
Did it?
Yeah. You haven't checked your ticket?
Dang it. No, I never check my ticket.
Don't they call you? Hi, it's the lotto. You going to come pick up your 1.5 bill?
Hey, Tom, you owe that guy money.
Yeah, I think so.
You're the guy that sold you.
$6.
Was it one winner?
I think it was one guy.
Was it really?
I got Sash got the notification last night because there was one winner on the 1.5 billion.
Wow.
I was like, nice.
Somebody is just loving life today.
Solid, dude. Yeah.
Florida man?
Florida man. I can't wait. Can't wait till he shows up in the soup.
That is not going to end well. That is not going to end well.
We'll be tracking that story closely.
Oh, brother.
When he shows up in the soup du jour. Good deal.
By the world's longest bong, or like a $1 billion. Like, dude, this bong's incredible. Goes from here to France.
A bong from here to France, dude.
It's incredible.
You start hitting it in like January and gets to you in May.
Only cost me $500 million. It was totally worth it.
Yeah, 400 people trying to suck air in on that thing, dude. Dude, it'll be here in a minute. We'll get loaded on Thursday. Just wait till it gets here. All right.
They got primo stuff in France.
We'll get back into the baseball a little bit later. We do have, who are we talking to later today? I lost my guest
Dennis
sheet.
Brown.
Dennis Brown's going to stop by 3:50. He's going to be on pregame with us this year. And then Susan Slusser at 4:50 and Giants pregame at 5:35. So we got a bunch with football season upon us. Tons of football documentary stuff is coming out. The new Johnny Manziel, Untold Story of Johnny Football, came out on Netflix the other day. Watched that. It was real fascinating. The Florida football under Urban Meyer one comes out later this month.
Oh, really?
The Netflix
Ooh.
Untold. I'm excited about that one, too.
I want to watch that one.
And then we got Hard Knocks last night. I know you're not a big Hard Knocks guy, but there's a couple of things with Hard Knocks that I'm not into, like the projection of this team is going to be, because it's very sensationalized and the NFL runs it and all that. Like I don't care about that. What I do like is getting to know some of the players and getting inside stuff on things that I didn't know about. It's one of my favorite parts of being in this business is getting to see what makes certain guys tick and how different personalities mesh together. It's interesting, and some guys aren't the way you think. Aaron Rodgers, one of them, personality-wise, and they make a pretty big point. Individual players, because a lot of these guys were teenagers, 10 years old when he started playing football. They give their perspective on Aaron Rodgers relative to the media, but the superstar winner of Episode 1, not Rodgers, not Robert Saleh, somebody even more unexpected. We'll tell you who next. That's coming up. We'll talk a little bit about these football documentaries as we are on the verge of preseason week 1 on the Sports Leader.
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's Sports Leader.
John Miller spoke to Tom and myself yesterday during Giants pregame and spoke about the Kevin Brown suspension and why leaving Baltimore was the best thing that ever happened to him. That story and more are trending on the all-new KNBR app.
every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcasts. We are the sports leader.
Did you know that the only bird in the world that will attack an eagle is a crow? It's a crow. That's the only bird that will actually have the balls to attack an eagle. It will perch on the eagle's back and peck at its neck. So rather than fight back and tearing a crow to pieces like it can, the eagle spreads its wings and it soars as high as it possibly can. It keeps going and going and going as high as it can. And the higher the eagle flies, the harder it is for the crow to breathe. Eventually, the crow suffocates, falls back down to earth, and dies. That's what happens. Guys, we got a great deal of hype around us. We do. All kinds of expectations. And with great expectations, we know that there's going to be a whole lot of people, a whole lot of crows expecting us to fall on our face. What are you doing to find that little bit more to get us closer to being a great team? You finish practice, now what? You finish meetings, now what? Lifting, now what? A rep, now what? And if we come together and we challenge ourselves to do a little bit more every day, the crows, they'll fall by themselves. Embrace what we're capable of. Embrace the fact that we aren't the same old Jets. Embrace the fact that we do have a target on our back. Embrace the fact that when teams look at our schedule, they're not chalking us up for a W. They're coming at you. It's exactly where we want to be. And that's fucking awesome.
That was Jets head coach Robert Saleh in his opening speech there at Hard Knocks in like a team meeting. And some of it was pretty cool. Some of it was pretty hyped up. Jeff Ulbrich had a great one later on. I thought Jeff Ulbrich was pretty cool. He was like the whole the Bill Belichick, do your job. Yeah, then what? Do your job, then what? Do a push-up, then what? Lift weights, then what? It's about what you do after what your job is. He goes, everybody else in the league is doing their job. So we got to do one step further. Anyway, Saleh, with his opening speech there, he gave that same crow statement to the media. I think it was like after Aaron Rodgers signed or when they were talking about the expectations, and he did that whole same thing where, what was it, Derek? It was when Sean Payton made the comments. It was right around that same exact time because in episode 1, we get the reaction to the Sean Payton comments from the Jets and Aaron Rodgers talking to the NFL Network and keep my coach's name out of your mouth about Nathaniel Hackett. So I teased before the break that Nathaniel Hackett, that there was a hero of episode 1, did not expect me to be like, dude, Nathaniel Hackett is a character. Like, if the guys that we saw in episode 1 that we'd be like, we'd love to have that guy sit down and hang out. The other one is Robert Saleh doesn't appear to be as much as a maniac as we thought. Like, Kyle Shanahan is such a football freak. Like, I totally believe that Mike McDaniel and Saleh are both that way. D'Amico Ryans, too. I mean, he was a pro. But they're both kind of quirky in different ways. Like, Saleh's a little more quirky than I thought he was. Mm-hmm. Like, not just in the crow and all gas, no break thing and the funny analogies. Like, he's quirky on the sideline. Like, he's walking up and down. I like that guy, man. That guy's good, man. You guys don't know what you have, man. He's like talking to him. He's like saying pretty funny stuff. Like, Saleh is sort of a character. But that's sort of that's my favorite thing about Hard Knocks. It's more about the individuals, the people you get to meet. Sauce Gardner. You know, I love Ahmad Sauce Gardner. Garrett Wilson. They're back and forth. Those guys, DB or a corner and a receiver who win offensive and defensive rookie of the year, they go against each other in practice every day, and their competition and friendship is really cool. Like, those two guys at the level they're at now, if they continue to compete with each other and grow, like, and they're guys, you learn, I think, when you watch these shows that you can't be an idiot in the NFL. Like, you can't just be a meathead. It's not big fat guys trying to push each other around. Like, it's way more technical than that. You need to understand and do the homework and study, which we'll talk about with the Manziel stuff. But the Ahmad Sauce Gardner, he went back and got his degree. It was his mom's number one thing. Like this offseason, he walked at Cincinnati's graduation, and he's like having a conversation with Nick Van Exel. Pretty cool. Van Exel's talking about their defense and focusing this year, and it's cool. There's a lot of hype and vibe around him, but I don't care much for that. The storylines are cool, but I'm into who these guys are. Solomon Thomas is there. At one point, Solomon Thomas is talking to the D lineman about how, man, I can't take you guys back to Broadway. Man, I want to take you guys to Broadway. Broadway's got some great shows, man. He's like, tell all the D linemen. He goes, but you guys are talking, man. He's like, yeah, you told me to shut up, man, when we were there. Another D lineman says, he's like, you were disrespecting the artists, man. The actors were up there doing their thing. You guys don't respect it, man. There's a lot of good shows. Like the D lineman talking Broadway. Like, it's just so funny when these guys are guys. They're kids. They're 25 years old. Most of them were 10 and 11 years old when Rodgers broke into the league. And that's what they all say, is the guys who are walking up to him. And it's cool to see Rodgers there because it sort of has the feel of like a coach who's been at one college forever, where he's in college football and he's like all powerful, or in college basketball. And then he goes somewhere else where, yeah, he's taking his legacy with him, but he's going to have to earn it back. Like in Patino, falls on hard times and then ends up back over at Louisville. And he had to sort of rebuild it and then built them into a powerhouse. Yeah, you come with the legacy and they know you're going to lead them, but he's shown up. And they have several times they go out of the way, not narrating with Liv Schreiber, but with the guys on the team to say, he is not what I thought he was based on TV. He is not the guy I thought he was based on TV. And he does seem to be, Rodgers, kind of a normal guy who likes playing football, watching movies, and making fart jokes and hanging out. He's one of the guys. But I think he doesn't like the media and how the media portray things. And so he sort of fed into that, and now he's portrayed in a way that he acts still like he's the smartest guy in the room. I don't necessarily want to have a beer with him, but I came away from episode 1, and again, editing's all there, but he looks different, at least to me, through 1 than he did. So the thing with Hackett is their relationship started in 2019, and Hackett is a cartoon character. Like, he's really funny and goofy. Roger says, yeah, when we do our red zone drills, actually with Hackett, it's called the gold zone, because didn't know he was going here. He goes, when I was in Green Bay, he's obsessed with Goldmember from Austin Powers. So he goes,
I love gold.
So he goes, if Rodgers, it's funny hearing Rodgers talk about it. He goes, I know, like every week we'd have a clip where we're doing our gold zone stuff, and one week he'd give us a clip of, like how Goldmember got his gold balls. Then the next week it would be what Goldmember likes to eat. Smoking a pancake, piping a crepe,
bunging a blinch,
cigar and a waffle. He goes, I bet you guys didn't know Goldmember likes to roller skate. They show like a photo of him doing the roller skating thing. But so Hackett's like this kind of guy. He's cracking jokes. And at one point, Rodgers is on the headset during the Hall of Fame game, and he says to Hackett, he goes, yeah, dude, it's going to be all right. It's preseason. And plus, 60% of the time, this works every time. Like, Rodgers is dropping Anchorman lines, So they play a game, Nathaniel Hackett and Rodgers. It's really cool. I love when quarterbacks do this. He's like rolling out of the pocket. He has to call which color net he's going to throw it into. It's like one big square net. It's got a blue hole and an orange. And he's just rolling out. He's going orange before he even looks. And then he's throwing it 40 yards downfield into the net. Like, it's the coolest looking thing. But he and Hackett play, the movie Basketball. I know you're not a big fan, but they have the psych out thing where you can say whatever you want to the other person to make them miss their shot. So he and Hackett say funny stuff to each other to try to make them mess up when they're doing the drill, like in Basketball. And we got some audio here.
The pylon game is some pass the time after the walkthrough.
Trying to hit the pylon.
2-2.
2-2-0-0.
2 points in the air, 1 point on a bounce.
Well, I know that's 0.
2-2-2-1. And then we add our own element to it, which is homage to Basketball. A big part of the game is the psych out.
Good miss. It's a great miss.
You hate to see it. So we've taken that over to right before you throw to saying something so ridiculous to try and get you to miss the throw.
D's nuts.
Got him. Got him.
To gain an edge, nothing is too silly.
Naked clowns.
Yeah. Oh. Love it.
Or too personal.
Sean Payton. Free psych out. Free psych out.
Dude, Rodgers hits him with Sean Payton as Hackett is throwing it. Hackett's pretty funny, dude. And I hadn't even really seen his comments on Sean Payton until the episode. And yeah, he was like, look, man, people say stuff. Like, his personality here leads you. It lets you know why. It's funny when you see guys and we just think they're moronic, and maybe he's not a great head coach, but I tell you what, after seeing his personality, I got a hard time believing dealing with Russell Wilson was easy for him. I got a hard time believing he is I'm giving Russell Wilson his own office guy. Like, that came from upstairs. That's not, when Sean Payton is saying all that crap to make sure Russell Wilson and the team know, that was his fault. A lot of that stuff might have been his fault. Also, the culture there was not all on him, I don't believe.
Yeah. I think my favorite part of the clip is when he goes, "These nuts," and then you hear the guy go, "Nothing too personal." I mean, you get like the totally professional,
dude, like NFL films. Yeah.
These nuts into Liv Schreiber.
Nothing.
Or too personal.
Oh, too personal.
So you got to start with these nuts, though. You got to get that, and he goes, "Nothing is off limits or too personal." He gets like really professional.
Oh, dude, it's so funny.
These nuts. Although no one can ever say D's nuts like Gronk.
D's nuts.
Gronk was the best. I don't know why. He just was. Because it's so Gronk. That's Gronk.
It's Gronk humor for sure.
Total Gronk humor.
These nuts.
69. You know what I mean?
The other, yes, we know exactly what you mean, Gronk. The other ones that are coming out of the Florida football one, that one I'm excited about. Because I don't know who's in that yet. I haven't seen cast or anything. I usually don't look at those in advance. I usually wait till they come out. But I really like that Untold series that's on Netflix. There's been some good ones. They did the Donahue ones. Some of them are a little thin. Like, because they're like an hour and a half. Yeah. The Malice at the Palace one was good. Because the guys sitting around, Stack Jack and Harrington and them talking about what had happened. There's another one I really the Manti Te'o one. It's fantastic. That one's really good. Johnny Manziel, when I watched, I will say absolutely my perspective of him has changed. Like being able to look back now at what a 18-year-old was going through. He came from a Friday Night Lights high school football town, right? He didn't get highly recruited, didn't get more than just a general recruiting letter from Texas, which is where he wanted to go. Then A&M offered him a full ride. Dude, he set a record his high school. Just like a call where a guy goes, Johnny Manziel, his 74th touchdown. And some guy's like, dude, I thought that was like his high school stats. It's that 1 year. He scored like 70 touchdowns his junior year of high school as a quarterback.
Damn.
Through 4 plus running 4. That is wild. He's a freak, right? And Kingsbury's in it. Kingsbury talks a lot about it. And he basically what happens is once he beats Alabama, it's also A&M's first year in the SEC. Right, he beats Alabama and everything explodes. Like it's insane. His life changes. They didn't allow freshmen at the time to talk to the media when you're on the team. They did allow him then to talk to the media, and it was maybe a bad move. Like everything, the wheels came off. Like he was just too big of a star. I remember him doing a session after his freshman year, kind of like I can't go anywhere. I can't do. And I was like, blank this kid, man. I was like, screw this guy. Like whatever. Who cares? You want a Heisman? You're a freshman. It really did change. Like his development wasn't there yet. And so then he starts freaking out because he's like, dude, the school, who's now in the SEC, is doing a $50 million renovation on the stadium that I got them. You're getting boosters and donors and national TV stuff. His jersey was sold out by Adidas, and then he starts signing autographs for $30,000 a pop. And gets investigated, lies to the NCAA, but he gets suspended for a half. Remember that?
Yep.
Start of the year, dude. That's such a joke. What a joke. And by the way, that's when he started doing the money dance. But he's not in a good place still. It's only been 7 years or so, but he was well aware. Like he's definitely aware of how he behaved being like impacted. And I think he's got a really good perspective at telling what his thought process was and why it was that he did what he did. He's probably still very depressed, but for anybody who's into it or wasn't into it, like looking back on it, like he was I think we forget how insane he was. Tim Tebow too. Wildly good college football players.
No, absolutely. I mean, the one thing, and just listening to you talk about it, I'm going to watch it. But I always got that feeling, and what you're talking about confirms that. He liked the life. He didn't like football. Like he's not Peyton Manning, right? He's not, I'm going to be as good as I could possibly be, and I'm going to learn as much as I possibly can. I'm going to be as good as I can.
He didn't care. He didn't like that.
Yeah, like you look at Peyton Manning, like he loves football. Steve Young loves football. I'm going to find out how good I can be. I'm going to hit the books. I'm going to watch the film. I'm going to get as good as I can. I'm going to find a way to push myself to get better because this is what matters.
Yeah.
Parties don't matter. Hall of Fame doesn't matter. The adulation doesn't matter. The fans, to a certain extent, don't matter. It's about the work, and it's about being as good as you could be at the quarterback position. He didn't care about that stuff. Like when you said, and Dante told us this, Dante Whitner told us this when he was in Cleveland. So the guy, he didn't watch any film.
Dante, as you can see him at one point, he's stretching across from Johnny Manziel. They're doing like a lineup thing, and I was like, there's Dante. He's just standing, they're like in practice in their mesh jerseys.
And you said during the doc, they asked him how much film he watched.
He holds
said
up his
0.
ear. He says, I've never watched film once ever. He wasn't Brett Favre.
How do you not watch film at all? I mean, it's amazing.
How do you win a Heisman at 18 years old and he didn't watch film? Kingsbury, by the way, that's when things, like his first college game was not great. I think they lost, and he was bad. And then I guess, I forget who the coach is. He says to Kingsbury.
Was it Sumlin?
Yes,
I think someone was there.
I think it is. And he goes, let him play. He goes, take it off. He goes, basically just like, practice didn't matter. Johnny was just like blown. Once he was a star like that too, in the second year, he was like, I don't care. I'm not going to class. Well, he basically, they say, and Kingsbury says this, he was such a star, he got mobbed. He couldn't go to class. He was too much of a distraction on campus. So they made him enroll in all online classes. And Kingsbury like laughs. He's like, and That's not good for Johnny Football. He's like, that's not Johnny Football ain't going to online classes, right? Like, it's so funny too because Kingsbury goes, that's the dark side of college. Like, that's the tough thing is, I think it's a big game. Maybe it's the Alabama game. Manziel shows up and he reeks like booze, and he has a horrible walkthrough. It's like the morning of the game or whatever. They're in Tuscaloosa, dude. And this guy, Kingsbury's pissed. He's like, "You better play today. You better play." It was like the game of his life. They beat Alabama or something, right? It's wild. So then, get this draft. He goes through his whole draft thing. The day he's supposed to meet with the Browns and do his pro day or throw around, he goes out the night before in Cleveland. What are you doing in Cleveland? Going out the night before? The receivers he has with him, he gets them so tanked, they're too hungover and drunk to show up the next morning to the workout. So Kyle's there, whoever else is there is like, dude, we got to get you some receivers. He goes, no, we're good, man. He had his agent and like the cameraman catch passes for him. It's wild. Johnny, but check out the doc anyway. But and then the other one is Bishop Sycamore. Remember them? The fake university, the fake high school that pretended to they were like investigated for fraud, and they held it. They were on
Ohio,
ESPN.
I think.
They were on ESPN.
Okay, yeah,
Bishop
I do remember
Sycamore.
that vaguely. I
they
do
were
remember
a fake
that.
high school.
They got a doc on them too.
They got a doc.
Oh, I gotta watch that one.
It was
that was an amazing story.
It was supposed to be like the IMG. What's it called? The IMG Academy.
IMG. Yep.
Advertised an athletic sports academy and facility after a blowout loss to IMG Academy. It was televised on ESPN in 2021. There was increased scrutiny.
They got smashed.
They investigated
they were terrible.
They came forward after 3 years of investigating. They were like, it's a scam. It's not even a school, dude. The names of the players were hysterical. Like it was the fake stuff going on. Anyway,
Peel?
yeah, we're gonna do it like it was like that. Coach Leroy Johnson Jr., known as Roy Johnson, the Bishop Sycamore Centurions. So we'll get a documentary on them coming out as well.
That one's not out yet. It's coming
it's not out
okay,
yet.
I want to see that one.
You know what their overall record was, though? 0-9. Dude, Bishop Sycamore revealed that their play calls came from Madden.
That's unbelievable.
That's wild. So we'll get into plenty Bishop Sycamore again. I can't wait till more information comes out. This is going to be hysterical. So good stuff. A lot of good football documentaries out as week one approaches. We got football tomorrow night. How about that? 2 games to kick off week one of the preseason. Still to come, Dennis Brown's going to join us at 3:50. How about this? Like the benefit of joint practices. Niners are doing this so early on here. I wonder what the benefit is, especially for quarterback. Like he's getting to see better stuff, I guess, now than he will in game with guys like Kirk Cousins, like Trey Lance. I don't know why I was thinking Kirk Cousins, thinking quarterback documentary. That's why. Trey Lance and Sam Darnold. He's getting a better look at these two guys in the joint practice probably than he will in games. But the Niners and the Raiders, like they couldn't even have preseason games anymore. Now Raiders leave. They're like, dude, now we can get together. This may be a relationship that gets extended beyond this year. We'll talk a bit about that preseason game on Sunday, and we'll talk to Dennis Brown at 3:50 only here on the Sports Leader. Should let you know, by the way, Tolbert & Cope is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. No monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by the NCUA. Updates from the Niners Raiders joint practice next on the Sports Leader. What's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group, and talking to you guys about Greg O'Donnell for some time because he's here to help, especially if you're thinking about or planning retirement, or you're wondering if you're taking too much risk in some of your investments. If you're investing in the right things, are you going to be able to live the lifestyle that you've been thinking about when you finally get to retirement? That's where Greg and his team come in. Greg O'Donnell's been helping people like you right here in the Bay Area plan, protect, pass on their wealth to all their loved ones for over 30 years. Right here in the Bay. If you're interested in learning how he does that, how he can help you, O'Donnell Financial Group is here to help, and the consultation is free. Give him a call. His team is easy to talk to. 866-496-2300, or visit online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
23-yarder for Robbie right in the middle of the hashes. Tabor Pepper to Mitch Wisnowski. Robbie to win the game in overtime. He has it there, and it is good! The 49ers have beaten the Raiders in overtime, 37-34.
Robbie Gold kicked the field goal, then he kicked rocks. Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by the Fortinet Championship. Fortinet Championship returns to Silverado Resort in Napa. The Fortinet Championship, September 14th through the 17th. For tickets, go to FortinetChampionship.com.
Excuse me, what was that?
Fortinet Championship?
Oh, I think you said Fortnite. I was like,
Fortinet.
No, I got it now. I think you said Fortnite. I thought Silverado was having like a video game tournament or something like that.
No.
They're playing Fortnite out there. I'm like, whoa, hold on, wait a minute.
That's after the 17th.
Did I miss something?
It's usually in October. It's also at Silverado.
The Fortnite Championship.
Excuse me, I gotta go play with golf.
Check it all out.
I'm not even sure if that's a thing anymore. Is it Fortnite still a thing?
Yeah, it's still a thing.
Is it okay?
But you're right. That generation is getting older.
I know Call of Duty's like will never go away.
That's been
around. Because people like that are 40 play Call of Duty.
That was on PlayStation 1. I remember playing the original Call of Duty was like a World War II game.
Yeah. I mean, like, let's just be honest. People love killing things.
I was storming the beaches in Normandy when I was like 12.
I bet you were. Did you see Tom Hanks out there?
No, I saw Barry Pepper, though.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
I was like, didn't you play Roger Maris?
Really? Ferdinand Karangadang.
The Ferdinand
That was
Championship.
Donkey Kong.
The Ferdinand Championship. FortinetChampionship.com is where you can get your tickets. There was the Robbie Gold field goal. By the way, we didn't follow up on this. How about David Lombardi? And like, if there's anything that seems maybe more legitimate in preseason or in training camp when you're watching, like, if a guy can make a 60-yard field goal, he can make a 60-yard field goal, right? Like,
correct.
Now,
yeah,
yes, it's different when you have blockers and you have guys diving at you and stuff, but his job doesn't change. Like, he's not going to kick it differently because a dude's trying to block it, right? It's like a goal. He's going to have to. It's all mechanics for him. It's all snap, hold, kick. Everything's got to be perfect, and it should be able to go through. The factors are more external, like what you talk about. When do you kick a field goal per analytics? But do the analytics take into account snow or wind, or is your quarterback hurt? Have you lost your starting running back, and the other running back you have that's your number one now is more of a third down guy? Like, none of that stuff plays into your analytics. But we found out yesterday that Jake Moody was making 60-plus yard field goals. I mean, that's – I'll tell you what about Robbie Gold. I know he's automatic. Hadn't heard that. I think he said 64. Is that what he said? 66 is what he said.
I think is what he said, yeah.
I mean, that's big time. I would joke all the time in the press box, like, dude, would it kill Robbie Gold to attempt a 50-yarder? Because it seemed like,
yes.
Yeah, basically it did. And then he'd try to make a tackle on the sideline and not make the tackle and be like, oh, but I'm banged up now. So, what'd you make of that though? Because rookie kickers, that's got to be something scary for a team that plans to compete. They did win one with Doug Bryan out of De La Salle in '94.
I always think with rookie kickers, the start of the season is really important. Because you want to get in that right frame of mind. Because kicking is probably more about the mental than it is anything else.
And
those guys can kick. I mean, they can all kick. It's 66-yarder. We know he has a leg. We know he has a big leg. But mentally, are you going to be able to handle a miss? Some guys can't. Some guys start circling the drain a little bit when they miss. And you can tell. You know, leaving them out right, or some guys overcompensate and just snap hook it. As Steve Young always says, you can miss a field goal. You can't miss the net. When you miss the net, we have problems.
Ooh, you miss a wide. So wide.
You miss the net, we got problems at that point. So I think early in the season, it'd be nice to see him get a couple 40-yarders, that'll test him, but aren't, because I think anything over 50, I don't want to say you get a free pass, but you can take a little easier swipe at it. It's like taking a shot at the end of a shot clock in a basketball game. Like, I got to take it. What am I going to do? 55-yarder, it's like, all right, I'm just going to go ahead and try to nuke this one. We'll see what happens. Yeah. And some guys are great at over 50. Some guys, you put it down 52, and you just know, like, that thing's money. It doesn't matter. Like Tucker. Tucker, 55, it's like, this is as good as a 25-yard field goal. Yeah. I mean, that guy is money. But there's not many Justin Tuckers out there. So I think early in the season, if he gets off to a good start, like I think he'll be fine, but I don't know what kind of head he has. Really, it's about can you handle failure and then come back and just, I'm good, don't worry about it, and move on. Some guys can, some guys can't. All those guys have talent. All those guys can kick. Hell, there's probably 3 times that many guys that can kick. You bring them in, but they got to be able to handle certain things, and most of it is between the ears. So I think if he gets off to a good start, I think he's going to be fine. I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, all indications in it. I'm not trying to do like a big kicking breakdown here. It's interesting that's
what we're left with.
It is interesting. It's like there's not a lot of holes or places to get into, and this is something that the 49ers, Kyle, like the strategy of when to kick and where to kick, like sort of like how Bruce Bochy would use relievers, or how the Giants do now. You have to sort of recalibrate. You knew when Kyle was going to kick, and that's why when Brock came in and we talked about that big touchdown he threw, instead of kicking there at the end of the first half, that's when my trust for Brock changed, because it was pretty clear Kyle saw something different. Said, I can take a risk with this guy that I might not take otherwise. Also, if you got a kicker who you know can make more, I wonder how Kyle manages that. What kind of pressure that takes off of a team or an offense, you know?
No, it'll be interesting to see, because definitely the range can be extended quite a bit now. Yeah, I was curious about that myself, just driving in today, like thinking, what if 49er fans consumed with before the season starts? Is there anything out there that like 40? And I'm not going to get into the Trey Lance thing, because there's so many people out there that think people hate. Nobody hates your quarterback, okay? If you like Trey Lance, that's good. Nobody hates Trey Lance. Nobody covering the 49ers hates Trey Lance, okay? He just hasn't been good enough. If he is good enough, he will play. I'm pretty sure Kyle's in the business of winning games. He's not going to sit someone down just because, I didn't want to draft him, so I'm not going to play him. That's not going to happen.
You must not get your news from Mike Florio. Mike Florio said today the Niners screwed up like royally. Said they've admitted.
Well, he can't let that go. I don't even listen to him on that.
He's like, the only reason he's there is he's under contract. And I was like, yeah, you got it.
Why are we talking about a second-string quarterback? Like, why is that a big deal?
He's like bitching about it.
That's when you don't have anything to talk about.
Exactly.
When it comes to the 49ers. Like, what are we going to talk about? They have a quarterback. Did they mess up? Yeah, if he doesn't play, they did. But, you move on. Who cares? Like, we're moving on now. Other teams do the same thing. We said when they drafted all those quarterbacks, at least 3 of them would be a bust.
We said there's no way all 5 of these guys are going to hit.
And so far, only one of them is a guy. That is it.
Lawrence.
Yeah, he's a guy.
Sure, he's out on everybody
else. We have no idea about the rest of them. None. We don't know, because Lance hasn't had a shot. We don't know, I'm not so sure about Fields yet. He's had his shot. We're going to find out more about him this year. Like, he was good. I thought when they let him play a style that probably isn't conducive to longevity in the NFL, like, hey, just go. If you don't have anything, just go. Use your legs to run. And, that only gets you so far. I don't know about why am I blanking on him? Mac Jones. Don't know about him yet. He's kind of, I think sometimes he looks good, sometimes he doesn't. Doesn't have the greatest.
They don't ask him to do
weapons.
that much.
Last year, they didn't even have an offensive coordinator. They had like 2 guys. We didn't even know who the offensive coordinator was.
One was a former special teams coordinator in Joe Judge. And
wasn't it Patricia?
Patricia, who had been like a D coordinator, and they're like, I'm an offensive guy now.
Yeah, we're not gonna have an offensive coordinator per se. Well, I don't know. Maybe you should.
I'm ditching the pencil. I'm moving
maybe you
ink.
should. Like this year, I bet you their offense is gonna be a lot better with Bill O'Brien.
I do too.
I bet you they'll be a lot better. And then what's his face for the Jets?
Wilson.
Don't know about him. I have no idea. Right now, it's looking like not good. I kind of lost. It was the best last year when you think the offense did anything wrong? No, we were okay.
Yeah, we're good.
As a quarterback, you're saying, now the offense was good. Defense lost that one. Like, bro, what are you doing?
Because in Hard Knocks yesterday, he goes, felt like it was getting worse every week.
Yeah.
Was that a quote, Terry? Didn't he say that in the Hard Knocks? He's like, yeah, it felt like it was getting worse and worse every week.
No belief.
I was like, we know. That's why you're on the bench, dude. Your ass was sitting down, dude. The one with White Mike instead.
You have one guy that people look at and say, that's a guy. And guess what? It was the first overall pick. It wasn't like people blew it and missed on him. One team had a chance to take him. They took him, and they got the guy. That's just the way it goes in the NFL. Everyone needs a quarterback. Everyone wants a quarterback. And specifically, if you can get a rookie scale quarterback, you're going to trade a lot to get that player. So far, 0 for 4 after Lawrence. 0 for 4. That's just what it is. I wouldn't say 0 for 4, but I would say right now it's looking like a solid 0 for 2 with one mediocre, and Fields is like he's played and he's had his moments. But other than that, so, I mean, if you're a Niner fan, I don't care that much about the backup quarterback, I'll be honest with you.
I don't either, really.
I mean,
I'm really talking about because we know who the starter is.
I'll care about it if Purdy gets hurt, then he'll care about it a little bit. And look, Purdy, if he plays 13 games, that'd be great. That's just kind of the way it is with NFL quarterbacks. Rarely do you get a guy who goes 17 games. That's a lot of games. I mean, they can change all the rules they want to protect the quarterback. Guys are still going to get hurt at some point, whether it's just kind of a maintenance thing, dinged up, got to give him a couple weeks off here. It'll happen. But again, I have no idea what Niner fans are looking at in terms of what they're consuming this time of year. Like, what would concern you as a 49er fan going into this year? We still don't know as much about Purdy as you would like. But if you take the quarterbacks out of it, which is hard to do here in the Bay because we're always talking quarterbacks here, again, I go over this every day, but I'm not sure where you look and say, I'm worried. That could be an issue. It's not running back. It's not receiver. Defensive line. Offensively, yeah, but they were pretty good last year.
All right.
I mean, they were pretty good last year. Banks was much better than I think people anticipated. Burford was more than adequate.
Yep.
They say McGlinchey is going to be better. McKivitz going to be better. McGlinchey pass protecting, maybe not as good. Brendel fine, and then obviously you got the big stud over at left tackle Williams. I think they're going to be fine offensive line. Like right now, that is not a worry of mine.
Depth of it worries me. We should talk to. The depth of it definitely worries me. Defensive line is the deepest unit they have, for sure.
Always is.
And that's good segue that I talked to Dennis Brown about that. We'll get into that because I'm wondering what he thinks about who's the Chris Kocurek project for this year, right? We talked about that a little bit yesterday. Every year, it seems like it's kind of like the Giants with starting pitchers. They grab a guy off the scrap heap, and then he gets himself a contract somewhere else, and they just continue to do this in evaluating talent. We'll talk about that with Dennis Brown. What's the biggest jump for some of these second-year players? Dennis, Super Bowl champion, joins us next, and we'll all season long right here on The Sports Leader. Angels beat the Giants last night 7-5, their first win since the trade deadline. Shohei Ohtani goes today. There's more on that story trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, football season is upon us. The 49ers and the Raiders in joint practices out in Vegas, and they start the preseason on Sunday. We'll have it for you right here as part of our family of 49er networks. We'll be over on 810 The Spread. Myself, John Lund, and our next guest, Super Bowl champion Dennis Brown, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Dennis? How are you, man?
What's up, Cope? How you doing,
I'm
man?
good, man. It's good to talk to you, dude. I was thinking about seeing you Sunday. I'm looking forward to it. We got some fun stuff for this year, and it's going to be this is far and away week one of the preseason, the best team I think you and I have covered.
Yeah, and, being in the city, and I love living in San Francisco, and you know the feeling about that. It's the buzz. Everywhere you go, everyone's talking about, everyone's asking me about the 49ers. Everybody's excited. I think it's going to be a fantastic season. I can't wait for it to start. I'm excited to see how this team comes together. I'm excited to see, again, we're talking about the quarterbacks, but seeing kind of what evolves there. See, Brock Purdy, can he duplicate the season, that fantastic season he had last season, and see what Trey Lance is? I'm excited about the defense. I want to see the secondary. I want to see this defensive line play together. Hopefully Nick Bosa gets his contract done, which we know he will, and this fantastic defense hits the field. So it's exciting stuff, and it's all going to start going to start Sunday. It's a preseason game, but, the NFL always makes it interesting, and we're going to see Jimmy Garoppolo. Probably won't see him in the game, but still, he's there with the Raiders. So it's going to be exciting. It's kind of a Bay Bridge. What do they call it with baseball? The Bay to Bay.
Dennis, don't get started on this crap, man. Don't do this.
Don't go down that road.
Don't go down this road, man. What do you want to give away for Vegas? Huh? You want to do a slot machine or something? What do you want?
Well, look, can we get some coverage? Can we get to Vegas this weekend and maybe cover the game?
I bet you can. I bet you can figure it out. Or it'll be like New Year's Day a couple of years ago where you and I are doing pregame and John Lund is trying to get into the stadium. It's just not me and you New Year's Day. And John's like, I'm not going to be able to make it. I'm in Vegas at the game.
Yeah, I'm in Vegas. That's the life I want. But it's going to be exciting. I was over at practice, and it's exciting stuff, right? I mean, it's the 49ers, and it's start of a new football season, and it could start in Vegas and end in Vegas. That'd be fantastic, wouldn't it?
Is there anything about this team that's concerning to you? Because I'm trying to find something, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, right.
Like every unit has an all-pro player as part of the unit, and they're stacked. Yeah. And I could come up with stuff and say, okay, the right defensive end, who's that going to be? But the defensive line is still, I never have a worry about that defensive line as long as they're healthy. The offensive line, losing McGlinchey but getting McKivitz, I think, you trade a little run blocking for pass protection, but I think they'll be fine. I don't know. I have a hard time. The only thing I come up with, Dennis, is I'm still not 100% sold on Purdy yet. And that's just because he's only played 7 games. Like, I don't really care who you are. If you've only played 7 games, I still need to see a little bit more. Like, I think he's going to be fine, but I don't know. But that's kind of stretching it, but that's really it.
Yeah, and you talk about the defense. You lose your defensive coordinator, and then you kind of have a different philosophy. I think the philosophy might be the same, but, coaching may be different. You lose some guys in the secondary, some key guys in the secondary. And that could be something you can look at. But, as far as the quarterback go, we spent the entire, 12 games last year waiting for Brock Purdy to make a mistake, and it seemed like it never really happened. So Kyle Shanahan has confidence in this guy, and, he's got his head on right. He does the right things. He says the right things. He practices the right way. So, if he continues that, we're going to end up forgetting about kind of waiting for him to have that rookie game, So, he's learned. He's run with the ones. He's had a training camp. He was kind of, he was injured during the offseason here, but, he knows the offense. And now the challenge is teams have a book on him now, and teams are going to kind of know how to game plan him. So we'll see kind of how he adjusts to that challenge. But I think, it might be time for us to forget about, Brock Purdy if he is the guy. I think he is the guy. And I think he proved it to us because we waited. Every game we were waiting for Brock Purdy to have a bad game. And he really didn't. That playoff game he got hurt, and I think against Dallas he didn't play that well. But, we've been waiting for it. I don't think it's going to happen. My biggest concern is the defense. What happens with the secondary, like I said. We've got some good cornerbacks, but we need, someone, Jimmy Ward's gone. We need someone who's going to be that nickel defensive back that's going to come in and cover those shifty receivers. And, the philosophy of the defense is going to change. And who's going to line up on the other side of Nick Bosa? And, those are things you can look at. But, if you look at everything else, McKivitz is a guy that's been in the league for, 3-4 years now. He came in as a guard. Now he's going to be a tackle. So, you learn those positions. We talked last year about, those middle three guys, and, they played really well. So, these guys are professional football players, and it's a job for them now. So I think Kyle Shanahan does a really good job of during practice, compete and make these guys compete. And I think it transfers to Sunday football games. So I'm excited, like I said, but we're going to find them. We're the media. That's what we do. We try to find, anything to kind of, hey, that's not looking right. What's going on there? But I think as a squad overall, this is a pretty dang good team.
Who'd have thought one day we'd say Dennis Brown, media, right? Not Dennis Brown.
not Dennis Brown.
The ball.
Sure, not Dennis Brown. Sure.
Talking to Dennis Brown. Yeah, what's up?
I'm surprised I made the cut to even come back. So, I'm happy. I'm happy.
Hey, man, we're happy to have you, Dennis. Because, you were a guy, I was looking at your numbers here from your career, from 90 to 96. And, you played damn near every single game in 15, 16, 16, 16. And that's key because you played a role in that you came in on the outside to get after the quarterback on third down. 6 sacks and then 3 and 3.5, 5, 5.5, sack and a half here. You were forcing fumbles, hitting the quarterback. When you know that there's a second-year quarterback like that in Brock, like Tom and I have talked about it with young pitchers in baseball, they come up and nobody's seen them, so they're successful for a while. Then teams figure them out. They know what they're throwing and how they're attacking them. Can the same be said about quarterbacks? Like, a second-year guy's out there. He's going to see this division a second time. The Seahawks are the only team that has seen him. They see him twice last year, both in the playoffs and at the end of the year. They saw all 3 QBs, but they've got a better book on him probably than anybody else. What would you do differently? What kind of challenges is Brock going to face from a guy like you whose job is to hit the quarterback?
Well, you're going to see a lot of blitzes thrown at him. I think, that offensive line is going to be key. And, we talk about the offensive line, how important it is. Pass blocking, run blocking. It's going to be important that they protect this young man and they make sure teams aren't getting after him. Because what teams are going to do, they're going to try to get in his head a little bit and give him some things he has not seen. And I'm sure everybody has a pre-draft book on him, and that's the reason why he fell so far. They know kind of what his shortcomings are, and they're going to attack him that way. So, and that's what football is about. When you play quarterback, that's what you kind of have to expect, that teams are going to try to game plan you, and that's what they do. That's what coordinators do. They try to game plan quarterbacks to put him in a position where it's going to be tough and make him do things that he doesn't want to do. So, he's got to adjust to that. I think last year he saw a lot of different looks. Teams threw him everything, and he was able. And he's got a cast around him though. You look at he's got McCaffrey out the backfield. He's got his receivers and Debo and Ayuk and Juwan Jennings and third down. So he's got his weapons. So all he really has to do is kind of focus on the offense. And Kyle Shanahan, he's a really good game caller, a really game planner. And he's going to make it so it makes it easy for him to make those throws and be positive and get him in position to be successful. But he's got to expect to see a lot of different things this season because, like we just talked about it, everyone, it's a second-year guy. He doesn't have that many professional games under his belt, and they're going to try to throw things at him. So, and it's going to be interesting to see how Trey Lance plays into it. Is there going to be some package stuff to keep defenses kind of on their heels, get them in there. And you talk about my career. My career was I started off on the inside, and my main job was to stop the run. And that's all I did. And other guys came in and rushed the passers. And as Dana Stubblefield came and Brian Young came, I moved to the outside. My job was to do something different. So you get in where you fit in, and you're successful in the end. But whatever you're given, you do it well. And you come out with wins, and that's going to be the key. But he's going to see a little bit of everything when he's on the football field this season.
So when you were with the 49ers, I'm sure your team had the same mentality this team has, win the Super Bowl. Like, that's the goal of the year. What does that take? What does that entail? Because, look, everybody wants to win the Super Bowl, but there's a lot of teams out there that They know they're not good enough to win the Super Bowl, or, hey, if they got there, that'd be great, or get to the playoffs, that'd be great. But there are legitimately a few teams, and you guys were always one of them, like, that's our goal. Every year, win the Super Bowl. You don't win the Super Bowl, it's going to feel like a disappointment. What is that? I mean, what kind of discipline, what kind of focus does that entail throughout the course of a season when that's your goal from the get-go?
Well, when I came into the 49ers in 1990, that's the only thing they did. They won Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
So, that was the attitude. That's what they expected. When you win Super Bowls, you expect to win more Super Bowls. And, this team, when I came in, they were back-to-back Super Bowl champs. So 1990, when I came in, that's all they knew. Yeah. So everything was geared towards that. It wasn't, Ronnie Lott told us when I was a rookie, he said, listen, we're going to be in the playoffs. We ain't worried about that. We're trying to win championships. So, but that's the attitude. I mean, his attitude was always, we'll be in the playoffs. We're going to win over 10 football games. And this is how we do it. And it's, it's easy. It's work. It's focused. Every morning, when I was in the league, we came in and we had a routine. Everyone did a certain thing, and then you practice at a certain time and you watch film, and that's what you did. But it's a lot easier, to have that mentality when you've won some Super Bowls.
Yeah.
And, this team hasn't won a Super Bowl, since I left in 94. So, we talk about 49er way. That's the expectation. But until you bring home a trophy, you don't understand exactly what it takes to get there because you've been there. You've been second place. So, to win Super Bowls and have that mentality, you have to have that mentality for the next season. You have to win Super Bowls. So this team hasn't got there yet, but I think they understand it. We were out at practice and a lot of alumni were there. You got guys, like Keena Turner is part of the organization. He's won 4. Eric Wright's there. He's won 4. Steve Bono, all these guys, they've got multiple Super Bowl rings. So they know the mentality, and Kyle Shanahan uses that resource quite a bit. And just that question right there that you've asked, all these guys have talked to the team. What does it take to win, to be a champion? And, and Ronnie tells it the best. You got to want it. I mean, you got to go out every day, and that's got to be your focus. And you do things right, and you win football games, and then you get yourself in position to compete for championship, and then you take it.
This is something that seems to have crept into every sport. We just want to make it through the regular season, be playing good ball in the playoffs. Don't really care if we have home field advantage. It used to be like a huge deal. Like people wanted home field. Now it's like, just get me into the tournament and we can win that way too. To me, it's always nice to have home field, especially in the NFL now where you get a bye week and then you only play 2 games and they're both at home, which leads me to my next question. How important, if at all, is the beginning of the season? Because the last couple of years, they finished well, but they got off to a slow start. And I think the number 1 seed is more important than just, if we get it, cool, but if not, we can win it. I know you could win it, but it would be a lot easier if you had to play one less game and you played the other 2 at home.
Yeah.
I think you hit it there. I mean, the less games to a championship is the best way. And if you can do it at home, after I get on an airplane and travel across the country, yeah. So, the goal has always been you win your division, number 1 seed, to have a bye week, you play, a couple playoff games, and you look up and you're in the Super Bowl.
Yep.
I mean, there's a lot to that. But, if you have that slow start and it takes you a while to get it going and, you can come and win 12 games at the end of the football season and you've made it in the playoffs, now you've just taken a long road. You do have an opportunity to get in there and compete for a championship. But, yeah, home field advantage is always the key. It's a shorter distance to the Super Bowl. It's easier on the body, easier on the mind.
Yep.
You're at home. You're not getting on an airplane. You're not in the East Coast, West Coast weather. You're familiar with your stadium. But, yeah, I mean, the goal is to get in the position, the opportunity to compete for a championship. But what you want to do, you want to start off fast and be consistent throughout the season. And when I was with the Niners, that's what we did. We always started off. We had 1 year. We started off kind of slow, but then we won, 11 games straight or something like that. But the goal is to start off strong, build on that, be consistent, and come out, you're a division winner. When I was playing, you got a little belt buckle. I got 7 belt buckles, divisional championships. I have no idea where they are. But,
I knew you did.
That's always the goal. You beat a divisional championship, and then you number 1 seed, and you beat a couple teams, and you end up in the Super Bowl, the big dance. So, yeah, the less traveled road the least travel road to a championship is always the best, and home is always the best.
I know a guy.
Those belt buckles are at a park somewhere right now. Like
oh my God! You know what? I lost the storage unit about 20 years ago. I think it was in my storage unit. Well, somebody's got those belts somewhere.
It's on Storage Wars somewhere, dude. You got Dave. Dave's buying. He's like, "Yep, I'll buy the belt buckle." Yep.
Yeah, what's this NFC Championship? What is this?
Yeah, what's this? He tossed it. He's like, "There's no value in this." He tossed it to it's probably a replica. Cubic zirconia there, dude. I knew a guy who played in the USFL and he won a championship, and they didn't get rings. They only got belt buckles.
Really?
Yeah, and he's a brother that would not wear a belt buckle. So he's same thing. He was like, yeah, it's in a box somewhere. He played at Cal. Speaking of, you were talking championships right before you came on, Dennis. We were joking. One of my favorite things with Dennis and with John is hilarious because we'll throw stuff at him, and certain things from when he played will aggravate him. Dennis hates punters and hates kickers. He's just he's like, what are these guys doing over there? Never working on anything, just doing nothing, wasting time at practice. Like when guys are missing kicks, nothing pisses football players off more than like he's not a player. Then you watch him hit a game-winning kick and they carry him off the field. You know what I mean? Like,
we love him. We love him then. We love him then. So, it's not like I dislike kickers and punters. I'm just a player hater. I'm like, geez, these guys come out for a half an hour.
That's it.
And they're done.
That's it. And your season may be in their hands. So I bring this up because we were talking about how the Niners have a rookie kicker in Jake Moody. You guys had a rookie kicker in Doug Bryan in '94, won the Super Bowl. Yeah. He was a rookie. What was your mentality? You've been there for a few years, and you guys know you got Super Bowl aspirations from the minute you got there. You're like, we got a rookie kicker walking through that door, man.
Well, I'll tell you a story. When I was with the team, we had our lockers, and for some reason, the defensive line lockers, we shared it with kickers and punters. So, Doug Bryan was, he was a guy that he would come in and we would just harass him. First, because he was a rookie, and second, because he was a kicker. But as the season went on, he gained our respect, but he was still a kicker. He was, it was kind of like he would walk in and we would be like, who brought the little kid in? What's going on here? This is a grown man's locker room. What are we doing? So, but kickers are important. I mean, the 49ers realized kickers are important, right? I mean, they went out and they drafted this kid in the first round.
No.
Third, I think, wasn't it?
Third, but Dennis, we were in the draft room. You remember Kyle's reaction? He's like, yeah, I mean, I want a running back, but at some point you got to do something,
So they got a lot of confidence in him, and I watched him kick. I mean, he didn't miss any. So, that's all I care about. You don't miss any. You got one thing, kick the ball between the goals. So, it's important. Robbie Gould was fantastic. He was money for the 49ers. So, we're going to see what happens with him. I mean, he's going to have some pressure. He's a guy that he's a young kid, and he's going to be in these stadiums and crowds. And I hear it's not so easy kicking in Levi's Stadium. So that's going to be a challenge for him.
Robbie complained a lot. I mean, Robbie complained about a lot of stuff. So.
You consider there's always a qualifier with Dennis when he's talking about kickers. He's pretty cool. For a kicker.
Yeah. He's tall.
I like him for a kicker.
He's a tall kicker.
Too tall kickers is what they forget Too Tall Jones. So good stuff, dude. Dennis, we'll be doing it all season. We got pregame 10 a.m. We'll be getting you ready for the 49ers and the Raiders. By the way, our Kyle Shanahan hits, everybody should know, start on Friday as well to tee up for the game on Sunday. Dennis, it's exciting, man. I'll see you on Sunday.
All right, man. You can take it easy. Looking forward to seeing you, bro.
Me too, man. Good deal. Dennis Brown, great dude, man. A lot of fun. Hangs with me and John Lund all season long pre- and post-game for the 49ers. When the Giants are going on, we're over on 8-10 the spread. When Giants are not playing or they finish up the season, we'll be back here on KNBR. When we come on back, the best segment in the history of radio. That's right. It's coming your way next, only here on the Sports Leader.
San Rafael. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
John Miller spoke to Tom and myself yesterday during Giants pregame and spoke about the Kevin Brown suspension and why leaving Baltimore was the best thing that ever happened to him. That story and more are trending. The all-new KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. We love the games. We especially love big games. All the unpredictability. You never know what's going to happen. One thing you don't need in your Wi-Fi connection? Unpredictability. You need a stable connection, which is why there's Xfinity 10G. That's right, the new Xfinity 10G network gets you the reliable connection that you need to stream your favorite sports. From football to football, everything in between, and there's a lot. Baseball, basketball, okay, I won't name them all. There's a lot of sports out there. You want to be able to catch them nice and fluidly. You know, I missed a play. You're not going to miss any of the big plays, any of the drama, any of the excitement. You can stream it all without missing a beat. Looking for even more entertainment? The Xfinity 10G network was made for streaming it all. Enjoy your favorite shows and movies like never before. So treat yourself to front row seats to all the games and get way more into all the sports you're into when you stream on the next generation Xfinity 10G network.
The best segment in the history of radio, the NBA Grab Bag is here for another edition Wednesday, August 9th.
Grab Bag.
And it is full full of crap is what it is. Let's clean this thing out. The NBA grab bag is going to start in the NBA. Shocker. You know this guy. Nick Kerr.
Basketball.
I do.
He's been named the head coach of the Santa Cruz Warriors.
Yes, he has.
How about that?
Yeah.
How cool is that? Warriors head coach Steve Kerr, his son Nick, has been named the head coach of the Santa Cruz Warriors. He worked as an assistant for the last 2 seasons in the G League with the G League Warriors. He previously was in the video room with the Warriors, and before that, he was in the video room with the Spurs. It's pretty cool to me. I knew that he was doing work in the G League. I don't know that I was familiar or I'd forgotten about his path, but it's cool to me that the Eric Spoelstra video room to head coach thing is a path for guys who were not professional basketball players. Like, that's kind of, whereas in baseball, path to GM is go to Harvard or MIT.
Yep.
In the NBA, path to head coach is learning the game through, and it logically makes sense, right? Football, what do they talk about? Tape. Basketball, I imagine, is the same thing.
No, absolutely. Look, I knew he wanted to get into this. I don't know if it's going to ultimately be in the front office or on the bench. I have no idea, but that kid's loved sports since he was born. I remember him being just a tyke in Orlando and just watching Sports Center at way too young an age. Like, bro, you should be watching cartoons right now, not the ticker going by. Huge Cubs fan. Like, loves the Cubs.
Best Nick loves the Cubs.
Grew up in Chicago.
They're up 1-0 right now on the 1-0. Listen to me.
Was it hockey or baseball?
1-0.
I mean, soccer or baseball?
Hockey.
By the way.
It's love.
Very sad. Can't watch my Leeds team this year.
Leeds United?
Champions League. No longer. They don't have the package, the Champions package.
Dude, that thing changes yearly. Like that, the
God
Champions
dang
League
it.
package changes. The soccer package change all the time. The networks they were on when I was in college and started watching, they don't even exist anymore.
Yeah, but they're not showing the English Champion League or something like that?
Yeah, the Champions League.
I don't know what no, Champions League's for the champions.
You're talking about the EPL?
Leeds got no. The league below the EPL. They got demoted.
You're talking about the championship.
Yeah, it's championship. They got demoted.
Yeah, championship. Oh, that's the number one league?
There will be no television for me this year.
No. That's what you were getting at. Because you said the Champions League.
Yeah, not Champions League, championship. Kind of a bummer for me.
It's like, you've been watching for a while if Leeds is looking at the Champions League.
Yeah.
So there you go. Nick Kerr, the head coach of the Santa Cruz Warriors.
You're welcome, Steve.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
ESPN has entered in an agreement with Penn Entertainment to launch ESPN Bet, its own branded sportsbook. Disney, come on down. Oh, boy.
Give me a 2-team teaser.
I like a round robin, please.
Jack's -6.
I did a better Mickey before I started smoking.
Tease
so
it up
much
to
pot,
12.
but- Yeah. Oh, you know, teaser, please. Oh, dude, very nice, Tom. Nicely done.
But I can't form words.
Yeah.
It'd be hard to bet.
Yes, it would be hard to bet.
1/100th of 1%, and nobody would take the bet.
I'll take the team.
What would you like to bet today, Mr. Duck? I can't understand you. What do you want to bet? Okay. Would you like to bet Oregon? Okay, Oregon. How about Oregon State?
Is it Anaheim? Is that who you want? No, he doesn't want the Beaver. He only wants
How about
Duck
Oregon
teams.
State? Okay, no Oregon State. We got that.
Civil
no Oregon
War,
State.
You're on the Civil
there we
War.
go.
Yeah, he's on that.
Okay,
Yeah,
so let's just give you a straight bet on the Oregon Ducks, and we'll call it. We'll just call it a day. Sounds good.
NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag. Nicely done, dude.
God.
Mickey and
You know it's going to be great, though, when you go to Disneyland. You're going to be able to go on the Matterhorn and get down on a 3-team parlay. It's going to be incredible.
Dude, yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah,
I
dude.
got it.
How about that, dude?
I guess you know what? I guess certain times of the season, Donald could have a 2-team parlay. Anaheim, little NHL action,
get
and
the Ducks
Oregon.
in there. Yeah, get the Anaheim. Yeah, Ducks.
Are there any Ducks out there? I don't think there are any Ducks out there.
I don't know. You got solid talking Eagles and Crows. They're like, dude, we play for the Jets. He was like, the Eagle is going to soar.
Awesome.
I was like, you're in the AFC.
Disney in the betting business.
That's pretty good, right? I like that.
That is great.
ESPN zone. Go over and they're like, Donald, you have to have pants on to place a bet, sir. It's like, sir, no pants, no shoes, no service in the sports book here.
Dice.
No dice. Rolling on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
How about this? Skip Bayless has a new partner.
Ooh.
Shannon Sharp out. Richard Sherman in.
Really?
To FS1.
Wow.
With Skip Bayless. He's going to join Undisputed for select shows, they're saying. But he's going to be at least, a lot of places are doing this now. They got like rotation. They got different people in there. I think if you're going to hitch your wagon to Skip Bayless, you're not going. Your wagon's probably real heavy and not going far. That's number one. You better settle down soon. Number two is you probably have to keep it fresh like that. Like that is one of the worst models.
Lame as hell.
Still going. It's just he's awful. I can't imagine there's any reason they still keep going with him except that they paid him a ton of money.
Yeah,
and they're stuck with it.
Well, it didn't surprise me Fox goes Sherman because Fox has hitched their wagon to football. It's all football.
It's a good wagon.
Like everything's about football. Yeah, we'll go football rules all.
I like that wagon.
As we know, that's why all the sports leagues are traveling around the country now because of football. So, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. But, yeah, I don't know. Like, unless you just love the money, I don't see the appeal of working with him. I don't at all.
Yeah, Rocket on the YouTube page says, I'm skipping Skip. It's like, yeah, I'm out.
Lame as hell.
I think the way to fix that model is to go the exact opposite of Skip. Like, put him with Marshawn.
That'd be interesting.
See, I might watch some of that and be like, dude, Skip's trying to get around. He's like, if you watch him try to deal with Marshawn's logic and verbiage and things. That would be something that would be intriguing. But Sherman's I think they think Sherman will be argumentative, and like that's what they want. But I'm sick of that. I need that.
What you got, boss man? What you got?
I'm about that action, boss. Like Skip,
man, take care of your chickens.
Skip would scream something at him. He'd go, I didn't watch it. I ain't see it.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. I don't talk about him. I don't talk about him.
I don't know. You got any Henny?
Kenny, take care of your chicken and your mentals, and take care of your NBA grab bag. Take care of your NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Rolling on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
What was that?
What was that sound?
Come on, dude. There's one button in the NBA grab bag. What are you hitting other buttons for?
NBA grab bag.
This is ridiculous. More here. No, stop it.
Nope.
Stop it.
Nope.
Stop it. Mark Jackson has been offered $1 million.
I saw this.
Dude, how many times is Cam Soda going to offer something to somebody without? This is Cam Soda's number one advertising ploy. Mark Jackson has been offered $1 million by adult site Cam Soda to provide play-by-play analysis. Man, you know what they say, Tom. Man up, hand up.
I was trying to think of something.
They call him the black. I'm trying to think of a black mamba. Yeah.
No.
Man up, hand job. I don't know. Okay.
Man, what is it?
Mama, there goes that man.
Panties down, D up.
Oh, that's pretty good.
You got to D up.
You got to D up.
You got to D up.
Dude, this is incredible. $1 million. It's a pretty good offer.
Oh, yeah. The pastor going to do that
I mean,
one?
come on, dude. Don't get all high and mighty. What are you, Rory McIlroy, turning down the Saudis? Just take it, Mark. You know?
He's not going to take it.
No, come on.
Come on. It'd be awesome if he did, though.
Come on. He'll never get a coaching job. Like, my logic would be like, I'm not getting a coaching job. You may not get one again, but he's like, it's not like I'm getting offers anyway.
Yep.
I'm not an interview in like a decade almost. You know? Steve Kerr's got to win 4 titles. Give me the sex music or the clogging. Come on. I need something. There we go.
Ooh, the double stuff.
When I said the sex music, this is what I meant incidentally. No,
Tomahawk jam.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, dude, that's so good, dude. The best thing is they shouldn't have just offered Mark. They should have offered Van Gundy.
Yeah.
You know, Jeff, no half times. And sometimes you get a quick finish.
Thank you.
Sometimes, bang! Yeah, dude, just get Breen in there, too. Just go all 3 of them.
Oh, man.
That's fantastic, dude. Bang!
He'd be killing the Peter North videos. Bang!
Jesus, dude. Jesus. Bang! Double bang!
If you know, you know. You're not getting offended if you don't know. So don't worry about it.
Oh, dude.
And if you look it up, it's on you.
I was thinking about moving on, but I kind of like staying right here in the NBA grab bag.
Oh, the reverse stuff.
Right free throw line extended. Oh, dude. Here's the thing, Tom. You really want to get down. You're going to have to bang them down low if you want to win this one. If you want to win it in fewer than 7 games. Okay, here we go. NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
We roll along. I mentioned this story to you in passing yesterday, and I'm so thrilled that it ended up being like sent into the NBA grab bag. Because sometimes you don't know. I mention things, and if it's not in the bag, I can't go to the story if it's not there. This story out of ESPN yesterday. Remember, I told you the headline said Rivera : it was on the NFL page.
Correct.
Rivera : meaning.
Wait a minute. Are we back to the Mark Jackson story?
Ron Rivera.
You said colon.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, we're not.
Hand down, colon down.
We will get back to that, though, I promise. We're not done with that. Anyway, Ron Rivera came out, I guess, and said to the media that players had complained about new offensive coordinator and was apparently people said he was the most sought after. Like he's got to be a high-end coaching candidate for a head coaching position. Hasn't gotten one. Eric Bieniemy was with the Chiefs for years, and now he's in Washington. Apparently, he comes out and said the players have complained about his intensity.
Okay.
He then today had to come out and said, quote, Ron Rivera, I put my foot in my mouth.
He's done that before.
Insisting he did not want to portray players as soft for the first-year offensive coordinator. So he said, quote, I wasn't as clear as I needed to be. I think you said what you meant.
Yeah.
I think they came to you and they said what they said, and you repeated it. It doesn't seem like there's much mince in words with that statement. So he said Rivera said players came away, quote, enlightened after talking to Bieniemy because he has an intense coaching style. They were concerned by it, so he encouraged them to speak directly with them. Quote, I hired Eric, and I love his overall message to the team on his first day. We have to learn to be comfortable when you're uncomfortable. With guys on the side of football, with guys on that side of the ball, they were uncomfortable. There's been a lot of change, and he has an entire way of doing things. He's changed the offensive side, changed his heart. It sounds to me, and this wouldn't be crazy, because Rivera is a defensive guy. Am I wrong?
Yep.
So he has him. Is Jack Del Rio still the D coordinator there? So Jack Del Rio's still there. You got a great, I think Del Rio's an awesome coordinator. He was great with the Raiders as a head coach, I thought, too. Anyway, a great D coordinator. You've got another defensive-minded head coach who's going to help on that side. I think you want a guy like Bieniemy to say, go ahead, dude, take control of this offense. You did that with Mahomes, but if we don't have that type of talent, we need you to design something here that works. So maybe he's more hands-off. Like, I always wonder that, how hands-on are defensive-minded head coaches with the offense? Like, by the looks of Saleh, not much with what's going on with Aaron Rodgers.
Didn't this story seem to be blown out of proportion? Like
the Tuesday that the NFL week started without any news? No.
I mean, like, did Ron Rivera really even need to say they put his foot in his mouth? Just like, whatever, just move on. It's ridiculous. But
that's all they had.
You do got to handle players differently now than you used to.
Hey, how do you spell Del Rio?
Anyway, moving on.
Dude. He's bouncing that ball, the rubber ball, Rocky. He's got the fingerless gloves.
Hey, how do you spell Del Rio?
Vanessa?
Dude.
Let's go back to that other story. Hey-o.
NBA grab bag.
Nice, dude. Nice. Let's go on back. Let's talk more about that. All right, there's your NBA grab bag for Wednesday, August 9th, 2023. We still have a Giants pregame coming your way at in about an hour, actually. 5:35, a 6:38 first pitch. Shohei Ohtani taking on the Giants tonight. You said his numbers have been insane when he pitches, right?
They're good. They're really good,
I'm
yes.
going to dig those up.
Yeah, dig those up.
I looked at his numbers. He's horrible in losses, which is funny. I was like, this guy wants to win. His OPS is like 300 points lower in losses.
Let's go.
I was like, come on, Ohtani.
What are you doing?
You want to win, you got to do it all around.
You got to win so bad, then do it.
Damn, we're down 6-0, whatever. However, like in like ninth inning of games and 7, 8, 9, his OPS like in the 900s. Like he performs in everything he does. We'll talk more about him. Susan Slusser is going to join us at 4:50. But before we do that, a little dip into Mike Dunleavy. Dunleavy, how about this? NBA sound outside of the NBA grab back. Mike Dunleavy, new Warriors GM, was on the Monty Pool podcast, talked a lot about this offseason, the CP3 trade. We got all that for you next. Mike Dunleavy on the Warriors offseason, his grades of it next on the Sports Leader.
Thanks, Mike Dunleavy.
Well, how many times are you going to tell me? Honda. Yeah, I know. Thank you.
NBA grab bag.
Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. Mr. T here for NorCal Honda. Summer is slowly, sadly, slipping away. About a month left, but plenty of time if you want to go on a road trip. And what better car to do it in than a fuel-efficient Honda? I have the Pilot. Love it. You get the fuel efficiency, get to save at the pump, get to stretch out the MPGs, and I get all the gadgets. Good there. Listen to whatever I want, whenever I want, backseat, you can watch whatever you want. You have all the high-tech safety features. You get the multi-angle rear view camera, Honda Lane Watch, Honda Sensing, all those things make it harder for you to get into an accident. And then, of course, Honda's legendary reliability. And a lot of times I don't talk about how much fun they are to drive. It is a fun car to drive. I'm not going to lie. It's not a Lamborghini. It's not a sports car. But for a mid-size SUV, I know you don't think of a Honda as like, it's fun to drive. But when I drive up to Tahoe, it's fun drive to take. I enjoy heading up the hill in my Honda Pilot. So you got a full line of SUVs. You got the Honda Pilot. 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 You You got the Pilot, which I have. Room for 8. Maybe not 8, my friends. Like I said, there's plenty of room, but 8 might be pushing it for guys my size. I'm 6'8", 270, so I have plenty of room, but I'm driving. I'm in the front seat, but I got to think of others too. Passport, rugged, can go anywhere you want. The CRV, a versatile classic, and available as a hybrid, and the HRV is surprisingly roomy and very sporty. So before you hit the road this summer, hit up your Noka Honda dealer. There are great lease and financing deals happening right now on every new model. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
In a lot of ways, it was an easy move because I felt like it would make our team better, and it gave us a decent amount of flexibility moving forward. So to me, it wasn't that tough. The hard part was letting go of Jordan, who I was here when we drafted, and making calls to guys. You know, you just never want to do that, but it's part of the business. And again, to have an opportunity to address some needs and to clear up some financial relief, for me, honestly, didn't lose much sleep over that one.
You coaching?
Mike Dunleavy, the new general manager of the Golden State Warriors, and we'll get into more of what he had to say in just a moment after I tell you that Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by the Fortinet Championship. The Fortinet Championship returns to Silverado Resort in Napa. The Fortinet Championship, September 14th through the 17th. For tickets, go to FortinetChampionship.com. So there's Mike Dunleavy. He did do a press conference where, as much as I like to imagine it, he was not like drilling cigarettes and talking about the moves that he made, because he was wheeling and dealing the second things opened up and he was named the GM. But there are a lot of moves were made. He was talking there about Chris Paul, obviously, and said the trade wasn't all that hard of a move to make. And it's probably because they were willing to unload that contract and were down to do it for a player that they could have long-term in Jordan Poole. Warriors were looking to free up that money so they could extend Klay Thompson after this year and give Draymond money this offseason. So, again, the CP3 stuff, man, like there was some sound on this yesterday. I think remember we played the Klay reaction, or his sort of follow-up to the Devin Booker thing yesterday. We played that.
Yep.
He had some comments on CP3, and Derek and I were talking about it. I was like, do we have to hear him? I'm like, what does it matter? Like, I think we're all kind of on the same page with Chris Paul. Yeah, we're all not big fans of him, the guy, playing against him. If he's healthy, we think he's helpful to the Warriors and is definitely an asset for them, certainly at the end of games or wherever they have to use him. His smarts are big, and he's 40-something years old. He's expensive, and he's not here. Like, they wouldn't go out and hand him a contract like this. I'm not sure they would have gone out and just handed him one anyway. But this fit into what they needed to do for beyond this year, big picture. That's kind of it. I don't know what other take there is until they hit the floor.
There isn't. It's twofold. Jordan was going to start making a lot of money this year, and he just didn't progress last year like they wanted to see. He was too erratic, turned the ball over too much in key situations. And again, I think the punch was kind of the beginning of the end, looking back on it, that he I mean, the Warriors, that was a mistake they made. They should have suspended Draymond a game, but they clearly sided with Draymond. And it's hard when you're the guy that gets punched in the face and they're siding with the other guy. Well, he was more important to him. That was clear right there. That line was drawn. He was more important to him. So I don't know how invested Jordan was last year. Maybe he was. I don't know that. But the way he played suggested that they did not want to pay him $30+ million a year over the next 4 years. That just was something they didn't want.
He got paid too.
They didn't want to do.
Like, who knows?
Yeah, he got his money.
You never know what the mentality of all that changed.
He's going to get it from another team now.
He got a ring, he got money, he got punched.
Yeah,
who knows?
Well, a lot of that too is, look, if we don't sign him, we're going to have to sign him at some point, and we can use this to trade somewhere else. Like, a lot of times you'll sign guys, like when they signed D'Angelo Russell, I remember thinking, why are they giving him that much money?
They weren't.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
they're giving him a certain amount of money because he earned it, and they'll give him more because now it fits into a salary slot they can trade somewhere else. Now, if nobody wants that player, then you're screwed. Then you're really screwed. But there was another team, probably more than another team, that wanted Jordan Poole, and they ended up getting Chris Paul. And, I mean, I like the fact they're just saying, screw it. This window's starting to close a little bit. Let's go ahead and give it a shot and give it as much of a shot as we can and try to win another championship or two before we really got to make some tough decisions. So will it work? That I don't know. I'm not sure how the closing lineups are going to work. I would suspect that they're going to cut their turnovers way down next year with Paul and Joseph as the point guards behind Steph. So that'll be good. They'll play slower, I would think, than they have in the past, and it's not going to be a super fast-paced team, I wouldn't think, next year. They're also not going to be very big again, and that hurt them a lot against the Lakers. It's going to hurt them when they play the Nuggets. There'll be certain teams they play against where that lack of size is going to hurt them. Is Draymond going to be as good as he was last year? I mean, there's a lot of wear and tear on those tires, so he played really, really well last year. He did. I thought Clay was good. He just wasn't as good a two-way player as he used to be, and that's fine. I mean, he's getting older, and he had the two injuries. Steph was Steph. Now, Steph looks the same. Maybe a little bit slower, a tick slower on defense, but you're nitpicking now. So they're going to be one of the teams that has a chance to win a championship. Will they win it? I mean, we'll find out. I could see it going really, really well and see it going not sideways, because I think the worst they can do, barring injuries, is like 6-7. Like, it's something like that. They're not going to like go 36 wins. I mean, I can't see that just completely imploding. They're too talented for something like that to happen. But it may not mesh as much as you like it to mesh, and I think they'll be able to set the personalities aside. Let's be honest. They hated one another for a long time.
Yeah.
They didn't like each other when he was with the Clippers. They certainly didn't like each other when he was with the Rockets. They just didn't like each other. So you got to put that aside and figure out a way to deal with it. They're pros. I believe they will. But it's going to be interesting. It really is. I mean, this is kind of – it went from – boy, this two timeline thing is working beautifully. They won a championship. They got a bunch of young guys. This is great. And then the problem was the older guys were like, well, we're not ready to sit on the bench yet.
Yeah.
So the younger guys couldn't get enough playing time to progress like they normally would in a different situation. You saw how much time Wiseman got with the Pistons. Well, he wasn't going to get that with the Warriors. Warriors trying to win a championship. So they trade him away. Moody hasn't played, and Kuminga's been wildly erratic. He hasn't figured it out yet. He's still really young, but hasn't figured it out. So that, that whole dream of like the older guys turning it over to the younger guys, and I mean, I thought it sounded good to me. And then at some point, it's like, oh, this isn't going to work. It isn't going to work at all. And they just said, let's try to win now. Let's try to win right now while Steph is still one of the best players in the game. And I think that's the right way to go about it. But if it doesn't work, I don't want to say you're going to be looking at like 2005 Warriors, but a lot of these guys' bills are going to come due about the same time.
The orange ones? The orange jerseys?
Thunder.
I don't know, man.
So who do they have? I mean, they had Jordan Poole. You thought, okay, he's one of the young guys. Wiggins is still fairly young, but he's not really a lead dog. Kuminga, you can't trust him right now. You don't know what he's going to end up being. And look, Clay, they got to make a decision this offseason. Draymond's for 4 more years, but I mean, is he really going to be good in 2 more years? Is he going to be that guy that's like the anchor of your defense?
I don't think so.
Probably not. Steph probably not going to be that guy either in a couple years. He'll be good, but I can't imagine he's going to be the guy playing 30 minutes a night, averaging 28 points, and just doing all the stuff that he does. Maybe not. But it's starting to, I think they can sense it too, and that's why they're saying, let's do everything we can to win right now. These next couple years, let's do everything we can to see if we can tack another championship, another banner up in the rafters there. And again, I don't mind that at all. In fact, that would be my preference. We got Steph. We got one of the great players of all time. Let's try to win some more championships.
I want to hit one more here just real quick with Dunleavy before we get to Susan Slusser. She talked to, on the Monty Poole podcast, he talked to Mike Dunleavy about breaking the news to Jordan Poole that he'd been traded. What do you think Jordan Poole did? I think he was like, He's like, yes, sir. He was like, Jordan, I haven't told you where you're going. Doesn't matter. He clicks off the phone. He's like, it's all good, dude. He's have to get out of there and get his money. Here's what Mike Dunleavy said about breaking the news to Jordan Poole that he had been traded.
Yeah, it's tough, but it's just you got to be open and honest. And we have a pretty good relationship, and it was a week or two before where we were talking about next season, things to do to get better, to whatever it may be. And then the next call you make, he's out of the country, and hey, we're making a move. And so didn't love that, but Jordan was great about it. I think he's going to have a wonderful opportunity in Washington. Really see his game grow, take another step, perhaps. But as far as this job goes, trading and releasing players, wish we could do without that.
He'd been traded.
I love when GMs talk about players they've traded. I think he's going to go on to have a wonderful career.
Why don't you keep him?
Why'd you trade him then if he's going to have a wonderful career?
Why'd you give him? Well, it's just not for us.
Really, I don't think that, but it's just what we say. It's what we all say.
We just want to wasn't a fit,
I don't want to say this guy was brutal in our system and we didn't like him. And
he's like, did you not watch the end of games? What do you think I traded him?
We didn't want him in the locker room. But I think he's going to be great somewhere else. I think he's going to be. Who's great for that? The TV shows. Like if you watch American Idol, you're a wonderful singer. You don't give up your dream. You're just not good enough to be here.
Hey, you work hard enough. We might move on to the next one.
Come back next year. Yeah, okay.
Why? Get humiliated on national TV again?
Yeah, exactly. You get dinged again? No thanks.
With all due respect, you suck. All right, when we come on back, Susan Slusser is going to join us. The Giants lineup is out for today against Shohei Ohtani. Shohei Ohtani's leading the league in hits allowed per 9 innings. He's given up fewer than 6 hits per 9 innings. Giants lineup today against the Angels. Lamont Wade leads off at DH. Tyro bats second at second. Wilmer plays first and hits third. Jock is left hitting cleanup. J.D. Davis at third base batting fifth. Conforto in right hitting sixth. Bailey does the catching, bats seventh. Crawford hits eighth at short, and Matos in center hits ninth. Ryan Walker is the opener. We'll catch up with Susan Slusser of the Chronicle next on the Sports Leader. Angels beat the Giants last night 7-5, their first win since the trade deadline. Shohei Ohtani goes today. There's more on that story trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Furlong Vision Correction. It's down in San Jose. It's where I had my LASIK vision procedure done a couple of years ago. See, in 2015, and you can too. You got to start by booking a LASIK consultation online at furlongvision.com. I'm telling you, if you're somebody who's wearing glasses or contacts, the quality of life that this gives you is life-changing. I mean, you get rid of them. You don't have to worry about when you go out, worrying about having corrective sunglasses or putting in the contact lenses. That was the thing that irritated me the most, plus the expense of it. I didn't have any reusable ones. I had the daily ones. You toss them, you get low, then you got to wear your glasses, got to figure out the prescription, go pick them up. All that goes away. Book that LASIK consultation. Also, because they use the most advanced FDA-approved technology, they're offering a brand new breakthrough, highly effective, FDA-approved alternative to LASIK. It's called EVO, implantable contact lenses. Many celebrities are using them, athletes are using them, and Dr. Furlong is the official LASIK eye care surgeon of the San Jose Earthquake. Schedule that LASIK consultation at furlongvision.com or call 408-453-5600. Let them focus on your vision. You want to start seeing better? Go see the best. It's my guy, Dr. Michael Furlong at furlongvision.com.